sound filled the ward as Hakim ground his teeth. He really wanted to take out his 7 wolves, cigarettes, and give this dog of a son a whack on the head. Of course, he couldn't hit anyone in the hospital, so Hakim forced a kind smile and approached Todd. The pressure emanating from his father made Todd subconsciously realize something was amiss and didn't dare continue speaking. Hassan was still asleep, and the commotion in the ward didn't wake him. Sister Hope stood by the bed without looking at Kelly, clearly holding a strong grudge against her. Nyla's eyes flickered slightly as she softly said to Kelly, "Tyra, you know, Brother Arden is like this because he was protecting you. He really wants to see you. I'll try to persuade third brother to forgive you. Why don't you leave first?" She faced away from everyone, her voice seemingly gentle, but only Kelly could see the mocking, challenging look in her eyes. Her hand itched. Kelly sneered, her voice low, "Is that so?" Those 2 words carried an inexplicable dangerous tone when spoken by her. But Nyla seemed oblivious, nodding emphatically, "Of course. But don't worry, I'll take good care of Brother Arden." Chapter 110, switching to a private ward. Facing Adrian's hostile expression, Kelly curled her lips and raised her arm. A sharp slap echoed through the ward. Adrian couldn't believe it, holding her face that was hit sideways, only feeling stars dancing in front of her eyes, utterly angry yet bewildered. How could Kelly dare? Everyone in the ward was also taken aback by this sudden slap. Coming back to senses and feeling the burning pain on her face, Adrian's tears dropped helplessly as she turned her head pitifully toward the rest of the Flynn family members and Aunt Hope. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and fear, like a pitiful little creature. I didn't know which words upset Tyra." Adrian sobbed, helpless. Todd roared angrily like a madman, "Kelly, what are you doing? Who allowed you to hit Gianna?" He struggled to get up from bed, attempting to stand up for his sister, but was held down firmly by Gregor. "Brother, what are you doing?" Todd's bloodshot eyes stared at him, his face visibly angry. Tyra wouldn't hit someone for no reason, Gregor calmly analyzed. Adrian frowned deeply, staring at him with widened eyes full of disappointment. Todd felt the same way. He roared in fury, "You're all brainwashed." Just now, everyone watched Xiao Hopi speak. She didn't say anything inappropriate, being polite and gentle, yet Kelly hit her out of nowhere. In front of everyone, she dared to bully Xiao Hopi like this. Who knows what disgusting things she might do behind their backs. Todd struggled even more fiercely, growling and roaring. "Beck," Adrian looked at her father pitifully, trying to make him stand up for her. However, he cast his gaze aside, choosing silence. Adrian's heart froze completely. In such a short time, her father and Gregor had switched sides. Kelly truly had some skills. She bit her tongue inside her mouth, full of resentment. It was all because of Helena, that useless person who now kept silent and dared not trouble Kelly anymore. "It's not right, whatever the case, you can't just hit people," Aunt Hope said, frowning and stepping forward. She shielded Adrian behind her, looking disappointedly at Kelly. This person was the young miss of the Flynn family. If she were hit, how would anyone still be able to mix in the circle? Having such a problematic artist under her charge really meant misfortune. "This is our family matter, it's none of your business," Kelly coldly said. "Family matter?" Aunt Hope was stunned. Being a smart person, seeing Adrian seeking help from nowhere in the silent Flynn family, a bold idea suddenly struck her. "Get out," Kelly said expressionlessly. Her voice was cold, yet strangely made people feel a bone-chilling cold, making them afraid to defy her. Aunt Hope shrank her neck, not daring to stay in this room full of powerful figures, and obediently left. "Do you want to know why I hit her?" Kelly lifted her beautiful eyes, gazing at the Flynn family. Adrian and Todd were close, and he carried a thick aura of menace. The other 2 were spared from harm. Precisely because of this, Kelly falling from upstairs suffered no major injuries, while Todd broke his arm. Retracting her gaze, she faintly said, "It was Adrian who caused Louisa to fall into a coma, and the ghost following Brother Jingjian." Hearing this, the Flynn family's expressions changed dramatically. Adrian didn't expect Kelly to suddenly reveal the truth. Her face twisted momentarily, then quickly remembered there was no evidence. Her expression turned pitiful, looking pleadingly around the ward for the only one who could speak for her, Todd. "Third brother, believe me. As for second brother, I did have fault, but it wasn't intentional. I didn't harm Louisa either." After saying this, Adrian turned to Kelly, trembling in apparent fear, and fell to her knees with a thud. "Tyra, I know you're upset because I took your identity, but I'm also a victim. If you don't like me, you can hit me or scold me, please don't alienate me from my family, okay?" Adrian's humble posture enraged Todd, making him blurt out, "You're my only sister, why kneel to her?" "Kelly, I tell you, I only recognize Galen Snow as my sister." "What deep sibling affection," Kelly commented approvingly with applause. "Good, I hope when you're in trouble, you won't come to me." "Don't worry, I would rather die than seek your help," Todd stubbornly retorted. Gallant did he know, these offhand words would later prove prophetic. Kelly smiled mockingly, all the better. Todd was so furious that his face turned livid, chest heaving violently. Cough, cough. 2 coughs sounded, and Kelly immediately withdrew the divine power that had sealed Hassan's hearing. "Tyra?" Waking up, Hassan's beautiful eyes lit up with surprise at Kelly, causing Adrian to gnash her teeth in envy. Despite taking care of him in the ward for so long, she had never seen him so happy. Kelly strode quickly to the bedside, looking at him worriedly. Are you okay? Very well, Hassan smiled. But after saying this, he coughed a few more times. The coughing pulled at the wound on his back, causing pain that made beads of sweat form on the tip of his nose. Because the wound was somewhat infected, Hassan inevitably developed a fever as a result. Brother Arden. Adrian squeezed forward past Kelly, her eyes filled with worry and affection. However, Hassan seemed oblivious to her presence, calmly shifting his gaze to look at Kelly. Tyra, where is Sister Hope? Outside the door, Kelly replied. Then please help me tell her to get me a new private ward. This one is too noisy, Hassan said gently. Kelly nodded and walked out of the door to inform Sister Hope. Adrian's eyes welled up with tears, her lips quivering, her expression filled with grievance and sorrow. When Hassan said it was noisy, she knew exactly what he meant. Well, since Mingshan seems fine and full of energy, let's go back home, Farrell said to Gregor beside him. His tone was slightly displeased. Watching Kelly interact with Hassan, it was impossible for him not to be upset. Gregor's eyes were also deeply shadowed, whispering lowly, all right. He withdrew his hand from Todd's shoulder and left the ward together with Farrell. I wonder what those people came here for. To visit someone sick without even bringing a fruit basket, yet they say I'm full of energy. I'm almost being pressed to death, Todd muttered in frustration. Adrian glared resentfully at the ward door. She knew very well why those complicated people had come. They were here just to accompany Kelly. She controlled all information, ensuring Kelly and Hassan wouldn't meet so she could take advantage of the situation. But all her plans were foiled by the actions of the father and son. Kelly, truly despicable. Hassan, supported by a nurse, slowly moved away from the double ward, heading towards the VIP single room. Watching their backs, Adrian's envy was almost palpable. She wished she could kill Kelly immediately. But, it wasn't enough. The little ghost she had nurtured didn't have such power. Finally gone, the ward feels much more spacious now, much better alone, Todd said, resting his uninjured hand behind his head, which suddenly creaked. Next, an ear-piercing cry of pain echoed through the air. Chapter 111, Changing Agents. The private room was indeed much more spacious. Kelly pulled a stool and sat down by the hospital bed, pulling out a fully charged phone from her pocket. Here it is. Hassan took the phone, inevitably brushing his cold fingertips against the back of her hand. Why are you so cold? Kelly frowned and subconsciously held his hand. She had divine soul and divine power inside her body, making her hands and feet warm like a furnace. Seeing the two of them unconsciously showing affection, Paulette couldn't help but frown disapprovingly. She walked to the bedside and coughed lightly twice. Both of you are celebrities. It's inappropriate to display intimacy in public. Kelly responded with an, oh, only then realizing that stars shouldn't be caught in scandals. She was about to retract her hand when Hassan clasped hers tighter. He looked at Paulette with his clear phoenix eyes, a flash of something deep within them. Isabel and I have many CP fans. Even if we're photographed together, it's no big deal. Having said that, Hassan lowered his gaze, staring at Kelly with eyes seemingly glistening with moisture. My hands are cold. His hand was held once again, and the corners of his lips curled into a smile. Watching their interaction, Paulette felt dazed. Was this still the seemingly gentle and approachable artist under her who actually kept everyone at a distance? Why did he seem a bit like a manipulative man? Finding the situation utterly absurd, she pushed the thought away and sighed. Arden, Nyla has been taking care of you all this time. When you were unconscious, she never left your bedside. Her meticulous care moved even me, an outsider. Kelly slapped her for no reason earlier. You should comfort her instead of immediately changing rooms. Though she had already guessed the relationship between the members of the Flynn family, Paulette still sided with Nyla. After all, she had received many good things from her in the past, so saying a few kind words was necessary. Hearing the implications behind Paulette's words, deprecating Kelly while praising Nyla, Hassan's face turned indifferent. Can't I afford a nurse? That's not the case, Paulette said awkwardly. Did I ask her to take care of me? Hassan asked again. Paulette shook her head again, no. As soon as the words left her mouth, she saw Hassan looking at her expressionlessly. But, isn't Nyla truly devoted to you? It's better than someone who didn't visit you at all, Paulette mumbled. Kelly didn't want to deal with her, but hearing the accusation, she couldn't help laughing sarcastically. She took out her phone and opened the call interface. How many times did I call you? Did you ever pick up? Paulette was speechless, lowering her head to hide her embarrassment. She hadn't answered the calls because Nyla was present at the time. Hassan's thin lips pressed into a straight line, his eyebrows furrowing, anger flickering in his eyes. Looks like I need to change agents. Upon hearing this, Paulette lifted her head in disbelief. What did you say? Change agents? Her voice cracked with surprise, leaving her feeling utterly chilled. Hassan had been under her guidance since his debut, step by step leading him to the position of best actor and gaining him such popularity. Now, he was saying he wanted to replace her. This was simply a huge joke. Are you going to burn bridges over her? Paulette pointed at Kelly. Hassan scoffed. Burn bridges? Since my debut, all my resources came from the Hope family. Afterward, I earned everything based on my own merits. What did you do that I should spell out? Anger surged in Paulette's heart. Speak. Hassan sked. Are the bags Nyla sent you during holidays easy to carry? Is the money from those inferior product contracts easy to spend? Upon hearing this, Paulette's indignant expression gradually turned panicked and shocked. How do you know? She asked instinctively. She believed these actions were flawless. Hassan replied, there's nothing that remains secret forever. He had always known, just thinking it was harmless. People could be a little greedy in front of benefits. But this time, she had crossed a line. Fine, consider you ruthless. Paulette grabbed her bag and stomped out in high heels, slamming the door shut. Only the two remained in the room. The woman controlled by Nyla is now in the police station. Her intention was to ruin my face. You suffered unjustly, Kelly explained. Hassan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his gentle eyes fixated on her, a hint of a smile curling his lips. As long as you're fine, that's enough. Kelly felt her heartbeat skip a beat, covering her chest and frowning. Under Hassan's tender gaze, she whispered softly, I'm sorry, I can't treat your wounds right now. You'll have to endure for a while. But I will repay your kindness and help remove the scars on your body. It's okay, Hassan replied. As long as she was well, anything else was fine. Kelly hung her head and remained silent. The two sat in the ward, the atmosphere oddly silent. At this moment, she felt her heart pounding and found it very peculiar. Why did she always have this feeling whenever she interacted with Hassan, as if someone was hammering heavily on her heart? It wasn't uncomfortable, but it made her feel anxious. Hassan, upon receiving the phone, immediately defended Kelly by forwarding Nyla's Weibo post with 4 words, unfounded talk. Hashtag top actor Hope denounces Alice, unfounded talk, hashtag. Hashtag top actor Hope and Alice completely tear apart, hashtag. Hashtag Hassan and Kelly, rumored to be dating hashtag. The trending topics shot up rapidly, reaching number 1 in no time. Hassan's popularity had always been sky high. Since top actor Hope has personally intervened, shouldn't those trying to capitalize on this close their mouths? Kelly has been harshly criticized lately, but now that top actor Hope speaks up, it's just too sweet. I knew these two must be genuine. He couldn't bear seeing his girlfriend being insulted, right? Fellow fans, Nyla is the type who plays tricks and schemes like a bitch. Public opinion shifted decisively once again. Nyla's Weibo followers dropped drastically, though some fans stood up for her. Our little fairy is beautiful and kind-hearted, she definitely wouldn't lie. It feels like top actor Hope has been bewitched by Kelly. Poor little fairy, she's been at the hospital caring for him all this time, yet he shows no gratitude. If I were little fairy, I'd cry, she's not manipulative at all, okay? Sue bitch, Hope top actor, lock these two despicable people together. Someone who betrays true feelings should swallow 10,000 needles. In the adjacent ward. Nyla also received this news. Seeing her agent's message urging her to clear up the situation quickly, her grip on the phone tightened, her face pale. Kelly again. Her desire to kill someone was never so urgent. If she didn't clarify now, Nyla would carry the reputation of being manipulative forever. She turned to Todd with a plaintive and pleading tone, third brother, please help me. Those netizens are saying I'm manipulative, but my feelings for Brother Arden are genuine. Can you explain for me? Chapter 112, What did you do to me? Todd couldn't refuse his sister and immediately posted on Weibo to salvage the situation, thus preserving Adrian's reputation. By nightfall, Kelly found a nurse for Hassan upon the recommendation of the attending nurse before leaving. The first thing she did upon returning to the Flynn residence was to find Alea and infuse her with divine power. Looking at Alea, who lay in bed with a haggard appearance far removed from her former beauty, Kelly felt an ache in her heart. Closing her eyes, Kelly infused a little more divine power, hoping Alea would wake up as soon as possible. At the same time, this could also help maintain her beauty. Alea's body was like a doll without cotton stuffing. Kelly exhausted all her divine power until her face turned pale before stopping. The door opened from outside. Kelly looked up and saw Adrian standing in the doorway, looking provocatively at her with a palm print still visible on her face from the afternoon. Well, you want to save someone? With arms crossed, Adrian mocked Kelly, approaching her with intense disdain in her eyes. I'll tell you this, the master I contacted this time is very powerful. No matter how great your abilities are, you can't save her unless... Raising her head high, Adrian said, you kneel down and kowtow dozens of times and slap yourself dozens of times. Then I'll let it go. After saying this, she laughed, seemingly imagining the scene. Psychotic. Kelly commented. The smile on Adrian's face froze, and her eyes widened menacingly. You don't want her to live? How kind she has always been to you, how filial and loving you both were. And yet behind her back, you're nothing but trash. She should open her eyes and see what kind of wretch you are. The more she spoke, the more agitated Adrian became. There were only the two of them in the room, while the Flynn men were eating downstairs. She wasn't worried about anyone suddenly barging in. That slap in the afternoon had deeply affected Adrian, and now she wished she could grab the fruit knife on the table and stab Kelly to death. She will open her eyes, soon, Kelly smiled, a mysterious and eerie look in her eyes. Startled, Adrian scoffed disdainfully, then I'll just wait and see. How could a dying person possibly wake up again? Though Kelly indeed had some powers, how could she compare to the highly skilled masters? Alea's ultimate fate could only be death by gradual decline. This was the destiny that Adrian had chosen for Alea. Her expression twisted nastily, coldly observing the bedridden Alea, who told her to always favor you. Ever since you showed up, she didn't even care about me, her adopted daughter. Kelly, remember forever that it was you who killed your own mother. Why did you have to return to the Flynn family? Adrian grew increasingly unhinged, unable to control her emotions. Kelly silently calculated with her hand, realizing that it was because the little ghost she had raised was maturing. Gallantal ghosts were powerful things, and Adrian couldn't control them, naturally affecting her mindset. Suddenly, Alea's finger twitched, and she opened her eyes. Adrian watched in astonishment, then turned to stare at Kelly, convinced it must be her doing. She actually did have a way. Alea turned her confused gaze toward the two standing beside the bed, clearly just waking up. She must not have heard anything inappropriate just now. Thoughts raced through Adrian's mind. Suddenly, she knelt before the bed, clasping her hands together and bowing several times deeply in an unknown direction. Thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva, for protecting me. This believer will honor my promise to you. If you let my mother wake up, I will never eat meat again. Her display revealed her love for her mother. Indeed moved, Alea gestured for her to come closer. Galensnow, good child. Crying, Adrian got up and walked to the bedside. As long as Tamara can wake up, I'm willing to pay any price. Moved even further, Alea wiped away tears. What happened to your face? She finally noticed the slap mark on Adrian's face. Tamara, yes. Adrian shrunk her neck, feigning weakness and helplessness. Don't blame Kelly, everything was my fault. It was all my doing. Tamara, please act as if you didn't see it. She glanced timidly at Kelly as she spoke, pretending to be victimized. Alea sighed, Gianna is such a kind-hearted child. Alright, I won't blame you. Upon hearing these words, the pitiful expression on Adrian's face stiffened, feeling like something was stuck in her throat but unable to say a word. Kelly observed Alea, slightly doubtful, suspecting that she had heard something earlier. But it wasn't the right time to expose Adrian yet. I'll tell them you've woken up. Kelly said to Alea. The latter nodded with a smile, good. Upon learning Alea had regained consciousness, father and son abandoned their meal and rushed upstairs to see her. Gregor's eyes were full of relief. It was good enough that Tamara was awake. Farrell, however, welled up with tears, pushing past Adrian and sitting on the edge of the bed. You're awake, it's good you're awake, finally. Tell me, how did you suddenly get this illness? You must take care of yourself from now on, Farrell said, tears streaming down his face. Alea glanced awkwardly at the children and chided Farrell, the children are here. Look at how you're behaving. Realizing his mistake, Farrell scratched his head sheepishly, right, we'll talk after the children leave. Rolling her eyes at him, Alea turned to Kelly and the others with a gentle smile, your father and I need to talk. Please leave for a moment. All three of them left obediently, closing the door to give the couple some privacy. Has Kelly eaten yet? Why don't you go downstairs and have some dinner? Gregor suggested softly. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Nyla pursed her lips. I'll go too, she said. While at home, she needed to keep an eye on how Kelly interacted with her brothers and parents. She had to prevent any private encounters between them. Gregor's face stiffened slightly, but his upbringing prevented him from protesting. He simply nodded. The three of them went downstairs for dinner. Looking at the spread of dishes on the table, Nyla picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib that she used to love. But as soon as it entered her mouth, an indescribable fishy taste spread, causing her to gag uncontrollably, making her feel excruciatingly miserable. Nyla held her lips tightly, confused. The color and smell were exactly the same as usual, but the taste in her mouth was completely different. Refusing to believe it was a fluke, she took another piece, only to gag again immediately. Making such noises while others were eating was indeed annoying. Gregor put down his chopsticks and frowned. If you don't want to eat, you don't have to. Nyla shook her head, her eyes red. No, something is wrong with today's ribs. Just as she finished speaking, Kelly calmly picked up a piece, chewed it slowly, and swallowed it, clearly showing there was nothing wrong with the ribs. Nyla furrowed her brows. How could it be? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. She remembered what she had said earlier while kneeling on the ground. Could it be? Kelly. What did you do to me? Nyla shrieked, slamming her chopsticks on the table. Chapter 113, Establishing a Law Firm. Kelly Erwie's phoenix eyes gleamed with irony. A vow once made must be kept. Nyla's face turned pale. Just as she was about to lash out, Gregor suddenly stood up. That's enough, he said sternly, his voice cold and distant. Don't disturb Tyra if you're not eating. Brother? Nyla frowned, opening her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back. Gregor didn't spare her another glance, giving a warning before turning away without mercy. Standing there, Nyla watched his retreating back, her heart frozen to the bone, hatred surging in her eyes. Why did everyone favor Kelly Erwie? Was it because she was the genuine daughter of the Flynn family? Blood ties, could they outweigh years of affection in their eyes? Nyla didn't recall the harm she had caused Gregor, leaving him sleepless at night, fearing that he would see Esme's ghost again whenever he dozed off, to the point where he could no longer hold a scalpel steadily and was forced to take leave. In contrast to the siblings, Kelly Erwie remained unaffected, continuing to eat calmly to fill her stomach. This sweet and sour pork rib is actually quite delicious, she remarked with a piercing comment. Nyla shot her a furious glare, then stomped her foot and ran upstairs to worship the ghost child. The ghost child was the reason Kelly hadn't exposed her yet, allowing her to remain in the Flynn household temporarily. Keeping danger visible was a better choice. After dinner, Kelly returned to her room. Seeing it was still early, she took out her phone. She opened the live streaming app and started a broadcast. The broadcaster is streaming so late, really dedicated. Haha, don't post scary stuff late at night. I agree with the above. Broadcaster, how is the girl who attempted suicide? People slowly entered the live stream, and the chat messages kept scrolling. Kelly said, Adeline is doing well. Please everyone lend a hand to keep this issue trending. I will also investigate those who bullied her at school. In the future, I will sponsor her through college. In the live stream, seeing that the girl was alive reassured everyone, and many expressed their determination to speak up for justice on her behalf. The broadcaster is beautiful and kind-hearted, truly a good person. As they say, everything happens for a reason. Adeline being able to connect with the broadcaster means heaven wants to give her a chance, which she seized. Who can understand? I feel like crying, hoping every victim of school bullying can encounter such a good-hearted person. I've been bullied before too, but I got through it on my own. On the screen, some netizens shared their past experiences, citing various bizarre reasons for their bullying, perhaps more acne than peers, a plainer appearance, or a different voice, or saying something wrong. Seeing more and more people posting comments, Kelly realized that school bullying needed urgent attention. With nearly 30,000 viewers in the live stream, she sobered up and initiated a poll. I want to know how many of you have experienced school bullying. Please vote truthfully, Kelly said. The voting time was 1 minute. As the countdown ticked down, the red option clearly dominated the blue. Red meant yes, blue meant no. When the countdown ended, 10,000 votes were cast, with 80% choosing yes. The netizens themselves were surprised by the sheer number of people who had been bullied. I thought school bullying wasn't common, this number really shocks me. I remember in elementary school, because of an illness, I was mocked and cornered, slapped, creating a pain I'll never forget. In real life, besides school bullying, there are also many invisible forms of bullying. Students suffer greatly. When we ask teachers, they only give token advice. If we tell parents, they might ask why others aren't targeted instead. It's incredibly hard for students to defend their rights. The atmosphere in the live stream grew heavy, a sense of helplessness creeping into everyone's hearts. What could they do? Retrieving her gaze from the chat, Kelly pressed her lips together. I can help you all. I will establish a law firm in my name to provide free legal aid to those who have been bullied. The idea of a law firm came to Kelly while pondering Adeline's fate. After Adeline died, a lawyer fought tirelessly for her, trying to restore justice. But his end was tragic. How could ordinary citizens fight against wealthy individuals? Kelly remembered that the lawyer had his license revoked, beaten nearly to death, and thrown under a bridge, eventually becoming a deranged beggar. His name was Usher. This time, Kelly wouldn't stand by idly and watch the tragedy unfold. If no one else could uphold justice, then she would. Netizens in the live stream were moved to tears. The broadcaster is great. Heaven, I can't even imagine how many people this law firm could help. If I had somewhere to seek help when I was bullied, that would have been wonderful. After establishing the law firm, can we start a donation drive? I want to contribute my humble share. Kelly cleared her throat, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Alright, let's start the live connection now. Getting back on topic, the netizens in the live stream immediately requested. After counting 3 names, Kelly raised an eyebrow at a familiar one and lightly tapped to accept. Hassan's face, somewhat weak but even more handsome, appeared on the call. Wow, Jeff is connecting. He actually came. The host is really getting popular. After today's connection, you will definitely become famous. Jeff looks not in his best state, but he seems so easy to bully. I just want to bully him. Growl growl growl, God, growl growl growl, turning into a dog for the god. Hassan's phoenix eyes held a gentle smile as he softly asked, Master, can you calculate for me? Kelly hummed in acknowledgement and began to calculate with her fingers. You have good fortune and red luck clinging to you. You often do good deeds and are a person of great luck, so everything will go smoothly for you, she said. Of course, this referred to his fortune before it was stolen. Thank you, Master. Then I'll take your auspicious words, Hassan replied. Kelly's voice carried a hint of laughter as she ended the call. Hassan always does good deeds, he must be doing many more where we don't see. Becoming a fan of Jeff is the best decision I've ever made. But why does Jeff like Kelly? Ah, what a waste, like inserting a beautiful flower into manure. I feel like the host and Jeff are very familiar with each other. Kelly, likened to manure, twitched at the corner of her mouth and sighed, alright, today's live stream ends here. See you all next time. Amidst the netizens' cries of don't end it yet and calculate a few more, she decisively hung up the live stream. If they all say she's manure, why should she even live stream? Without the live stream, the netizens quickly shared recordings on Weibo, sending the trending topic soaring. Hashtag Jeff appears in fortune-telling Galinvestream hashtag. Hashtag what's the relationship between Jeff and the host? Hashtag the most mysterious host personally confirms. Jeff is a man of great fortune. Hashtag Chapter 114, 30 million, sold to you. While Hassan and the metaphysics streamer's discussion was in full swing, a trending topic caught everyone's attention. Hashtag shock. Metaphysics streamer is actually Nyla underneath. In this trending topic, a famous user, Big V, posted photos of Nyla, pointing out that she had worn similar clothes, had the same hairstyle, and even the background setup matched that of the streamer, proving that she was indeed the metaphysics streamer. Furthermore, she had recently been promoting this persona on variety shows as well. Nyla is well known in the circle as a lucky little carp. It naturally made sense for her to dabble in metaphysics. Fans and netizens flocked to her Weibo comments to verify if it was true. Nyla V, I originally wanted to surprise everyone. This Weibo post successfully sparked speculation among netizens. So the fairy has admitted she is the streamer. Wow, she even helped a girl who was bullied in school. She's truly kind. I didn't expect the fairy to give us such a big surprise. As a fan, I am content. After this incident, I don't think anyone will still compare our fairy to Kelly, that lowlife. Before, I liked Kelly more, but Nyla seems so kind-hearted. I'm now fully supporting her. The fans and support Nyla lost due to the previous incident with Hassan all came back at this moment. She gained countless new followers. Looking at the increasing number of follows on Weibo, especially seeing everyone praising her while criticizing Kelly, Nyla felt very satisfied and happy. These blind fans finally had their eyes opened. They were right, Kelly did not deserve to be compared to her. Feeling proud of herself, Nyla's face suddenly fell when she saw a message from her agent. She immediately called. They refused. I told you not to admit it so early, the agent said, sounding exasperated. Nyla frowned and ordered, no, we must negotiate with them. It took me great effort to gain so many followers. I'll try again, the agent sighed and hung up, feeling frustrated. Dealing with these issues late at night, he really couldn't take it anymore. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have agreed to work with this artist in the first place. Meanwhile, in another room, Kelly was also browsing the trending topics on Weibo, particularly when she saw Nyla admitting she was the streamer, which made her burst into laughter. Idiot. After exiting the live streaming room, Kelly received a private message from the official platform shortly after. Someone wanted to contact her, willing to pay 3 million for the identity behind the account. The other party explicitly stated that broadcasting under Nyla's identity would bring in more money and gifts from fans. Kelly replied with just 4 words, not interested. She never asked for any gifts during her broadcasts, clearly indicating the person hadn't watched her streams. Suddenly, an unknown number called. Kelly paused, then slid to answer. Hello, are you the metaphysics streamer on XX platform? I'm the person who wants to buy your identity linked to this account, said Nyla's agent. Since 3 million isn't enough for you, we can offer a higher price until you're satisfied. Kelly raised an eyebrow. Well, they sure are generous. Her sharp eyes flickered as she deliberately lowered her voice, take it or leave it price, 30 million, and I'll sell the live streaming account too. 30 million was the money Helena owed her. Recovering it from Nyla wasn't bad at all. What? Nyla's agent's pitch was very high, revealing disbelief. Are you asking 30 million for a mere live streaming account? Kelly chuckled coldly and promptly hung up. A few seconds later, the call came through again. She ignored it, only answering on the 3rd attempt. Sorry, I got a bit carried away earlier, Nyla's agent apologized humbly. But isn't 30 million too much for just a live streaming account? If you think it's too much, don't buy it, Kelly replied. There was a brief silence before the agent gritted his teeth and said, I'll buy it. I'll handle the transfer. Give me the account and password. Kelly acknowledged and waited. Meanwhile, in Nyla's room, there were sounds of things being thrown around, presumably in frustration. 30 million was a significant amount even for her. After confirming the transfer, Kelly sent over the account details. It didn't matter whether she had the account or not. What mattered was whether the person behind the account possessed genuine talent. Even if she sold this account, Kelly was confident she could start anew and the netizens would recognize her. She hadn't mentioned selling future broadcasting rights. After putting down her phone, Kelly went to freshen up, then lay down, falling asleep happily. That night, besides Gregor, Nyla couldn't sleep either, tormented by the loss of 30 million. The next day, after breakfast, Kelly picked up the trotter soup prepared by the maid for Todd and headed straight to Hassan's ward at the hospital. As for Todd, well, his hand did look no different from a pig's trotter, but he didn't need to drink the soup. Kelly hadn't noticed how she was gradually changing, she was becoming more like someone who experiences emotions. She pushed the door open and both people in the ward looked over. Standing beside Hassan was a tall, handsome man. Upon seeing Kelly, his eyes lit up. From what I saw on TV, I thought this face was already quite appealing, with the makings of a superstar. I didn't expect her to be even more beautiful in real life. TSK, you two have faces that can be considered the best in the entertainment industry. The man glanced at Kelly, then Hassan, speaking with great conviction. He stepped forward, extended his hand, and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Edison. From now on, I'll be your private manager for both you and actor Hope. Kelly nodded, about to shake his hand, when she suddenly heard Hassan cough twice. She quickly retracted her hand, carrying the soup to the bedside. What's wrong? Nothing, just felt a bit uncomfortable in my back a moment ago. I'm much better now, Hassan explained with a weak smile. Seeing his clear-cut demeanor of a male, green tea, Edison rolled his eyes. It's just a handshake, not anything else. Is his possessiveness really necessary? Kelly took the soup out of the thermal pot, saying, this soup was stewed by the nanny for Todd, with plenty of good ingredients inside. Drink it all. Hassan smiled brightly and nodded, okay. Knowing the soup originally belonged to Todd made it taste even more fragrant to him. Kelly sat on a stool beside the bed, and Edison also moved a stool over. I've heard Hassan explain your intentions. There's a suitable script recently, and I want to recommend it to you. I wonder if you're interested, he said. Edison pulled out his phone, ready to send the script, only to realize they didn't have each other's contact information. He glanced at Hassan and said to Kelly, let's add each other as friends first, so I can send you the script. This time, adding friends went smoothly without any interference. Edison successfully sent the script over. Kelly lowered her gaze and read it carefully, her eyes suddenly brightening. Chapter 115, Who Says Gods Can Only Wear White? The script tells the story of a great female protagonist, adapted from a novel. In the novel, the heroine is an oblivious goddess who steps into the mortal world to experience its myriad facets and eventually becomes a truly compassionate deity. The story and main plot are very rich, and it's clear from the script that this drama will be a huge hit. I'm very interested, Kelly said. Edison nodded. Great, then you'll go for the audition tomorrow. Kelly didn't quite understand all the details about the audition, so she just nodded and continued reading the script. Hassan frowned, so soon? Typically, actors should be given time to study their roles. Edison rolled his eyes impatiently. You know how popular Divine Crossing is, with its massive IP. Countless actresses are vying for the role, so we have to move fast. Before us, there were 20 to 30 actresses auditioning each day, but the director hasn't found the right one yet. The fans are also urging us on, so we must hurry. Hassan nodded worriedly, glancing at Kelly. Can you handle it? She lifted her head from the script, her eyes filled with confidence. I think I can. Perhaps Kelly couldn't do many other things, but portraying a deity was not a problem for her. After all, she herself was a steadfast goddess. You're very confident, and that's a good thing. I think you can do it too, Edison smiled. He had read Divine Crossing and had imagined the appearance of the female lead. Seeing Kelly, especially her indifferent expression, felt spot on. Too perfect. The next morning, Edison brought Kelly to the makeup room early. There were various outfits laid out, and makeup artists were waiting. Kelly's eyes scanned the clothes. I'll choose the Dunhuang style. The makeup artist immediately retrieved the Dunhuang style outfit, but Edison frowned. Today you're supposed to play a goddess. Shouldn't you choose white? I think the off-white one looks good, graceful, mysterious, and cool. Hearing this, the makeup artist started to put the dress back. This one, Kelly insisted seriously. Turning to Edison, she asked, who says gods must always wear white? Gods don't have human emotions, but they still have aesthetic tastes. Throughout history, white has been associated with mourning. A god wouldn't choose that. Kelly spoke with a hint of disdain. Edison listened, then looked at the white outfit again, suddenly finding it less appealing. You seem to know a lot about gods. You're really convincing. Let's go with the Dunhuang style, he laughed. Edison believed Kelly would surprise him, maybe even get the lead role today. His confidence in her grew. The makeup artist applied makeup according to the chosen attire, and the result was astonishing. Just standing there emotionlessly, Kelly looked like a heartless and detached goddess, untouched by the sufferings of the mortal world. Her complex facial makeup accentuated her mystic beauty perfectly. Edison was thoroughly impressed and couldn't help but clap. Amazing. The makeup artists murmured among themselves. In previous TV shows, the deities always seemed lacking something. Now I see, they lacked the right color coordination. Who says gods can only wear white? Kelly, I really want to follow her. Her face is flawless. Let's go. Edison glanced at his watch and led Kelly to the audition location. As they arrived and got out of the car, they saw many actresses in white dresses. Naturally, as actresses, they were all exceptionally beautiful. However, the uniformity of white made everything look monotonous. Kelly's appearance was like a stone thrown into a calm pond, catching everyone's attention. Whispers of mockery began. Tisk, Kelly wants this opportunity. Does she even deserve it? She doesn't. Just an actress who can only glare in youth idol dramas. Why does she even compete with us? Maybe she thinks her glaring is beautiful. Today she chose such a distinctive outfit to stand out. Edison watched anxiously, fearing her morale would be affected, but she passed by everyone expressionlessly, heading towards the registration area. Her mindset reminded him of Hassan. After registering, they waited. Kelly arrived neither too early nor too late, landing her in the middle. Nearby, Galanse spotted Kelly immediately upon entering, rolling her eyes. What's she doing here? She took out her phone and called Adrian via video call, rolling her eyes even more. Look at what she's wearing. Anyone who knows better would assume she's here for the goddess role, but those who don't might think she's auditioning for a brothel. Oh, Galingling, Tyra wanting to advance isn't a bad thing. We shouldn't crush her confidence like this, Adrian said. Galance rolled her eyes. Adrian, after all the bullying Kelly has done to you, you're still defending her? Scaredy cat, just wait and see how I'll avenge you. Galance and Adrian were well-known best friends in the industry, with an extremely close relationship. Putting away her phone, she stepped forward to get the form, but paused when passing by Kelly, turning to look at her assistant. That someone is really eye-catching, afraid no one would know what she's thinking. I bet she's here to find a sugar daddy rather than audition, Galance said sarcastically. The assistant nodded continuously beside her, while Edison's expression turned grim. He wanted to say something but saw Kelly calmly continuing to read the script, completely unaffected. Not wanting to disturb her focus, he ultimately chose to say nothing, just rolling his eyes. Finding it uninteresting, Galance turned and walked away with her assistant. Actresses went in one by one for auditions and came out with unsatisfied faces, creating a very tense atmosphere on the scene. At the audition room. Sigh, everyone looks the part, but none can give me that cold yet compassionate feeling. Ulrich rubbed his sore eyes, sighing. In his mind, a deity was absolutely indifferent, yet not entirely cold. Ulrich knew it was hard to find an actress who could portray this nuanced feeling, but he didn't want to give up. It was such a great script in his hands, and he wanted to do it justice. The producer next to him didn't understand what the director was thinking but felt a headache coming on. He had interviewed many actresses too, each had decent acting skills and looked pretty. Why couldn't the director be satisfied? Next, Kelly. The producer announced. As he said her name, a shadow crossed his vision. This actress probably wouldn't pass either. The door opened, and a splash of vibrant colors caught everyone's attention, providing a refreshing contrast to the endless white they had seen before. Ulrich first noticed the outfit, then the person. Kelly looked dignified, stepping onto the stage. She exuded a unique aura, causing the director's heart to leap. Audition the part where the heroine becomes a goddess, he instructed instinctively. Beside him, the producer took a sharp intake of breath. That scene was the most challenging, and the director actually asked Kelly to do it. Chapter 116, A Turn for the Better. Kelly quickly immersed herself in the character's emotions. At that moment, she seemed like a completely different person, vastly different from her usual self. As if she were a deity descending from the heavens, her expression of neither joy nor sorrow compelled others to bow before her. The rehearsal concluded, yet the director remained lost in her performance. It's over, a kind producer reminded him. Only then did the director snap out of it. He awkwardly coughed twice, then walked up to Kelly, clapping his hands in approval. Excellent, truly excellent. You acted as if you were really the character, with no trace of acting at all. It was absolutely perfect. He looked at Kelly with admiration. Thank you, Kelly bowed slightly to the director. Ulrich retracted his gaze and turned to the others. The lead female role is decided, it will be Kelly. No one dared to voice any objections to the director's decision. Well, you can go rest now. We'll call you ahead of time when filming begins, the director said gently. His demeanor was warm and composed, he was a lover of talent, and Kelly's performance was flawless, without a single flaw. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged surprised glances. But recalling how Kelly had performed during the audition, they felt this was the treatment she deserved. I understand, Joa, Kelly replied before leaving. Edison, standing nearby, was also deeply impressed by Kelly's acting. Just now, I even thought I saw an actual god. Your acting is too incredible. Kelly merely gave a faint smile, thank you. Galance watched her leave and couldn't help rolling her eyes. After Galance entered, the director glanced at the script and casually said, let's do the part where she goes mad for love. Startled, Galance immediately got into character and cried heart-wrenchingly, her voice hoarse. Throughout the performance, the director maintained a serious expression, unimpressed. The producer, however, thought it went well and stepped forward after the end. Not bad, thank you for your hard work. Pleased to be praised, Galance smiled broadly. Just as she thought she might get the lead role, the director shattered her hopes. You'll play the second female lead. Ulrich rubbed his temples and spoke coolly. Galance's expression changed drastically. Why the second lead, not the first? The lead female role has already been taken. Only the second role is left, the producer explained, seeing the director's silence. Who else could it be but Kelly? Who got the lead? Galance couldn't help asking. Kelly. Her acting is. The producer hadn't finished speaking when the director interrupted. If you don't want the second lead, that's fine too. There are plenty of people lined up for it, the director said sternly. This made Galance panic. She quickly forced a smile. I'll take it, of course. Please don't be angry, Joa. Wait for further notice. As Galance turned to leave, jealousy and disdain flickered in her eyes, her fists clenched tightly. Seeming to have a sudden thought, she smirked slightly, a calculating look in her eyes. She muttered, Kelly, not just anyone can be the lead actress. Watch out you don't trip yourself up. Just back home, Kelly sat on the sofa watching TV. Soon, her phone began vibrating non-stop. When she saw it was from Weibo, she ignored it and continued watching TV. After about 5 minutes of continuous vibrations, she finally picked up her phone and checked Weibo. Under her account were numerous hateful comments. What do you think you are? Trying to compete with Galansay for the lead role. No need to guess, it's clearly an industry rule. You got the lead only because of some underhanded dealings. Someone like her wouldn't deserve the lead. I agree. How else would she get it unless? Everyone knows Galansay's acting is top-notch. Too bad the lead isn't Galansay. If it were, this show might be huge. Reading these messages one by one, Kelly's face darkened. She checked Galansay's Weibo and found her posting that she would be the second lead, though saying nothing else. It was enough to stir up her fans. Edison called soon after. Need to handle the online sentiment? Don't worry, online heat comes and goes quickly, Kelly said as she put her phone aside, unable to resist a long sigh. This was how the entertainment industry worked. Any small stir could lead to such chaos. In a few days, when something new comes up, everyone might forget about this. Even if she explained now, it would only be making trouble for herself. Thinking of this, she continued watching TV, ignoring the content on her phone. At the same time, Nyla saw all the messages on Weibo and couldn't stop smiling. She called Galansay. Galansay, I saw your Weibo post. Did Kelly bully you? Galansay huffed. If one's virtue does not match their position, they will surely suffer. It won't be long before the director replaces Kelly as the lead. Then, the lead role will still be mine. Then I congratulate you in advance. May your new drama be a big success, Nyla laughed. While on the call, she kept browsing Weibo. Not satisfied with that, she opened several secondary accounts to comment on Kelly's Weibo. Soon, these secondary accounts gained many followers. When the producer learned of this, he immediately told the director, who was watching auditions. Ulrich frowned slightly. They had just finalized the roles, and things had already developed like this. You can check Weibo to see, the producer suggested. Ulrich picked up his phone from the table. Many people had left comments on his Weibo, either urging him to replace the lead actress or insinuating an unusual relationship between him and Kelly. Seeing this, the director's face darkened instantly. What nonsense were they talking about? Now what? If we keep facing opposition against the lead actress, it might get worse when the show airs, the producer frowned deeply, looking like a twisted rope. Those auditioning just now didn't know whether to continue or wait for them to finish dealing with the matter at hand. A spark of inspiration flashed through the director's mind. The part where Kelly auditioned should have been recorded. Let's find it and post it online. The situation will definitely turn around. Recalling Kelly's audition, the producer nodded hastily. He clipped the segment and posted it on the director's Weibo with the caption, "All roles are chosen fairly and openly. Please stop spreading unfounded rumors." When everyone saw Kelly's audition scene, they were all convinced. Especially the loyal fans of the original novel. After watching the video, they felt that Kelly was indeed the perfect fit for the lead role. They began defending Kelly and criticizing Galansay, leaving only Galansay's foolish fans still supporting her. Chapter 117, Conspiracy. The next day, Galansay was woken up early by a call from her agent. What's with the early call? Don't you know I'm sleeping for beauty rest? Galansay answered the call displeasingly, frowning as she spoke. The agent dared not say much and only reminded her to check Weibo quickly. Galansay thought Kelly had been criticized even more severely, so she hurriedly opened Weibo. She saw that all the comments under her posts were from fans of the original work, and her face turned dark immediately. What's going on? You can't eat the grapes and say they are sour. Aren't you targeting Kelly because you didn't get the lead role? With an actress like you aiming for the lead role, take a good look at Kelly's audition clips and learn. Kelly is truly a goddess, she's too beautiful. That's right. Those fools who started rumors made us misunderstand Kelly. Fortunately, the director released the original video, otherwise how wronged Kelly would have been. Do you really think we fans of the original work don't exist? A bunch of stupid fans, just what kind of garbage are they following? How lowbrow. Galansay did not continue scrolling down, the veins on her forehead were visibly throbbing. What was happening? Why would the director help Kelly? That shouldn't be the case. Normally, directors would replace the person when facing such a situation. What means did Kelly use to make the director speak up for her? Galansay frowned deeply and called the director without hesitation. Hello, Joa. It's me, Galansay. What's up? Came the groggy voice of the director from the other end. I heard before that the audition footage wasn't supposed to leak out. Why did you post Kelly's audition online? Galansay couldn't afford to offend him too much, so she suppressed her anger and asked gently. Ulrich paused briefly. There were negative comments about Kelly online, which could affect filming. Naturally, it needed to be proven that the audition was fair. Instantly, several black lines appeared on Galansay's forehead. She didn't believe the director was being so kind and suspected there must be another reason. Recalling Adrian, Galansay suddenly had an idea. If you don't explain clearly, do you think I can't make the Flynn family stop funding your project? Ulrich knew of Galansay's connection with Adrian and that she had this ability. But he laughed derisively. Soon after Kelly's audition, the Flynn family called me and invested another sum. What? Galansay was stunned. Before she could ask more, the call went dead with a series of dial tones. She angrily threw her phone to the ground. She was so angry that her chest heaved violently. After sitting on the bed for a while, she finally called Adrian. She picked up the broken but still functioning phone and called Adrian immediately. Why did the Flynn family invest again in the production after Kelly's audition? Is this your doing? Galansay accused angrily. For a moment, Adrian felt her ears might go deaf from the shouting. She slightly frowned. What are you talking about? I didn't know the Flynn family invested more. I was going to ask you why. Why are you questioning me instead? Hearing her tone, Galansay knew she wasn't aware of it either. However, the sudden turn of events was highly disadvantageous for her. It might be because that old man kept Kelly as a mistress and then used the Flynn family's name to invest money into the production. Adrian calmly analyzed after a long silence. The shameless Kelly is so annoying, always opposing me. Galansay cursed loudly in anger. On the other end, Adrian immediately covered her ears and placed the phone on the bedside table. About 5 minutes later, she picked up the phone again. If only there was a way to bring Kelly down. Possibly because she had been ranting for too long, Galansay's tone softened, and she sighed. Now most of the original fans had become fans of Kelly. It's impossible to bring her down through the internet, Adrian said, sitting up in bed with a calculating glint in her clear eyes. Just thinking about Kelly surpassing her status made Galansay throw a pillow on the floor in anger. What should we do? Can't we just let Kelly's popularity grow uncontrollably? Once she becomes even more powerful, it might be impossible to trip her up. By the way, when does your drama start filming? I heard previously someone got a huge scandal during filming and was subsequently blacklisted from the entertainment industry. You should be careful. Adrian warned kindly. I know, what could happen to me? Galansay responded impatiently. She suddenly realized, right, I can do something to sabotage Kelly while she's filming. Even if she has 10 mouths, she won't be able to explain herself. What are you talking about? Adrian pretended not to understand. Nothing. With that, Galansay immediately hung up the phone. Thinking of how the rumors on the internet had been cleared by the director yesterday, Kelly had Edison send her to the hospital. In the ward, Hassan was holding his phone, watching Kelly's audition clips repeatedly. He was so engrossed that he didn't even notice her walking up to him. Kelly, curious about what he was watching, leaned closer. Is it that interesting? The familiar voice startled Hassan. He turned his head and saw Kelly right there. Their eyes met, and in that moment, it felt like they were the only two people in the world. After staring for a while, Hassan said with affectionate eyes, "It's very beautiful." It wasn't clear if he was complimenting the audition clips or Kelly herself. Kelly blushed immediately. She sat down next to the bed. Really? Don't take the troll's comments seriously. I believe in you. You must have been chosen because of your excellent acting, Hassan couldn't help but say, even though these words were a bit late. I know. Kelly lowered her head, her eyelids drooping, a faint smile on her face. She picked up an apple from the table. Are you feeling better? A lot better. I should be discharged in no time. Seeing her with a fruit knife, Hassan worried, why don't I do it? It wouldn't be good if you accidentally hurt yourself. You're the patient now, I can handle it, Kelly smiled. A playful beam of sunlight shone through the window, landing precisely on Kelly and Hassan, making the atmosphere around them increasingly warm and intimate. Edison, watching their lovey-dovey behavior, felt like his teeth would rot from all the sweetness, so he tactfully left the ward. Chapter 118 Clarification. Kelly fed the peeled apple to Hassan, being extremely gentle and cautious. Hassan couldn't help teasing, if someone who doesn't know us sees you feeding me like this, they might think I can't take care of myself. It would indeed be troublesome if paparazzi snapped some photos. Kelly immediately put down the fruit knife and handed the apple to Hassan. Oh right, then you should eat by yourself. Relax. No one knows I'm here, let alone the paparazzi. Hassan didn't take it, enjoying the way Kelly was feeding him. By the way, how is your live streaming account now? Hassan suddenly remembered that not only did Galansay attack Kelly, but also Nyla played her part. Unfortunately, from the surface, it seemed Galansay had orchestrated everything alone, while Nyla needed only to post a cursory apology on Weibo to let it slide. When the topic of the account came up, Kelly couldn't help but sneer. Nyla spent 30 million to buy the account because it had interactions with Hassan. Even without further interactions, as long as Nyla did not clarify her relationship with Hassan, many people would keep speculating. As for whether there actually was any relationship, few really cared. Nyla may seem smart, but she's as stupid as a pig, seeing only the surface benefits without realizing what will happen if things go wrong, Kelly remarked sarcastically. Hassan smiled, reaching out to pat Kelly's head. Of course no one is as clever as my Kelly. He emphasized my as he spoke. A faint blush spread across Kelly's ears, and she remained silent. Now we just need to add a little fuel, and Nyla will pay for what she has done, Hassan said with a raised eyebrow. What are you planning? Kelly looked at him in confusion. Hassan opened Weibo and quickly typed a message before hitting send. I just saw someone mention me in the live stream. Let me clarify again, I have no relationship with this person. Please don't be deceived. The moment these words were posted, the live stream audience erupted in discussion. Seeing this, Kelly couldn't help laughing. That live stream account probably won't last much longer now. Did you have breakfast before coming over? Why don't we go get something to eat? Hassan put down his phone, looking straight at Kelly. I'll ask Fitzroy to bring some over. Kelly turned around but didn't see Fitzroy anywhere. Confused, she asked, and Hassan explained. Maybe he felt he was spoiling the mood, so he left on his own. Speechless, Kelly immediately called Fitzroy. Fitzroy had been playing with his phone in the car and answered the call instantly. What do you need? Where are you now? In the car. Go buy some breakfast and bring it over. Don't forget yours too. Got it, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Fitzroy got out of the car, muttering under his breath, indeed, Kelly is the best celebrity, so considerate, unlike some others, tisk. After dealing with Galansay, Nyla finished freshening up and started her live stream. Hello everyone, nice to see you again. She smiled and interacted with her fans. Suddenly, someone in the chat said, everyone check Hassan's Weibo, big news. Nyla wanted to look too, but she was live streaming. Soon, a large number of fans flooded into the live stream, commenting that Nyla was spreading rumors and deceiving them. Not knowing what had happened, Nyla was dumbfounded. Guys, what are you talking about? I didn't spread any rumors. Nyla tried to calm down despite her rising anger and replied softly. But the insults continued, leaving her no choice but to use another phone to ask her manager to find out what was happening. She had to politely explain sentence by sentence to the live stream audience. Unfortunately, the fans weren't buying it. No one paid attention to her explanations. Some even spent hundreds of thousands to get on voice calls to berate her directly. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Nyla abruptly ended the live stream and turned to her manager, shouting angrily, "What's going on? Why are they all insulting me in the live stream? Did you find out yet? I'm..." The agent's hand holding the phone was trembling, her head lowered as she stammered. "Every time I ask you to do something, you dawdle. Can you be a little more efficient? What good are you if you can't even do this?" Nyla frowned irritably, her gentle demeanor from the live stream gone. The agent kept her head down, not daring to argue back. When she found out that it was related to Hassan, she immediately presented her phone with both hands to Nyla. Seeing this, Nyla paused for a moment before picking up the phone and reading the message on the screen. Her face darkened instantly. What? Jeff issued a clarification? What exactly happened? Didn't you say earlier that this account had a lot of interactions with Jeff? The agent didn't know much about it either. She lowered her head, trying to explain when Nyla threw the phone at her. Fuck, I asked you to find an account like this? And you let me spend 30 million. Terrified, the agent dared not dodge. Watching the smashed phone, she clenched her fists, not even daring to pick it up. What's wrong with you? Making mistakes is one thing, but this time it's 30 million. 30 million, which you could never earn in your entire life. Losing 30 million so easily made Nyla's face turn green with anger. She slapped the agent across the face. You're nothing but trash. You can't do anything right. What use are you? As she beat the agent, she cursed relentlessly, every word unbearable. The agent kept her head down, only repeating, I'm sorry, Flynn, I didn't mean to. Nyla clearly wanted this account, yet now she blamed everything on her. This always happened. Clenching her fists, the agent recalled how Nyla always insulted and demeaned her, treating her worse than a dog. But in such situations, what else could she do but endure it? Thinking this, she slowly loosened her grip. Chapter 119, features in disarray, heart without a clue. Unleashing all her anger on her agent, Adrian's mood finally eased slightly. She rolled her eyes and was ready to continue observing netizens' reactions towards the attention-grabbing incident but remembered that her phone had already been smashed to pieces. With this thought, the barely soothed fury inside Adrian flared up once again. Kicking the cowering agent who looked like a quail, she grumbled, Are you shrinking here like a block of wood? Worthless fool. Haven't you rushed off yet to replace my phone? Okay, I know. The agent hastily got up, picked up the shattered phone from the floor, and rushed away to get it replaced. However, as soon as she was out of Adrian's sight, she could no longer conceal her rage and breakdown. Other agents would act professionally and decisively in front of actors, but only she would be treated like a grandchild. But since Adrian was the daughter of the head of the Flynn family, the agent did not dare to appeal for justice. When would such days end? The filming of Divine Passage officially began. Kelly packed her luggage amidst the reluctance of her parents and headed to the film set for 4 months of shooting. The official Weibo account of the production crew released news of the commencement of filming. Fans and readers of the original novel were both delighted and worried. Tyra is entering the crew, woo woo woo. Her face never fails to captivate me. All I can say is, I hope Kelly doesn't falter. She just needs to maintain the level of acting she displayed during the auditions. She definitely won't falter. Just by standing there, she resembles my ideal protagonist. But I somehow feel a little concerned. Although she portrayed the heroine's aloofness and kindness after becoming a deity, can she also convey the warmth before her deification? Netizens ultimately believed that they could only leave it up to fate, hoping Kelly's acting will remain consistently excellent. Their requirement for her, don't have an emotionless face and avoid overly dramatic expressions. This was the first time fans and book fans alike had lowered their standards so much. Yet Kelly wouldn't act as they suggested, she'd only surpass expectations. Inspired by the colorful costumes she wore that day, the director pretended to abandon the previous somber style and chose colorful yet elegant costumes inspired by Dunhuang art. The outcome was indeed stunning. Kelly, currently clad in turquoise attire with matching accessories, exuded a clear and tranquil grace. Her cold, water-like eyes gazed down, and when they landed on the crippled rabbit lying on the ground, her eyes filled with compassion. "Poor little rabbit," Kelly said softly. Even her voice was softer than usual, causing everyone's hearts to tremble as they involuntarily focused on her. Beside Kelly stood Galansay, playing the second female lead, dressed in lively and mischievous clothing. She exclaimed and skipped over to crouch in front of the rabbit. Galansay lifted the rabbit by its ears, her round eyes gleaming as she swallowed saliva. Such a fat rabbit, it would definitely taste great roasted. After saying this, she touched her mouth as if wiping away imaginary drool. Her actions were clearly meant to showcase her character's mischief, but behind the monitor, the director frowned, feeling an inexplicable chill. "Impossible," Kelly frowned, gently taking the rabbit into her arms. The rabbit seemed to sense who genuinely cared for it and nuzzled against her hand affectionately. A smile graced Kelly's lips as she explained, "This rabbit has undergone cultivation. In another 300 years, it can transform into a human. We cannot kill it." Hearing this, Galansay sighed disappointedly and returned to the group, somewhat disgruntled. Watching Kelly tend to the rabbit's wounds, her eyes turned envious, seemingly annoyed at not being able to enjoy the meat. The more the director observed, the more uneasy he felt, his brows furrowing deeply. It wasn't Kelly's fault, it was Galansay's. She was supposed to play a lively, innocent, yet adorable young girl, yet her performance came off as unruly and disrespectful, like an overly dressed, acting young grandma. Cut. Ulrich couldn't bear it any longer. Galansay snapped out of character right after the scene, crossing her arms and glaring coldly at Kelly, openly expressing her dislike. Seeing Kelly still stroking the rabbit in her arms, Galansay rolled her eyes and muttered, putting on airs again, wanting to establish a virtuous image, huh? Ignoring her completely, Kelly continued. Ulrich strode over quickly, script in hand. He told Galansay, "Look at the character description here, lively, innocent, yet cute little sister. Why didn't I see those traits in your performance? All I saw was a mess of features." Upon hearing this, Galansay stared in disbelief. "Joa? Did you get the wrong person?" She was renowned for her solid acting skills, praised by fans for her performances, yet now the director deemed her features disorganized. "No." Ulrich frowned and rubbed his temples, gesturing towards Kelly. "Look at her. Even after the scene, she doesn't forget to bond with small animals. Can't you do more homework?" Ulrich kept on incessantly, berating and instructing at the same time, but Galansay couldn't care less about his words. She thought the director was just siding with Kelly, openly bullying her. "My acting is fine, and I have my own style. I don't need anyone else to teach me. If you really want to teach, direct your saliva elsewhere." "I'm very satisfied with myself," Galansay said arrogantly, her chin held high. Ulrich was speechless with anger, even rolling his eyes, unable to fathom what she was thinking. Was her head filled with nothing but dung? "Our show has very high standards, Galansay. If you can't act properly, then get out," the director snapped, unable to hold back any longer. "Who says I can't act?" Galansay replied coldly. A strange standoff formed between the two, and in the end, the director backed down. He thought of the Flynn family's investments, although he didn't understand why they increased after Kelly became the lead actress. But, since Galansay and Adrian were close, what if they withdrew their investment? "Continue shooting," the director said coldly. By reminding Galansay, he only meant well for her. After all, when the drama aired, if all the other actors performed well while only she was awkwardly bad, wouldn't she be criticized? But since she wasn't grateful, he didn't feel like saying more and let it be. The lead actress was the most important in this drama, and while the second female lead had a lot of screen time, she wasn't as crucial. Shooting continued, and Galansay still gave exaggerated performances with her features all over the place. Ulrich simply turned a blind eye to it, immediately calling cut whenever Kelly's performance was fine. Galansay felt quite proud of herself, believing she had defended fairness. Unbeknownst to her, even the crew members wished they could gouge out their own eyes. How did she become known as a solid performer with this kind of acting? It could only be that nowadays, agencies were really good at marketing, something the netizens couldn't compete with. The shooting schedule was tight, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yet, the progress of the entire crew was less than 1/5 complete, all because the director's standards were too high. Except for Kelly and Galansay, almost everyone needed several takes to get through a scene. Ulrich was so meticulous that even expressions had to be perfect. Chapter 120, Kelly's Workplace Bullying. During the filming period, Galansay frequently posted on Weibo, with photos showing her drenched in sweat, often posting at midnight. Her professional image was shaped perfectly by her fans, and she was very satisfied with that. However, every time someone would ask about Kelly under her Weibo posts, curious about her progress and appearance, Galansay rolled her eyes when she saw this. She wanted to delete the comments but didn't dare to, fearing netizens might discover their discord. Nowadays, netizens were very astute, any clue would lead them to dig deeper. Of course, Galansay wanted the netizens to know about the discord between her and Kelly, so that fans would attack each other. But, it couldn't be seen through her actions. She wasn't needed for this scene, so she waited on the side. Her agent hurried over. Adrian has come to visit. Turning off her phone, Galansay's eyes lit up, and she quickly got up. Adrian stood not far away, her eyes intently watching Kelly filming, filled with anger and jealousy. Damn, she still got involved in a regular script. Since childhood, Kelly had always shown great acting talent. As a child star, many veteran actors praised her as a born actress. Even the audience said that this girl was full of vitality, and her future achievements would be extraordinary. When Adrian debuted in her first drama, she was ridiculed by netizens, turned into various expression packages. Since then, Kelly, under Helena's arrangement, never acted in normal plays. She played brain-dead, innocent sweethearts or malicious supporting actresses in TV dramas, drawing enough disdain from the audience. And Adrian, as a little flower around the same age as Kelly, was constantly compared with Kelly. The opponents were too weak, naturally everyone praised her. Xiao Hopi, what are you looking at? Galansay approached with a smile. Retracting her gaze, Adrian quickly adjusted her mood, putting on a gentle and pleasant smile. I'm watching Kelly. I didn't expect her acting to be so good, completely different from before, she said. Galansay rolled her eyes upon hearing this. In recent days on set, she had already heard countless times. She's just average. Anyway, she loves to put on airs and build such an image, she replied. Upon hearing this, Adrian's eyes flashed with a strange light, pretending to sigh, but her performance is so good, what will you do? After the TV series airs, she'll definitely win more people's love. Maybe even your fans will like her because of her acting. Galansay's originally decent expression darkened slowly as she clenched her fists at her sides. It would be nice if something unexpected happened to make Kelly leave this crew, Adrian suggested at the right moment. After saying that, she shook her head, with Hassan backing her now, even if there's some dirt, it would have to be suppressed unless she bursts out with bullying actor scandals. Feeling the more she talked, the brighter Galansay's eyes became. Adrian felt full of sarcasm inside. Stupid fool, really believing it. Don't worry, Kelly won't last long in this crew, Galansay said with an eerie smile. Adrian pretended to agree, hope so. Looking at Kelly who performed brilliantly, her smile widened. Galansay called over her assistant and whispered something in her ear. The assistant looked slightly surprised but nodded and hurriedly went ahead. Adrian's eyes flickered, feeling amazed and excited. It was moving so fast. Wait here in the crew, I have a good show for you, Galansay smiled. Hearing this, Adrian was incredibly excited but pretended to nod uncertainly. Galansay went on stage, playing an opposing role against Kelly. They argued fiercely over trivial matters and eventually came to blows. On the high platform. They exchanged punches, their movements flawless, which made the director nod approvingly. Although he looked down on Galansay's erratic facial expressions in acting, this scene was pretty good. The anger and contempt in her eyes were well portrayed. Suddenly, Galansay let out a startled cry as Kelly's hand hit her shoulder, causing her entire body to lean backward rapidly. All the crew members and the director sucked in their breaths. Only Adrian smiled briefly, but immediately turned worried again. Under everyone's gaze, Galansay retreated continuously after being slapped by Kelly, finally falling off the high platform. Even though there was a cushion below, falling from such a height still caused her immense pain, making her faint on the spot. Adrian hurriedly rushed over, shouting to the stunned crew members, "Call 911 quickly." Everyone on site was in chaos. Kelly frowned, looking down at Galansay, then at her own hand. She clearly hadn't used much force while filming. If she had really used force, she would have been sent flying. How could she have fallen off the high platform like this? Although Kelly had watched palace dramas before, she still didn't realize someone was playing tricks on her. The ambulance arrived hastily at the film set and took away the unconscious Galansay. Given such a significant incident, it was impossible to continue filming, so the director could only let everyone rest for a day temporarily. Adrian took a photo inside the ambulance and angrily posted on Weibo, with words insinuating that Galansay had been bullied. Her fans, seeing her lying there lifelessly, were furious. What is Kelly even? Why did she bully Galansay? I'm going to break down. Galansay is Moxie we pamper in our hearts. Does Kelly want to die? This trash should roll out of the entertainment industry. Having such people in the entertainment industry is like having a bad apple. Kelly, you have betrayed our expectations. Fellow netizens, let's observe first. It might not be as it seems. Some netizens, due to Kelly's face and the good deeds she did during this period, had a very good impression of her and did not believe she would bully anyone. However, the next video leaked from the film set slapped all their faces. In the video, Galansay was clearly slapped off the high platform, showing how much force was used in that slap. Her bewildered and painful expression when being slapped down made the netizens immensely heartbroken. Even passers-by couldn't help but go to Kelly's Weibo and leave hateful comments. How can you engage in workplace bullying? With such a beautiful face, are you not human? Do you want this face or not? I'm part of the Brookjing CP, but I never expected the one I supported to be like this. There's no whitewashing this time. I really feel heartbroken for Galansay. Falling from such a height and directly fainting, it must hurt a lot. Kelly, you've gone too far. The crew's Weibo also saw unrest. Everyone demanded to change the leading actress, causing the director to be overwhelmed by the comments. He had barely found a suitable leading lady, how could he replace her? But the netizens' insults were too dirty. Because he didn't reply to the private messages, many netizens called him names. Chapter 121, Kelly and the Strong Man. Some netizens even went so far as to directly voice their opinions, saying that the director must have slept with Kelly for such a big incident to occur without any comment from him. Obviously, he wanted to protect her. Ulrich gathered all the screenwriters and relevant crew members for a talk. The screenwriter of this drama is also its author, Taryn. I think Kelly is exactly the lead female character I imagined. No matter who replaces her, it can't be anyone else, Taryn said sternly. Ulrich also nodded. My impression of Kelly has always been that she doesn't like to talk much, but she will take her role seriously and responsibly when it's needed. Although her personality is cold, she is polite to people. In other words, it was impossible for her to engage in workplace bullying. Those dirty tricks among female celebrities are known to everyone within the circle. Considering Galinsey's dominance during this period, the director felt that Kelly was more likely to have been framed. Then, why don't we post a Weibo to support her, the assistant director suggested timidly. He didn't dare say that after interacting with her over this period, he had become a fan of Kelly. She was not only beautiful and polite but also an excellent actress. During the filming, he hadn't seen her doing anything inappropriate with others. Such a good celebrity, who wouldn't like her? Okay, then I'll post it on the production team's official Weibo account, the director nodded. He dared to do this and disregard the Flynn family because in recent days, after hinting around, the Flynn family had clearly indicated that the investment was not due to Adrian. However, once the production team's Weibo post supporting Kelly was released, netizens immediately exploded. Isn't it that capital is so powerful now? There must be someone backing Kelly. No wonder she looks more likable recently. It turns out there's someone operating behind the scenes. Is it some wealthy patron? Kelly, she has become the biggest tumor in the entertainment industry overnight. This sister has quite a network, even convincing the director who is famously unyielding. Looking at the comments from netizens, the corners of the director's mouth twitched. He really wanted to open the heads of these netizens to see what was inside. Was it possible that he sincerely wanted to support Kelly? Of course, this sentence would never be posted online. Ulrich could only complain in his heart. Not good, Galinsey has posted on Weibo confirming Kelly's workplace bullying, the assistant director suddenly exclaimed in shock. Galinsey posted many things on Weibo, which combined into one message: she was treated unequally in the crew. Paired with her frail appearance wearing a hospital gown, this statement was highly credible. Her fans said they were heartbroken. How could outsiders treat the person they cherished so badly? It was outrageous. Thus, even more comments flooded in, plunging Kelly's reputation into the depths. Now what? The director murmured. He really didn't want to give up this talent, and Taryn remained silent with a cold face. She hated it so much that she gritted her teeth. How could Galinsey, whose facial features were all over the place, still dare to talk about unequal treatment in the crew? Or we let Kelly rest at home first and deal with the rest after the storm passes, the director asked tentatively. Every day of rest meant spending money, so they could only advance the supporting characters' roles first. To not give up on Kelly, this was the best solution, and it could also see if there was any turnaround. Fine, let's do it, Taryn said listlessly. So, the biggest director and the screenwriter of the production team found Kelly together, expressing their belief in her but stating that they had no choice but to ask her to rest at home. The two feared they might not express themselves clearly, causing her to accept other plays during that rest period. Thank you for believing in me. I have a way to prove my innocence, Kelly said. Ulrich and Taryn exchanged glances and asked in unison, what method? Do you want to see? Kelly asked. They nodded, unaware of how much they would regret it shortly. Kelly's expression remained icy as she turned to look at a table placed to one side, politely asking, is this table still useful? Ulrich scratched his head, not understanding the meaning. It could be useless. Upon hearing this, Kelly was momentarily stunned, marveling at the vastness of language before quickly noting it down in her mind. Then, she sank her breath into her dantian and used her hand as a knife to chop at the table. With a loud noise, the table was directly broken in half. Kelly took a deep breath and slowly withdrew her hand. Joa. Taryn. Silence, a long silence. What's wrong? Kelly looked at them, puzzled. This, I. The director struggled to find the right words but ultimately said nothing. He had a headache, a real headache. Why don't we see if there are other options first? If nothing works, then we resort to this move? Taryn suggested tentatively. Kelly didn't understand what they meant, but she nodded. Okay, then I'll go change clothes and head home. She turned away, the flutter of her clothes carrying a chilliness that was too beautiful to breathe. But thinking about what they had just witnessed, both the director and Taryn felt something had shattered. What shattered were their deeply held beliefs. Goodness, who can now tell the difference between Kelly and a strong man? Taryn murmured. Her eyes were filled with fear. Absolutely, they couldn't let the audience find out about Kelly's current appearance. She had to quickly find evidence. Ulrich obviously thought the same way. The two hurriedly walked away. Kelly knew nothing of this and returned home safely. Just as she entered her home, she saw Todd looking at her with mocking eyes and a disdainful expression. He tut-tutted several times. Oh? Our leading actress is back. Weren't you supposed to be shooting for several months? Why did you come back so quickly? Did you finish filming already? Todd's tone was casual and he looked like he was waiting to see what would happen. Adrian smiled but said disapprovingly, "Third brother, don't talk nonsense, or else Sister Tyra might get angry." "Oh, what if she does get angry? Will she push me down the stairs again?" Todd said disdainfully. He rolled his eyes, speaking sarcastically, "Why do you like pushing people so much?" Kelly kept a cold face, pretending not to see the two of them, and directly carried her luggage upstairs. In the evening, when Alla and Isabeline heard that their daughter was back, they hurried home without delay, as they had been traveling in another province. At the dinner table, the couple looked at Kelly with concern, constantly putting food on her plate, trying to soothe her sadness with meals. Both knew that their daughter could never have intentionally pushed someone. "Tyra, your father's company will investigate for you, and surely it will clear your name," Isabeline said confidently. Alla nodded fiercely upon hearing this. "Yes, the company will look into it. You rest assured and stay at home for now." Feeling the deep concern from both parents, Kelly nodded. She was just about to explain that the production crew had not fired her when the door suddenly opened. Standing at the door was Adonis, wind-worn from a trip abroad handling company matters. Adrian lit up, put down her chopsticks, and ran to the door, taking over Adonis's luggage with a smile. "Brother, you're back," she exclaimed. Adonis's icy demeanor softened as he reached out to ruffle his sister's hair. "Yeah." Chapter 122, Trust Outsiders but Not Me? Adonis's eagle-like sharp eyes lifted, coldly watching Kelly as he asked accusatorily. "I need an explanation for the recent trending incidents." Upon hearing this, Kelly paused her motion of picking up food and put down her chopsticks with a blank expression. "It was Galense who framed me." Adrian bit her lip and cautiously said, "But, Galengling is still in the hospital. Would she have to frame you to this extent?" After speaking, she hurriedly blushed and explained, "Sorry Kelly, I didn't mean to make everyone misunderstand you, but Galengling is my friend, I cannot watch her be defamed." Adonis's face grew darker, filled with anger over someone not being as tough as iron should be. The atmosphere gradually became tense. "Stop asking questions about this and that immediately after coming home, let's start eating first." Tinsley hurriedly called out to her son. However, it seemed like Adonis did not hear her words. He remained standing there, his cold gaze on Kelly, looking very disappointed. Adrian's eyes gleamed with the joy of a good show, the corners of her lips involuntarily curved upward slightly. Being stared at, Kelly put down her chopsticks, feeling vexed. "What do you mean?" "You must publicly apologize online and express your regret to Galense. As members of the Flynn family, we must be clear and upright," Adonis emphasized. He knew this would ruin Kelly's career, yet he still said it. "Clear and upright?" Kelly crossed her arms, sneering. The heavy anger in her tone made Adonis even more displeased. "You believe outsiders more than me?" Kelly asked coldly. Hearing her tone, both Flynn's father and mother looked at Adonis unhappily, wishing they could kick him out of the house directly. Having come home so seldom, yet insisted on focusing on these non-existent matters. But their gazes only made Adonis more certain that Kelly wasn't innocent. It's not that he was looking down on her, people suddenly enriched from poverty couldn't quite grasp their own boundaries. This matter had to be dealt with, otherwise, if she got into trouble with the wrong people in the future, would they have to clean up the mess? Adonis was a businessman and saw things comprehensively. So he nodded decisively, "Yes, I don't trust you." These words instantly froze the atmosphere. At the corner of his mouth, Todd smirked, reveling in their misery. Who made Kelly so arrogant all the time? She's getting what she deserves now. "Brother, she even pushed me down the stairs, and I just got out of the hospital after recovering," Todd added. Adonis pursed his lips, acknowledging with a hum. "Fine." Kelly stood up, walking upstairs without any lingering, ignoring these idiots. Pity the delicious meal on the table. Kelly once again questioned in her heart why the Flynn family liked to create such issues at the dining table. Could they not finish eating first? "Brother, Tyra is upset, you should go apologize to her." "When she's upset, it's really scary," Adrian said carefully. Her eyes flickered, shoulders shrinking as she pretended to look scared at Kelly walking upstairs. This behavior clearly indicated she was heavily influenced. "Back when I wasn't here, she acted lawlessly in this house, but now I'm back, family values must be upheld," Adonis said solemnly. Watching Kelly's back, he felt increasingly unhappy. She doesn't seem like a Flynn family member at all, indeed, she was raised outside. In contrast, Galantal Snow has always been so understanding and kind, never causing trouble. "You're finally using your mouth," Tinsley rolled her eyes, loudly placing the bowl on the table and standing up to leave. Flynn's father's face also didn't look good. He coldly snorted and clenched his teeth. "Adonis, I'm not dead yet, am I? Who gave you the authority to take control of this family?" Then he followed Tinsley's footsteps. Look at your messed up genes, what did you produce? Tinsley grumbled, while Flynn's father agreed, nodding humbly. Behind them, Adonis fell silent completely. From childhood until now, whenever parents mentioned him, they praised and felt assured. Now he merely said something against Kelly and became the sinner in their mouths. Our parents are truly biased without limit, Todd pouted, annoyed. Oh, Tyra wandered outside for so many years before being found. It's understandable for them to be a little biased, Adrian commented. Adonis came to his senses, a gentle smile on his face, entirely different from how he faced Kelly. Still, Xiao Hopi is so sensible. No wonder you're my sister I've seen grow up from childhood, he smiled. Adrian blushed shyly, lowering her head without saying a word. Upstairs. Returning to her room, Kelly immediately locked the door from the inside, so even if Flynn's parents wanted to comfort her, they had no way in. When children grow up, they need their private space. They couldn't force open the door, right? Helpless, the two elders returned to their own room, beginning another round of cursing Adonis. While lying on the bed, Kelly pondered whether to issue a statement, coordinating with Fitzroy and the film crew. For now, she waited for their clarification. If they couldn't handle it, then she would step in. Thinking of Adonis's look of disgust just now, Kelly felt waves of discomfort in her heart, as if a mist had clouded her vision. These emotions were from the original owner. Kelly pressed her hand against her chest and took deep breaths to calm down, her gaze extremely sharp as she muttered, "What's there to cry about? Those who don't cherish you, ignore them directly. There are so many people in this world who love you, who wait for you, why should you care about this tiny speck of dust?" As she spoke these words, the emotions belonging to the original owner gradually subsided until they vanished. Though revered for so many years without experiencing true emotions, Kelly had observed and gradually understood. All emotions are illusions. What one should do most is treat oneself well and not worry about outside voices. If it were the original owner facing the online backlash, she would have probably broken down long ago. After a bout of overthinking, Kelly's mind became increasingly foggy. She yawned widely, then washed up, changed into pajamas, and closed her eyes to sink into a deep sleep. She hadn't slept for a few hours when a growl from her stomach signaled protest from her 5 viscera. Tonight, she had barely eaten at the dining table before leaving, and now her stomach was very uncomfortable. Tossing and turning, she finally sat up abruptly, deeply sighing while rubbing her belly. Being human is troublesome, you must eat a lot to maintain bodily functions, she mumbled. It wasn't because she was craving food, but simply because she wanted to eat. Her phone screen suddenly lit up, revealing the name Hassan. She raised an eyebrow, opened the message, and upon seeing his WeChat, her eyes lit up, and she immediately replied with an okay. Kelly casually threw on some clothes over her pajamas, slipped on pants, let her hair hang loose, and left, trying to avoid disturbing the Flynn family by sneaking out. What she didn't expect was that Adonis was still downstairs, holding a laptop, apparently working. "So late, where are you going?" he frowned, asking. Kelly rolled her eyes and chose to remain silent. Why bother with him? Was it necessary? Adonis pursed his lips, watching her stride away proudly and defiantly, clearly intending to provoke him. What kind of rules are these, daring to go out so late at night? He grumbled in irritation. Chapter 123, Drunk in One Sip. Kelly hailed a taxi, and before long, she arrived at the location Hassan had sent, Zhang's sister's night market stall. In the dead of night, only here was bustling with human voices. The aroma of grilled meat skewers bloomed extravagantly in the air, inviting temptation. Smelling the scent, Kelly's eyes drifted to the meat skewers, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. How could it be so fragrant? At this moment, she still didn't know what the charm of junk food was. Hassan waved his hand, "Here." He stood not far from the signboard of the night market stall. Kelly trotted over, her clear eyes brimming with naive eagerness. It was only when faced with food that she would have such an expression. "Where are we? Are we going to eat those meat skewers?" Kelly asked, swallowing her saliva again. It wasn't her fault for being so unsophisticated. Because the original host had been a child star since young, Helena was extremely strict with her daily diet. If vegetarian options were available, she would never eat meat. Night stalls like this were absolutely forbidden zones. "Yes, we'll eat the meat skewers." Hassan looked at her impatient eyes and a smile of indulgence crept onto the corner of his mouth. Kelly nodded vigorously, "Then let's go." The two chose a secluded spot to sit down and ordered many meat skewers. While waiting for the skewers, the owner smiled warmly as he placed soybeans and peanuts on the table. These two dishes were complimentary snacks. "What's in the green bottle they're drinking?" Kelly pointed at the guys drinking beer. Her voice was barely audible, yet the big brothers all turned to look. "Huh, little girl has never seen beer? It's barley juice, very delicious." "Ha ha ha, don't trick the poor girl. Drink after you grow up." Feeling the thick sense of goodwill from the brothers, Kelly nodded, her bright eyes looking at Hassan. "I want to drink that, barley juice," she said. Entering the night market stall, Kelly's mood was lifted by the happy and joyful atmosphere, visibly cheerful. "Drinking will get you drunk, and beer doesn't taste good. Are you sure you want to drink it?" Hassan frowned, concerned. "I'm sure," Kelly replied. Unable to do anything about her insistence, Hassan could only ask the waiter to bring 2 bottles of beer and open them with a bottle opener. Kelly took her bottle, gulped down a big sip, holding it in her mouth. A strange taste spread, and the bubbles made her uncomfortable. At this moment, she finally understood the meaning of regret. As the saying goes, listen to advice to avoid hunger. Why hadn't she believed it? This stuff really tasted bad. Not tasty, huh? Hassan chuckled. With a large gulp of beer still in her mouth, Kelly puffed out her cheeks like a hamster, falling silent. Ultimately, to save face, she swallowed the alcohol. The spicy and stimulating bubbles flowed into her stomach through her throat, causing indescribable discomfort. Alcohol is not a good thing, Kelly said sternly. Hassan shook his head with a helpless laugh, took over her bottle, and drank it himself. Only then did Kelly notice that his bottle was already finished. She blinked twice, curiously watching Hassan chug down his beer without breaking a sweat. Indeed, real men are strong. Fragrant skewers were served on the table. Kelly's nose twitched slightly, and her eyes shone brightly. She picked up the barbecued boneless chicken feet. The originally chewy chicken feet, after being roasted, became tender and soft. With one bite, she felt the fullness of collagen, which greatly whetted her appetite. Kelly's eyes sparkled as she went for the mutton skewers. The savory flavor, mixed with the intense cumin aroma, gradually opened a new world for her. Really, how delicious. She could eat grilled skewers every day. Do you like the taste? Hassan asked. Kelly nodded vigorously. I like it very much, thank you for bringing me here. He laughed softly. Eat up. Kelly was quite hungry tonight. Now, enjoying such delicious food, she unwittingly started devouring everything. Fortunately, Hassan had ordered enough for both of them, keeping their plates separate to prevent her from finishing his portion. However, he ate little while she was eating the skewers, adding a few more to her plate. Kelly's vision gradually blurred. She burped and muttered, let me tell you, Adonis, he's really unreasonable. He doesn't even trust his own sister. Everyone I know trusts me, except him. I really want to leave the Flynn family right now. Most importantly, he made me miss dinner. Do you know how much it affected me? Dinner is the best thing in the world. Hearing Kelly start to babble aimlessly, Hassan's expression grew serious. He gently held her chin, making her raise her eyes. Staring into those watery, lustrous eyes, his heart skipped a beat. And now society is so difficult. Why can't it be like before? But now the food is so delicious, I like it very much. This thing called skewers, I want to eat them every day from now on. Pouting her lips, Kelly started to murmur involuntarily. Hassan swallowed lightly. She was drunk. One sip of beer, and she was drunk. If anyone knew about this drinking capacity, it would surely become a laughingstock. However, Hassan wouldn't tell anyone. He found it endearing. Drunk people tend to speak their minds, and everything she said was genuine. So, what do you think of Hassan? He asked softly. Handsome and rich, and very gentle. He's also really kind to me. He's a great person, Kelly replied without hesitation. Hearing this, the corners of Hassan's mouth curled into a deeper smile. Then, do you like him? But as the question left his lips, Kelly stared at him wide-eyed, clearly bewildered. Galenk? I don't know what like means. But being with him makes me feel happy and relaxed. He's a good person. Again called a good person, Hassan frowned slightly, feeling a bit irked. He continued, would you feel this way with other people? What he wanted was something different. Kelly blinked twice and shook her head resolutely, no. He seems different from others. I don't know why, but his stolen life destiny hasn't been resolved yet. I need to help him, after all, I did take money for it. Wah, what should I do? My divine power accumulates so slowly, and it's used up faster than money. At this rate, when will I save enough divine power to help him? Sniffling and babbling incoherently, Kelly started crying. Despite knowing that she was drunk and couldn't control herself, Hassan felt incredibly heartbroken. It's okay. His health is fine now. We can wait. Don't worry, he reassured her. Upon hearing this, Kelly gradually stopped crying and murmured an acknowledgement. When drunk, she liked to mumble and talk nonsense, but her behavior wasn't bad. She didn't cause any trouble, and her mumbling voice was barely audible. Do you want to eat more? Hassan asked indulgently. No, my stomach is full. Kelly pouted, looking pitifully at him. Actually, she still wanted to eat more, but her stomach could only hold so much, so she had no choice but to give up. I'll take you home then, Hassan smiled. Chapter 124, a fixed price of 2 million. Sitting in Hassan's car, Kelly poured out her grievances, muttering non-stop. Adonis is really going too far. I told him that I didn't push Galense, but he just wouldn't believe me. Why would I push her? We're both here to act, we're not enemies. From Kelly's incessant mumbling, Hassan learned what had happened that evening. His hands on the steering wheel tightened. Adonis was indeed rigid and arrogant, yet how dare he make Tyra apologize to Galense? TSK, Hassan couldn't even imagine how helpless Kelly must have felt when facing his accusations. He dialed a number on his phone during a traffic light stop and put on Bluetooth earphones. Hassan's face was extremely stern, brimming with suppressed anger. Yes, it's me. I've been having serious issues with Adonis lately. Stir up some trouble for him, but don't go overboard. As long as it doesn't affect the foundation of the Flynn family, anything goes. Keep him busy. The coldness in Hassan's voice was evident. After hanging up, his expression softened as he turned back to look at Kelly, who had already fallen asleep. The car started again, and Hassan drove straight into the villa compound. His old house was not far from the Flynn family villa, so he decided to sleep there tonight. Wake up, Hassan said softly to Kelly. She kept her eyes closed, smacking her lips, looking deeply asleep. He laughed helplessly and picked her up directly, carrying her to the Flynn family villa. Unexpectedly, he saw Gregor returning from surgery right outside the villa. Seeing his sister being carried by Hassan, his face instantly turned grim, and without a word, he took over, adopting a defensive stance. Smelling the alcohol on Kelly, Gregor's expression became even colder. You got her drunk? His tone was filled with questioning accusations, and Hassan nodded. She had a drink when we went to eat at a street stall. Upon hearing this, Gregor pursed his lips and scoffed, then turned and left with his sister in his arms. He always felt this Corey from the Hope family had ulterior motives and was planning something bad in his heart. And since this kid grew up like a fox, always cheating and deceiving, would he be cheating his recently recognized sister too? The more he thought about it, the more complicated Gregor's feelings became. After all, Hassan did have quite a handsome face, a type many women liked. Tyra, you must hold your ground. Gregor placed his sister on the bed and quickly left the room, not daring to stay any longer. In the Flynn family, they were well-educated and mindful of propriety between men and women, even among siblings. Hassan returned to the old residence where his room was always neatly maintained by someone every day. Lying on the bed, he called Edison. Hey, brother, if you can't live it up at night, don't call me at such times. Edison's voice was filled with anger. Anyone would be angry if disturbed at a critical moment. The issue with Kelly still unresolved? Hassan asked coldly, his voice very low. As a longtime friend, Edison naturally knew this tone meant Hassan was upset. He hurriedly pushed Moxie beside him away and explained, the crew said to wait, they will find evidence. I figured they care a lot about Kelly, so I'm waiting for them. Hearing this, Hassan snorted, wait? That's your crisis management strategy? Edison, after some time apart, are you becoming this useless? Knowing full well that Edison was once a top-notch agent. To hell with it, I'll get the evidence tomorrow. Edison angrily hung up the phone. Anyone could doubt him except for his ability. Brother Moo. The woman tried to get closer again, but Edison lost interest and shoved her aside. Knowing he was getting busy, she dared not move recklessly anymore. With his phone, Edison searched for gossipy people within the circle and started investigating. When dawn broke, he finally locked onto someone who truly had the goods, Adrian's agent, Feng Qian. Contacting her, Feng Qian agreed without hesitation and happened to be available at noon today. Satisfied, he yawned with huge dark circles under his eyes and made a call. Since Hassan disturbed him last night, he wouldn't let him sleep either. The call was answered shortly after ringing, with a strong voice from the other end, sounding nothing like someone who had just been woken up. You've got to be kidding me, brother. Staying up so late and waking up so early? Edison asked in disbelief. Found her? Hassan cut straight to the point without a single extra word. Yeah, she's free this noon, arranged to meet us at a cafe. Judging by her tone, she's pretty dissatisfied with Adrian and definitely has the goods. Edison reported. Alright, I'll inform Tyra. Hassan replied. After hanging up, Edison clicked his tongue. Calling Tyra by name, how intimate. Why didn't he call me Brother Moo? Suddenly, Edison belatedly realized something was off. He seemed to have been casually provoked a couple of times and ended up working all night like a big ox for others. TSK. Hassan's deviousness was truly unparalleled. In the morning, the three of them went to the cafe designated by Adrian's agent. Having not slept all night, Edison's resentment weighed heavier than a ghost's. However, Kelly was spirited and visibly relaxed. Though alcohol didn't taste good, drinking it made her sleep longer and more comfortably. Still, she wouldn't try it again even so. Be careful when we talk. If they have the goods on us, we'll have to humble ourselves. We'll discuss the details after seeing their material, Edison said. He was so uneasy because although Kelly seemed gentle on the surface, those who knew her understood that she had a very stubborn temper. Don't worry, I understand, Kelly nodded. But she was still puzzled. It seemed enough just to let everyone know she was strong enough to break a table. Why did they need to make things so complicated? They entered the private room where Adrian's agent was waiting inside. Her face showed signs of bruising, and her eyes were filled with intense hatred, which slightly subsided upon seeing them. You've arrived, the agent whispered softly. She took a deep breath and touched her cheek. Adrian isn't human. She always takes out her anger on me, resorting to beating and scolding me. I've suffered so much, selling some of her secrets shouldn't be too much, right? Kelly nodded. Indeed, it shouldn't. Upon seeing the agent, she started calculating in her mind and confirmed that Adrian didn't treat her agent as a person at all. A fixed price of $2 million, which should be quite reasonable in this industry. What do you think? The agent asked. Edison nodded and quickly replied, absolutely reasonable. Let's buy it. Kelly remained silent. She thought it was expensive, but since Hassan didn't object, it must be an acceptable price. The purchase went very smoothly, so smoothly that Edison didn't know why Adrian's agent asked Kelly to come along. Chapter 125, Adrian's persona collapses. Everyone, please leave. I need to talk to her, the manager said to Hassan and Edison, pointing at Kelly. No way. Hassan immediately frowned in refusal, clearly not trusting the manager. Kelly shook her head lightly. It's fine, she doesn't mean me any harm. In fact, ever since they entered the cafe, she had sensed nothing but worry from Adrian's manager, and she was also quite curious. Alright, just be careful. We'll wait for you outside, Hassan nodded, saying this to Kelly but clearly warning the manager. They were waiting outside, and if she did anything untoward, there would be consequences. Edison couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Hassan was indeed being thoughtful. The two men left the private room, leaving only Kelly and Adrian's manager. There was an inexplicable silence in the air. What do you want to say to me? Kelly asked first, her voice steady. The manager took a deep breath. Not long ago, Adrian went to Country Tea. She was adamant about making sure you didn't have a place to bury your bones, full of hatred. But strangely, when she returned from Country Tea, she became very sinister, often hiding in corners watching your videos with a cold laugh, biting her fingers until they bled. There was one time I accidentally saw her hiding in the storage room, cutting her arm with a knife. Despite shivering from pain, she wore a smile on her face. At this point, the manager's body began trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat creeping up her spine. That smile was truly terrifying, not human, more like something from hell, a ghost. Country Tea has always been mysterious. Be careful, don't let her hurt you, the manager warned. It seemed that the manager had sharp instincts, sensing that Adrian was harboring something dark. Although Kelly had already encountered that thing before, she appreciated the concern and nodded with a smile. Alright, now that everything's been said, I'll pack up and leave, the manager said. Adrian was ruthless. If she found out the manager had spilled the beans, it would be catastrophic. Thus, the manager had to escape the city as quickly as possible. Wait a moment, Kelly called out. The manager paused mid-motion, looking bewildered. All the dirt I have is summarized on this USB drive. Besides helping you turn things around and ruining Adrian, there's nothing else on it, she explained. Upon hearing this, Kelly pursed her lips and spoke rapidly. You have a 63-year-old mother who suffers from asthma. She recently fell ill and returned from the hospital to recuperate at the welfare home, right? The manager's expression shifted from shock to anger. I was trying to help you sincerely, and you investigated me? She clenched her fists tightly, visibly filled with hate. Kelly stayed calm and explained carefully, no, that wasn't my intention. You've been with Adrian, so you should know that I can predict things. Just now, I calculated that your mother might have an asthma attack due to pollen allergy, and her medication has run out. If you go back now, you might save her life, Kelly continued. The manager's face changed from anger and suspicion to tight-lipped hesitation, clearly wavering between belief and doubt. I am sincere in wanting to help you. This is my way of returning the favor, Kelly's voice rang clear and bright. Her mere presence exuded nobility, she couldn't possibly be lying. The manager believed her. Better safe than sorry. She suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Kelly. If what you said is true, I thank you deeply. Without further ado, the manager turned and sprinted away at full speed to save her mother. Kelly used her predictive ability again, confirming the outcome was positive, and smiled. 3 hours later, an unexpected hot search trend topped the entertainment charts. Inside, it was clearly a compilation of Adrian's dirty secrets. Major incidents included her orchestrating gallantry to frame Kelly, minor ones included cursing at others, spitting randomly, and littering. Once these secrets were revealed, Adrian's fairy-like image collapsed completely. Her fans were utterly devastated. Why did they follow someone like her? Some fans tried to salvage her reputation, but anyone with eyes could tell that the videos featured none other than Adrian herself. The possibility of a face swap was zero. Gallant Alice, oh my god, behind closed doors she's like this? If I followed such a star, I'd throw up. As a former fan of Adrian, I'm completely broken. Why did she hate Kelly so much and keep opposing her? Adrian, you betrayed our trust. Some of these leaks show her organizing fans to attack influential bloggers who criticized her, which stuck in my throat because I was one of those fans. We should apologize for the wrongs we've done, but Adrian should apologize even more, to us and to those who have been hurt. Hashtag shocked. Top actress in the circle exposes her true face. Hashtag Adrian's public image completely collapses. Hashtag Adrian is revealed as a hashtag. The top trending search terms were all about her. She truly became an overnight sensation. Adrian was shopping with some friends when she received a call informing her that everything she had done before was posted online, which infuriated her. But no matter how angry she was, it wouldn't help. In professional settings, she could only suppress her anger and hurriedly went home. After arriving home and opening Weibo, seeing those undeniable incriminating materials made Adrian dizzy and almost faint. It's over, her persona is completely ruined. However, who could have gotten so close to get her dirt? Thinking of the manager, Adrian immediately called her, but the call kept ringing, indicating she had been blocked. The one who betrayed her was clearly the manager. Damn, you dare release those secrets, damn it. Adrian cursed under her breath with a cold expression. Her eyes filled with fierce killing intent. She suddenly got up and walked to the bedside table, pulling open the bottom drawer. There inside was none other than Spike. Adrian placed Spike in her arms, humming lullabies like a mother soothing her child to sleep. She hummed a soft, comforting tune while holding a fruit knife to cut her wrist. Blood dripped onto Spike, and Adrian watched as it was quickly absorbed, her face twisted into a grim smile. Dare to betray her? Then die. A child's laughter echoed in the room, eerie and empty. The corners of Adrian's mouth curled upward as she muttered, "Help mommy, someone betrayed me." How can she do this? Can you help me kill her? If you kill the person who betrayed mommy, you'll be mommy's favorite and most sensible little treasure. The weight in her arms suddenly became lighter. Adrian looked forward, seeing nothing but sensing that Spike was about to act. Her eyes were filled with murderous rage. The manager, don't even think about living. Chapter 126, Brother, who exactly wants to harm me? Galinsay at the hospital also saw the compilation of negative materials and belatedly felt that something was off. Every word Adrian had said was done with her in mind. She had acted impulsively, using self-harm to achieve her desired outcome. But, if it were under normal circumstances, she would never have been capable of going this far. The anger from that moment was still vivid, and only now did Galinsay realize that Adrian had deliberately stirred up her emotions. Great, this bitch actually dared to scheme against me, using me to reach her goal. Fortunately, the negative material was posted online, or else I wouldn't have known what kind of person she really is behind my back. Galinsay cursed incessantly, feeling unbearable pain from her bruises. Originally, this injury could have been used to frame Kelly, but because of Adrian, that plan was now ruined. How could Galinsay not be enraged? Moreover, even her Weibo comments section was now filled with criticism. Casually scrolling through the latest comments, Galinsay's expression turned dark. She sneered, "Since we can't frame Kelly, we shouldn't miss this wave of attention. Most importantly, we need to salvage my reputation." The agent beside her, eyes gleaming, nodded quickly. His biggest worry, his top-tier artist, finally understood what needed to be done. Galinsay rubbed her eyes until they were red, making her look pitiful and weak, then recorded a video which she uploaded online. In the video, her voice choked with tears as she apologized. "To Kelly, I want to say sorry. At the time, I don't know what I was thinking, my brain must have malfunctioned, and I fell from the stage and falsely accused her. I know my fault and accept everyone's criticism. I hope you will all continue to remind me, and I offer my sincere apology." Once this video was posted, netizens' opinions started to shift positively. Galinsay is different from Adrian. She just isn't that smart and got manipulated by others, but she can still be forgiven. Well, I always thought she was a beautiful fool. It seems that's true. From the negative videos about Adrian, it's clear that Galinsay has an innocent yet foolish gaze. I'm more curious about how good Kelly's performance was that made her so wary. I'm also very curious. Will there be a chance? Seeing the comments, the production team hurried to capitalize on the trend, releasing clips taken between shooting breaks. In the clip, it showed scenes between Kelly and Galinsay. The former had excellent expressions and eyes, but the latter's acting was truly hard to describe. After watching the video, netizens felt satisfied. The female lead was exactly what they envisioned, and original novel fans began celebrating. However, fans of the second female lead were almost in tears, completely dismayed. Help. My innocent and lively daughter, how could she be portrayed like this? Galinsay acts like a child maiden of Tian Shan. The floor above describes it well. A child maiden of Tian Shan is quite fitting, haha. But her skills aren't as good as that surnamed Shu actress. Who understands, in this drama, I looked forward most to my beloved female too, thinking Galinsay's looks and acting skills were decent enough. But what was shown is just. Can the director still replace the second female lead? Beneath the official Weibo account, comments flooded in. Originally, because of the apology video Galinsay posted, people had developed some goodwill toward her. Though she made mistakes, she apologized promptly and seemed quite gentlemanly. But none of them expected her acting to be so poor, and any initial positive feelings disappeared after watching the video. Ulrich smiled satisfactorily, stroking his non-existent beard. He held grudges easily. Who let Galinsay accuse him of favoritism? Getting such a result now was her own fault. If she dared to slander the crew again, he would release the footage of her loudly accusing him of partiality. At the hospital. Not only did she fail to gain attention, but she also ended up making a mess of things, pushing Galinsay almost to breaking point. Did these netizens even have eyes? Wasn't her acting good? What does the production team mean by releasing the clips right now? Is the director doing this intentionally? Galinsay asked her agent angrily. Her newly regained awareness was strangely stubborn once again. The agent sighed, mainly because your acting really is like that. Even if the director wanted to pick out useful clips, he couldn't find any. As he finished speaking, Galinsay's face grew angrier. Alright, for now, you should keep a low profile. We finally managed to reduce people's anger towards you. Don't ruin what little public image you've rebuilt, the agent advised. Gallansey was angry but powerless, having no choice but to follow his advice. Meanwhile, at the Flynn family villa. Tears welled up in Adrian's eyes, her face full of indignation and disbelief. How could you give up on me? I'm the company's most profitable artist. Netizens' disgust with me is just temporary. I can still win back the public's favor and remain their little fairy. My fans are very loyal. Breaching fee? You asked me to leave on your own accord, and now you want me to pay a breaching fee? Adrian's voice cracked in shock. Whatever was said on the other end of the phone made her throw it onto the bed, her fists clenching in anger. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, followed by the sound of wailing in the room. A sweetish taste rose in her throat. Adrian grabbed some tissues and spat out a mouthful of blood. She coldly said, failed, actually failed. The little ghost had returned, severely injured, leaving its master in no good shape either. Adrian was utterly disappointed. Sending the little ghost to deal with her agent was such a simple task, yet even that failed. What else could she do? Others who kept little ghosts saw smooth sailing in their careers, with radiant appearances becoming top-tier stars and known in the industry, adored by many. But for Adrian, she lost her health, and every task she asked the little ghost to do ended in failure. She threw the spike in her arms to the ground, her eyes cold enough to chill to the bone. Why are you so useless? The child's cries abruptly stopped, replaced by a chilling atmosphere. Adrian didn't recall the words the master told her when she obtained the spike, treat it kindly no matter what, or it would turn against her, for it was an unpredictable entity capable of retaliating. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Adrian hurriedly stuffed the spike into a corner, composed herself, and opened the door. Standing outside was Adonis. His handsome face was full of concern. Gianna, are you okay? Adrian's mind was in turmoil, but she put on a pitiful act, crying as she flung herself into his arms. Brother, what can I do? My career in the entertainment industry is ruined. Who could be so vicious, trying to destroy me? I'm only human, making occasional mistakes, but someone edited those clips together, making me look like an irredeemable villain. And, when I talked to Gallansey, I genuinely worried about her. I never meant any harm and never told her to do those things. Chapter 127 Kelly pleases Jagger. Feeling the pain and helplessness of his sister in his arms, and thinking about the negative information on Weibo, Adonis suddenly fell silent. There were some things he knew but didn't want to delve into deeply. In the end, Adonis still patted Adrian's back lightly. This gesture indicated that he still trusted her. Just wait for the storm on the internet to pass, then I will help you find a way out, he said in a deep voice. Adrian raised her tearful eyes, looking extremely pitiful at this moment. Thank you, brother. You're still willing to help me and believe in me. Adonis's large hand stroked her head, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Who asked me to save such a sister like you? But as soon as these words came out, he suddenly realized something was wrong, and his expression changed abruptly. He indeed had more than one sister. But Kelly was always abandoned and forgotten. Adrian was very satisfied and hugged him tightly, a radiant smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Thank you, brother. Seeing this, Adonis threw all those miscellaneous thoughts to the back of his mind and looked at her deeply. A fleeting sentiment flashed across his eyes, quickly suppressed. After comforting her, Adonis left, and Adrian returned to her room, locking the door. She opened her phone and found Helena, then dialed her number. The best way to suppress one piece of gossip was to release an even bigger one. Helena certainly had quite a few good materials. The call wasn't answered, so Adrian patiently redialed. It took a long time for it to be answered this time. Hello? Xiao Hopi. How do you have the time to call your mom? Helena sounded pleasantly surprised, with a gentle love in her voice. Adrian curled her lips, hearing her call herself Mom, filled her with disdain and disgust. But for what she was about to say, she put on a loving demeanor. Tamara, did you see the trending topic? What should I do? My reputation is completely ruined now. Everyone hates me and likes Kelly. Why does she take everything away from me? Don't worry, Xiao Hopi. Netizens' memory is limited. Wait for a while before you reappear, Helena suggested. Adrian rolled her eyes, her voice still trembling with fear and tears, but... Tamara, I really hate her. Why did Kelly appear at the Flynn family again? Can you help me? If it continues like this, everyone will despise me. Helena was silent for a long time. She was indeed afraid of Kelly, who had changed after going to Deer Spirit Mountain. But how could she refuse her biological daughter who finally begged her? After deliberating, Helena nodded firmly. Okay, I'll help you. Xiao Hopi, just sit at home and wait. Your mom will make Kelly's reputation crumble, so she won't compete with you anymore. Adrian hummed, hanging up the phone with a look of anticipation. She was eagerly waiting to see what good stuff Helena would release. Seeing Kelly in trouble made her happiest and most satisfied. Dinner time arrived, and the nanny came to call her. Adrian composed herself and went downstairs, smiling and happy to have dinner. Seeing that the negative information seemed not to affect her, Adonis breathed a sigh of relief and served her food. Thank you, brother, Adrian said sweetly. She pretended to look up unintentionally at Kelly sitting opposite. Even if there were negative rumors, her brother still didn't mind and treated her as lovingly as before. But this gesture was clearly wasted. Kelly focused on eating, fearing that something would happen at the dinner table and leave her hungry, completely oblivious to anything amiss. Adrian could only give an uninterested glance and idly browsed Weibo. Soon, a video appeared on Helena's Weibo. Her smile became uncontrollable as she unlocked her phone. Kelly's voice came from the phone. "Jagger, wouldn't you like a drink? In fact, about what you told me." The sound wasn't clear and eventually faded out, but from Kelly's actions, it was evident she was trying to please Jagger. Adonis took the phone with a cold face, glanced at it, and immediately turned sullen. "Kelly. What are you doing?" Adrian exclaimed, quickly snatching the phone back, then pretended to be unable to hold back. "Tyra, you can't do this for resources. Jagger has a wife." The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly became awkward. Kelly snapped out of her focused eating and looked at her bowl. Most of the rice had been eaten. "What did I do?" she asked, puzzled. At that moment, Gregor suddenly slammed the table and stood up angrily. He too had seen the video. But he believed in Kelly. "Adonis, the negative material about Adrian is obviously trending, much worse than Tyra's video. Why don't you deal with that first? How can you be so hypocritical?" Gregor growled. Few people could make him this angry. The delight in Adrian's eyes vanished quickly, turning into humiliation and grievance. She sat silently in her chair, no longer speaking. "Tyra has already apologized to me. It's Kelly's actions that are disgusting," Adonis shouted back. The two brothers faced off. Their mother glared fiercely at Adonis and turned to look at Farrell. "I think the company should have a new heir. We've traveled around the world. There's nothing much left to see. Why don't you take over the company first, and we can consider the rest later?" Luisa's words shocked Adonis. Father nodded in agreement. "Let's do as you say, so someone doesn't use their position as the company decision-maker to throw their weight around at home." This remark was extremely spiteful, leaving no room for face-saving. Adonis's expression became awkward. Seeing both parents angry, he didn't dare say more and could only sit down with a cold face. Adrian clenched her fists. She had originally planned to leverage the Flynn family's power to make a grand return to the entertainment industry, using her status and wealth to humiliate her critics. But now, it seemed impossible. She couldn't help but blame Adonis. Why did he have to stir trouble during dinner? Couldn't he have done it privately? "I'm full. I'll give you an explanation for this incident," Kelly stood up and said coldly. She turned and left, while Adrian immediately typed on her phone, informing Helena that Kelly was going to cause trouble. Now was the best time for a live stream, letting everyone see what kind of violent person she was behind closed doors. Helena, remembering how she was beaten last time, couldn't stop shivering but bravely started the live stream for her daughter's sake. It would seem too deliberate if she started after Kelly arrived. This moment was perfect. Netizens were all asking what was happening on Weibo. Following the general script given by Adrian, Helena put on her best acting performance, appearing helpless and anguished. "Just consider this my last stand. There's no other way. If I don't fight for justice, I will drown in pain for the rest of my life, unable to escape. Kelly is now beyond my control. She has gotten involved with some forces more powerful than me, which is why she attacked me. Patron, you can guess whatever you want." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Helena tried to keep her expression calm and opened the door. Chapter 128 The truth, will let you see. Standing outside the door was Kelly. Seeing her, Helena's body trembled slightly, and she took half a step back, a muscle reaction. Netizens could not help but become agitated. How can she be so despicable? Poor Helena, scared like that. I've never seen an adopted daughter dare to beat her adoptive mother before. Kelly is unique. Can't you call the police to arrest her? I'm really afraid she will threaten Helena's personal safety again. People like Kelly are dangerous to society. She should be locked up. Gathering her courage, Helena asked in a trembling voice, "Why did you come here?" Kelly's sharp phoenix eyes gleamed with a chilling light, and her lips curved into a smile devoid of emotion, sending shivers down one's spine. "Don't you know?" Such a sight inexplicably reminded Helena of when the fortune teller left, trembling as she said Kelly was a demon, beyond control. Her lips began to quiver uncontrollably, coldness creeping up her spine, and her breathing gradually quickened. Kelly watched Helena leisurely, mockery evident in her eyes. Despite being so afraid, she dared to slander Adrian and provoke her. What a touching mother-daughter relationship. She couldn't resist clapping in joy. Helena stood still for quite some time, too afraid to speak. The netizens gradually sensed something was amiss. How tense the atmosphere feels. Is Kelly going to hit someone right away? I wish I could call the police for Helena, but I'm afraid it would be a false alarm. Kelly is terrifying. This is the first time I've felt such a palpable chill, even through the screen. It's hard to imagine how ruthless she would be in real life. Violent girl, indeed lived up to her reputation. Amidst the worries and complaints from netizens, Kelly opened her ruby lips, her voice cold and icy. "Helena, rumor-mongering will bring retribution. You and I both know that at that drinking party, you asked me to charm Crosby for investment. I had no choice but to toast him. If the video were longer, you'd see that I accidentally spilled wine on Crosby, he scowled and told me to get lost, and then you scolded me, saying I was good for nothing. Kelly's words plunged Helena into a flood of memories, every word accurate. But only the two of them and Crosby knew the truth, and obviously, Crosby wouldn't bother with showbiz scandals, so the narrative was entirely up to Helena's mouth. Anyway, today, Kelly had to solidify her reputation as trying to seduce Crosby and being a homewrecker. I don't understand what you're talking about, Helena blinked innocently. Suddenly enlightened, she glanced back at the live stream camera. I get it. You're doing this live so the netizens can hear these words and think you're innocent. Hearing this, Kelly frowned and followed Helena's gaze. On the nearby phone, chat messages flashed densely. Kelly pursed her lips. Helena's tactics were becoming more sophisticated. Kelly doubted Adrian wasn't behind the scenes giving professional guidance. She looked directly at the camera and addressed the netizens. The truth, I'll let you see. With that, Kelly waved her hand in front of Helena, activating the dark energy within her body. Originally, she planned to do it herself, but with cameras present, she reluctantly allowed the dark energy to take its course. As Kelly spoke arrogantly to the camera, the number of chat messages surged sharply. This is truly laughable. She talks about the truth. Can't we see with our own eyes that the video isn't fake? Despite everything, there's something about Kelly's eyes that calms me and makes me want to believe her. I thought I was the only one feeling this way. Should we wait for the result? Kelly's fans are crazy. Reality is right in front of you, yet you still want to whitewash her. After Kelly left, Helena was in turmoil thinking about her casual gesture just now. Hurriedly walking to the table, she picked up her phone and turned off the live stream. She immediately contacted the fortune teller from last time, inviting her over, but was firmly refused. At the Flynn family villa, Adrian watched satisfactorily as all the comments under the trending topic were cursing Kelly. Now, at the top of the trending list was #SueHomewrecker #, glaringly obvious. Meanwhile, her scandalous material had been pushed to the obscure corners, out of sight. But for her, this was not enough. She bought another wave of trolls to deliberately guide the discussion, comparing the two female stars. Taking into account netizens' contrarian attitudes, Adrian instructed the trolls to praise Kelly. Indeed, this move proved effective. Her Weibo exposure increased significantly, and many people clicked to follow. Adrian gazed contentedly at the comments under Helena's Weibo post. Actually, I think Kelly is not so bad compared to some other person whose image collapses whenever something goes wrong. That T-sister persona is nauseating. What if we call her T-sister from now on? Are they sick or what? Why talk about Kelly and then switch to bashing Adrian? Oh, trying to drag others down, huh? These two have never gotten along in the circle, so it's easy to imagine someone would do this. Poor Galantal Alice is really tragic. Actually, helping with personas isn't a big issue. Celebrities are people too. As for the T-act, Galantal Alice has always been kind-hearted. I think she didn't think much about it at the time and was just considering her friend, but ended up being stabbed in the back. Netizens changed their attitude towards Adrian from anger and cursing to sympathy. Public opinion can turn so quickly. Her phone rang, and seeing it was from the company, Adrian eagerly answered. You played this move well. You're indeed talented. You have the makings of an explosively popular star, a senior manager from the company said. Being explosively popular is different from merely famous, and this was a very high compliment. Hearing this, pride shone through Adrian's smile and into her eyes, though she humbly replied. Just average, there are many seniors who are far more capable than me. I'm just a rising talent who needs to keep learning. Alright, the company has decided to continue to heavily support you. Keep it up, dig up some dirt and stir things up. Black fame is still fame. And your fans are very loyal. Through this incident, the company sees your potential benefits. Keep it up, we'll assign you a top-notch agent in the industry. The manager continued. Hearing this good news, Adrian hurriedly thanked him, unable to suppress her broad smile. After hanging up, she felt triumphant. Building her joy on Kelly's pain was truly the happiest thing in the world. Adrian could already imagine what it would be like when she became a famously explosive star in the industry. As for Kelly, she would probably be long forgotten because of all the negative publicity. Helena had plenty of materials, even if this one didn't work, there were others to release gradually. Kelly sneezed, lightly rubbing her burning earlobe. Someone was plotting against her. Her phone rang again. Seeing it was Hassan, she swiped up to answer. Are you okay? His warm yet anxious voice came through the speaker. Chapter 129, Honey, I was wrong. Feeling the intense concern and worry, there was a soft spot in Kelly's heart. Don't worry, I'm fine, she said. Only then did Hassan let out a sigh of relief on the other end of the phone. I believe you are innocent. Edison has already started investigating to get evidence for you. Tyra, if online comments make you upset during this period, you can choose not to look at your phone for now, spend some time with your family, or enjoy yourself for a few days. Sensing that he treated her like a delicate porcelain doll, Kelly laughed. I'm not that fragile, online comments won't have any impact on me. There's no need for Edison to investigate, I have ways to clear my name. Thank you for caring about me. Hassan fell silent on the other side of the line, his breathing becoming heavier. He knew Kelly always had her own ideas. But how could he possibly do nothing? Tyra, if you need someone to talk to, call me. Whenever, wherever, my phone will be available to you, said Hassan. Warmth welled up deeper inside Kelly's heart, as if a feather was gently tickling her tenderest point, causing ripples to stir. Her cheeks began to redden inexplicably. This emotion caused her heart to miss several beats, and she murmured softly, okay. After hanging up the phone, Kelly stood motionless in place, dazed and unable to regain her senses. Having lived in this world for so long, she naturally knew what these emotions meant. She might very well have developed feelings for Hassan. Kelly's face turned crimson, and she dared not think any further. She believed that such feelings were related to being human, and once she had sufficient faith and left the human body, she would return to her cold and unfeeling state. Therefore, Kelly was destined not to fall in love with Hassan, nor could she show him even a hint of emotion. Collecting herself, she opened her phone and clicked into Weibo to send a message. Kelly V at Dustin, if anything unusual happens in the coming days, contact me, and I'll help solve it for you. As soon as the post went out, netizens flocked to comment sarcastically below. No way, she still dares to at Dustin on Weibo? Isn't she just trying to make Dustin's wife uncomfortable? Such a young girl's trick makes me laugh. Is Kelly planning to throw caution to the wind and challenge the First Lady? She really is an idiot. Dustin is famously afraid of his wife and is even a live-in son-in-law. How could he dare to provoke Leora? Ha ha ha, in the end, she can only remain an unnamed mistress. Dustin definitely won't pay attention to her. After reading a few of the top comments, Kelly put her phone back in her pocket and started calculating with her fingers. Under normal circumstances, Dustin wouldn't pay her any attention, but now, given the special situation, he would soon have no one else to turn to. At the Wong household, Dustin was kneeling on the floor, bare-chested. Facing him sat Leora, holding a willow branch dipped in salt, tapping her feet lightly on the ground. Really? You dared to fool around outside, thinking I'm some pushover? Leora said this with a smile, yet the coldness in her tone sent chills down anyone's spine. The maids and servants were used to this kind of scene. How could a live-in son-in-law have any rights? I'm sorry, we really didn't do anything. Later, she spilled wine on me and cried herself out of the room. Wife, please believe me, my heart belongs only to you. I would never look at another woman, Dustin pleaded urgently. He placed his hand to his ear, swearing solemnly and sincerely. But Leora curled her lips, her mockery obvious. If your oaths were true, you'd have been struck by lightning and died countless times over. As the true power behind the Wong family, how could she not know about the filthy things Dustin did behind her back? However, based on his behavior, Kelly estimated that indeed nothing happened between them. But that didn't stop Leora from making an issue out of it. Dear, I really made a mistake, Dustin begged pitifully. He usually followed Leora's instructions strictly, spending at least an hour a day in the gym, which kept him in perfect shape even at his age, looking quite appealing. However, every time Leora thought about this rotten cucumber being unclear with many women, she felt disgusted. She swung the willow branch directly onto Dustin's back, eliciting a piercing scream from him. Leora frowned. Shut up. With fury in her eyes, Dustin, though in pain, dared not cry out, only staring at her tearfully. Yet anger and jealousy flickered in his eyes. Cheap woman, because he was a live-in son-in-law, she dared treat him like this, not considering him human. One day, the Wong family would be swallowed whole by him, and he imagined beating Leora in reverse, gradually calming down. But the wave of pain in his back caused him immense suffering and deep resentment towards Kelly. She was just a cheap woman, and he hadn't done anything to her at all. Now she had him suffering like this. Tiring herself out from beating him, Leora panted heavily. Wong Luo, let me tell you this, if you dare to mess around with those women again, I will break your legs. Darling, my heart only belongs to you. I absolutely can't go to other women. Believe me, said Dustin, blinking his eyes devoutly. Leora snorted coldly, tossing the willow branch to a maid and instructing, watch him. Let him kneel here for half an hour. She turned to leave. Dustin's expression changed abruptly as he glared at her with hatred and envy. After cleansing her hands, Leora went into the room where the family portraits were enshrined. Incense smoke curled up, and she lit an incense stick. Paying respect with 3 bows, she knelt on the cushion and placed the incense in the censer. The portraits honored were of her parents. Wang Luo had been chosen by both of her parents for her. She had always been filial. Therefore, even after all these years, despite how much she detested Dustin, she did not divorce him. Because her parents held Wang Luo in high regard, considering him someone who valued loyalty and integrity and thus a capable man. Beck, Tamara, do you regret it? Leora whispered softly. Her eyes brimmed with anger and resentment, tears gathering at her eyeliners. You forcibly separated us back then, making me marry such a man, and these past years have been worse than death. Beck, Tamara, can I get a divorce? Even as she said this, Leora chuckled. How could you possibly let me divorce? Forget it, life goes on. Half my life is already gone, so torturing each other for another half-life is also fine. Finishing her words, she got up and left. As soon as she stepped out of the room, a maid handed her a phone. Madam, that celebrity posted on Weibo and at Ed Dustin, the maid respectfully reported. Taking the phone, Leora raised an eyebrow at the content on Weibo, a flicker of pleasure passing through her eyes. This celebrity is quite interesting, but I wonder what she's up to. Saying that, she walked to the living room and approached the kneeling Dustin. "What have you done this time?" Leora asked. She handed the phone to Dustin, who disdainfully sneered, "How should I know?" Chapter 130, Corbin became a fool. Mel stared deeply at Corbin until cold sweat started to seep from the tip of his nose. Then, she said, "All right, get up and go back to sleep." Corbin felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly got up with a flattering smile on his face. "Honey, let me tell you, these young stars are all trying to gain attention. They don't care whether it's positive or negative publicity as long as they can attach themselves to people like us in high society. Sometimes, don't believe those rumors online blindly, just know that I love only you." Corbin chuckled. He held Mel's shoulder and guided her into the room, acting almost like an overly talkative eunuch beside an empress. "You seem to have forgotten that before marrying me, you were lower than those celebrities." Mel said this with a smile. Corbin pursed his lips, his face showing awkwardness as he couldn't utter a word. Mel was finally satisfied and smiled as she accompanied him back to the room to wash up and rest. Despite their poor relationship, they still shared the same bed, perhaps out of spite for each other. Hearing the increasingly steady breathing of the person beside him, Corbin clutched the blanket tightly, wrinkling it, unable to dispel his inner anger. In front of so many people today, she had embarrassed him again, leaving him no face at all. Sometimes, Corbin really wanted to strangle Mel in the middle of the night, but he couldn't bear to give up his current life of luxury. Mel wasn't wrong, he had indeed been very poor in the past, extremely poor. There were several children in his family, and even getting enough food to eat was a luxury. So, Corbin set his lifelong goal to become a rich man. Being A was a shortcut to achieve that goal in fewer decades. But what he never expected was that Mel would remain indifferent to him for decades, which forced him to look for women outside. In this sense, she was truly the one who was at fault. If Mel had been willing to, he wouldn't have had to fool around outside. At midnight, the clock pointed to 12. "Bekti, giggles, look at me, I'm your beloved chubby Cory." "Bekti, why did you abandon Tamarami and me? Tamarami is really pitiful." "Bekti, why is there another woman sleeping next to you? Who is she? Tamarami will be angry." The sharp voice of a child pierced his ears, calling him Bekti repeatedly, causing Corbin to frown. He had no children, why would someone call him Bekti? He felt an itching sensation on his face and waved his hand irritably, mumbling, "Stop messing around, I'm really tired." But the itching continued, as if someone was scratching him with their hair. Corbin opened his eyes angrily and found himself staring into the gray face of someone right in front of him. His breath caught in his throat, disbelief mixed in his eyes. The owner of that face stretched its mouth into a huge grin that reached its ears. 2 streaks of blood tears streamed down from her eyes onto Corbin's face. "Bekti, why did you upset Tamarami again? When Tamarami is unhappy, baby me will also be unhappy." The child's voice came again, and Corbin couldn't move his neck in sheer terror. His eyeballs turned slightly. He saw a red-skinned, cat-sized creature with indistinct features crouching by the bed, speaking human words, and screamed in panic. At the same time, the smell of urine spread from beneath him. Mel, who was sleeping next to him, opened her eyes irritably. "Why are you making such a fuss in the middle of the night?" She switched on the bedside lamp and looked at Corbin irritably. With his mouth wide open, saliva dripping onto the quilt, he stared blankly ahead as if stunned. "What's wrong with you in the middle of the night?" Mel asked angrily, clearly displeased at being disturbed. Corbin laughed nervously and kept staring ahead, muttering. "The chubby Cory is good, I love chubby Corys the most, let's play together." "Of course, I'll go with you, you're my family. I'll follow you anywhere." Smelling the stench of urine in the air, Mel lifted the quilt and frowned when she saw the wet patch under Corbin, then looked at him anxiously. What happened? Was he suddenly insane? Suddenly, Mel remembered Kelly's tweet. Could it be related to this? There was no way she could continue sleeping in such a disgusting bed. She got up and went to the guest room immediately. She didn't care whether Corbin was sane or not, deciding to contact Kelly tomorrow after a good night's sleep. Disturbing people at night wasn't polite. After Mel left, 2 ghostly figures reappeared in midair. "Your wife doesn't seem to like you at all. Come away with me. We can live the best days underground together, with our son accompanying us. You'll be happy." The female ghost's voice was soft yet sharp, sounding almost deceptive. But Corbin had already been clouded in his mind by the ghost. He smiled widely at the corners of his mouth, continuously agreeing. As long as he could be with his family, he was very happy. The female ghost also laughed, but her smile was filled with lethal intent. The next day, Kelly received a call from Mel. However, after connecting the call, there was silence on the other end. She calculated with her fingers and said with a smile, "Corbin should have encountered a bad omen now. He has become mentally deranged, right?" Only then did Mel speak. "You know metaphysics?" "I wouldn't say I'm an expert, just somewhat familiar with it." "Dealing with Corbin's issue is child's play for me," Kelly replied. From Mel's side came a low laugh. "Great, can you tell me why this happened to him?" "Of course, but it's better if we meet in person. It's hard to explain clearly over the phone," Kelly said. After hanging up, Mel sent an address, which was the villa where she and Corbin lived. While taking a taxi to the villa, Kelly searched for a lot of information about Mel online. Judging by her appearance, she was a resilient and enduring woman who had once had a relationship forcibly ended by her parents and was not married to a good man. Mel's face showed visible fatigue, with dim areas around her eyebrows, indicating that her parents had passed away. Yet she remained trapped in emotional turmoil. Seeing the good deeds Mel had done in the past, Kelly pursed her lips. If she had time, she would help this poor woman. An hour later, the Wong residence. Mel and Kelly sat across from each other on the sofa. Corbin, drooling and wearing a bib around his neck, was babbling foolishly. This sight is truly nauseating. He looks even worse than before when he used to pretend. Mel frowned, her disdain genuine and heartfelt. The marks around his eyes suggest that Corbin has had many romantic encounters based on his facial features, Kelly remarked. Mel scoffed. I don't believe he would still have so many affairs outside the Wong family. Everything is built on the foundation of the Wong family's wealth. Kelly nodded in agreement, feeling increasingly sympathetic towards Mel. You seem straightforward, so I'll be direct too, she said. Chapter 131, Escorting Ghosts. Under Leora's gaze, which held both anticipation and curiosity, Kelly began to narrate. There indeed is something lingering around Dustin, a mother and her son. The woman was his mistress during his lifetime. She became pregnant but was abandoned by him. In her anger, she committed suicide by jumping into the river, coinciding with the Een year and Een day, thus becoming powerful. The fetus in her womb, only a few months old, directly became a ghost fetus. Leora frowned as she looked at Dustin. She had indeed heard reports that this brute had a mistress, but she never expected he would have gotten her pregnant. Leora has always been assertive. Dustin probably ended the relationship because he thought it would bring too many troubles once she was pregnant. Well, how do we handle this? Leora asked. She didn't want to clean up this rotten cucumber's mess, but unfortunately, he now controlled the Wong company, and any misconduct from him would significantly decrease the stock prices. I can send the mother and son away, but you need to give me the corresponding compensation. You should know what I mean, Kelly said. Without hesitation, Leora nodded, agreed. By the way, I have found some evidence. Even though she didn't specifically order anyone to investigate, someone acted quickly and soon found evidence on Dustin's computer. Kelly knew Leora wouldn't lie. She stared intently at Dustin, more accurately at the mother and son behind him. Since you know how miserable we are, why do you still want to help him? Our mother and son were harmed by him and cannot enter the cycle of rebirth for all eternity. We just want to take him with us. Is there anything wrong with that? The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the atmosphere in the room gradually turned cold. Even though Leora couldn't see the ghosts, she sensed something was wrong. She asked a servant to bring a shawl, draped it over her shoulders, and watched Kelly calmly. It was quite interesting to witness an exorcism for the first time. If I can help you enter the cycle of rebirth and make him pay the price, would you be willing to leave? Kelly asked. From the start, she hadn't planned to forcefully drive these pitiful ghosts away using divine power. All the evil came from Dustin, and he deserved retribution. But if the mother and son continued on this path, they would violate the natural order and attract the underworld officials, leading to their annihilation. Can you really help me? The female ghost looked at Kelly doubtfully. Of course. Anything I say will never be false, Kelly said firmly. To prove her strength to the female ghost, she curled her hand, and a golden ball of divine energy appeared in her palm. Feeling the immense power, the female ghost, along with the ghost fetus, retreated a few steps, eyes filled with fear and unwillingly swallowed her saliva, realizing she couldn't provoke this person before her. At the same time, she realized Kelly genuinely wanted to help her, otherwise, why would she waste words? She could have easily consumed the female ghost with the most terrifying energy. Understanding this, the female ghost took 2 steps forward and knelt down. Kelly withdrew the divine energy from her palm, and the female ghost cried, Benefactor, if it's too difficult, you don't have to help me, just help my child escape. He is still young and has never seen this world. He shouldn't suffer so much. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have become a mistress for money. I will help both of you, Kelly said. After speaking, she looked at Dustin, placed her hand on his forehead, and separated the causes and effects layer by layer, finding those related to the mother and son. That causal thread shimmered with a heavy black color, dark and ominous, making anyone who saw it feel chills run down their spine. Kelly pulled out the causal thread, and Dustin suddenly roared, veins protruding on his neck, looking extremely pained. But this was not yet over. Connecting the causal thread to the mother and son, Kelly recited a chant while using divine power to guide Dustin's lifespan and essence. What she was doing was not chanting a prayer for rebirth, but a more effective method, using human life and essence to cleanse the ghosts. This could greatly dissipate the resentment in their ghostly bodies. As for those who sacrificed themselves to help ghosts, they wouldn't live long, but they deserved it. Seeing the black aura around the mother and son weakening, Kelly's chant intensified, causing Dustin's screams to grow louder. Leora watched the entire scene without a hint of sympathy. Finally, after half an hour, Kelly stopped chanting. With a wave of her hand, the tangled causal threads unraveled and fell to the ground, disappearing. Thank you, benefactor. In my next life, I am willing to serve you as a cow or horse, Moxie said through tearful eyes. The terrifying ghostly aura faded, revealing her true appearance, delicate and gentle, typical of a woman from the Jiangnan region. Feeling the faith power within her body, Kelly shook her head. You have already repaid me. In your next life, I hope you will be born into a good family and reunite with your child. A deity's blessings would naturally take effect. The woman felt a golden light pass through her body, her eyes turning red again. She waved goodbye to Kelly reluctantly, then turned and left with her child. Her figure gradually faded in the air, and at the same time, the surrounding temperature warmed up. Leora took off her shawl. You truly have real skills. Kelly glanced at Dustin, who was still babbling, and reminded her, incidents like this happening too often will affect your family's chi. Leora probably didn't sleep well last night, having nightmares constantly. Leora nodded, her brows tightly furrowed, looking increasingly displeased with Dustin. Ma'am, I advise you to stay away from people who can harm you. Your parents have already regretted it, Kelly said. Upon hearing this, Leora's eyes widened in disbelief. The calm expression on her face vanished, turning into a grim one seeking confirmation. How do you know my parents regretted it? Can you see them? The burden she had carried for decades was about to be lifted. How could Leora not be excited? I haven't seen them, but I can sense their emotions, Kelly explained truthfully. She closed her eyes and calculated for Leora. If you continue to waste your life with Dustin, you might indeed spend a lifetime together, but the outcome would be disastrous. Being with him will only drain you, bringing you no benefits. Moreover, his cowardice cannot sustain the company. Recently, the Wong Corporation has made no progress. Your destiny is strong, and you are well versed in various knowledge, far surpassing him, Kelly remarked. She watched Leora, hoping she would make the best choice. Spending a lifetime with such a person wasn't necessary. So. Leora's voice trembled. What about him? Kelly's gaze was resolute. Until today, he remains unmarried. Leora looked at her. Suddenly tears fell down her face, her voice choked with emotion. He hasn't married until now. How foolish. Why did he do such a stupid thing? It turns out I wasn't the only one trapped in memories. All these years, what have I been doing? Seeing Leora had become wise, Kelly was satisfied and waved her hand, removing the ghostly aura enveloping Dustin. Next, he should face the danger head-on. Chapter 132 Expulsion from the Family. Leora, since the matter has been dealt with, I will not disturb you any longer, Kelly said to the side where Jagger was, her voice faint. After so many years of carrying this heartache, Leora finally felt resolved, and she sincerely thanked Kelly. She softly told her, thank you. This is what I should do. After Kelly turned to leave, Leora sat on the sofa, lost in deep thought. After all these years had passed, it was the first time she felt relaxed, thoroughly at ease from within. Recalling the online affairs, Leora directly posted the evidence involving Jagger and Kelly onto the internet. Although this did not fully restore her reputation, it wasn't without effect. Netizens saw the post on Weibo immediately and quickly propelled it to the top, turning it into a headline within moments. I knew Kelly's character would be the best. Previous floor, I support what you say. Those who attacked Kelly should now come out and apologize. Meanwhile, while Adrian was having afternoon tea, brushing through Weibo, she saw someone speaking up for Kelly. Her expression changed instantly. She didn't expect that public opinion online would change so quickly. She clicked inside and found out the message came from Leora. A cold light flashed across her eyes. She opened her contacts list and dialed a number. Hello, help me do something. 3 hours later, under Leora's Weibo post, many people were at ING Kelly, accusing her of orchestrating everything herself. Some even edited images saying that Leora's Weibo account belonged to the heroine as a side account. When Leora saw this message, she immediately went in to clarify but received no response. Even reporting was ineffective. At this moment, Jagger sobered up and, recalling what had just happened, immediately turned his head towards Leora. Seeing her back facing him, Jagger did not hesitate. He got up and rushed over directly. Wife, I'm sorry, it was all my fault. Can you forgive me? As Jagger walked behind Leora, just as he prepared to embrace her, Leora took 2 steps forward, leaving him to lunge forward empty-handed. If his reflexes weren't quick enough, he would have landed on his face. Leora turned around, looking at him sternly without saying a word. This was the first time Jagger saw her like this. Those icy clear eyes seemed to speak volumes, as if declaring his death sentence. Jagger immediately knelt before Leora. Back then, I was blind, seduced by that despicable woman. It wasn't intentional. You did it, yet now you say it's too late. Isn't that useless? Leora stared at him coldly. As the saying goes, one indiscretion and never again, especially when she had no feelings for Jagger. I truly know I was wrong. Forgive me just this once, Jagger cried, slamming his head against the ground several times, his forehead turning purple. I'm really sorry. I truly know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please, forgive me. Originally not fond of Jagger, Leora's expression darkened. She turned away from the annoying person before her, saying coldly, give yourself an hour to pack your things, then get out. Jagger kept begging, sometimes crying, sometimes apologizing. However, Leora remained unmoved, instead sitting on the sofa leisurely playing with her phone. Recalling the days spent with Leora, Jagger sneered, you dirty woman, it's clearly you who were involved with other men. I merely did the same as you, and you can't bear it? So, only officials can set fires while commoners can't light lamps? While playing on her phone, Leora paused, turned to look at him, and said calmly, "Who did I get involved with? Do you have any evidence?" Seeing Jagger unable to speak, Leora crossed her arms and laughed coldly. "Your own filth makes everything else appear dirty. You think everyone is like you." Jagger, red-eyed, shouted, "Even without evidence, you're still a shrew, constantly finding fault with me or hitting me. I'm nothing but a punching bag." Recalling past events, Jagger felt extremely weak. In front of a woman who didn't love him, he had never held his head up. To others, he appeared polished and handsome, but in reality, he was nothing. In fact, he lived an incredibly miserable life. "Do you treat me as your husband?" Jagger angrily yelled, stomping up to her. "Get out." Leora glared at him fiercely. Perhaps because of being bullied by Leora for so long, Jagger unconsciously took several steps back. "Your belongings, I'll send them over later," Leora said coldly. She felt that she had done enough. After all, the result that Jagger faced now was his own doing, not solely caused by her actions. Jagger plopped down on the single sofa beside and started acting like a spoiled child. "We are married, and this is my home too. Why should I leave just because you tell me to? I won't go, what can you do about it?" Leora pursed her lips, her expression growing colder. But she knew his temper well. Coming from the slums, the deep-rooted, detestable traits in him were laid bare for all to see. Without wasting words with him, Leora picked up her phone and was ready to call her bodyguards. Jagger instantly panicked and hurriedly went back to pack his belongings. He stuffed all his clothes into a suitcase and headed for the door. Leora watched him coldly. "Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? You've wasted so much of my time. I'll tell you, if I don't get what I want, neither will you." With that, Jagger glared at Leora viciously and stormed out without looking back. Leora shrugged indifferently, knowing full well that Jagger's capabilities were limited and he couldn't cause much trouble. Seeing the large house finally quiet down, she couldn't help but smile slightly. She could finally feel much more relieved. Leaving the Wong family residence, Jagger dragged his suitcase along the street, his mind racing. A sudden idea struck him, and he immediately checked into the nearest hotel, then found a computer expert online to help him doctor an image. He posted on Weibo with a caption expressing his shock that Leora would choose a young lover over her husband. Then he returned to the Wong residence, filmed a video of him ringing the doorbell with no one answering, proving the authenticity of his post. Netizens saw the post and started commenting beneath it. "Holy cow, who would have thought this would happen? It seems money corrupts not just men but women too. A change of gender, and the comments will definitely exceed 10,000. How can there be such a woman? Jagger is so good, let's go, brothers, let's flood Leora's Weibo." Soon, many netizens at Leora, urging her to watch certain videos. Chapter 133, Face Off. The continuous buzzing of the phone caught Mel's attention. Upon opening it, she saw a barrage of insults under her Weibo post and frowned slightly. She clicked on some videos that netizens had it d her to watch, and almost all of them were about women cheating in marriage and meeting tragic ends. When she saw the Weibo post from Solomon, her face darkened instantly. It was clear that Solomon had cheated first, yet he made accusations first and even implicated her in infidelity. While she disliked Solomon, she would never do anything against morality. Initially, she didn't want to tear things apart with Solomon, but now she no longer felt the need to care about their remaining marital ties after so many years. Without hesitation, Mel immediately compiled all the damaging information about Solomon and posted everything online. With a hint of anger, she wrote, "I originally considered the last bit of sentiment between us as a couple. Since certain people insist on pushing things to the extreme, there's no need for me to leave him any room. Truth may be delayed, but it will never fail to arrive." Solomon had done too many questionable things, countless ones. It took Mel nearly half an hour to finish posting all the damaging materials. Netizens who saw all this damaging information about Solomon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A very small number of netizens still believed in Solomon, tagging him and asking for explanations. Suddenly, a Photoshop expert pointed out that the pictures of Mel meeting the mistress were composites, while the videos and images she released were all original with no trace of editing. Public opinion shifted immediately, and Solomon's Weibo comment section became a sea of curses. At one point, one post was retweeted 5 million times within a day. In the video, Helena handed a glass of wine to Kelly, who frowned slightly. "I can't drink alcohol. Not being able to drink and not drinking are two different things. Moreover, Solomon is here. If you don't drink, it might be too disrespectful to him," Helena said, looking at Solomon beside Kelly with a smile. "How about you drink instead? I took antibiotics today and really can't drink." Kelly seemed to sense Helena's ill intentions and refused again. At that moment, Solomon gave Helena a look, and understanding his intention, she stood up immediately. "Oh come on, just take a sip." People around started to cheer along. Unable to refuse any further, Kelly could only lift her glass and toast to Solomon. Learning that Kelly had been wronged, netizens apologized to her en masse, and quite a few passers-by turned into fans. Meanwhile, Helena's Weibo page was filled with unspeakable profanity. "How can anyone like you exist in this world? You've brought shame to all women." Fortunately, Mel revealed the truth, otherwise, we would have remained ignorant. Poor Kelly. I better not see you in real life, or else, you'll bear the consequences. Helena was extremely scared upon realizing the situation. She initially intended to explain herself but, upon seeing the video, completely gave up. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. As soon as she opened the door, someone threw an egg at her, hitting her face despite her quick reflexes. Terrified, she immediately locked the door from inside. Helena had anticipated such a day when she did what she did, but she hadn't expected it to come so quickly and be far worse than she imagined. Voices shouted outside the door. Helena, get out here. How can someone like you breathe the same air as us? I'm going to eliminate you for the good of the world. Get out. The curses grew more vulgar, and there were sounds of eggs and stones hitting the door. Through the peephole, Helena saw someone suddenly staring through it, repeatedly knocking on the door. I can see you. Startled, Helena fell to the ground, legs giving way. She quickly called security, and only after half an hour did the abuse outside cease. Sitting on the sofa, Helena patted her chest continuously, occasionally taking sips of water to calm herself down. Half an hour later, she suddenly thought of Nyla. The sudden shift in public opinion must have been due to something Kelly did behind the scenes. Helena realized that Kelly wasn't someone they could easily provoke, and immediately called Nyla. Hello, Galen Xu. Nyla's voice came from the other end. Helena, are you okay? You shouldn't go out these next few days. Helena recounted what had happened to Nyla and warned her not to provoke Kelly anymore. What are you talking about? Without Kelly, how could things have gotten this bad? Nyla didn't understand what Helena was thinking. Helena furrowed her brows slightly. She rubbed her temples and continued, with our level of expertise, we can't possibly compete with Kelly. You can't compete with her, don't drag me into this. How could I be the same as you? Nyla was already very upset about Kelly's improved reputation. Hearing this, her anger flared up even more. Galen Xu, I'm doing this for your own good, Helena couldn't help but sigh deeply. Shut up, what do you mean, for my own good? It's just that you're a coward. If you had acted decisively from the start, Kelly wouldn't have had this chance to turn things around, Nyla shouted angrily. Helena was about to say something more when she heard beeping sounds on the phone. She tried calling Nyla again, but there was no answer. Kelly had been sleeping in the back seat of the taxi for quite some time. The Dayton spoke up, Miss, we're here. She opened her eyes groggily, paid the Dayton, got out of the car, and stretched. Without a doubt, it had been an extremely comfortable nap. At the Flynn residence, in the living room, Adonis regretted seeing the online public opinion after it changed. If he had believed Kelly from the beginning, maybe things would have been different. Now it was too late, he could only wait until she came back to talk to her. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening caught his attention. When he turned around and saw Kelly, he immediately stood up and walked over. You're back. Kelly glanced at him coldly, said nothing, and walked straight upstairs. When those damaging materials first appeared, Adonis had criticized her constantly without even asking if the information was true. It was clear that he had never believed her. In that case, it was better to stay away from Adonis. Have you eaten? Shall I make you something? Adonis looked at her cold back and didn't know what to say, so he brought up a random topic. After receiving no response for a long time, he frowned, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Chapter 134, Sibling Conflict. Hearing the commotion in the living room, Nyla and Gregor came out from their bedroom. Kelly is back? Gregor asked anxiously. Adonis hummed in confirmation and looked upstairs. Beside her, Nyla snorted coldly, you still remember to come back? I thought you never intended to return. In the bedroom, Kelly opened her suitcase, took some clothes and cosmetics, and walked downstairs. Adonis's expression darkened, and he spoke coldly, where are you going? Kelly glanced at him but ignored him and walked straight out. Nyla glanced at Adonis, stepped forward, and said, Tyra, your brother is talking to you. Did you not hear him? Her words were laden with sarcasm, earning her a cold look from Gregor. Seeing that Kelly did not stop, Adonis strode over and grabbed Kelly's suitcase, asking coldly, do you even know manners? Kelly continued to look at him expressionlessly without saying a word. This clearly infuriated Adonis, who had forgotten about previous incidents. Speak up. Are you mute? Tyra, siblings don't stay angry overnight. Don't be mad at your brother, Nyla provoked. How do you talk? Gregor slapped away Adonis's hand and shielded Kelly behind him like a hen protecting its chicks. Seeing them arguing, Kelly only glanced indifferently and then left with her suitcase. At the film set, Hassan sat on a chair, occasionally glancing at the script. Are you really reading the script, or waiting for someone? Edison saw that the script in Hassan's hands was upside down and couldn't help but laugh. The filming starts tomorrow. Of course, I'm reading the script. Hassan coughed, not taking his eyes off it. He was supposed to arrive at the set today. Why hasn't Kelly come yet? Her scandal has already been cleared, there shouldn't be any issues. Edison rolled his eyes, my great hope Emperor. Can you read scripts without practicing? Check if your script is upside down. Hassan glanced down, put the script aside, it doesn't matter whether I read it or not, I've memorized all the lines. You're almost becoming a waiting husband stone, Edison muttered under his breath. Due to the distance, Kelly arrived at the set late in the evening. Seeing her, Hassan immediately went over. Why did you come so late? Isn't the filming scheduled for tomorrow? Kelly looked at him in confusion. Not really, just checking, Hassan smiled. Oh, I'll head to the hotel first. See you tomorrow. Kelly glanced around the set and went to the hotel. See you tomorrow. The next day, all the actors were made up and dressed, and filming began. During the shoot, Jan watched from the side. Every scene involving Hassan and Kelly passed in one take. Jan, an experienced screenwriter, had seen many celebrities act before. But Hassan and Kelly's performances made her feel deeply immersed as if bringing the script to life. Their chemistry was impressive, making her applaud. She had initially thought the title of Emperor was just a name, but now she realized Hassan earned it. After the fifth scene was filmed, Jan approached Hassan and Kelly. Thank you both for your hard work. Would you mind adding more content to the subsequent scenes? Kelly was taken aback. Why add more content? Well, I want to enrich the plot by adding more romantic scenes between Kelly and the male lead. If either of you objects. Before Jan finished, Hassan immediately replied, of course, we're willing. Jan chuckled, great, thank you, Jeff. The drama, Shindu, was widely anticipated, and paparazzi obtained footage early, hiding nearby to capture behind-the-scenes moments and posting them online. Netizens identified Hassan just by his back. Whoa, I didn't expect that Hassan from Shindu is actually Jeff. Wasn't this drama focused on Kelly? How did Jeff end up in it? Aren't they a couple or something? If they aren't together, why would Jeff play Hassan in Shindu? He wouldn't do it for nothing. Darn, my longtime crush is once again taken by someone else. I just watched their scenes together. They're perfectly matched. You can say whatever you want, I'll ship them anyway. Shipping everything will only ruin the balance. The online rumors about Hassan and Kelly were hyped up again, and upon seeing this news, Jan immediately posted a Weibo update. Because the female protagonist in this novel was truly too lonely, she had added content on the fly. Once it was confirmed that Hassan was not dating Kelly, his fans heaved a sigh of relief. Loyal readers of the novel knew how isolated the heroine was. Back then, they had strongly urged Jan to add a male lead, but she had ignored them and continued writing on her own. Now, with a male lead present, someone could finally care for the heroine no matter what happened. Though some diehard fans couldn't comprehend it at first, they immediately understood after reading the novel. Late at night, Galina, dressed in a lace strap and wrapped in a bath towel, went to Jan's room and knocked on the door. In the industry, there had been speculation that Jan preferred women. Hearing the knock, Jan, who was typing on her keyboard, frowned in dissatisfaction. She got up to open the door and asked upon seeing Galina, Teacher Galinu, it's quite late. Is there something you need? Could you add more scenes for me? Galina deliberately pulled her bath towel down a bit as she spoke. Why should I add scenes for you when you're not the female lead? Do I look like I have nothing else to do? Jan scoffed. She called Galina Teacher Galinu merely out of habit. What a joke, Galina was just a weakened supporting actress, yet she dared to ask for more screen time. Give me a hand? Just add some scenes with Hassan, Galina said thick-skinnedly. As soon as Jan finished speaking, she slammed the door shut and sat back at her computer. Dream on if you want more plot. Initially, Galina thought that with her appearance, Jan would definitely agree, but she never expected to be turned down, blushing with embarrassment. Glancing around, Galina slunk back to her room. Sitting on the bed, she threw a pillow to the ground in anger. Jan, you're just a small-time screenwriter. Who do you think you are, daring to refuse me? However angry she was, there was nothing she could do about Jan, and she avoided her during filming afterward. Chapter 135, Wrapping up the production. During the filming process, although Kelly encountered some difficulties, she still managed to get through each shot with one take due to her constant practice. When learning martial arts scenes, Kelly continuously sought advice from the martial arts instructor to ensure she could deliver the best possible performance. Hassan watched her fall repeatedly and couldn't help but feel heartache. He brought her a bottle of water and said gently, take a break. Kelly took a sip, wiped the sweat off her forehead, and said, I think I'm ready, Joa. We can start filming. The martial arts instructor couldn't help but praise her while watching her perform the action scenes. It's rare to find such a hardworking female star. She's definitely going to become a superstar in the future. Isn't that true? Jan also couldn't resist praising her. Compared to those overly dramatic and difficult female stars, Kelly is far superior. As he spoke, the director deliberately turned his head to look at Galina who was resting nearby. He shook his head as if he had already seen through her future. After 2 long months, all scenes of Shindu were completed. On the day of the wrap party, Kelly had her agent buy many cups of bubble tea and distribute them to everyone on set, including the often overlooked minor actors. Within these 2 months, those who initially had reservations about Kelly now regarded her with the highest favor. When distributing red envelopes, Kelly even made sure to ask around to confirm that every small actor received one. Seeing this, Hassan couldn't help but laugh. Come on, it's time for the wrap-up photo. I'm coming. Just as Kelly walked over, the photographer instructed, you 2 leads, stand in the middle. Yes, just like that. In the photo, almost everyone had a happy smile except for Galina, whose smile was extremely stiff. Ulrich immediately posted the photo online with the caption, Shindu wrap-up. Netizens saw the first candid crew photo of Hassan and Kelly, feeling quite moved. Seeing her own photo, Galina Lang's face contorted with anger. She wanted to retake it, but everyone had already dispersed. Recalling Jan's rejection of her, she could only endure it silently. With nothing else to do, Kelly returned to her room and began packing her things. As she prepared to leave by car, Hassan approached her. Let's go together. Don't you have a car? Kelly remembered that Hassan had a business vehicle. Hassan awkwardly coughed. It broke down. I sent Fitzroy to fix it. Then let's go together. As Kelly was about to put her suitcase in the trunk, Hassan quickly said, let me do it. Thank you, Kelly whispered softly. In the car, Hassan hadn't decided what to talk about when his phone started vibrating non-stop. Kelly glanced at him. Aren't you going to check? He opened his phone and found many fans leaving comments under his Weibo post. Reading them, he laughed so hard he nearly couldn't stop. Wow, Jeff and Kelly are such a perfect match. Look at this wedding photo I just edited. I've been saying all along, they're an absolute match. This proves it. Jeff, when are you planning to pursue Kelly? Hassan raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Kelly, smiling. Kelly, look, many people on the internet say we have great chemistry. Jeff, we're playing the lead roles, and our costumes and makeup add to it. It's natural for netizens to feel the CP vibe, Kelly said faintly, looking out the window. Maybe if we really get together, we might gain more fans. Want to try? Hassan suggested with a grin. Kelly shook her head helplessly. Forget it. I'm afraid your fangirls will eat me alive. Hassan's smile froze on his face. Perhaps due to fatigue from recent events, Kelly fell asleep soon after getting into the car. Seeing her leaning against the window, Hassan was afraid she might hurt her head, so he gently supported her head against his shoulder. After arriving home, Kelly stepped inside, and Farrell and Alea immediately stood up and went over. Tyra, you must be exhausted from filming. What would you like to eat? I'll have someone prepare it for you, Alea smiled warmly. There's no need to ask, she must be exhausted, looking much thinner than before. Have more nutritious food prepared for her today, Farrell instructed someone to make preparations. Adonis sat on the sofa, cracking sunflower seeds and watching TV, ignoring Kelly completely. After Farrell left, Gregor also walked over. Tyra. You must be exhausted from shooting for such a long time. You should take a good rest. In a few days, let's go on a trip abroad together, what do you think? Kelly glanced at him indifferently. No need, I'm tired, I'll go back to my bedroom to rest. Saying that, she pulled her suitcase upstairs. Just then, Adrian was coming down. When she saw Kelly, she frowned deeply. This meddlesome one was back again? Tyra, second brother is a renowned doctor with a tight schedule, yet he's willing to go with you. Why don't you agree? The way you're acting makes it seem like second brother is begging, Adrian said pointedly. Gregor pursed his lips and ignored her, quickly walking upstairs just to get a few more words with Kelly. But Kelly didn't acknowledge him and went straight into her bedroom. She hadn't been sleepy after sleeping in the car all the way. She tidied up her clothes simply, then turned on her phone to start a new live stream account. It was still the same name but with a few extra characters. Kelly had many old fans, and within an hour, the live stream was flooded with people. Kelly greeted them warmly. Hello everyone, it's been a while, how are you all? The fans were very polite, sending messages on the screen. Many fans found the previous incident strange and asked for the truth in the live stream. Why did you sell your previous account to Adrian? I thought about it for so long but couldn't figure it out. Please tell us the truth. Yes, I also want to know what happened. I guess Adrian used some tricks. That's not accurate. Maybe a hacker took over the account and sold it to Adrian. Seeing their speculations, Kelly laughed. Family, you're all wrong. I just did it for the money. As she spoke, she sent a big red envelope to the netizens. Numerous netizens went to Adrian's Weibo to mock her, saying no matter how powerful the live stream account was, without popularity, it was useless. Chapter 136, She is Not Human. In Kelly's live streaming room, the netizens who grabbed the red envelope were all cracking jokes. The streamer is so rich. How much did that account sell for? Can the streamer support me for the rest of my life? Nyla hahaha, she really is a big loser. The streamer is really down to earth. I just like such people who tell the truth. Without replying to the netizens' comments, Kelly directly initiated a viewer connection. No matter what, Nyla was still a buyer, and it would be best to give her some face, maybe they would have business dealings in the future. The face that popped up on the other end of the connection was unexpectedly delicate and pale, pitiful looking, someone no one had expected. Nyla. The bullet screen cleared for a few seconds, then became even more crazy. What kind of hellish opening is this? I'm really laughing. Nyla is also in the live broadcast room. Did she hear what the streamer just said? Before, I only heard about battle royale situations. This is the first time I've encountered it. Families, all give a yes. Let's take a picture together as a memento. Yes. Retracting her gaze from the bullet screen, Nyla looked accusingly at the streamer with the cat head effect on the opposite side, feeling extremely angry in her heart. She restrained herself, slightly frowning, her eyes filled with a misty layer, tears welling up as she looked into the camera. I admit that purchasing the account was inappropriate, but what does the streamer mean by this now? When Nyla finished speaking, her fans immediately chimed in. Yeah, the streamer has already taken the money, yet she's trying to blacken our idol's reputation here, truly disgusting. Netizens of today, can you open your eyes? How could this streamer be a good person? Sigh, paid the money and ended up like this, poor little fairy. Unknowingly, the netizens were also led by Nyla's fans, thinking Kelly's behavior was indeed excessive. The bullet screen was full of resistance and ridicule. Of course, there were a few longtime viewers who genuinely liked Kelly, silently defending her. But their voices were too weak, barely visible among the vast sea of comments. Powerless, these fans could only watch as Kelly was overwhelmed by the bullet screen. Satisfied with the bullet screen, Nyla said, "Thank you everyone for standing up for me, but we shouldn't cyberbully others, please pay attention to your wording." Seeing this, the bullet screen was filled with praise for her kindness and good character. Nyla's precarious public image was thus somewhat alleviated. In the contract, does it require me not to mention this or prohibit me from doing live broadcasts in the future? Kelly's puzzled voice came through. Her slender fingers crossed on the table, with her right fingertips lightly tapping the surface. No, Nyla replied, dumbfounded. At that time, the contract was signed hastily, and no one considered those details. She never thought this would happen. To ordinary people, 30 million is already plenty. She subconsciously believed the streamer wouldn't do another live broadcast. So? Kelly's voice came through after being altered, steady but laced with a hint of mockery. Using all her strength, Nyla controlled her facial expression to prevent it from twisting grotesquely, and she directly cut off the connection. Next to Kelly's room, an angry scream erupted, and she couldn't help but smile. In the live broadcast room, Nyla's fans followed her departure, and the bullet screen returned to normal. Streamer, you're amazing. Almost got dragged along, but the streamer's words pulled me back. Streamer is really talented, logical, and reasonable. Nyla must have been stunned when she heard it. Forever God, Streamer 666. This confrontation was quickly edited and posted online by quick-fingered netizens, resulting in another round of ridicule for Nyla. Who could blame them when she acted shamelessly and even dared to question the streamer, thinking everyone would be brainwashed by her foolish fans? Alright, let's continue connecting with guests. Kelly said. Her serious tone made everyone focus, watching the connection screen attentively, very eager to see what good things they might encounter today. The connection screen lit up, revealing a vigorous man with a crew cut. He seemed equally surprised to be connected, waving awkwardly, "Hello streamer, hello netizens in the live broadcast room." The netizens greeted him, and Kelly nodded, "Hello, do you know the rules of the live broadcast?" The man eagerly replied, "Yes, offering sacrifices to dear spirit mountain god. I've been following every episode of the streamer, I'm an old fan." Kelly hummed, her tone slightly softened, "What would you like to consult?" Upon hearing this, the man hesitated. He didn't expect to be actually connected, just casually sending a request. "I want to ask about my love fortune. Could you calculate whether my current girlfriend is a true match for me?" He blushed while asking. Kelly nodded, of course she could. Feeling a connection between them, she placed her hand on the table and began calculating as usual. As her fingers moved swiftly, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all focused on watching, inevitably recalling a few weeks ago when a small-up had slowed down the live stream recording by dozens of times, hoping to analyze Kelly's movements for learning. But even when slowed down by dozens of times, she was so fast that it seemed unreal, and everything was unclear. Calculating this man's life, Kelly's breathing intensified, and she couldn't help but frown. After finishing the calculation, she suddenly opened her eyes. The cat effect synchronized with her eye movements, and netizens were startled by her action, especially the handsome man himself. He asked in a trembling voice, "Streamer, are my girlfriend and I not a true match?" At this moment, the handsome man felt as if his entire life had fallen into a bottomless pit, leaving him at a loss. "Not," Kelly said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the handsome man let out a sigh of relief, only to hear her continue. "She is not human, she." Just as she was speaking, there was a creaking sound from outside the door, and a woman wearing a white cheapao, graceful and gentle, walked into the room. Her delicate appearance made everyone who saw her subconsciously feel that she was like a gentle stream of water. "Andre, are you watching this live stream again?" Moxie asked softly. Her soft and pleasant tone made her seem even more gentle. Since Kelly had switched Andre's video connection to audio mode right after Moxie entered, Moxie did not know he had just calculated something during the live stream. "Yes, you know I quite enjoy watching the streamer," Andre said. "Metaphysics is all fake, don't be tricked into spending money by those streamers," Moxie gently reminded him. Andre's eyes occasionally glanced at the live stream, constantly thinking about the 4 words Kelly had just spoken. She is not human. The seeds of doubt planted in his heart began to grow rampantly. In Kelly's live broadcast room, the netizens were confused. What? How did it suddenly disappear? That beauty earlier was really beautiful. The young man has good luck to find such a world-class beauty. Envy, jealousy, and hate, I'm tired of saying these words. Do you remember what the streamer said just now? But I think the beauty is normal, maybe the streamer was wrong. Chapter 137, Does the Fox Spirit Not Harm People? On the other end of the phone, the couple exchanged a few intimate words. Taking into account that they were still live streaming, Andre chose his words very carefully. He was afraid that any slip-up might let the netizens hear something they shouldn't. Alright, I'm hungry. You go make dinner first, Andre said to Moxie. The woman hummed in response, her face still carrying a gentle smile. She turned to leave, not forgetting to close the door as she exited. When the live stream viewers heard this, they became even more envious. Help, having such a beautiful girlfriend who cooks for you, how blessed you are. Why do you get to date such a girlfriend? So jealous. Break up right now and let me date her. I'm a girl, ladies first, so let me try first. Andre, returning to his computer desk and seeing these messages from the netizens, opened the camera and laughed heartily. He said with a somewhat cheeky tone, sorry, she's my exclusive girlfriend. The netizens felt like punching something. Andre completely suppressed the panic rising in his heart and calmly said, Anchor, did you slip up just now? My girlfriend is definitely human. She breathes, and she had body temperature just now. You send me your phone number through the back end. We'll contact after the live stream ends, Kelly said. She needed to choose her words carefully, picking those that wouldn't scare Andre. In modern society, mentioning supernatural things was quite difficult. Andre voluntarily cut off the call, sending his phone number half-doubtingly. He trusted his girlfriend, but he also believed in Kelly because she had calculated many things correctly before. In the live stream room, netizens groaned repeatedly. They wanted to see what was going on too. The anchor was really not nice. Kelly selectively ignored these comments. If she dared to mention Moxie's identity, the live stream would surely be permanently banned, and it might even draw out some big shots. After connecting with a few more netizens and doing simple calculations, she waved goodbye to everyone and ended the live stream without hesitation. Immediately after ending the stream, she clicked into Andre's backend and saw his private message. Kelly called him, and he almost answered instantly, as if waiting for a long time. To make a long story short, your girlfriend isn't human, she's a fox spirit, Kelly quickly said. Transformed into a human form, naturally she has a shadow, breath, and temperature. Kelly continued rapidly. Andre remained silent on the other end of the phone for a long time, finally uttering an incredulous sigh. He cautiously asked, Anchor, are you joking? Knowing that ordinary people don't easily accept matters concerning spirits, Kelly patiently explained further. It's not a joke. Haven't you felt extremely weak lately, unable to sleep no matter how much you rest, yet your complexion inexplicably becomes more rosy, and your muscles become fuller? And if you two live together, there's always a foul smell in your home at midnight, disappearing after about 10 minutes. Yes, but my girlfriend told me she has body odor. Maybe it's because we've been doing a lot lately. I feel a bit weak, but these aren't big issues, right? Andre muttered. Believing that his beloved girlfriend, who treated him so well every day, was a monster was very difficult. Andre, you met your girlfriend 3 months ago. Think about it, hasn't your health deteriorated since then? You even had a high fever just a few days ago, Kelly reminded him heavily. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a muffled hum. The high fever from a few days ago was unforgettable for Andre. He had rarely been sick before, let alone such a severe fever. At that time, his girlfriend cared for him night and day, deeply touching him. It was from that moment on that he wanted to give her a home. The fox spirit has cultivated to this point by consuming the essence of men. On bed matters, she should have considerable expertise, Kelly added, fearing he still didn't believe her. Andre coughed dryly on the other end of the phone, his face burning red. Indeed, he admitted awkwardly. Andre had dated other girlfriends before, but this one gave him the best feeling. Hesitantly, he spoke, Anchor, I don't mind my girlfriend's past. She treats me very well. If it's not dangerous, I want to continue being with her. Men in love have an IQ of nearly 0. Kelly sneered, stupid, how can spirits not harm people? Her purpose is to slowly consume you, draining your strength. You're weak because she has absorbed nearly half of your essence. In another 3 months, you will die from weakness. Upon hearing this, sweat broke out on Andre's forehead, and he couldn't help swallowing hard, genuinely scared. What should I do then? He asked anxiously. In half an hour, come find me beside the artificial lake in your neighborhood. Don't eat the food she made, Kelly said. After hanging up, she pinched her fingertips, trying to forcefully divine the fox spirit. After the founding of the People's Republic, monsters were not supposed to become more powerful, but there are always those who exploit loopholes, using various evil spells to transform into human forms, wandering among ordinary people, harming lives, and making a living. As a deity in this world, Kelly naturally could not stand by idly watching that fox cause havoc. Even with little divine power left within her, she must eliminate it. If necessary, she would use the accumulated faith power first. After helping deal with Helena and Dustin through live streaming recently, Kelly had accumulated a fair amount of faith power. The phone rang, it was Hassan calling. She clicked to answer. What's up? Kelly asked while opening the door and walking out. I called you right after you went offline just now, but the call was always ongoing. Did you contact that Andre? Hassan asked. Kelly responded affirmatively, he has some issues on his side, I need to handle it. On the other end of the phone, Hassan pursed his lips, his eyes full of concern. Can I go with you? You want to see the fox spirit? Kelly raised an eyebrow. Recently, the TV dramas she watched showed men were very curious and fond of fox spirits. Fox spirits were indeed adept at pleasing men in countless ways. Without waiting for Hassan's reply, Kelly said, "All right, I'll send you the address." She hung up, feeling inexplicably annoyed, though she didn't know why. 20 minutes later, they met by the artificial lake. This place was sparsely populated, located in the suburbs, so apart from them, there was no one else around the lake. Tyra, I didn't mean it that way, Hassan explained softly. I'm not interested in the fox spirit, I'm just worried about you and wanted to come along. Only then did Kelly look at him squarely. Her clear eyes held a hint of disdain. He knew nothing about metaphysics, what help could he provide? But she kept these thoughts to herself, as they were inappropriate to voice. Thank you, Kelly said. Hassan sighed, resting his forehead in his hand. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes seemed to have spoken volumes. The road to winning her back was long. The sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. Both turned to see Andre running towards them, his cheeks flushed and breath heavy. Hello, are you the broadcaster who contacted me? He curiously asked Kelly, glancing at Hassan standing beside her. Chapter 138, Cooking for You. It's me, Kelly said calmly. Andre was taken aback, scratching his head. This voice sounds familiar. It seemed like he had heard it somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully, it didn't ring a bell. Upon hearing this, Kelly removed the mask covering her face. Andre's eyes widened upon seeing her face, and he turned stiffly to look at Hassan. Hassan's exposed eyebrows and eyes were familiar, and it seemed that he might know who it was. Hassan took off his mask, nodding slightly in greeting, hello. Holy shit, I saw a celebrity. Andre couldn't suppress his excitement. He never imagined that the person behind the metaphysics live stream was actually Kelly. Connecting this with Nyla's account buying incident, it was exhilarating. Andre felt like he'd stumbled into a huge drama. Kelly waved her hand in front of his eyes. If you turn on your phone's front camera now, you'll see the real you. After saying this, she lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hassan also coughed and politely looked away. Andre was puzzled. What did real you mean? This confusion was resolved when he opened the front camera and saw his own face. He couldn't help but curse. This is me. The man in the phone lens looked listless with sunken eye sockets, as if he had been indulging excessively for a long time and was close to sudden death. Andre had checked his appearance in the mirror before going out and wore his best outfit. He truly couldn't accept looking this ugly now. Kelly kindly reminded him, that fox spirit put an illusion spell on you. So, you and others only see your energetic and vibrant self. This is the real you. Upon hearing this, Andre's face darkened completely. Streamer, please help me get rid of this fox spirit. I'm willing to pay you. He said solemnly. Kelly nodded. Of course, we will get rid of the fox spirit, but as agreed, there's no need for payment. Andre nodded vigorously, looking at her with admiration. Indeed, the streamer was different from those fraudsters who fake things. More importantly, being a celebrity herself, how could she possibly be short of money? So, what do we do now? Do I need to conduct some investigations? Andre asked. All remnants of mercy and nostalgia towards the fox spirit vanished. Tonight is a full moon. Around 11, lure her to the artificial lake. At 11:30, I'll appear on time, and you can hide wherever you like. Kelly explained. Andre nodded and made an okay gesture, indicating understanding. Kelly retracted the divine power, covering his face, and he reverted to his previously vibrant and attractive self. Taking a deep breath, Andre turned and walked home with the determination of a brave warrior severing his own wrist. His originally warm and charming girlfriend, who had made him settle down, now seemed more terrifying than a ghost. Tonight's events will be dangerous. Go back first, Kelly said to Hassan. She wasn't sure if she would have the strength to protect him when facing the fox spirit. All right, Hassan nodded succinctly. He sighed, looking somewhat depressed. Promise me, take care of yourself. The great actor Hassan, usually so powerful in public, felt utterly useless since he knew nothing about metaphysics and couldn't protect his beloved woman. Sure, don't worry, Kelly nodded. She was naturally oblivious to his melancholy and sorrow. Midnight. Kelly sat in an inconspicuous corner, quietly waiting for the fox spirit and Andre. Why did you come out tonight? The moon is quite round. It would be a pity not to take a stroll. Voices echoed, and Kelly looked in their direction, locking eyes on the fox spirit. She looked completely different from the ancient legends shown on TV, appearing gentle and elegant with an approachable aura. The fox spirit adapted to Andre's preferences, revealing his taste for gentle women. Seeming to sense something, the fox spirit stopped where Kelly and the others had stood earlier. Her watery eyes flashed a hint of sharpness as she smiled at Andre softly. You seem troubled tonight. Are you hiding something from me? Andre's eyes shifted uncomfortably, instinctively avoiding her gaze. What could I possibly hide from you? The fox spirit narrowed her eyes. Her previously soft facial features suddenly changed. A delicate red mole appeared at the corner of her eye, her eyelashes elongated, and her lips turned vividly red. This was her true form. Andre, with his head bowed, didn't notice the change. The fox spirit's voice grew sharper. Galenk, wanting to harm me. Her fingers curled into claws, and a gust of wind blew her hair wildly, adding to her eerie allure. How could I possibly want to harm you? You're imagining things, Andre tried to bluff, raising his gaze. When he saw the fox spirit, he was taken aback, so much so that if it weren't for the same clothing, he would have thought someone else had replaced her. Step back. Kelly suddenly shouted. At the same time, the fox spirit curled her lips and lunged forward, reaching for Andre's heart. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that fox spirits love to eat human hearts. A human heart can help them remain youthful and greatly enhance their powers. However, in modern society with its various sophisticated instruments and monitoring, they are under an additional layer of mysterious restraint. Therefore, even if they were extremely tempted, they didn't dare to act rashly, leading to their despicable method of slowly sapping away human vitality. The fox spirit must have felt deeply betrayed, which caused her to lash out at Andre without hesitation. Though quick, the fox spirit was not faster than Kelly, who used divine power to form a barrier in front of her, blocking the fatal strike. Once Andre realized what was happening, he quickly ran behind her, hiding. Who are you? The fox spirit's voice was sharp as she clenched her teeth, glaring at this woman who not only looked better than her but also possessed formidable strength. Her animal instincts told her this person was definitely no ordinary being. Kelly did not speak. Instead, she formed a lotus finger and began chanting, releasing golden divine power from her fingertips, which then converged with her other hand. As the divine power concentrated more and more, the fox spirit screamed and tried to escape, but the surroundings were already encircled with an impenetrable net. How could she possibly escape? With the thickening divine power emanating from Kelly's fingertips, the fox spirit grew increasingly weak. She was forced to sit on the ground, feeling an impending threat, and turned to look at Andre. Why do you want to hurt me? I loved you so much, wanting to live happily with you, offering my whole heart to you, and yet you were so cruel. South Ping, after all the time we've spent together, how can you not know if I was genuine or not? The fox spirit's voice quivered, sounding very touching. Kelly frowned, knowing she was trying to bewitch people. But Andre had almost had his heart gouged out just now. As long as he wasn't deranged, he wouldn't believe the fox spirit. Relieved, she continued to gather divine power while the fox spirit kept speaking. If you push her now, we can go back to the way things were. Would you like me to cook for you? Chapter 139, Well-intentioned words are hard to persuade the dead. The fox spirit had once again taken on the gentle appearance that Andre adored, her beautiful eyes softly gazing at him, brimming with myriad emotions. Sorry. Apologies echoed by her ear. Kelly's heart skipped a beat. Before she could react, she felt a fierce shove from behind, sending her uncontrollably falling forward. A mocking smile flickered in the fox spirit's eyes as she blew a kiss to Andre and turned to leave briskly. Kelly, who had barely managed to weave the heavenly net using divine power, now felt its disruption. The backlash from being pushed sent pain surging through her internal organs. Alejandra, where are you going? Andre asked with a forlorn expression, watching the fox spirits retreating back. Breathing unevenly, even someone with Kelly's usually amiable disposition couldn't help but feel furious. She roared, what did you do? Andre finally snapped back to reality, somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, I thought it through. Alejandra and I have such a good relationship, she definitely wouldn't harm me. And besides, she's quite pitiful. I don't want to let her down. At this point, Andre remained obstinately deluded. Kelly cursed him as an idiot and turned away, ignoring him. She clutched her chest, calculating silently with her free hand. Goodness and evil would eventually receive their due. Well-intentioned words are hard to persuade the dead. Andre sought his own doom, no one could save him now. Even a compassionate deity had to forsake a life at this moment. Kelly wasn't blindly kind, she knew what was worth and what wasn't. And Andre, nervously gazing ahead, was still searching for the fox spirit who had deceived him. He sighed and hurried upstairs, hoping she was still at home. Opening the door and seeing his familiar girlfriend, he finally relaxed. Alejandra, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have believed anyone else over you, Andre said. He rushed forward to embrace the fox spirit, moved, saying, as long as you're willing to stay with me, we'll live a peaceful life from now on. If you're afraid of being harassed, I'll take you away from the city. As long as we're together, that's all that matters. After speaking these words, Andre felt almost moved himself. Alejandra must be wishing to marry him right away. Just as he thought this, Andre's face suddenly changed. Incredulously, he looked down at the wound appearing on his chest. His beloved Alejandra held his still-beating heart in her hands. Thump. With intense regret, Andre fell to the ground, his eyes gradually losing their light while the fox spirit resumed her true form, disdainfully stepping over him to sit at the table. She wouldn't believe a word spoken by any man. Tenderly savoring the red heart, Alejandra's lips curled into a satisfied smile. But thinking of Kelly who nearly ruined her, her expression darkened. She had to seize this chance to end Kelly's life and flay her beautiful skin to make a lantern. Alejandra licked the blood at the corner of her mouth, her smile chillingly malicious. Meanwhile, Kelly trudged home, exhausted. Unexpectedly, upon entering, she met Adonis. Lately, he seemed to frequently appear before her, often nagging about annoying things, like an old crank. Furrowing her brows, Kelly wanted to leave, but Adonis grabbed her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. Her strength was depleted, she couldn't struggle. I don't care how you arranged your time before, but since you've returned to the Flynn family, you're our family and need to follow the rules. From now on, unless working outside makes it inconvenient to return, you must be home before 10 o'clock. Download DingTalk and check in via your phone. Kelly frowned, not understanding his meaning or intentions. He was wary and looked down on her, yet meddled in everything. My affairs are none of your business. You once told me you only have one sister, Adrian, Kelly reminded him. Though her words carried no jealousy, to Adonis, they sounded disobedient. He frowned. Can you learn something from Gianna? At the very least, understand some rules. My concern is for your own good, not to harm you. Now both physically and emotionally drained, Kelly didn't argue further and nodded in agreement. But Adonis was still unsatisfied. What's your attitude, Kelly? He coldly said. Whether nodding or shaking her head didn't matter. Frustration peaked within her. She really wanted to move out of the Flynn residence immediately and establish her own household. Why are you bullying Tyra again, Adonis? Gregor's angry roar echoed from upstairs, startling all sleeping Flynn family members. Without another thought, he rushed downstairs, releasing Adonis's tight grip on Kelly and holding her hand gently, his fierce glare directed solely at Adonis. This protective action by her second brother didn't go unnoticed by Kelly. Perhaps due to the presence of an even more Adonis for comparison, she found herself not hating him as much anymore. Nobody is perfect, everyone makes mistakes. She should give him a chance to correct his wrongdoings. Since I'm not feeling well right now, can you please let me go? Kelly politely requested after her realization. This was the first time he had seen her speak to him like this. With surprise and joy on his face, Gregor immediately released her hand. Okay, he replied rather foolishly. What happened? Alea's voice echoed from upstairs, still rubbing her sleepy eyes in confusion. She had been sleeping soundly when she suddenly heard their second son's outburst downstairs, startling her awake. Tamara, brother bullied Tyra again, Gregor reported to his mother, just like a kindergartner. Seeing how someone else was speaking up for her, Kelly inexplicably felt quite pleased. Alea's expression grew increasingly grim as she glared fiercely at Adonis, scolding, Didn't I tell you, our family rules don't need you to decide. Mind your own business. She hurriedly came down the stairs and held on to Kelly. Come, go back upstairs to sleep with Tamara. You don't have to download any app or check in. Let's see who dares to bully you. With that, they left, and Gregor followed upstairs without sparing a glance at Adonis. Recalling Kelly's earlier attitude towards him, he felt extremely content, certain that tonight would bring pleasant dreams. Gregor wasn't sure if Esme's ghost was still around, but having Kelly by his side gave him a great sense of security. Downstairs. Adonis sat exhausted on the sofa, massaging his aching brow, unsure of what to do next. Recently, his parents had ordered him to stay home, where he did a lot of thinking. He realized he had been overly defensive towards this biological sister of his. However, he also cared deeply for Adrian. The reason he confronted Kelly tonight was because Xiao Hopi shared many cases of women being harmed late at night this afternoon. Concerned and hoping to improve his relationship with Kelly, Adonis expressed those words. But once again, his good intentions turned into trouble. Faced with this sister, Adonis genuinely didn't know what to do. Even a shrewd and successful businessman like himself, navigating the complex dynamics within the family could be incredibly troublesome. Chapter 140, Special Department. Walking upstairs with Tinsley, Kelly glanced at her phone while washing up. Hassan had sent a concerned WeChat message several hours ago. She felt warmth in her heart and typed back that she was fine, urging him to go to bed early too. With regard to Hassan, Kelly increasingly found herself confused about her feelings and did not wish to dwell on it much. After tidying up, she went outside, where Flynn's mother was already sound asleep. Kelly took light breaths and steps, walking to the other side of the bed and lay down. The next day, she slept well but still lacked energy after waking up. The stab from behind yesterday, it would take some time for her to recover. The most pressing issue now was that the fox spirit had also escaped. Capturing her would probably require quite an effort. Kelly went downstairs, everyone was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Seeing her, Todd rolled his eyes irritably. Really, everyone got up so early, and certain people are shameless enough to sleep until noon. He grumbled loudly. Nyla's downturned face lit up with a pleased smile. Seeing Kelly put in her place in the morning was truly the happiest thing in the world. However, Kelly did not feel anything unusual. As if she hadn't heard Todd's complaint, she directly walked to her usual spot, pulled out a chair, and calmly sat down to serve herself congee. Just as she finished serving herself, she saw Flynn's parents looking eagerly at her. They had long noticed that the congee she served was different from ordinary congee. Kelly slowly picked up their bowls and served them white congee. Flynn's father gulped down a mouthful, unable to resist praising, "Yes, that's the taste." Gregor looked at his parents with envy flashing in his eyes. When could his sister also serve him congee, then his life would be fully content. This envy was almost tangible, and it was hard for Kelly not to notice it. She stood up as if accepting her fate, getting a separate empty bowl for Gregor to serve him congee, and when she placed the congee before him, he was completely dumbfounded. For me, he stammered. Yes, Kelly nodded, her attitude remained cold, but it was much gentler compared to how she treated the others. Gregor felt overwhelmed by favor, cautiously sipping a spoonful of congee. Instantly his vision brightened. The congee served by Tyra seemed really tastier. A cheap smile spread across his lips. Seeing Kelly finally willing to show affection towards her brother, Flynn's father and mother nodded approvingly. Next, Gregor didn't eat any other food on the table, just sipped congee slowly. He drank very slowly, as if savoring this rare delicacy, or perhaps showing off. After breakfast, Kelly returned to her room to rest. Her current state was mentally exhausted. The most important thing now was to adjust. Suddenly, her mobile phone rang. It was from 110, police. Kelly answered the call. A heavy male voice came from the other end. Hello, are you the metaphysics streamer under XX platform? Weren't you connected with a man named Andre yesterday? Yes, Kelly replied. She used her fingers to calculate, understanding the reason for this call. I know how he died and can fully cooperate with you, Kelly said. The police officer on the other end seemed shocked, hesitating for a moment before telling her the address, which happened to be at the police station under Draper's jurisdiction. Meeting acquaintances saved a lot of trouble. At this moment, news of Andre's brutal murder was spreading online. Various blurred images emerged endlessly, so bloody that netizens dared not breathe. Heart extraction, it was indeed terrifying. Especially since Andre had connected with Kelly last night, it aroused even more curiosity among people. Yesterday, the streamer seemed to say her girlfriend wasn't human. I'm starting to think conspiracy theory. Was she killed by her girlfriend? I think the streamer is faking it. How can a girlfriend not be human? Does she really think there are monsters now? If we want to talk conspiracy theory, wouldn't it be better to think that this incident was staged by the streamer to establish her reputation as a seer? Upper floor, what you say makes me have this feeling. At this moment, Kelly had already arrived at the police station. Upon entering and identifying herself, she successfully garnered a large number of astonished, disbelieving looks. The popular metaphysical streamer who recently blew up on the platform turned out to be Kelly. She was taken to the reception room, where Draper rushed over upon hearing the news. Seeing it was indeed Kelly in the reception room, Draper was taken aback, realizing that the Andre case would be tough to handle, likely involving the paranormal. The difficulty was that netizens were highly concerned about this incident and needed a reasonable explanation for the public. Superstitions, of course, could not be disclosed online. Draper furrowed his brows, yet still hoped this homicide might have hidden reasons and asked carefully, is the Andre case caused by humans? Kelly shook her head with a serious expression. It was done by a fox spirit. Even though prepared psychologically, Draper was still breached upon hearing the word fox spirit. He let out a puzzled sigh, his eyes filled with clear confusion. Just then, the door was knocked on from the outside. A police officer walked in and said, Cliff, someone has come from above. Hearing this, Cliff sighed deeply. What should happen can't be avoided. This is really a calamity. He stood up dejectedly, quickly considering how to explain things to his superiors. When he heard the police officer continue, they want to see Miss Sue. Cliff was puzzled again. The special department has arrived, the police officer said. At the mention of the special department, Cliff understood. With China's vast territory and abundant resources, it naturally has many talented individuals like Kelly, who are usually recruited into the special department once discovered. Those people are the country's secret weapons. Kelly was escorted by the police to an unfamiliar room where 3 men and 2 women were sitting, all wearing ordinary clothes with complex expressions. Not daring to linger, the police officer quickly retreated, carefully closing the door behind him. People with special abilities often have peculiar temperaments, and there have been instances where someone unknowingly offended them and suffered bad luck for a long time. Hello. The young man with gold-rimmed glasses stood up, extending his hand to Kelly with a gentle demeanor. Seeing the heavy aura under his gentle expression, Kelly pressed her lips together without moving, somewhat resistant. The atmosphere in the room gradually grew heavy. A mere small broadcaster who likes to play tricks on various platforms, does she really deserve our attention? Boss, she doesn't give you any face at all, can you tolerate that? Asked a woman with a lollipop in her mouth, looking somewhat laid back. Her eyes and tone were full of disdain as she scrutinized Kelly from head to toe. A female celebrity, skilled in various means, but absolutely knows nothing about metaphysics. The lollipop lady's lips curled into a strange smile, and she made some minor gestures. A small paper figure wobbled out from the corner, heading straight for Kelly. This small paper figure carried sufficient ominous energy and bore a curse that wasn't favorable. The few people in the room had varied expressions, but none stopped it. Everyone wanted to see just how much Kelly was worth. As the small paper figure approached, the anticipation in the lollipop lady's eyes grew even more. She couldn't wait to see what a supposedly glamorous female celebrity looked like when faced with misfortune. Chapter 141, Invitation from the Mysticism Department, Rejected. Kelly pursed her lips. She truly had no interest in playing this boring game with these people. She slightly turned her head and used her hands placed on her shoulders to pinch. The lollipop girl's face instantly changed dramatically. Because the small paper figure was now pinched between Kelly's fingers, its body limp as if it had lost its soul. Give it back to me, the lollipop girl shrieked. Give it back? Kelly's lips curled, and a profound expression appeared on her aloof face, making her look even more like an exiled immortal. Immediately, golden light rose from her fingertips, and as the paper figure melted, the lollipop girl let out a cry of agony. The other four exchanged glances, their expressions filled with both caution and shock. This celebrity before them was not to be underestimated. Kelly pulled a chair and sat down, raising an eyebrow at the man with gold-rimmed glasses. Why did you call me here? Despite her audacious attitude at this moment, no one dared to say anything because she indeed had genuine strength. The man with gold-rimmed glasses wore a warmer smile. We investigated the scene, and Andre's death was not caused by human interference. When we investigated, we saw your live stream and wanted to confirm if you really have these abilities. Just now, Galen Ng was indeed rash, and I apologize on her behalf, the man said. The lollipop girl, whom he referred to as Galen Ng, rolled her eyes upon hearing this, looking displeased as she turned away, filled with anger inside. Her exclusive skill was controlling paper figures by attaching witchcraft to them to achieve her goals. It took a lot of effort to create these paper figures. Therefore, these paper figures were almost Galen Ng's life. Kelly's heartless act earlier had thoroughly infuriated her. Apology? If you genuinely want to apologize, why don't all of you who plan to watch the show but not interfere apologize to me? Kelly countered. These people were morally corrupt, and she looked down on them. If she were just an ordinary person, Galen Ng's trick would have surely hit its mark, with severe consequences. No matter how much the man with gold-rimmed glasses could pretend, his face cooled at that moment. Galen Ng abruptly stood up, placing her hands on her hips, fire in her eyes as she yelled, "Don't go too far." She felt more convinced that beautiful celebrities were all rotten to the core. So petty, truly disgusting. Going too far? Kelly sneered. Golden light emanated from her fingertips, and a paper figure climbed onto Galen Ng's shoulder, blowing into her ear. There will be something even worse coming next, Kelly said. Her voice was calm, yet everyone felt that something was about to go terribly wrong. Galen Ng had no idea what was coming next. She crossed her arms. You are indeed stronger than me, but don't think you're invincible because of that. In the mysticism department, there are plenty of people stronger than me. Winning over me doesn't count for much. Kelly responded with an "oh" and smiled. Then you must be quite lacking. The atmosphere grew strange again, and Galen Ng was utterly choked, unable to find a retort. After all, she had handed the conversation over to Kelly herself. In the end, she could only coldly harumph and turn around to sit back down, deciding not to speak further. More words meant more mistakes. This celebrity had a sharp tongue. But as soon as Galen Ng touched the stool, it splintered into pieces, causing her to collapse on the ground with a pained yelp. People around her hurried to help her up, while the man with gold-rimmed glasses took a deep breath and looked at Kelly. Would you be willing to join the National Mysticism Department? I know you're a celebrity, so unless it's necessary, we won't disturb you. Once you join the department, you can earn the title of a civil servant, which would also benefit your career. He was indeed skilled at persuasion, but Kelly cared little for such things. Her only goal was to quickly accumulate enough faith power and return to Deer Spirit Mountain to build a villa. Being a celebrity was merely a sideline for her. Is there anything else? Kelly asked. The man with gold-rimmed glasses shook his head. Nothing else. Hearing this, Kelly immediately got up, her icy face full of indifference. I'm not interested. Goodbye. With that, she turned and left without giving anyone a chance to react. As the door closed, everyone exchanged looks, all surprised. What did she mean? Galen Ng exclaimed. Our department offered such great conditions, and she still had the nerve to refuse. Too arrogant. Boss, we need to send someone to teach her a lesson. The man with gold-rimmed glasses pursed his lips, coldness in his eyes as he looked at Galen Ng with disdain. You fool, you didn't even notice you were cursed. He waved his hand, taking away the paper figure that was clinging to her shoulder. Sensing the unique aura belonging to herself on the paper figure, Galen Ng frowned. This paper figure is mine. It wasn't cursed. Feel it carefully, the man with gold-rimmed glasses instructed. Only then did Galen Ng focus all her attention on the paper figure and gasp in shock. The paper figure was already polluted. Her painstakingly crafted paper figure had been destroyed by Kelly, and 2 of them were ruined. No wonder the stool broke for no reason just now, it was also that bitch playing tricks. I absolutely can't let her off, Galen Ng gritted her teeth. The man with gold-rimmed glasses shook his head, his expression complicated. He coveted Kelly very much and wanted to recruit her under his command. With such strength, they wouldn't have to worry about anything going wrong on missions outside in the future. But her attitude was truly firm, and Galen Ng had offended her earlier, so it probably wouldn't be easy. Seal off the news first, don't let other teams find her, the man with gold-rimmed glasses said, his eyes flashing with a calculating light. Seeing his intent to court her, Galen Ng pouted, turned her head away, and felt utterly dejected. Kelly didn't leave the police station. She went to Cliff's office and sat opposite him. The National Relevant Department means those who practice mysticism, but from what I saw, their abilities are not strong, she remarked. Cliff wiped a bead of sweat at this comment, thinking he was likely the only person in the world who would think Hopi Anju's capabilities were weak. After all, she was indeed more powerful. Compared to her, those people weren't even worth mentioning. Compared to ordinary people, their abilities aren't bad, Cliff said carefully after pondering over his words. Kelly scoffed in disdain. Compared to ordinary people? Mysticism practitioners are actually shameless enough to bully ordinary people. Besides lacking in ability, I also noticed a few people with impure intentions earlier, and they've each got some blood on their hands. Does the nation need such people? Upon hearing this, Cliff sucked in a breath of cold air again, realizing he had heard something significant. Confirming there were no gaps around, he furtively closed the office door and lowered his voice. I've interacted with those people before, and everyone seemed quite normal and righteous. Of course, except for the team you just met. Each time we work together on cases, I always feel like they either have issues with their brains or suffer from middle school syndrome. None of them are normal. And their attitude towards human life is very indifferent. They come to assist in investigations only because it's an order from their superiors, something they have to do, very perfunctory. Finally getting the chance to vent these thoughts, Cliff felt relieved, spitting out a mouthful of resentment. Chapter 142, Beat, Give Me a Good Beating. Do you know any normal people who are into metaphysics? Kelly asked with a frown. She was quite interested in the National Metaphysics Department, but those few people earlier made her feel extremely uncomfortable. There is Minister Galanu, he's pretty decent, Cliff said. Kelly nodded. Then please help me connect with him and tell him I want to meet him. Cliff gave an okay gesture to indicate understanding. He licked his dry lips and felt a bit embarrassed about asking, what do you think of Hurley? He had to ask beforehand for his son. What did the future daughter-in-law think? Who? Kelly frowned as if she didn't recognize the name. Cliff blinked a couple of times. Hurley. Hasn't he reached out to you? Never heard of him, Kelly replied. Instantly, Cliff's mind exploded. A few days ago, he had called that rascal to check on their progress, and the other side had said they were already good friends, with their relationship steadily improving. At that time, Cliff happily drank an extra cup of baijiu that night and got scolded by his wife. But now, Kelly stood right before him, personally telling him that she didn't know that little rascal from home. Cliff almost used all his strength to suppress his anger, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. I understand, he said. Feeling his despondent mood, Kelly found it puzzling but figured it wasn't related to her, since she hadn't offended him. Well, the questioning is over. If you want to leave, you can go, Cliff said. When he spoke, there was a mysterious deflation, and Kelly stood up and left. Walking to the door of the office, she still couldn't put her mind at ease and turned back to look. She divined for Cliff, confirming that nothing major would happen to him recently, except for possible lower back strain, then she opened the door and left the office. The moment Kelly left, Cliff immediately dialed Hurley's number. The first call went unanswered, so he patiently tried again, yet still no answer, but he didn't give up. On the set. Wearing a historical costume wig, Hurley watched as his phone kept ringing, falling into silence. His intuition told him this call might not bring good news. It was better not to answer. However, seeing how persistent his dad was, he knew he had no choice. After a long hesitation, Hurley finally pressed the answer button with trembling hands, only to hear a roar like a roaring lion from the other end. You brat, you've got some nerve to lie to your old man. Want to get thrown into the station? Damn it, roll your ass home tonight, I'll treat you to a 7-wolf feast. Cliff continued ranting furiously while Hurley held the phone away from his ear, showing confusion. He had been out filming lately and hadn't returned home in a long time. How did he provoke the old man? Hearing the angry voice diminish, Hurley cautiously brought the phone back and asked timidly, what's wrong with me? Did you see that male antagonist I played recently? The collaborator? Beck, no, I shouldn't have taken such a trashy role, but if I didn't take it, someone else would have. Besides, it's just a TV character. With the proper upbringing you've given me since childhood, I won't stray onto the wrong path. Cliff suddenly fell silent on the other end. Hurley breathed a sigh of relief, feeling he had hit the right point and calmed the old man down. But, little did he expect that the next thing that greeted him was even angrier roars. You damned kid, you actually dared to secretly accept a collaborator role without telling me. Roll your ass home tonight, or I'll come to the set and humiliate you. As Cliff cursed away, Hurley, dizzy from the shock, hung up and hurriedly powered off his phone. Goodness, had he just confessed like a werewolf exposing himself? Such behavior was utterly stupid. Thinking about what Cliff had said, Hurley waved over his assistant, who was chatting with the crew. He was utterly dejected. Can you please help me take a leave from the director? I'm not in good spirits, which might affect the shooting this afternoon. The assistant nodded seriously and ran off to find the director. Hurley was famously dedicated. For him to ask for a break voluntarily must mean he wasn't feeling well. Ulrich naturally agreed immediately and even gave him 2 days off, allowing him to rest while focusing on secondary character scenes. Primarily because Hurley was efficient enough to get through most scenes in one take, saving the production a lot of time and money, so the director treated him nicely. Brother, what's going on? Is it a physical discomfort making you feel this way? Should we go to the hospital? The assistant asked anxiously. He had finally found a godlike boss and had planned to follow him until retirement. He didn't want his boss to kick the bucket along the way. Sigh, there's no need to find a hospital, just call 120 when the time comes, Hurley sighed, leaving that sentence behind. The assistant following him didn't understand, thinking he was just joking. That afternoon, Hurley returned home. Dunk Louisa was very happy about her son's sudden return, beaming with joy as she affectionately interrogated him. Questions like whether he had a girlfriend, how his recent life was, and if any girls showed interest in him. Her son had been away for a long time, and Cliff was always busy with work. Dunk Louisa desperately wanted a grandson and genuinely missed babysitting. Very awkwardly answering his mother's questions, Hurley tried to steer the conversation to figure out what exactly he did wrong to upset his father so much. But Dunk Louisa had no idea either. As the sun set, the atmosphere grew heavier. By dusk, Hurley sat rigidly on the sofa, awaiting judgment from his father. Not knowing what her son meant, Dunk Louisa's mood became heavy as well. Under the tense weight, the door was finally opened from the outside, and Cliff came in, his face livid. Seeing Hurley, he immediately reached for the 7 Wolves belt at his waist. Beck, you have to give me a reason if you're going to punish me. You can't just beat your son without cause. Recently, all I did was play a collaborator. Why are you hitting me? Hurley's accent became noticeable due to his anxiety. Dunk Louisa stepped forward to protect her son. Your child is already grown up. Why would you hit him? Cliff clenched his teeth, eyes glaring fiercely. How did Kelly describe our relationship? She said it was steadily improving and might become your girlfriend soon. I told you that today she came to the bureau for business, and I boldly asked her about her impression of you. Turns out she doesn't even know who you are. You really bring shame upon us. As Cliff spoke, Dunk Louisa's loving demeanor gradually turned to anger. She no longer stood guard like a mother eagle protecting her chick, but took a step back and stood nearby. Beat him hard. He lied to his parents at this age. This cannot be tolerated, she said. The sound of the belt and cries of pain echoed within the room. Chapter 143, Why did the streamer want to kill Andre? After experiencing Cliff's loving education, Hurley lay on the sofa like a dead dog, feeling angry and helpless, muttering in pain. What kind of love potion did Kelly give his father to make him want this daughter-in-law so badly? It was really annoying. Of course, Hurley was just pretending. No matter what, Dunk Bureau was still his father and wouldn't really hurt him to death. The lashes from the belt felt more like tickling. I don't care, you must marry her as my daughter-in-law, Dunk Bureau said coarsely. Hurley looked very wronged. Beck, I don't even like her, and she has a terrible reputation online. You can find a lot of negative stuff about her. And it's a new era now, you can't decide our marriage for us. You have to respect human rights. Talking about human rights with the police bureau chief wasn't a problem. Dunk Bureau naturally knew he was being too harsh on his son, but he really wanted that daughter-in-law. But he thought for a moment, with your stupidity, Kelly might not be interested either, and I can't force her. Hearing this, Hurley stared in disbelief. What did he mean by, with your stupidity? He was well known in the industry for being respectful, professional, intelligent, easy-tempered, and nice to fans. Everyone spoke highly of him when mentioning him. To think that even his own father considered him less than Kelly, if his fans heard this, they would curse Dunk Bureau to the 7th generation. But Hurley only dared to think this in his heart and didn't dare say it out loud or else he would get a real lashing. Dunk Bureau sighed deeply, looking aged and powerless at that moment. Son, Beck doesn't insist you be together with Kelly right now, but you should get to know her first before making any decision, he said. Seeing his father like this, Hurley felt sad. He had always been soft-hearted toward emotional displays. So, he nodded heavily, all right. Dunk Bureau turned around, his back looking haggard, but there was a cunning smile on his face, pleased with his plan. A father knows his son best. He understood the type his little brat liked. Kelly was practically custom-made according to his preferences. Once he met her and interacted with her, Dunk Bureau was sure his son would be smitten. But he genuinely doubted that Kelly would be interested in Hurley. Whatever, let them meet first, and see what happens later. Back in his room, Hurley immediately called his agent. One of his best qualities was that once he promised something, he always kept his word and never deceived anyone. Sis, help me set up a collaboration with Kelly. Keep it short, whether it's a TV show, movie, or variety show, anything will do, Hurley said listlessly. Who? With whom? The agent screamed so loudly that it sounded deafening through the phone. Her perfect artist actually wanted to collaborate with Kelly? The agent even walked to the window to check if the sky was falling or if the moon rose in the east. Everything seemed normal, so it must have been her imagination. Right, it must be a mental issue. Sis, please calm down. Father is pushing hard, so just get me any similar variety show to appease him. Don't worry, I definitely won't stir up CP rumors with Kelly, or let anything happen, Hurley reassured her quickly. The other end remained silent for a while, then the agent squeezed out an almost reluctant okay. Relieved, Hurley hung up. Finally, the matter was settled. He straightened up and left the room. Seeing his parents' inquiring looks in the living room, he proudly nodded. I've already informed the agency. Dunk Bureau smiled. For the first time, he found his son quite agreeable and useful. Well done, he said. Hurley hummed in response, sitting next to his mother like a proud rooster. They started gossiping about entertainment news. And, of course, the main topic was Kelly, during which Hurley slipped in many of her scandals. But Dunk Bureau had already made up his mind and believed nothing of those scandals. Kelly was talented, how could she do such things? Suddenly, his phone dinged. My favorite streamer just went live, he said. Opening the live stream, Moxie's distorted voice echoed in his ears. Hello everyone. Just by those 3 words, Dunk Bureau recognized the streamer. It was Kelly's account on the platform. You like this streamer? Dunk Bureau asked, leaning over to confirm. Yes, she's amazing, and her predictions are always spot on, Hurley nodded. He said this and warily looked at Dunk Bureau. Beck, she has real skills, she's not one of those fraudulent streamers. You can't be thinking of having her brought in for fake busting. Dunk Bureau nodded with a smile on his face. I know, I'll watch her too, we'll watch together. Upon hearing this, the look of suspicion in Hurley's eyes towards his father grew even stronger. Kelly was answering questions from netizens in the live chat. After returning home, an official had called her, instructing her to explain to netizens that Andre's death was not related to her. Due to this incident, netizens were all talking about it mysteriously, believing that the metaphysics streamer was a witch. The platform administrators were stunned by those comments. How did the streamer kill Andre? Killing someone for personal gain, doesn't the streamer fear retribution? Kelly slowly read out this comment. She laughed a bit. I went to the police station this afternoon. Everyone guess why I'm still sitting here safe and sound? In the live room, there were also rational netizens. Long ago, I said the streamer definitely has no problem. You people have some big imaginations. Even though the streamer's voice is distorted, you can still hear a thick sense of helplessness within. If I were the streamer, I would laugh loudly and mock the netizens. Streamer, fellow netizens, who understands that after a night's sleep, I became a murderer. The netizens were continuously entertaining themselves, and Kelly gradually smiled at the corners of her mouth. She cleared her throat and straightened her expression. You all can rest assured, I will not do anything illegal. As for the true cause of Andre's death, there are things I cannot openly talk about here. Everyone wait for the police station's answer. Of course, both I and the police station can guarantee to everyone that the murderer will be brought to justice. These words put the netizens in the live room at ease. It was very strange. If anyone else had said this, they might not have believed it, but toward Kelly, they had a strange sense of trust. Streamer, are you live streaming today? Every time I see you connect live, I find it so thrilling, better than any horror movie. Seeing this comment, Kelly chuckled softly. Sorry, it's a bit late today, and my condition isn't good, so I don't plan on live streaming temporarily. Hearing this, the netizens in the live room grumbled in disappointment. Chapter 144, has a thing for Kelly. Kelly glanced at the time in the top left corner of her screen and waved to the frenzied netizens who were desperately trying to keep her on, suggesting that she should try fortune-telling. Everyone, get some rest early. Going to bed and waking up early helps boost your health. Goodbye. After she said this, the screen was filled with people pleading for her not to leave, but Kelly still heartlessly ended the live stream. The netizens in the live room stared at the dark screen as if they had become homeless children. The host really has no conscience. I thought I would see a fortune-telling session. I even prepared snacks, but it turned out like this. Are you into heavy stuff? Prepared snacks +1. At this moment, watching the end of the live broadcast, Hassan also felt lost. He had an air of helplessness on his delicate and handsome face. He sighed, then drank the red wine from the glass in front of him in one gulp. You called me here for a drink, yet you were watching a live stream. How could you do that? Edison rolled his eyes with annoyance, putting his glass down heavily on the table. Sorry, Hassan muttered. Seeing the oppressive aura surrounding him, Edison frowned. What's wrong with you? Hassan was usually self-disciplined and cautious, rarely drinking at night, and definitely not showing hesitation or inferiority like now. He was after all, a young superstar who had already won the crown of Best Actor. It's just. Hassan gave a pale smile. I feel useless. Edison frowned tightly, puzzled. What are you talking about? He even rubbed his ears, thinking he might have misheard. Hassan shook his head slightly, poured more wine into his cup, and didn't say anything else. Edison couldn't understand his sense of powerlessness. Beside the artificial lake, Kelly's words telling him to leave kept echoing in his mind, torturing him. His phone rang, and Edison got up to answer it on the balcony, occasionally glancing at Hassan with ill intentions. Okay, I know. In a bit, I'll send you my WeChat ID, add me and we will discuss further after you send the contract. After hanging up, Edison sat across from Hassan with a smirk on his face, savoring the wine. He squinted his eyes. Do you know who just called? Hassan glanced at him but didn't respond. Of course, Edison didn't expect him to answer and continued teasingly, Hurley's agent called. They specified wanting to work with Kelly, which seems quite dubious. Hearing this, Hassan's face suddenly became cold. What happened? Edison clicked his tongue. Unspirited. He unlocked his phone. Hurley's agent had already sent over the contract. It was for a new reality show investment by their company, an escape room-themed variety show. This show was very popular, each episode inviting different flying guests, all internet celebrities. Hurley was a fixed member of the program. See, such good resources given to Kelly, can you believe they don't have any interest in her? Edison sked. He knew that many famous actresses were vying for spots on this show. Putting away his phone and seeing Hassan's extremely bad mood, Edison kindly advised, if you're really interested in the girl, take action. Don't wait until she becomes someone else's girlfriend and regret it later. For Kelly's episode, put me in this show, Hassan immediately said. Seeing that he seemed reasonable, Edison nodded with a smile. That's not enough. Bro, let me teach you a trick. After discussing for nearly half an hour, Hassan's eyes went from confusion to determination, finally becoming enlightened. Just follow what I said. To chase a girl, first you need to lose face, whether it works out or not is secondary. As long as you tried and made efforts, that's all you can ask for. Edison concluded. Hassan nodded. Thank you. Oh come on, what are you thanking for? We've been friends for so many years, I can't just sit there and watch you stay single. Edison teased with a laugh. Just as he finished speaking, his phone started dinging non-stop. Edison looked down and his face showed amusement. Alright, it's late. I need to tend to my nightlife. Without waiting for Hassan to speak, he hurriedly left, guessing there was a beautiful woman waiting for him. Inside the villa, it once again became quiet and empty. Hassan swayed the red wine in his glass gently, his gaze deep and reflective. Just now, Edison had said that men need to learn to be vulnerable, to make women sympathize. Why not? He put down his wine glass, took out his phone, clenched his fist under his lips and coughed a few times to redden his cheeks, then dialed Kelly's video call. When the call connected, Kelly's clear, moon-like face appeared. Hassan couldn't resist smiling. Thinking about what he was about to do, he quickly suppressed the smile. What's going on? Kelly's voice was clear and puzzled. Calling a video chat at night, this was the first time for Hassan, it must be something important. Tyra, I suddenly don't feel well. Cough, can you help me check if it's those things playing tricks again? Hassan said weakly. He opened his large screen and adjusted the angle to his most handsome profile. What Edison had said just now about seduction was very important. Kelly scrutinized Hassan's face carefully. There had been no trouble from the mysterious force behind him recently, and even some of the luck stolen from him had returned a little. How could there be anything wrong? Don't worry, you're perfectly normal, she assured him. Hassan frowned and closed his eyes, breathing heavily. I'm in pain. His voice was weak yet oddly captivating. Even as someone who wasn't easily affected by such things, Kelly felt her ears turning red. Her heart thumped in her chest, an unfamiliar emotion rising up as she found herself feeling genuinely concerned for him. Video calls aren't as accurate as seeing in person. Should I come over now to take a look? Kelly asked hesitantly. Nothing better, should I pick you up? Hassan agreed readily. Kelly didn't suspect any ulterior motives. No need, rest up since you're not feeling well. I'll make sure nothing happens to me. After they hung up, a smile spread across Hassan's lips, erasing any sign of weakness. He immediately sent a maximum amount red envelope to Edison on his phone. The other side accepted it instantly and replied with a long voice message. Well, boss, why are you sending a red envelope today? Once I accept this, I won't return it, thank you, boss. Hope you make lots of money and be sweet with Kelly. Hassan particularly liked the last sentence. He hooked his lip in a smile and moved his fingers to send another maximum red envelope. This time, Edison only replied with a series of, whoa. After exiting the chat with Edison, Hassan entered the chat with Kelly. He leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes slightly as he waited. Ding Govind. The notification tone rang out. Hassan smiled and unlocked his phone. It was a photo from Kelly showing she had arrived at the door. He rushed to the door and prepared to open it but abruptly remembered why he had invited her over. His movements became slow and sluggish as he opened the door feebly. Thus, when Kelly came in, she saw Hassan with his hand over his chest, frowning intensely, and his face flushed. Chapter 145, Gentle Persuasion. Kelly hurriedly helped Hassan to his feet. He moved toward the sofa and sat down, his body almost collapsing. It seemed he was in great discomfort. Her eyes scanned Hassan's face, and Kelly calculated with her fingers, puzzled. You're not sick, and there's nothing wrong with your facial features. What's going on with you? As a mountain deity who had just entered the human world, she hadn't considered the possibility that he might be pretending. She simply didn't understand human behavior. I don't know either. The discomfort feels like it's coming from my bones, Hassan said with a tone. Upon hearing this, Kelly placed her hand on his head to check his temperature, then did the same for herself, murmuring, that shouldn't be. Hassan's gaze flickered. Maybe the person behind this is trying to cause trouble again? Kelly nodded, her cool and serene expression turning serious. There's a possibility of that. Then, if I pay you, could you stay and protect me for a few days? Hassan asked gently. At this moment, he resembled a big bad wolf watching a little white rabbit fall into its trap. But Kelly shook her head, causing Hassan's heart to immediately tighten as he thought of other reasons to keep her here. There's no need to pay since we have our relationship. You've already given enough, she replied. Joy appeared in Hassan's eyes, and his jade-like face held a hint of allure. What kind of relationship do we have? Kelly's heart skipped a beat. Good friends. Alright, Hassan nodded with a smile. Among those she called good friends, he was probably the only one, so he felt very satisfied. As long as he was an exception, it would be fine. Kelly fell asleep in her old room in a daze. She tossed and turned, waiting until midnight, but Hassan remained silent. Only after confirming he wasn't in danger did she finally fall into a deep sleep. She slept until noon. Hassan prepared breakfast and waited for Kelly for a long time, but she didn't come down. The breakfast he had made cooled off completely, so he ate first while waiting for her in the living room. Whenever she woke up, he would heat up the meal for her. However, what Hassan never expected was that Kelly didn't wake up even when lunch was ready. Reluctantly, he went upstairs and knocked on her door. Tyra, it's time to get up, he said softly. Okay, came a soft, kitten-like response from inside. Hassan's heart softened, his pupils darkening as he smiled and went downstairs. If Edison were here, he would definitely mock him for being easily pleased. Called awake drowsily, Kelly freshened up in the bathroom and came downstairs lively. As soon as she opened the door, the smell of food greeted her, a familiar aroma of dishes cooked by Hassan's hands. After being hungry all morning, her stomach growled in protest, and Kelly headed to the dining room with her hand over her belly. At that moment, Hassan was bringing out the last dish, sweet and sour shrimp. He wore an apron, his hair disheveled, looking far younger than his mid-20s, like a freshman college student. Seeing the pile of delicious-looking dishes on the table, Kelly swallowed hard and exclaimed, "You made so much yummy food." She really wanted to ask what special occasion it was. "Yes, all are your favorites," Hassan smiled. Kelly's eyes sparkled as she sat down and blinked at him, waiting for him to start eating first. Hassan put a pair of chopsticks filled with sweet and sour shrimp in her bowl, and she began eating. "Delicious. These are flavors I love. You're really good at cooking, Hassan. You should become a chef." Eating delicious food made Kelly talk more. She believed that Emperor.A had prevented Hassan from pursuing his brilliant and great career as a chef. He was born to cook. Such delicious seasoning was something even the Flynn family's top chefs couldn't achieve. Hassan chuckled lightly while serving himself, hinting, "Others don't have such luck to taste my cooking. I only cook for my wife." He spoke the last sentence in a low voice that Kelly didn't quite catch. She giggled, "Then my luck is really good." "Exactly, you can come eat whenever you like," Hassan agreed with a nod. Edison's rule number 1, to win a woman's heart, capture her stomach first. Success. After lunch, Kelly insisted on washing the dishes. Then she lay on the sofa, rubbing her full belly while watching TV, feeling very content. Things always seemed to go wrong when they were at the Flynn family's dinner table. She preferred spending time with Hassan alone. Being alone with him made the air seem softer. Hassan came out of the kitchen carrying a fruit platter that he had beautifully arranged. Kelly's eyes widened. "Amazing. As long as you like it," Hassan smiled. Sitting side by side, Kelly watched TV while enjoying the fruit, feeling very comfortable. Though she was full, she could still manage some fruit. Hassan glanced at her sideways, hoping this peaceful moment could last longer. The phone rang. It was Kelly's. She picked it up and answered, still stuffing another piece of apple into her mouth. "An escape room variety show? Never heard of it. How much?" 2 days, 1 million. "Of course, no problem." Kelly's greed kicked in as soon as she heard the price. She didn't even think before agreeing. The longer she stayed in modern society, the better she got at using online devices, which made her increasingly aware of modern currency. Earning $500,000 a day was something ordinary people couldn't achieve. Though she had already earned enough for the villa, Kelly now had other goals, to save money to sponsor children in rural areas who couldn't afford education or get out of the mountains. Before returning to Deer Spirit Mountain, she would donate all her savings. The more she earned now, the more she could help others then. After hanging up, Kelly felt even happier, while Hassan felt the opposite. Recalling what Edison said yesterday, his expression turned heavy. "Tyra, do you know Hurley?" Hassan asked. While speaking, he unconsciously clenched his hand, as if fearing an answer he didn't want to hear. "I don't know him. Why does everyone keep asking if I know him? Is he famous?" Kelly frowned, finding it strange. "No big deal, just not as good as me," Hassan replied. Kelly responded with an "oh" and continued watching TV intently. Hassan wasn't lying. Compared to his fame, Hurley was far behind. Achoo. In the makeup room, Hurley rubbed his itchy nose and grumbled, "Who's cursing me? You've made quite a few enemies with your mouth. The number of people cursing you is probably uncountable." The agent rolled his eyes sarcastically. Hurley looked awkward, cleared his throat seriously, and changed the subject. "Has Kelly agreed yet?" "I'm anxious." Upon hearing this, the agent smiled broadly. "She has, and we have a special guest for this episode, Hassan, Jeff. Didn't expect him to come too. Rumor has it that he and Kelly are very close. I wondered if it's because of her." The agent spoke excitedly without realizing the door was slightly open. "Kelly can't be paired with anyone else. Maybe I'll be paired with her. And besides, Jeff is so brilliant and distinguished, there's no way he'd fancy her." Hurley waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 146, CP Controversy. Hearing Hurley's words, Chana, who had just opened the door to come in, froze with shock. She let go of the handle and watched the door slowly close. A distorted expression flashed across her delicate face. What did Hurley mean? He was actually going to pair up with Kelly for a CP? Chana clenched her teeth, biting into the soft flesh of her lip, frustration welling up inside her. No wonder the company originally arranged for her to stir up a CP with Hurley to boost her status but then suddenly called it off. It turned out there were capital interests at play behind the scenes. Kelly. Mulling over this name, Chana had already decided that she would be her lifelong rival. Competing for a CP slot with her was simply unforgivable. When they appeared on the variety show, she would definitely make Kelly pay. Fuming, Chana left without hearing Hurley's mutterings. My father is really annoying, and the company is too. I don't want to create any CP drama. I'm not letting these women leech off my popularity. The manager crossed her arms and sat down somewhere. This kid was really bold, unafraid of her reporting this to the company. But given his current high status, he indeed could get away with quite a lot, and she wouldn't just spread gossip about it. After all, they had been working together for such a long time, and they did have some feelings for each other. Gallivanting at Hassan's house for 2 days felt like being immersed in honey, a paradise for Kelly. To her, meals without anyone causing trouble were truly wonderful. Most importantly, Hassan's cooking skills were unparalleled. No one could better cater to her taste buds. Unconsciously, beyond just eating, he had gradually gotten a firm hold on her entire person. The next day was the day of the variety show recording. Edison picked up both artists to take them to the hotel arranged by the show production team. What he hadn't expected was that these two were actually staying together. Holy crap, you've hidden your beautiful girl here? Are you guys official now? Edison looked around, dumbfounded. He hadn't thought Hassan would move so fast and effectively. Just a few days ago, he seemed dejected, yet today he was basking in the glow of love. What do you mean? Kelly's eyes clouded with confusion, instinctively feeling that Edison was saying something inappropriate. Hassan narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. Edison sighed inwardly, realizing he'd messed up again, getting nowhere with either side. He chuckled, nothing, I just meant you two have a good relationship. You're not wrong, Kelly nodded in agreement. Edison felt a lump in his throat. He doubted whether his artists had even finished 9 years of compulsory education, as they didn't understand the phrase, hidden beauty. Yet, he dared not say it aloud. By the way, keep in mind that although Mystery Escape Room will undergo editing before airing on satellite TV and online platforms, the recordings are live. Pay attention to what should and shouldn't be said. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Edison warned. This advice was mainly directed at Kelly, and she nodded in acknowledgement, understanding his concern. If more talking means more mistakes, I'll try to speak less, she replied. Edison gave a thumbs up, makes sense. At that moment, the official account of Mystery Escape Room also announced the guests for this episode, sending netizens into a frenzy. Due to Hassan and also due to Kelly. Good news, Jeff is in this episode. Bad news, so is Ms. Sue. So Kelly is really determined to latch on to Jeff? Must she always ride on others' popularity? Can her studio manage this? Check again. She and Jeff are from the same studio. Wasn't Kelly doing pretty well lately? Why do so many people hate her? I think she's quite good. She forcibly kissed Jeff and promoted herself using many male celebrities. How can you call this good? Some netizens expressed, everyone makes mistakes, and Kelly has improved now, so she should be forgiven. Others argued, once done, it can never be undone, thus remaining a lifelong stain on Kelly's reputation. These debates were intense, even trending on hot searches. Hashtag is Kelly worthy of forgiveness hashtag. Even when the guests arrived at the hotel arranged by the production team, there was still no consensus. Everyone had their own arguments, and it was extremely annoying. The production team found these diverging opinions delightful. When Kelly trended, the show's name went viral too, saving on publicity costs, a win-win situation. Kelly was assigned to the room next to Hassan's, while ironically, Hurley stayed on her other side. However, only names were posted on the rooms, she hadn't met him yet. Curious about this unseen neighbor, she wondered who he was. An unknown backstage staff member leaked the room layout online, causing another storm of controversy. Does Kelly plan to seduce our brother? Hurley is still a child. Have mercy. Are you kidding me? Tyra only has eyes for Jeff. Stay away and don't try to ride on his popularity. Although my brother is slightly inferior to Hassan, he is definitely good enough for Kelly. Why can't he be paired with her? The poster above makes a valid point. Don't look down on people here, Sugar CP. Numerous actresses would love to be paired up with Hurley. But with your brother's rude mouth, Kelly would never like him. Our Jeff is much better. As netizens argued, another bizarre trending topic emerged. Hashtag should Kelly be paired with Hassan or Hurley, hashtag. Clicking into the trend revealed a 48-hour voting link. And the combination of Kelly and Hassan was leading by a significant margin. Inside the hotel room, Hurley stared at his phone screen in disbelief. Are these netizens out of their minds? Voting for what, when the show hasn't even started yet, they are already pairing them up on their own? Isn't this exactly what you want? The manager chuckled. Hurley rubbed his forehead. I did want to stir up CP drama, but I didn't mean to compare with others. And what do those comments below mean? I'm more than qualified to pair with Kelly, so how am I not good enough? Saying that, Hully quickly tapped the blue button for the duo name of himself and Kelly. What are you doing? The manager gasped, shock all over her face. Hully only then realized that he was logged into his main account. He immediately withdrew it, and the manager screamed again, why did you withdraw? When it wasn't withdrawn, he could have joked about not wanting to fall behind Hassan. Now, withdrawing it, what game was he playing? Pure guilt. The manager's eyes were filled with helplessness and anger. She sighed as her chest hurt. She was getting her period earlier just from frustration. Big sis, can we still make things right? Hully swallowed hard, asking cautiously. Only at times like these when he causes trouble does he call her big sis obediently. The manager laughed, her tone benevolent. What do you think? I don't dare to think. How about you think for me? Hully said. The manager fell silent. Her tightly clenched fists suddenly turned into sandbag size. She really wanted to hit someone. Chapter 147 Kelly's natural look. Whatever the netizens say next, you must not reply. Pretend to be blind, deaf, and mute, understand? The agent roared. I know, sister, don't worry. Hully nodded continuously, showing humility. Meanwhile, the internet had already exploded. With Hully joining in, more people participated in the trending vote search, and discussions grew increasingly intense. I'm convinced, it felt like I was about to lose faith in myself, but I still want to give this guy a chance. He must have slipped and deleted it. Hully really likes Kelly. Seeing that few people were voting for them, he took action himself. I'll cast a vote for him. Help, how could this be so funny? This is exactly something my brother would do. Being a fan of Hully, you really have to watch out for your mental safety every moment. Thank you for inviting me, my heart is almost stopping. Thanks to Hully's actions, his votes with Kelly soared rapidly, nearly surpassing those for Kelly and Hassan. On the other side, things were starting to get uncomfortable. What are they trying to do, hyping up CPs involving Kelly on such a grand scale? Aren't they afraid fans will rebel and unsubscribe? Edison asked confusedly. To this question, he could only answer that Hully genuinely liked Kelly and didn't care about anything else for her sake. But, Edison dared not say this because Hassan's expression had turned sour. Don't even think about liking or retweeting. If you do, Weibo will explode, he warned uneasily. Hassan tossed his phone aside, his thin lips curling into a contemptuous smile. Isabel doesn't even know who he is. Whatever he does will be futile, he said arrogantly. Edison. A love-struck man, he couldn't understand it. All he hoped now was that the show could finish recording without any incidents from the guests. He didn't care about others, as long as the two artists under his management remained unscathed, it would be fine. But why did he feel so uneasy? The next day. The program entered its preparation phase, with various fun interactions planned each episode. This time, Chana was chosen by lot. Her task, wake up the guests with the room key and shoot their natural look. The live stream had already started, and Chana, clutching her mouth in surprise after receiving the task card, said, wow, the production team is really going big this time. A star's natural look, just thinking about it makes me excited. In the live chat, early rising viewers sent comments. Really looking forward to it. Most curious about what Kelly looks like after makeup removal. Yao Yao is so beautiful and delicate, seeing such a fragrant beauty early in the morning is truly blissful. Soon, I'll absolutely compare Kelly's face against mud. Doesn't Chana seem to have makeup on? Comparing someone who's made up with one who isn't seems unfair. Are you a fan of the snuggled girl? Chana thought the same way as everyone else. She first wanted to wake Kelly up. If she woke someone else first, what if Kelly heard the commotion, got up early, and put on makeup? She also wanted to see what this woman looked like without makeup. Most celebrities in the circle worked around the clock, so even with excellent features, their skin condition was generally poor. In Chana's imagination, her meticulously applied makeup would easily outshine Kelly's disheveled, unmade-up appearance. There are only 2 female artists this episode, let's go find the other one first, she smiled. Chana acted like a devoted fangirl. Senior Kelly is famous for her beauty in the industry, her natural look should be pretty too. I'm very excited. The higher she praised her now, the harder the fall would be later. The comments were full of praise for her. A non-female rival artist like this really makes you like her. Beautiful and cute sister, and most importantly, a great person, followed. Everyone, didn't you see Kelly's natural look during survival training? She was stunning. Makeup must have been used during survival training, be careful you don't get proven wrong. At Kelly's door, Chana suppressed her malicious delight and slowly opened the door with the room key. She placed her finger on her lips, making a shushing gesture, appearing even cuter. Chana was positioned as a sweet and adorable youthful idol. As she walked close to the bed, Kelly suddenly opened her eyes, sat up, and glanced at her defensively. Who is it? This gaze instantly silenced Chana and the live stream's audience, then they noticed her face. Comments flooded the screen. Holy crap, she's so beautiful. How does she look even better than when she's wearing makeup? Her facial features are so refined, yet there's an aloofness to her. It's not strange but rather complimentary. Always hated Kelly, but after seeing this face, I suddenly don't mind anymore. I'm not a face worshipper, but this face is just too beautiful. After all the heavy makeup, Chana can't match the natural freshness of Kelly. Who are you? Kelly still looked coldly at the stranger who had entered her room. Chana forced an awkward smile. Hello, senior. I'm another female guest from the production team. The production team gave me a task to wake everyone up. Kelly nodded and replied, I'm already awake. Can you leave now? Although her question was very polite, Chana felt like she was being attacked. Her eyes reddened, and she apologized repeatedly before retreating from the room. After leaving, she stuck out her tongue playfully. Senior Sue is really a bit intimidating. She scared me just now. She wanted to guide everyone to think of Kelly as fierce in their minds. But in the live stream, netizens were having none of it. Kelly is really fierce, but I love it when she looks at me like an enemy. This feeling is truly unique. Exactly what I feel too. I thought I was alone, but now I've found someone like you. You have good taste. Not just the two of you, right? Everyone feels the same. Kelly is literally the best. Her face is a miracle created by nature. Kelly and Hassan, these two are my ultimate idols in the entertainment circle. No one can surpass them. Chana then went to wake up the other guests. They were all male stars, so she deliberately used the doorbell instead of the room card, earning praise from the audience. But when she came to Hurley's door, she used the room card directly. Hearing the beep, the live streaming audience fell silent. Oh, right. Let me explain to everyone. Hurley is my good friend, so we don't need to be formal, Chana said playfully. She tiptoed into the room like a little mouse trying to steal oil. In the live stream, netizens weren't buying it. If Hurley knew he suddenly gained a friend for no reason, he'd probably jump out of bed in anger. You can admire him, but you don't need to claim friendship. It's not likable. I thought she was a cute sweet girl. Now she seems like a schemer. Chapter 148, Chana's Hidden Agenda. As netizens were criticizing, Chana had already walked to Hurley's bedside. He was completely covered by the quilt except for his head. His hair was messy from sleep, and there was a faint smile at the corner of his lips. It seemed he had a pleasant dream. This gentle appearance was starkly different from his usual demeanor, making fans exclaim in delight. Heaven, I didn't expect our cool cover also has such an adorable side. So cute, my heart belongs to him. Don't wake him up, Chana, if you dare wake him up, I will hate you forever. The contrast is just amazing. I never got why Hurley was so good looking until now. This is the first time I like him this much. Just this sleeping face, I'd watch him live stream for hours. Seeing the increasing number of viewers, the director fell into deep thought. Did he just find the program's traffic code? Unfortunately, Chana couldn't see the comments, naturally unaware of how excited everyone was. She put on her sweetest smile, gently patted Hurley's quilt twice, and spoke in a honeyed tone, Feiyu, it's time to get up. After a long while, the person under the quilt showed no reaction. Chana pouted, looking troubled, and laughed, Feiyu just loves to sleep in. That statement alone added plenty of speculation points. However, the live stream viewers who had seen through her true nature certainly wouldn't buy this act. Oh, what do you mean, our cool cover loves to sleep in? Don't be too obvious with your ulterior motives. Sometimes surfing the web feels really helpless and makes me want to vomit. Seeing this in the morning, I can't even eat breakfast. I used to think Chana was smart and sweet, now I realize how wrong I was. All 1,000-year-old foxes, and you play what kind of chat? Thinking she had achieved her goal of confusing the netizens, Chana stopped pretending and slightly increased her force, raising her voice. Feiyu, it's time to get up. This time, Hurley finally reacted, opening his eyes drowsily. This groggy yet charming look instantly won over many new fans. Realizing there was someone else in the room, Hurley's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chana in shock. Who are you? While speaking, he pulled the quilt to check himself, seemingly fearing some sort of intrusion. Chana's lips twitched, hurriedly giving him a flirtatious glance. Me? You forgot me? No matter what, they had participated in several programs together, impossible not to recognize each other. But Hurley's even more bewildered expression slapped Chana in the face. He clutched the quilt defensively. I don't know you, stop trying to gain attention this way. Seeing his defensive stance, the camera operator could hardly suppress a laugh. Hurley followed the sound, confirming the presence of cameras in the room, and finally relaxed. Chana's smile could no longer be maintained, her face felt like it was burning, imagining how the livestream audience would mock her. Trying to latch onto something but failing. Everyone else has woken up, my task is complete, right? Chana tried to maintain her composure. Yes, you're free to move around now, said the cameraman. Chana nodded, then I'll go back to my room to pack. With that, she rushed away, returned to her room, and opened her phone to check the real-time chat in the live stream. Ha, Chana is so awkward, I feel embarrassed for her. You should have latched onto someone else, not Hurley. This guy is notorious for being difficult in the industry and doesn't care about anyone's feelings. The hasty departure of Chana has already been turned into a meme. Everyone, download it from my page. Embarrassing, really disgracing herself. Unfollowed, I can't keep supporting this schemer. Suddenly, her phone screen lit up with a call from her agent. Chana took a deep breath before answering. Are you crazy? Didn't the company tell you to maintain your persona? We aren't linked with Hurley, what are you doing? In just half an hour, you lost 500,000 followers, do you want to die? The agent's voice dripped with intense anger, wanting nothing more than to tear apart this troublesome artist. The carefully cultivated persona was ruined. Chana's voice trembled with tears. Sister, I just couldn't accept it. It was supposed to be me hyped up with Hurley, why change plans suddenly? Before she could finish her grievances, the agent cut her off impatiently. Please, changing people isn't something we can control. In this entertainment industry, resources and sponsors are the most important. You have no money or connections, and you're unwilling to work hard. Being replaced is inevitable, forget about fairness, okay? Hearing this, Chana fell completely silent. Her round, curved eyes were filled with deep thought and resentment. Alright, I'll handle this with the company this time. If you dare to act on your own again, don't blame the company for being unsentimental, her agent threatened. Chana lowered her eyes and weakly replied, okay. After hanging up the phone, her grip on the phone's frame tightened, her heart full of resentment. It was all Kelly's fault. If it weren't for her, Hurley would never have acted like this. Half an hour later, the director notified everyone to gather as the show's recording entered its preparation phase. As per the usual routine, guests were arranged in separate rooms to get acquainted with each other. Kelly walked into the room and saw Hassan, subconsciously heading towards him and sitting next to him on the sofa. Seeing this, Chana gave an ambiguous smile, hinting at something. Tyra and Jeff Hassan have a really good relationship, huh? Upon hearing this, the other guests turned their attention to the two, especially Hurley. He had always thought it was Kelly who was trying to get close to Hassan unilaterally, but now from the latter's expression, it didn't seem so. Yes, we have a very good relationship, Hassan smiled. His soft voice, paired with his handsome face, made him approachable like a gentle spring breeze. The smile on Chana's face froze slightly. She nodded and then looked away, but her hand was clenched tightly, her jealousy surging uncontrollably. Why did Kelly have such good luck? How could she even hook up with Jeff Hassan? While the director was still adjusting the equipment, the guests didn't formally introduce themselves yet, instead chatting casually with familiar people. The online viewers watching the live stream were also chatting. Did anyone notice Chana's words just now? It was clearly setting a trap for Kelly. If she admitted having a good relationship with Jeff, she would definitely be criticized for taking advantage. After what the last poster said, I realized that too. These celebrities in the entertainment industry are truly terrifying, with so many tricks up their sleeves that it gives me goosebumps. If I enter the entertainment industry, I'd definitely be outsmarted to death. Jeff is just so lovable, this ship between them has me hooked. Chana's move not only failed to tarnish Kelly's image but even gained more fans for the couple. Chapter 149, is Hurley up for it? The show officially began recording with 6 permanent guests. Hurley, the venomous-tongued cool guy, Chana, the popular sweet girl, Innocent, the top comedian, Galana Zishuan, the prince of love songs, Frasier, the cream puff Corey, and Jean, the domineering CEO favored by audience votes. The 2 guest stars were naturally Kelly and Hassan. After introducing each other, the host smiled and said, for this reality show, you all need to sign a life and death agreement with the production team. Let me give you a little heads up. This episode is truly terrifying, even I got scared watching it. It's not too late to back out now. Guests feigned shock but laughed while agreeing to sign. They had already been paid, how could they back out? Everyone believed that the life and death agreement was just a gimmick. Could the production team really harm them? Alright then, are you all ready to enter the world of horror? The host deliberately lowered his voice as eerie music played through the speakers. The guests weren't frightened by the host, but the music startled them. As usual, blindfolds were placed over their eyes, and then black-clad figures led them into themed rooms. At this moment, the live stream screen went dark. The live broadcast would resume only when the guests opened their eyes, heightening the anticipation. While the guests felt uneasy, netizens brushed comments on the pitch-black live stream screen. This theme feels very scary. The host's smile when he watched the guests leave made my hair stand on end in the early morning. I also think so. As a woman, my intuition tells me these life and death agreements aren't signed in vain. Frightened, I want to quit, but there's my brother participating. I have to endure. So conflicted, why is escape room theme so terrifying? As the black-clad figures left, guests slowly removed their blindfolds, only to be stunned in place instantly. What? The live stream resumed, and netizens watching at home screamed in unison. Help. My mom is still sleeping, but she woke up because of the noise and asked if there were burglars in the house. In the end, I got scolded. Luckily, I live alone, but that makes me even more afraid. Wah. This episode is this intense? The lives of the guests matter too. Joa, do you have no heart? Watching the barrage of comments, the director rubbed his chin, revealing a malevolent grin. Innovation was his priority for this episode. A sharp scream suddenly pierced the air, hurting everyone's eardrums. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but curse. The scream came from Chana. She seemed to have just reacted, her small face turned deathly pale, trembling as she pointed at the bloodstains nearby. There's blood, Chana quivered. This fragile and pitiable appearance successfully drew compassion from the male guests. It's okay, those are fake. Don't be afraid, Jean spoke in a deep voice. Yes, if you're scared, you can hide behind me, and I'll protect you. Fraser clenched his fists, making a determined expression. If you're really scared, I'll dance you some yanga, Innocent said cheerfully. Surrounded by everyone, Chana was in a good mood, still nodding sympathetically on the surface. However, she wasn't entirely pleased because these people weren't the ones she wanted most. Hassan had been looking at Kelly all along. Seeing she remained calm, he smiled slightly. Tyra, can you protect me? His voice was soft, but the excellent sound equipment allowed the netizens to hear clearly. Kelly glanced sideways and raised an eyebrow, smiling brightly. Sure. Their gazes met, sharing an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Hurley didn't expect a famous film emperor like him to need protection from a woman. With his arms crossed, he watched Kelly with interest. This woman was intriguing. Seeming to sense something, Hassan pressed his lips tighter, his gaze turning cold as he lifted his eyes. Confirming that Hurley was looking at Kelly, he immediately pulled her behind him, as if he didn't want his treasure coveted by others. Watching them early in the morning has nearly driven me crazy. I declare Brook Jing CP is the ultimate god forever. I wonder if anyone remembers the online vote? Many thought Hurley clicked by mistake, but I'm not so sure anymore. As a full-level fan of our cool guy, I see that he seems genuinely interested in Kelly. Who understands being both a cool guy fan and a Brook Jing CP fan? How should I choose? Netizens started debating who Kelly belonged to, sparking waves in the live stream. Hurley's fans certainly did not appreciate this potential sister-in-law, but since others were vying, they had to fight back. Thus, more people voted on Weibo, and Brook Jing CP fans ultimately outnumbered the others. The initially close vote became a landslide win for Brook Jing CP. The guests navigated around the smeared bloodstains and the dummy corpses lying on the floor in the escape room, searching for clues. During this time, Hurley had been trying to get closer to Kelly. Even having a few words with her would do, it was just enough to help him pass his father's scrutiny. However, Hassan inexplicably kept blocking him, giving him not a single chance. An unspoken tension between the two men made the fans in the live stream go wild. Damn it, will you ever make your move? You can't even speak a word, and I'm getting anxious here watching. The senior dunk pulled at his hair anxiously while watching the live stream. He used to be quite smooth when he went after girls, nothing like his clumsy son. Dunk's mother rolled her eyes and threw a peeled egg into senior Dunk's bowl. Don't rush, good things come to those who wait. Her eyes were glued to Kelly on the screen. She liked how the girl looked more and more. This girl is so beautiful, their kids would definitely be handsome or pretty. How could I not be worried? Look at our son, acting like an idiot with some IQ issues. Senior Dunk grumbled. Just as these words left his mouth, his wife shot him a murderous glare, silencing him immediately. He only dared to silently eat, cheering on his son inwardly. Senior Dunk had specially arranged 2 days off just to watch the live broadcast. If Hurley made no progress during this period, he'd be furious. Watching Kelly and Hassan interact closely on the live stream, Dunk's mother sighed. Sigh, our son is indeed handsome, but that Corey is even more so, and he clearly has feelings for Kelly too. You see, you told me not to worry earlier. Now you're worrying too, Senior Dunk gloated, thinking he'd caught his wife's weak spot. However, right after he spoke, his ear was pinched hard. Then, an ear-piercing scream rang out. Releasing her grip with gritted teeth, Dunk's mother remarked, your son's foul mouth is just like yours. No wonder he can't find a girlfriend. Usually stern and imposing to criminals, Senior Dunk now cowered before his wife. Being scolded by his wife, he dared only to mumble quietly, you're just being unfair. Chapter 150 Still looking for Hassan. Dunk Louisa shot Dunk Joa a stern glance and continued watching the live stream. Kelly pointed at several pieces on the ground, this pattern seems familiar. It looks similar to the mural we saw when we first entered. Everyone looked in the direction she indicated. Chana frowned, where's the similarity? They don't look alike at all. Besides, we can't go back to the entrance to verify it, I dare not go back. Upon hearing this, the men quickly agreed. Right, I also think they don't look alike. How can you see any connection between murals and chess pieces? They are totally unrelated. We shouldn't waste time. Let's hurry up and find other clues so we can get out of here. Let's go check the left side. Apart from Hurley and Hassan, the 4 male guests all opposed Kelly's idea, treating her words as nothing. There was even a hint of contempt in their eyes. Hassan crouched down to closely examine the stone pieces, softly saying, if you think they're similar, give it a try. Kelly nodded, completely ignoring what those people had said. Following her memory, she moved the chess pieces. Hurley stood behind her, watching thoughtfully. But after a few glances, he was abruptly blocked by Hassan, leaving him choked. What's with this man's competitive streak? Does he really think Kelly is such a treasure that no one else can even look? Hurley moved to another spot to continue observing, just to defy them. Initially, he only slightly disliked Kelly, but now his remaining feelings were merely curiosity, She seemed entirely different from what was described online, not showing any signs of attention-seeking. As Kelly placed the last piece, the wall in front of everyone suddenly rumbled and slowly pulled up, revealing a new path. Those who had ridiculed Kelly now wore embarrassed expressions. None of them expected to be proven wrong so quickly. Kelly didn't say anything, she merely glanced briefly at the 5 clue finders before standing up and walking towards the newly opened area. Hassan followed closely behind. The 5 had awkward faces but had no choice but to act. Chana was almost driven mad with jealousy. She couldn't believe Kelly had such a good memory. It must have been her mysterious benefactor who provided the answers beforehand. Yes, it was just to help her play the role of being smart. How disgusting. Kelly is really smart. Seeing her proved us wrong just now was the most satisfying experience ever. When I heard Chana and others talking sarcastically, I felt furious. But when I saw Sister Brooke solve the puzzle, I laughed heartily. It's like the Emperor doesn't panic, but the eunuchs do. Suddenly realized following Kelly might be a good choice, but unfortunately, her reputation is unpredictable, making me hesitant. Upstairs, let me tell you seriously, after understanding her, you'll know how great this sister is, and she has a divine appearance too. Ulrich, watching from behind the monitors, was stunned. He had initially estimated that the guests would take nearly half an hour to find the right answer, but he didn't expect them to solve it so quickly. If this continues, what's the point of filming the show? Initiate backup plan, the director hurriedly instructed through the walkie-talkie. Looking at the monitor, his eyes flickered with excitement. These celebrities will soon be scared out of their wits. Ulrich had already investigated, everyone was free of heart disease, so he felt confident enough to push the boundaries. A piercing, eerie sound suddenly rang out, followed by a sinister laugh. Everyone searching for clues jumped in fright. Ghost! Chana screeched. Following her gaze, they saw a group of creatures with abnormal gaits, twisted mouths and eyes, and hair covering their faces, which made everyone dumbfounded. In previous episodes of Escape Room, guests only recorded their escape process, going through various levels to win. They never dealt with plot twists like this. What's going on? At this moment, all the guests recalled the waiver they signed at the director's request. So, this was its purpose. Run! Hurley exclaimed quickly. Seeing those creatures, his hairs stood on end, and he hastily pulled the nearest person, running at top speed. No choice, these things were genuinely terrifying. Netizens watching the live stream also freaked out. I'm just watching a live stream in the morning. Why am I being subjected to this? Joa, come out and apologize. You've scared me. I want to call and complain about the director. Can the platform ban the live stream? Ulrich is promoting bloody violence. Relax, if the live stream is banned, what will we watch? Wah, I'm so angry. I was eating breakfast while watching, and now my porridge is spilled everywhere. I'm numb all over. Watching the netizens' comments, the director wasn't scared at all, instead, he chuckled. This was exactly the effect he wanted, and he was thoroughly satisfied. Let the storm rage more fiercely. The guests split into 2 groups, one consisting of the 5 permanent guests and Hassan, while the other comprised Hurley and Kelly. Seeing his son directly leading someone away, Cliff was excited and slapped his thigh. Finally showing some of my old flair. Knowing to take the girl away at crucial moments to create opportunities for being alone together, he said. A mother knows her child best, Louisa Dunk's mouth twitched. When your son pulled her, he probably didn't think that much. At this moment, staring at Kelly in front of him, Hurley was utterly confused. He truly hadn't expected to drag along a real bombshell. So, only you followed? Hurley asked. He even craned his neck to look back, confirming there were no other guests. The live stream audience was amused. First time discovering how well Hurley acts. Do we need to remind you that it was your loud cry that dragged them away? I feel he did it on purpose, but his confused look makes me doubtful. Anyway, this kid has been paying attention to Kelly, and now getting an opportunity to be alone with her, he might have achieved his wish. The viewers probably wouldn't guess that Hurley's father was the one whose wish came true. Sorry, I didn't mean to pull you. I was just in a hurry. Hurley explained awkwardly. Kelly nodded, her expression calm and distant. It's fine. I'll go back to find Hassan first. You can choose to leave or stay here as you like. Hearing this, Hurley frowned, looking puzzled. Were she and Jeff really that close? But he didn't dare ask and obediently followed her without saying more. The famous, sharp-tongued, fearless Hurley had only one fear, ghosts. Of course, he believed no one knew about this. Sugar CP literally cries dead. Families, who understands the troubles of having too much sugar? The CP I love produces sweetness almost every day, giving me a toothache. The floor above, please stop bragging. Don't make me become a troll in your CP super topic. But it's really sweet. Kelly still thinks about Jeff in such circumstances, showing how important he is to her. I suddenly remember, Jeff seemed to ask Brooke to protect him. Did she take it seriously? Sugar CP once again gained immense popularity, continuously expanding its fan base. Chapter 151, Scared Out of Their Wits. The eerie music ceased when Hassan noticed Kelly had vanished, and his face turned grim. Chana turned back to look for Hurley but found him missing as well. Where are they? They were just with us, she said anxiously. They might have triggered a special mechanism. No need to worry, nothing real will happen on a show recording, Innocent reassured them with a smile. However, upon hearing this, the expressions of Hassan and Chana worsened. If they had indeed triggered a special mechanism, it meant the two would have to stay together, which was precisely what they dreaded most. We should go find them, Chana said firmly, clenching her fists. Galanu Zixuan shook his head, looking unhappy. We should move forward instead. Who knows if that place has any more ghosts? He was terrified of ghosts, and he felt that what happened earlier would shorten his life by 3 years. Yes, don't waste your efforts, Fraser agreed. Kelly is so smart, she can solve puzzles and will surely find her way out, Jean said, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He was still resentful about being embarrassed earlier. For a female celebrity, all she needed to do was vie for attention. Why show off her intelligence? Such opportunities should be left to men. Except for Chana, none of the regular guests agreed with going back to find them. I'll go back. You guys decide, Hassan suddenly said. His expression was unusually cold, and after saying this, he turned and walked away. Chana hurriedly followed. The other male guests bit their lips inwardly. Hassan, the movie star, had the most screen time, and being edited alongside him could get them some extra screen presence. So, despite their reluctance, they all followed, complaining inwardly about Kelly and Hully for making things difficult for them. Netizens were in fits of laughter. Ha ha ha, it feels like Hassan and Chana are on a love defense show, while the other guests are doing the actual escape room challenge. Who knew this episode's live stream would be so interesting? Ulrich really knows how to play. Thanks to Hurley and Kelly for their cooperation, ha ha ha. If they keep this up, the two groups should meet soon. I'm looking forward to seeing the love defense duo's reaction. Friends, I feel like my brain is swelling. Why do I think Chana and Hassan are pretty good together? Both are in love mode, these two would definitely be happy together. Seeing the netizens' comments, the director chuckled slyly. Would he let the two groups reunite so easily? Of course not. Picking up the walkie-talkie, he slowly uttered 4 merciless words, activate the mechanism. An okay came from the other side, and simultaneously, the ground beneath Kelly and Hully gave way, breaking open into a gaping hole. Heart-wrenching screams echoed as they plunged into the darkness. Then, the ground slowly closed back up, leaving no trace of what had just happened. The netizens who were laughing at the love defense duo were now dumbfounded. What the heck, did the floor eat people? Is this an accident? Joa, quickly send staff to rescue them. I hope our idol is safe. So worried. How can there be such risks during an escape room show? Everyone, calm down. If something really happened, the director would be even more frantic. Since he hasn't given any notice, I suspect there's more to this. The camera feed switched back to Kelly's group, and they reappeared. In a pool of colorful plastic balls, Hurley looked dazed, almost in a trance. Are you okay? Kelly asked first, frowning as she looked at him. Hearing her voice, Hurley's eyes lit up. At that moment, he felt like a thirsty man who had found water in the desert. Having someone else share in his misfortune made it much better. I'm fine, Hurley managed to say. As soon as he spoke, he immediately pursed his lips, regret showing on his face. He wished he hadn't spoken. Because the words, I'm fine, came out shaky, as if telling Kelly that he was far from fine. Netizens mocked again. Hurley, how embarrassing. Can someone like you ever attract girls? Heh, having supported so many male idols, he's the first one who makes me feel ashamed. Hurley, I'm scared stiff, and you guys are still criticizing me. Are you really fans? True fans or not, everyone watching is baffled. I remember this guy's persona was supposed to be cool. Can he still maintain that? Hurley's agent sits up in bed at midnight, still unable to understand how his client participated in a show that completely changed his image. Kelly didn't pay much attention to whether Hurley's voice was trembling. Hearing him say he was fine, she believed he truly was. She turned around and carefully examined their surroundings. They had fallen into a ball pit, and there were paths to take. Just as Kelly was about to leave the ball pit, Hurley blushed with embarrassment. I can't get up. Could you give me a hand? He had never been so embarrassed in his entire life. After the show, he would have a good talk with the director of the escape room program. Old man, prepare to face the consequences. Ulrich, who was watching the live stream happily, touched his head and looked around suspiciously. Why did he feel like someone wanted to assassinate him? An illusion, it must be an illusion. Ulrich refocused his attention on the live stream. Kelly had already pulled Hurley up, her eyes briefly glancing at his crotch area. The staff members watching the live stream alongside the director couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into laughter. None of them had expected Kelly to be such a comedic person. Netizens felt the same way. This live stream is killing me with laughter. How does Kelly manage to be both serious and hilarious? Haha, why did she look at Hurley's crotch? Was she thinking what we were thinking? The internet moves fast, there are already memes on Weibo. This couple has such strong chemistry. They're really funny when they're alone. Could some dating show put them together? Didn't everyone forget about Hassan? Aren't you afraid he'll cry himself to sleep in the bathroom? The netizens clearly saw that look, but Hurley didn't notice it. He shivered as he looked around, silently swallowing his fear. His fear was displayed without any reservation. There are 4 forks in the road. We should split up to search for clues and then regroup here, Kelly suggested. Upon hearing this, Hurley's expression changed slightly. He cleared his throat and said righteously, well, this place might not be safe. I think, as a man, should stay with you. Kelly turned to look at him, raising an eyebrow. Hurley's eyes shifted guiltily to the side, avoiding her gaze. All right, let's go together, she said. Those 5 words were like heavenly music to Hurley's ears. At this moment, he completely discarded any negative thoughts about Kelly due to the online chatter. She was obviously beautiful and powerful, smart, and kind-hearted, truly the most loyal female celebrity in the industry. Chapter 152, Hurley falls for her. I have a feeling that Hurley might really fall in love with Kelly. There's a glint in his eyes whenever he looks at her now. Everyone, put yourselves in his shoes. When you're feeling the most helpless and scared, having a strong and determined teammate by your side, wouldn't you be smitten? Not just smitten, I'd marry on the spot if I could. A beautiful wife like Kelly is something everyone needs. Who knows which lucky guy will end up with Kelly in the future. I like her so much, her personality is such a hit with fans. At the Flynn family residence. Gregor finally got some time off and was preparing to mend his relationship with his sister by going out together when he found out she had already left for a variety show recording. His feelings were complicated. Opening the live stream, the first thing he saw was Kelly and Hurley falling into a foam ball pit together. He immediately frowned, full of disdain. For a big man to be this cowardly, needing a woman to protect him, was simply disgraceful. Ahem, it's not that Gregor envies Hurley being alone with Kelly. As he continued watching the live stream, his disdain grew, peaking when netizens started shipping the two. His sister should only be paired with the best man in the world, never with someone as cowardly as him. In anger, he posted his first comment online. They don't match at all. Hurley isn't even worthy of one hair of Kelly. Can't you stop randomly shipping them? Such behavior is truly disgusting. To ensure the netizens saw it, Gregor specially spent $1,000 to purchase a glowing golden border effect. The dazzling special effects made the netizens numb. But there were others watching who came from families with means, and they promptly rebutted using the same effect. Are you sick? How does their CP affect you? You're just an undercover hater. Real Kelly fans wouldn't say such things. What do you mean, not matching? It's like you're the perfect match or what? Our brother is a perfect match, a top-tier match, a heavenly match. He and Kelly are just naturally suited for each other, making you jealous. Black fans are so rampant nowadays. Real Kelly fans can assure everyone that we would never say such things. We're okay with random shipping. Shipping CPs can bring traffic, benefiting both artists immensely. We want to ship them, what's wrong with that? Modern netizens knew how to get under people's skin. Gregor's lips twitched, he inexplicably got labeled a black fan. He was Kelly's own brother. With the netizens attacking fiercely, he helplessly closed the comment section, continuing to watch the live stream with a frown. His displeasure with Hurley reached new heights. As long as Gregor lived, Hurley would never set foot in the Flynn household. And then there was that guy from the Hope family, who also wanted to try. One of those who argued with Gregor earlier was Bureau Draper. He also had comments enabled but rarely paid attention, never expressing any opinions. Gregor's gold special effect was too noticeable, prompting Bureau Draper to spend a fortune to prove his son. Hurley might be a bit silly, but his intelligence wasn't lacking. How could he not be a match? Where did you get so much money? A cold voice asked as Bureau Draper loosened his grip on his phone. The phone fell onto the sofa with a thud. He realized he had been too impassioned and hadn't hidden it from his wife when recharging. Earlier, I don't know what happened, Bureau Draper explained. Mrs. Dunk smirked mockingly, holding out her hand. All your private savings to my phone within 30 seconds. Don't make me slap you. Within those 30 seconds, Bureau Draper opened the payment app and transferred all the money, a significant amount. He had scrimped and saved, inflating expenses during meetings to accumulate this sum over the years. All gone now. If Hurley can't chase after that girl, I'll beat him to death. Bureau Draper gritted his teeth. He blamed his son for the loss of his allowance. Mrs. Dunk smiled broadly, transferring the added savings to her reserve bank card. She wasn't stingy with Bureau Draper, she always gave him a limited amount because he tended to waste money like today's live stream recharge. The same went for Hurley, which is why Mrs. Dunk tightly controlled both their finances to prevent extravagance. Looking affectionately at Kelly, who was alone with Hurley, she thought if this girl could marry into their Dunk family, she would transfer all of Bureau Draper's confiscated private savings to her. The deeper they walked down the corridor, the darker it became. Hurley no longer cared about his image, hurriedly closing the gap between himself and Kelly. He swallowed hard, cautiously asking, "Where are we going?" As he spoke, his eyes darted around nervously, fearing another sudden appearance of a staff member disguised as a ghost. To the end, Kelly replied succinctly. Hurley nodded, trying to find a topic but unsure of what to say. Kelly glanced sideways at him, finding his behavior peculiar. When Kelly first met Hurley, he was extremely cold and indifferent. But now, he had mysteriously become gentle. Men were really hard to understand. With a bang, Hurley screamed and threw himself towards Kelly, hugging her tightly, his head trembling on her shoulder. He was visibly terrified, and everyone could see that he wasn't taking advantage of the situation. However, upon seeing this scene, Gregor wished he could burst into the live stream and forcibly separate the two. Kelly didn't push Hurley away. She sensed from his energy fluctuations that he was genuinely scared. Probably just a sound from above. There's no ghost here, she explained. Hurley hesitantly raised his head, confirming there was nothing, and he heaved a sigh of relief. But realizing he was holding on to her soft body, his limbs stiffened. Oh no, what did he do? Do you still feel scared? Kelly asked softly, implying he should let her go. Hurley stepped back mechanically, still holding on to her, pulling her back with him. Seemingly tripped by something, they fell backward. Kelly quickly withdrew her arm and supported herself as she fell, meeting Hurley's gaze. She frowned, stood up, then pulled him off the ground, feeling quite helpless. At this moment, Kelly finally understood how excellent her partner Hassan was. Let's keep going, she said. Hurley nodded in a daze, his cheeks flushing red all the way down to his ears, his heart pounding uncontrollably. She was really handsome. Netizens started commenting in unison with, wow. If this were a romance drama, the two should have kissed just now. I would watch it. First time I hate that reality shows don't have scripts. Can't they just kiss? Joa, try harder. Hurley's expression clearly shows he's smitten. Oh wow, he's about to fall for her. Even I nearly got swept away by Kelly's move just now. I'm gay, but I was turned straight by this, folks. I want a cool and fierce girlfriend like her so badly. Chapter 153, Gaining the Rebel Identity. Family, let me tell you a joke. That huge noise just now was caused by Chana. She's about to be furious. Ha ha ha, I watched both live streams, seamlessly enjoying the drama unfold. Chana probably never imagined that instead of defending her love, she ended up being an accomplice. Amidst the sarcastic comments from netizens, clueless internet users continued surfing online. Some quick-handed content creators had already edited and posted videos of the incident. In the video, Chana and others struggled with great effort to reach the spot where Kelly and Hurley had fallen. There were clear signs around, but they couldn't find the two no matter how hard they searched. Following Hassan's suggestion, everyone started looking for a mechanism. Chana's expression grew increasingly uneasy as she searched, and finally, she intentionally kicked the wall. But she didn't expect it to be made of iron sheeting, so the sound was extremely loud, startling not only Hurley downstairs but also the guests upstairs. Even the instigator, Chana, was taken aback, shivering slightly. After consuming the drama, netizens turned their attention back to the live stream. Kelly and Hurley had reached the end of the tunnel. In the dim light, a small door appeared. They approached cautiously, alertly checking the area around the door for any mechanisms. Mainly because they felt the director wouldn't be so kind as to leave an exit for them. The door suddenly opened. Even though Hurley was prepared, he still let out a yelp, his body trembling as he moved closer to Kelly. Congratulations, you've triggered a hidden mission, said a staff member inside with a smile. Watching Hurley embarrass himself up close felt very thrilling. Following the staff's indications, they walked through the small door. Congratulations, you are now rebels. Your task is to disrupt the progress of other guests so they cannot leave within the specified time. If successful, the production team will provide you with a seafood feast tomorrow. If you fail, unfortunately, the seafood feast will go to someone else. Kelly, originally indifferent, perked up at the mention of the seafood feast, her eyes brightening instantly. Even Hurley seemed to feel a battle spirit igniting within her. The next step is to protect your identity tags, make sure no other guests get them besides you too, the staff reminded. Kelly nodded seriously, eyeing Hurley sternly. I'll keep yours safe. Clearly, in her mind, he was no longer a trustworthy partner. Okay. Hurley obediently handed over his identity tag, blushing to the roots of his ears. How could she be so charming, making him fall even deeper? Before meeting Kelly, Hurley thought he liked soft and cute girls. Now he knew how wrong he had been. Following the staff's direction, they took the elevator through the small door and arrived upstairs. Kelly seems to really enjoy eating. Hearing there would be a seafood feast made her incredibly happy. That foodie look in her eyes matches mine perfectly. It wasn't an act. Haha, so even beautiful women can be foodies. Hurley's eyes are practically drooling. Any fans out there? Don't you have girl fans who will object? Our fans are all career-oriented. This sister-in-law gets our full approval. CP fans of Candy CP work diligently behind the scenes, updating their super topic with various sweet moments. Only Candy CP is real, everything else is a cult. All because of the scheming Hurley, the main characters were forced apart. Under Hassan's Weibo post, even his own fans joined in the chaos. Can Jeff learn from Hurley? He's so cunning, how will you compete against him in the future? Sigh, suddenly feeling very worried. I didn't think sister-in-law Kelly was this good, but now that someone is trying to snatch her, and she's so cool, I really like her. Jeff, you must get this sister-in-law. Hashtag who is sister-in-law Sue for hashtag trended among the top 5 on hot search lists. Fans from both camps argued fiercely, leaving passers-by dumbfounded. How did these two camps actually start fighting over this? Guided intentionally by staff, Kelly and Hurley finally met the other guests. Seeing Hurley, Chana immediately moved closer, filled with concern. Are you okay? From her expression, it was clear she feared that Kelly might have done something sinister while alone with him. You'll be fine if you stay away from me, Hurley retorted. Facing another harsh reality check, Chana couldn't hide her awkwardness and frustration at such a warm-hearted yet rejected moment. Hassan stood beside Kelly, his warm and deep gaze examining her openly. How are you? Fine, we just got lost earlier, Kelly replied calmly. Hurley. In his heart, he gave her a thumbs up for her excellent acting skills. If anyone said Kelly acted poorly in the future, he would directly slap them. But why did Hassan seem so annoying? Couldn't he stay a bit further away from her? As male and female celebrities, avoiding suspicion was the most important rule. Hassan glanced at Adrian, his thin lips tightly pursed, a guarded expression in his eyes. After the other guests expressed their concerns, they continued on their journey. This time, Kelly didn't voice any opinions while the other guests were searching for clues. She followed to investigate but always threw aside important evidence when she found it. In the end, the guests had to exert all their efforts to find the evidence. Hurley, from start to finish, didn't contribute anything. He tried to get closer to his teammate Kelly, but Hassan blocked her off entirely, leaving him no room. Meanwhile, Chana kept clinging onto him like a burr, despite being rejected multiple times. The competition between two males is so thrilling. Thanks to Kelly, we've seen a battle royale during an escape room game. Sister Brooke didn't even notice this, huh? The two men's eyes were practically shooting sparks. I'm afraid they might fight right on live stream. Who should I root for? Or is it just me who thinks Kelly is truly smart? She always finds and takes the clues first. Could she share some of that brainpower with me? The hashtag SueIQ once again topped the trending list. Being beautiful and intelligent, countless netizens envied her. No one even thought about the possibility of the show having a script. After all, Hurley was scared witless and utterly embarrassed. There was no way he would agree to such a script. How can it be her again? Does going on a live stream require so many trending topics? Slut. Adrian clenched her teeth and cursed under her breath as she looked at the trending topic. Recently, Kelly's life seemed to be getting better and better, with more and better resources. Meanwhile, her own career was on a downward spiral. Unable to bear it, Adrian took out her Gumantong doll and cursed fiercely. You promised to bless me and make my wishes come true, yet you're useless now. Chapter 154, Where is the streamer? Kelly must die this time, and I want her to die in disgrace and misery. If you're useless again, I'll cut you open with scissors and pull out all the cotton inside. Nyla threatened Ishmael fiercely. After saying this, she placed Ishmael on the bedside table, clasped her hands together, and murmured a wish. Then, Nyla got up and picked up the scissors from the desk. With a grotesque and conflicted expression, she brought the scissors close to her chest. She took a deep breath, and as the tip of the scissors pierced in, the pain made her bite her lip and groan softly. The master who consecrated Ishmael had said that using heart's blood would yield the greatest power. Nyla truly wanted to utterly destroy Kelly and prevent her from having peace after death this time. Hastily, she let the blood drop from the tip of the scissors onto Ishmael. In its pitch-black pupils, something strange flashed, and its body became even more lifelike. If someone had walked in at that moment, they would surely think that Nyla had carried in a child from somewhere. With Kelly causing trouble, by evening, the time set by the production team had passed, and none of the participants had left the escape room. This was the first time that none of the guests managed to escape since the show began airing. Innocent and others had also suspected that someone was sabotaging things, but everything seemed normal, and the guests were trying their best to solve the puzzles. After leaving the escape room, the guests gathered to complain. Ulrich has really set the difficulty too high this time. Right, we felt like we were about to find clues so many times, but they vanished for no reason. It's bizarre. There can't be any issues with the male guests. Did the director secretly arrange for staff to interfere? Joa, you're not playing fair. The guests laughed as they complained. They would never admit they were stupid, and it was better to blame the director. Ulrich, watching the monitors, understood their intentions but wasn't angry. He just chuckled. Because, at that moment, the online chat was quite amusing. Kelly is truly smart. No one has suspected her this whole time. Her acting skills are top-notch. Save me, although Divine Passage hasn't aired yet, I can already imagine how good it will look. Can it start airing immediately? It should still take some time before it airs. Kelly is damn charming. I ended up watching the live stream all day without realizing it. When can I become such a wise and powerful woman? I didn't think the male guests on Mystery Escape were problematic before, but today's episode shows that Kelly's intelligence makes them seem completely useless. Now, when they blame the director for their failure, I just want to laugh. Netizens expressed great anticipation. When the male guests returned to their rooms and got online, Finding out they were tricked throughout, everyone wondered how their expressions would look. But unfortunately, there were no cameras in the hotel rooms, so people could only imagine. The live stream closed, and the guests, exhausted, returned to their respective nanny cars and headed back to the hotel to rest. The filming lasted 2 days. The first day was intense with the escape room challenge, while the second day allowed the guests to eat, drink, play, and experience local culture and specialties. Ulrich referred to this filming method as balancing work and leisure. Of course, only those who won on the first day truly enjoyed themselves on the second day, eating and playing. The remaining guests who lost had to use various methods to earn money to get hot meals. Kelly and Hassan were from the same company and studio, so they naturally sat together. In the car, he suddenly said, "Tyra, were you the rebel? Did you figure it out?" Kelly leaned her head against the seat cushion and asked nonchalantly. Today, Hurley hadn't provided her any help when guiding the others, and she had relied entirely on her brainpower, which left her quite tired. Seeing Kelly's lethargic demeanor, Hassan smiled indulgently. Yes. He gazed at her with gentle eyes, where love swirled but was suppressed by him. Kelly yawned and shifted her head slightly, falling into a deep sleep. She was truly exhausted. Upon reaching the hotel, Hassan woke her up, and they returned to adjacent rooms. Back in her room, lying on the soft large bed, Kelly felt refreshed. A nap in the car had done wonders for her. Thinking that she hadn't streamed due to recent busyness, she opened her phone, found a spot to prop it up, and started streaming. Many netizens quickly flooded in. Just finished watching the escape room live stream, and here we have another one from the host. What amazing luck. The previous post mentioned watching the escape room live stream too. This episode was hilarious. My mom originally scolded me for laughing like a girl, but after she watched it, she laughed louder than I did. Seriously, Mystery Escape is super popular. Everyone seems to have watched it. The streamer's location looks familiar. It looks like the hotel where my brother takes selfies. Seeing the netizens comment that the escape room was funny, Kelly frowned. She hadn't gotten what was so amusing. Clearly, recording the live stream was mentally taxing without any dull moments. As modern netizens would say, her brain cells were almost worn out. Yet they found it amusing. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Kelly asked, was the escape room live stream really that funny? What was so funny about it? Upon hearing this, even more people left comments in the chat. The streamer watched the escape room too, but didn't get the humor. Hahaha, I think what's most amusing is Kelly and Hurley. I'm a fan of their couple CP. The combination of a strong woman and a weak man is truly heart-stirring, especially when the male character comes off as cool on the outside, making it even more exciting. From now on, Kelly will be like an eagle to me, a powerful woman. Our Daphne's earnest yet funny demeanor is the best. The fans' mention of CPs was roughly clear to Kelly, but she thought it was absurd. Why group her with Hurley? He was so weak that she couldn't help but despise him. How could there be such a timid man? Where are you, streamer? Are you in the same hotel as our brother? Did you go to the scene for the escape room? Fans who noticed the identical hotel decor couldn't help but ask, very curious. Seeing these comments, Kelly slightly lowered her phone to cover the decorations and cleared her throat. Now let's stick to the routine, live call-in. Netizens immediately started eagerly requesting calls, but some perceptive ones detected something amiss and left comments in the live stream. The streamer isn't answering us and moved the camera down. Is she hiding something? I recently suspected the streamer might be riding on others' popularity, but she already has plenty of followers, so why hide something? Watching this live stream makes me feel like Sherlock Holmes all of a sudden. Streamer, spill your secret. Kelly marveled at how observant modern netizens were, but she didn't plan to answer them. Instead, she only focused on answering the questions from the callers. Suddenly, a cold wave swept through the room, and her expression changed dramatically. Her voice explaining things to the caller abruptly stopped. Kelly wanted to close the live stream first, but it was too late. Chapter 155, The Backlash of the Spike. Feeling that ominous chill at her back, Kelly cursed, damn it. The netizen who was in a video call with her had a puzzled look on his face, mouth agape, eyes filled with anxiety. Could it be that the host figured out that he dug out bird eggs as a child, accidentally stepped on a few insects while walking on the road, or that he loved eating meat over all these years? The netizen didn't think the host would care about those things, but why curse him for no reason? Even after burning out his CPU in thought, he couldn't figure out why. It wasn't until he saw Kelly abruptly stand up from her seat that the netizen shivered in fright and hurriedly admitted fault. Host, if I have done something wrong in my past life, I can apologize and make amends. But I have a rather fragile heart, could you please not scold me? Just tell me what mistake I made. But I feel like I've been quite kind-hearted all these years. When I walk on the street, I even donate to beggars. Can't that balance out the wrongs? As the netizen was speaking, Kelly suddenly tilted her body, making the cat effect fail to cover her entire face, revealing her exquisite features. The netizens in the live broadcast room were momentarily stunned. Some even drew out tissues to wipe their eyes, believing they must have seen wrongly. Kelly? Is it really Kelly? But how can it be her? What happened? No wonder I always felt this host seemed familiar but couldn't put my finger on it. Now the truth is finally revealed, she has a very unique speaking speed. So this host is actually Kelly underneath the disguise. Not long ago, Nyla bought this live stream account from her. Does she know this terrible news? Folks, right now I'm just bewildered and at a loss because I'm a black fan of Kelly but a true love fan of the host. I haven't missed any of the live streams. What should I do now? The netizens in the live broadcast room were floored. Meanwhile, Kelly had no mood for live streaming. She looked coldly at the spike in front of her, muttering while her fingers moved rapidly. The netizens watching through the live broadcast camera couldn't see the spike nor the golden divine power on her fingertips, only seeing her swift movements leaving after images. The murderous aura around the spike was much heavier than before, clearly showing the eagerness of its supplier. If Nyla continued this way, it would only result in her death. Kelly's fingers formed a lotus shape as the spike approached her with bared fangs, aiming to achieve its goal. But the golden divine power kept it from getting close. Its childish mind was too impatient, turning circles helplessly on the spot yet unable to do anything. Break! Kelly shouted furiously, pointing her finger into the air. The spike emitted a piercing, high-pitched scream, its figure slowly dissipating. The netizens in the live broadcast room were astonished. Did you hear that sound just now? It sounded like a child crying. I was wearing headphones, and that sound was very clear. It nearly scared the wits out of me. What's going on? What is Kelly doing? Is she intentionally scaring us? Considering this sister's character, the probability of her intentionally scaring us is 0. After taking a deep breath to steady the divine power within her, Kelly walked to the edge once more. Seeing the comments from netizens, she realized her identity was exposed, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. Not having encountered such a situation before and unsure of how to handle it, Kelly, in a panic, prepared to shut down the live stream. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room had already anticipated her actions. Don't end the broadcast, chat with us for a bit first. Sis, you're my one and only sis. I want to chat with you. Can you turn off the cat head effect? Since we've seen your real face now, sis, take off the effects and voice changer. Encouraged by the netizens, Kelly found it reasonable. She nodded silently, turning off the effects. Suddenly, a godlike beauty appeared on screen, causing the netizens to freeze, then erupt into screams and cries. The chat was flooded with Aya. Sorry, things happened abruptly. I originally planned to hide my identity and conduct mystic live streams properly for you all, Kelly said. A trace of sorrow adorned her brows and eyes. Despite her naturally charming and adorable appearance, her demeanor exuded a coolness. The closer she got to the camera, the more pronounced this intertwined feeling became, making the netizens love her even more. You should be sorry for deceiving us for so long. You should have live-streamed with your real identity from the beginning, sis. I can't believe I've been watching Kelly's live streams for so long and have even fallen in love with them. Woman, you've successfully caught my attention. Marry me right now. Amused by the netizens, Kelly couldn't help but chuckle lightly, breaking through the icy atmosphere. The netizens screamed again, their remarks becoming more and more absurd, all just to attract the beautiful sister's attention. In a nearby room, Hurley had been happily watching the live stream until she appeared, leaving him stunned. Damn. How can it be her? Hurley couldn't hold back a curse. He had been a true fan of the host, watching every live stream without spending a single penny, yet his fan level was already at 6. Whenever she went live, he never missed it, even taking leave from his studio to watch. Hurley belonged to the type who got scared easily but still loved to watch. Horror movies kept him awake at night, yet this kind of live stream was thrilling and captivating. He especially liked it. He silently closed the live stream, feeling complicated. The image of host Kelly, two different personas intertwining before Hurley's eyes, eventually merged into one. His heart shattered into pieces, the fourth wall broke too quickly. At the Flynn family residence. Nyla spat blood and lay on the ground in pain, gasping for breath but unable to inhale properly. It felt as if an invisible hand was choking her neck. Death loomed nearby. She stretched out her fingers trying to reach her phone but couldn't get close enough. The sound of children playing echoed in her ears, causing goosebumps all over her body. Her widened pupils were filled with fear and dread. She saw the spike placed by the bedside moving on its own. Despite having a blank expression, it emitted continuous cackles. Then, stepping through the blood, it slowly moved forward. It seemed not yet familiar with controlling its mobile body, falling into the blood and staining itself, only to painfully crawl back up again. Though it had a cute appearance, it now appeared extremely sinister. I'm the one who supplies you. If you want to kill, go after Kelly. Don't come for me. Nyla spoke these words in panic, but they had no effect on the spike. She even sensed it getting angrier. Immediately, Nyla changed her expression, forcing a smile uglier than crying. Baby, I'm your mommy, the mommy who brought you here. You're so powerful now, mommy is very happy, but you absolutely mustn't hurt mommy, she said. The spike paused, tilting its head slightly as if pondering something. The grip on Nyla also weakened compared to before. Seeing the effect, she breathed a sigh of relief, but a malicious glint flashed across her face. This damn thing actually dared to think about turning against its master. Once she regained strength, she would definitely cut it to death with scissors. Chapter 156. Nyla was admitted to the hospital. The thought had barely crossed Nyla's mind when the constriction tightened once more, and she felt an unbearable pain that left her breathless. There was a mutual connection between them, allowing her to sense Spike's murderous intent. Naturally, the reverse was also true. It could sense her. "Tamer Amy, you're my mommy." An eerie, ethereal child's voice echoed, sending chills down Nyla's spine as she trembled in fear, unable to utter a word in protest. "Since you're my mommy, surely you would be willing to give me anything I want, right? I want the blood from your heart. It will make me stronger, but mommy, you'll become weak. But since mommy just said you love me, it should be fine, right?" Tears fell from Nyla's eyes in large drops as she shook her head frantically, trying to tell Spike that it mattered, but it paid no heed. Having said its piece, it moved forward without a care, and suddenly sharp nails grew from its round little hands, piercing into her chest. The intense pain made Nyla scream at the top of her lungs, audible throughout the entire Flynn family villa. One after another, doors opened, and banging sounds came from outside her door. "Gianna, what happened?" Alea anxiously asked while trying to twist the doorknob open. Meanwhile, Spike continued to suck blood from her fingertips. Initially, it hadn't intended to drain Nyla completely, but the taste of blood was too good to resist. The look in Spike's eyes grew increasingly frenzied, and the knocking at the door grew heavier. With a few loud bangs, someone started pounding on the door. Hope flashed across Nyla's eyes as she hoped the Flynn family would come in quickly. If they didn't, she might really be drained dry. She wanted to live. Feeling the blood in her body decrease and her strength wane, the light in her eyes gradually faded. Suddenly, the door was flung open. Sensing the dangerous aura of Moxie, Spike instantly vanished. The room was left in disarray with Nyla lying unconscious. The Flynn family members were stunned. When Alea regained her senses, she screamed in horror and hurriedly checked Nyla's breathing. After confirming she was still alive, she promptly dialed 120 for emergency services. Todd looked around the room cautiously, but apart from Nyla, there were no other people present. Why had she ended up like this? For some reason, he thought of Kelly. He remembered seeing her mentioned as some esoteric live streamer on a trending topic earlier. Could it be that she placed some questionable things in the house which harmed Gianna? Considering their usual relationship, Todd found it very likely. Anger filled his eyes as he took out his phone to call Kelly. When the call was answered, a lazy voice came through. "Hello?" Hearing this leisurely tone, Todd's anger surged, and he shouted directly, "Kelly, what did you do? Gianna is now inexplicably unconscious at home. It must have been your doing. Make her wake up immediately." Just off the live stream, Kelly responded with a cold laugh. "She fainted? Serves her right, she brought this upon herself. I can't be bothered with her." Without a second thought, Kelly hung up ruthlessly, completely ignoring Todd. Fuming, he called again, but this time there was no answer, leaving him seething with frustration. Todd gritted his teeth in anger. Sure enough, Kelly wasn't a good person. He was determined to kick her out of the Flynn family. Nyla was carried onto a stretcher by the ambulance staff and taken to the hospital. A passerby recognized her being rushed to the emergency room, quickly taking photos and posting them online. Hashtag FlynnGalenXu overwhelmed with anger. Hashtag the true story of Sue and FlynnGalenXu buying accounts. Both names trended high on the hot search list. Netizens flocked in to get a glimpse of the drama, marveling at how exciting it all was. Some knew about Kelly's past account selling scandal but never imagined she was the same broadcaster. Ironically, it was Nyla who bought the account, making them natural rivals, indeed quite entertaining. Nyla's fans were practically going mad. "Kelly, come out and apologize. Look at what you've done to our little fairy, she's in the hospital. Anyone mocking under this trending topic deserves to die. Hope you get the same treatment, being angered into the hospital. What has our little fairy done to deserve this? Nothing has gone well lately, it's enough to make one cry. Kelly, no matter what, you received 30 million from our little fairy. Can't you at least apologize to ease her mind?" Nyla's fans' comments went entirely unnoticed by Kelly, who had fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep. That night, the Alice fans broke ranks in despair, while the fans of Kelly rejoiced. A fan of Zhang felt elated by their idol's performance. The feeling was indescribably satisfying. Even Kelly's fans didn't expect her to be an esoteric broadcaster in secret, and such an excellent one at that. Didn't this perfectly fit the divine character portrayal in Shindu? The official team behind Shindu also jumped on the bandwagon, releasing another stunning still shot that impressed a wave of admirers. Even in the entertainment industry, where beauties are abundant, Kelly's face is beyond reproach. The next day, Chana was woken up by the director's team. She hadn't gotten up early to put on makeup, so she looked disoriented and helpless. When she saw the camera in the staff's hand, she was completely taken aback. Then, she hurriedly covered her face with the blanket, trying to open her eyes as wide as possible. "What are you doing?" Chana asked, blinking her round eyes. The crew member immediately conveyed the director's instructions. "Do I still have to wake up the guests today?" Chana frowned, clearly unwilling. "Yes, it was you yesterday, and it's you today." The staff smiled. Seeing no way out, Chana could only let out an "oh" and reluctantly ask the staff to leave first so she could get herself together. Since the director had already captured what he needed, he didn't make it any harder for her. The viewers who were watching the live stream saw the real Chana. This sister without makeup is really hard to comment on. She's like night and day. In the future, one really can't trust female idols. Actors are more reliable. I always thought there should be no difference between a celebrity's pre-makeup and post-makeup look until I saw this sister's bare face. Fellow fans, I am a fan of looks. What should I do now? In fact, she's not ugly, but compared to Juyu, who has no difference from yesterday with Kelly, she is indeed ugly. Chana, who was putting on makeup, saw these comments from the netizens. Her face contorted with anger, and she immediately reported them. Before her debut, she was often praised for being beautiful, and ugliness had nothing to do with her at all, right? Moreover, these people kept mentioning Kelly. That bitch was truly sent by heaven to torment her. Chana wished she could tear Kelly apart with her own hands. After barely composing herself, she opened the door with a smile, pretending as if she hadn't seen anything, and led the cameraman to the rooms of the other guests. At this moment, the live stream viewers were stunned. I just took a screenshot of her bare face when she woke up and compared it to how she looks now. Only thing to say is that her makeup skills are really impressive. With this skill, even if she doesn't become a star, she can make a fortune as a makeup artist. Chana, why don't you switch careers and become a beauty blogger? Let me follow you to learn. Chapter 157, You Don't Want to Team Up With Me? After failing to tag along with Hully last time and being mocked, Chana didn't dare cause trouble this time. She rang the doorbell normally to wake up each guest. As for competing in beauty, she didn't have the guts today. Soon, the guests gathered in the hotel lobby, waiting for the director to issue tasks. Ulrich held 2 envelopes in his hand and walked cheerfully in front of the guests. First, let's congratulate Kelly and Hurley on winning the escape room yesterday, he said. Mentioning this, except for the 2 winners and Hassan, all other guests' expressions turned sour. Yesterday, after returning to the hotel, they realized they were made fools of the entire time, which was very humiliating. Sparse applause arose as the director handed the thick envelope to Kelly and said, "Today you and Hurley will automatically be a team. What you two need to do is spend all the money in this envelope and reach the designated restaurant for a seafood feast by noon." Upon hearing this, Hurley's eyes lit up. Having participated in so many episodes, this was only the second time he won. Even though the production crew offers generous bonuses, it spread thin among so many people. This time, just 2 people would enjoy it thoroughly. It sounded like pure luxury, and he loved it. Kelly pursed her lips and glanced at Hurley, suddenly finding the envelope in her hand felt very hot. She hesitated and asked, "Can we split the money and go our separate ways?" Ulrich raised an eyebrow and shook his head, of course not. He valued the combined popularity of these 2. Why would he shoot them separately? However, Ulrich cast a pitying glance at Hurley, who was actually disliked by a female guest. The kid was really pitiful. Afraid that Kelly would insist on going alone, the director quickly handed a flat envelope to Hassan, announcing him to lead the failed team. "Your task is to earn 1,000 today without using your star status," the director said. All the guests had unpleasant expressions. How could they earn money without their star power? Should they engage in daily wage labor? But with live broadcast cameras present, they dared to not challenge and could only silently protest. "Okay." Only Hassan responded. Ignoring the resistance of other guests, the director left happily to watch from behind the monitors. Netizens' comments flooded in, even more active than yesterday. Previously, the losers were always the rebels. It's the first time guests lost. I didn't expect them to look so disgruntled. So, in these people's minds, only they can win, others can't win? Has anyone noticed how funny Hurley's eyes look now, like a hurt puppy? Kelly's slight contempt probably left a huge psychological shadow on the kid, but I understand. He's truly useless, ha ha ha. The world where only Hurley gets hurt has been achieved. Hashtag Hurley despised by Kelly hashtag. The trending topic slowly climbed up. Unaware passers-by rushed into the live stream to speak up for Hurley. But upon learning the whole story, everyone laughed and commented with, "He deserves it." Of course, an unproductive man should be disdained by beautiful ladies. The 2 teams set out on different paths. Kelly and Hurley rode in a luxurious taxi to a bustling downtown area. Hassan's team had only 20 pathetic yuan in their envelope, and the only option for transportation was riding bicycles. The production crew specially brought in some yellow shared bikes, making guests deposit 20 hours worth into their phones before scanning to ride. While Hassan was scanning, a line appeared beside him. Ugly single bike, easy to ride, not expensive, economical, and practical. You might even ride with your idol. This line, paired with Hassan, was oddly appealing. Ulrich is a real advertising genius. If Hassan sees this clip, he might call the police. Ugly single bike, huh? I'll remember you. Next time I go out, I'll ride you, hoping to find my brother's bike seat imprint. Can the director's team engrave their names on everything they've done? Upper floor, great idea, recommend ugly single implement. Seeing this ugly single advertisement live, the head of ugly singles ad department couldn't stop laughing. He knew the escape room was popular, but he didn't expect the director to do such good work. He must increase investment. Engrave names as per netizen suggestions. Hashtag Hassan Ugly Single Bike hashtag. The trending topic climbed, and the head of Ugly Singles ad department felt so happy that he was about to faint. This fortune finally fell upon him. Others also began eyeing the escape room. With the director skilled at playing jokes and the high heat around guests, it was perfect. The live stream was divided into 2 sections. Viewers could choose to watch both or mute one. Hassan's group hummed while cycling, faces flushed with sweat and makeup smudged off chana. Meanwhile, Kelly and Hurley sat leisurely in the air-conditioned back seat of a luxurious vehicle. They even had a small table with fruits and red wine in front of them. The gap between the 2 rich second generation and the beggars made netizens laugh. I suddenly have a feeling of looking in the mirror. I am the poor guy. Originally, I was laughing at the live stream with a big grin, but when I think that the poor guy includes me, my mood becomes very complicated. But if the poor guy includes me, riding a bicycle doesn't. Thinking about it this way makes me feel quite good. You guys are really getting under my skin. At this moment, Hurley wasn't having an easy time. He sat back with his arms crossed, leaning against the cushion, eyes closed, pretending to be cool and indifferent. In fact, his mood was very complicated. Why did Kelly ask the director that question just now? Could it be, she really hates him? Moreover, she's really that streamer. He actually sat in the same car as his idol. Hurley frowned, his mood tossed around like being fried in hot oil. Unable to bear it any longer, he abruptly opened his eyes and looked at Kelly. She had just put a piece of fruit in her mouth. Seeing his sharp gaze, she frowned unhappily, and the atmosphere inside the car plummeted to an icy point. Kelly hadn't expected that Hurley, a grown man, would act so effeminate, let alone try to snatch her fruit slices. There were so many on the plate, couldn't he take one himself? Under Kelly's increasingly oppressive gaze, Hurley steeled himself and asked, "You don't want to be on the same team as me, do you?" Kelly paused, holding the fruit slice mid-air, realizing he wasn't craving the fruit. She had misunderstood. "No, I'm just used to doing things alone," she replied. Feeling somewhat guilty for misunderstanding Hurley, Kelly chose to tell a kind lie. Seeing her words visibly improved his expression, he nodded with a smile. Not being despised by his favorite streamer was great. How come I feel something is off with Hurley? Did he really fall in love? But I think the way he looks at Kelly has no love, only admiration and respect. It wasn't like this yesterday. Suddenly remembered, Hurley was following a fortune-telling live stream a few days ago. Could it be this coincidental? That explains everything. Kelly lost face, ha ha ha. Chapter 158, Flynn Family Dispute. Kelly and Hurley were dropped off in the city center, and fans who had been waiting there let out screams. So handsome. I love this cool guy. How can Kelly be so beautiful? It feels like her beauty has struck my heart. Hurley, husband. Though excited, the fans stood a respectful distance away from the two, following them slowly while taking videos on their phones without hindering their walk. Most of them were girls. Please pay attention to pedestrians on both sides of the road and don't cause any trouble for us, okay? Hurley smiled and advised the fans. He was known within the industry for being kind to his fans, and they listened to him. Moreover, what fans loved most about Hurley was that he seemed cool and aloof to outsiders but treated his fans like dear little babies, very gently. How could fans not be moved by such uniqueness? Where should we go first? Hurley turned to ask Kelly, looking as if he would follow her lead. Her lips were tightly pressed, her face serious. Snack Street? Hurley exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise and confusion. Most female stars in the circle paid close attention to their figures, even removing oil from hot pot before eating. Kelly was actually suggesting Snack Street. Seeing his reaction, she visibly looked disappointed. Can't we? Not at all, of course we can. Hurley hurriedly replied. He took out his phone and located the Snack Street. It wasn't far. In the live streaming room, viewers, having slipped in earlier, began to criticize. Besides her mystic girl persona, is Kelly trying to establish herself as a gluttonous big stomach? She's really good, successfully building her image. The slip-up during last night's live stream must have been intentional. Yes, the little fairy was admitted to the hospital because of her, all thanks to Kelly. Newcomers who saw these comments started forming opinions about Kelly, whom they had never met. Until a golden comment appeared. Adrian was admitted to the hospital due to health reasons, not because of stress. I have attached her medical records on my profile. Holy crap, isn't this the bro who manually decoupled them? He's not a hater then. He does have evidence on his profile. Fans of Adrian, scram. Kelly is innocent. To be honest, it would be funny if Adrian really got hospitalized because of anger. Wait, didn't you notice the account name? It's Gregor. When Gregor posted using his main account, his identity was revealed by netizens. A genius doctor, brother of Adrian, and now defending Kelly, proving her innocence. Netizens were stunned, and Adrian's fans went wild with insults. As the brother of the little fairy, how can you help outsiders? Do you know how many times that bitch bullied your sister? How can the little fairy have a brother like you? That's outrageous. Do Flynn family siblings have this kind of relationship? Are you all her? Act nice to her but look down on her in reality. She is your real younger sister. Why is the little fairy so pitiful? I'm crying. Suffering from illness and facing all this, are you heartless people? The fans of Adrian began attacking the Flynn family members, passers-by, and fans of other stars in the live room. People found it more and more absurd. Those newcomers who once judged Kelly negatively were now changing their views, starting to dislike Adrian. Anyone with brainless fans like hers couldn't be normal. Hashtag Flynn Galen's no fans bashing everyone hashtag. Hashtag how Alice fans can attract hate hashtag. Hashtag Flynn Jingjin suspected of Galen King Sue, defending her against his own sister hashtag. Hashtag Galen Vroom battle of the gods hashtag. While Adrian remained unconscious, her capable fans directly dragged her into Weibo, losing her followers. Gregor held his phone with a clear glare, his fingers gripping it tightly, wishing he could expose the truth to everyone. The true daughter of the Flynn family, his real sister, is Kelly, not the ungrateful wolf Adrian. What's wrong with protecting his own sister? Second brother, why did you post those things? Gianna is still unconscious. How hard will it be for her when she wakes up? Todd asked softly with a frown. He had also participated in the battle in the live room earlier. He wanted to tarnish Kelly's reputation, exposing her true colors to everyone. Gregor put away his phone, looking at Todd with an indifferent gaze. I told the truth. Why should she suffer? That's not right either. Todd didn't notice the depth in Gregor's gaze or the trembling hand about to lash out, continuing selfishly. On one hand, linking Gianna's hospitalization with Kelly can torment the fans, making fairy fans feel for her and increase fan loyalty. On the other hand, it can deal with that presumptuous thing trying to steal Gianna's identity. Just as he finished speaking maliciously, Todd received a slap. It wasn't from Gregor but from their mother. He had returned home with Alla a few hours ago to rest, and the sons took turns resting while caring for Nyla. She never expected that upon arriving at the hospital entrance, she would hear these words. Isabellian's eyes were filled with disappointment. Beast, Tyra is your own sister, how can you scheme against her like this? Todd, covering his slapped face, was furious and raged in the quiet hospital. It's clearly because you all favor her. Ever since Kelly came back, we've all favored her, neglecting Xiao Hopi. I, as her brother, care about her and try to help her. What's wrong with that? Furthermore, didn't you see the trending topic? Kelly practices mysticism. Since she came back, Xiao Hopi has been unlucky all along. It must be her scheme. Alla and Isabelline were infuriated by Todd's words, their bodies trembling. Having interacted with Kelly for so long, they naturally knew her character. Even if she possessed certain special abilities, she would never harm others. Moreover, that live streaming account had saved countless people, even broadcasting for free without charging a penny. Yet, in Todd's mouth, it became a reason to harm people, which was absurdly laughable. A nurse approached and gently reminded Todd, Sir, please don't make a loud noise in the hospital. He was still enraged, and upon hearing this, he immediately turned red-eyed, yelling angrily, Mind your own business. Then, he directly shoved the nurse. She didn't expect that Todd, who looked decent and was quite famous online, would actually act so viciously, almost falling over after being pushed. Fortunately, Gregor was nearby and caught her in time, preventing a tragedy. Alla, who was always strict with his children, saw Todd's actions and his blood pressure skyrocketed, gritting his teeth. I'll beat you to death. He growled softly. Then, he swung his fist like a pot towards Todd's head. Painful cries echoed, but only people filming videos responded. No one interfered. Because everyone had witnessed Todd's actions just now. As an adult, he should pay the price for what he did. Everyone applauded Alla's actions, thinking he should teach him a lesson. In the end, Todd was beaten until his eyes rolled back, fainting unconscious. Chapter 159, Todd's Dark Side Unveiled. Even if the nurse detested Todd, she couldn't just ignore him as he fainted. She shot a grateful look at Gregor and hurried off to call a doctor. Unseen by ordinary people present, a spike named Uxian raised its head from Todd's shoulder and then slowly walked into the ward. It crouched beside Adrian's bed, calling out to her in a voice audible only to two people. Tamara, why don't you get up to play with me? Didn't you want to cut my body with scissors? Hee, Tamara, because of your heart's blood, I no longer need a body. I have to kill you before I can go on a killing spree, but I don't want to kill you while you're asleep. Wake up. The little spike kept nudging Adrian, who felt her heart thudding like thunder but still kept her eyes tightly shut. Indeed, she had woken up when Todd was yelling earlier. But upon opening her eyes, she saw the spike perched on Todd's shoulder. Knowing it wouldn't let her go, Adrian immediately pretended to faint again. She didn't care if the Flynn family would be endangered, their lives or deaths were none of her concern. In fact, if they were killed by the spike, she would be happier. What could she do now? With the spike constantly calling her mom, Adrian was nearly breaking down. She wished she could open her eyes and shout angrily at it. It was a ghost, a thing that crawled out of some low woman's womb. She wasn't its mother. Without realizing, Adrian had been influenced by the spike, becoming irritable and short-tempered like the earlier Todd. Farrell, Alea, and Gregor returned to the ward. The angry spike bared its teeth at them before slinking back to Todd. These people smelled of that woman, it dared not provoke her. Farrell and Alea looked utterly disheartened, pulling chairs to sit beside the sickbed while Gregor stood nearby. Third son, he wasn't like this before, Alea said hoarsely, her voice filled with profound discomfort. Todd was born after she carried him for 10 months, yet his current disposition made him unrecognizable to her. Her son seemed like a completely different person. Farrell also remained silent, lips pursed, feeling complicated emotions. How did following Miao Hong lead to something like this for the Flynn family? It was utterly tarnishing their reputation. Meanwhile online, the incident caused quite a stir. With people coming and going at the hospital, Todd's outburst, his rude behavior in assaulting a nurse, was exposed to the public. The comments section was flooded with criticisms of him. Isn't this the pianist brother of Adrian? He must be insane. What did he even try to hit the nurse for? That flushed face and bulging neck show he's clearly a violent man, really terrifying. Todd. I always thought he was a refined young nobleman. Why has he turned into such filth? Seeing his father pin him down and beat him was so satisfying. Every naughty child should meet parents like these. #Flynmington Hospital outburst #. The trending topic quickly spread widely, thoroughly humiliating him. Now, Todd was truly infamous, known throughout as someone thoroughly despised. At that moment, Kelly was completely unaware of the beating Todd received for her. Her eyes sparkled as she watched a vendor prepare a grilled cold noodle dish. Having just entered the snack street, she was mesmerized by various delicious foods, starting with hand-beaten shrimp balls and small meat skewers, finally lured by the aroma of grilled cold noodles. With plenty of money, Kelly ordered a deluxe version. Hurley followed her, eating a lot too. By the time he realized, it was already too late. Suddenly picturing his agent's enraged expression, Hurley knew returning to the company after filming might end badly. Kelly, aren't you worried your agent will scold you for eating so much? Hurley asked cautiously. As he spoke, chat messages scrolled across the live stream. I know, next Kelly will probably say she doesn't gain weight easily, or she'll insist on being a foodie despite her agent. The upstairs comment is spot on. Betrayed so many times? Foodie personas are losing appeal. Who advised Kelly to act like this? Amidst viewers' anticipation and detractors' readiness to criticize, Kelly replied calmly. Isn't this a normal amount of food? Hurley exclaimed in confusion, not understanding. While waiting for the grilled cold noodles, Kelly finally glanced at him, saying seriously, everything I ate just now wasn't much. Adding this deluxe grilled cold noodle makes me feel just full enough. Later we'll go shopping at the mall. After spending Joahua's allocated budget, we can return for a seafood feast. Just as Kelly finished speaking, the vendor announced, Lady, your grilled cold noodles are ready. Not caring about Hurley anymore, she hastily grabbed the grilled cold noodles and savored every bite, closing her eyes contentedly as the delicious aroma filled her mouth. It's so delicious. Now I finally understand why people love junk food. No, this is clearly a delicacy even immortals can't get their hands on. How can it be called junk? The serious attitude Kelly displayed with her words left the live stream audience, even the haters, speechless. Everyone could see that she genuinely loved eating. If you think about it, she didn't eat that much at all. Normal people would probably eat just as much when visiting a snack street. Are celebrities not human? Actually, I feel Kelly's words did prove something for girls. We don't have bird-sized stomachs, and it's normal for us to eat more. Right, compared to those stars who claim they only eat some lettuce per meal without water for weight loss, I prefer Kelly's down-to-earth nature. She's just being a normal person, not putting on an act. How does this girl always surprise us? I had already figured out how to criticize her foodie persona, but she threw me a curveball. Kelly is really sincere. I won't be a hater anymore. Public opinion and fans are truly unpredictable. Some are meticulously maintained but end up being called pretenders, while others just do their own thing and win countless admirers. Feeling the slight increase of belief force within her, Kelly had a puzzled expression. Unbeknownst to her, she was changing many people. Among these people was Hurley. Interacting with Kelly, he truly felt she was very simple, like a crystal-clear gemstone that could be seen through in one glance, containing no impurities. After years in the entertainment industry, a big melting pot, it was rare for anyone to still retain such a pure heart. After finishing the grilled cold noodles, Kelly indeed couldn't eat any more. She and Hurley bought a drink and headed to the mall together. Joahua gave them 10,000 yuan, requiring them to spend this amount without buying luxury items. On the paper, he listed stores that were off-limits, banning all but the cheapest 2 yuan store in the corner, leaving other shops out of bounds. Joa is too tricky. To him, anything starting from 10 yuan is considered a luxury. Hurley complained bitterly. Ulrich behind the scenes chuckled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was eager to see how they would spend this money. Chapter 160, Contrast. Reluctantly, Kelly and Hurley could only go to the 2 yuan store first. Dressed in expensive clothing and holding branded drinks, they walked into the dusty 2 yuan store. Passers-by saw them and expressed their surprise. Of course, this was also because the photographers following them had moved from open areas to hidden spots at the director's request. He wanted to see if passers-by would recognize them without the presence of photographers. Inside the 2 yuan store, people came and went, and the owner was an elderly man. In front of him was a surveillance screen, and he occasionally glanced at it while fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. Since arriving in modern times, Kelly hadn't explored much. Now, looking at the diverse and varied goods in the 2-yuan store, her eyes sparkled with genuine interest. You can tell she really likes it. Her expression is just like when I first discovered a 2-yuan store as a child, picking up all sorts of things before my mom made me put them back. She's never seen a 2-yuan store before. That lack of experience can't be faked, huh? I wonder if she'll grab a bunch of random items next. 2-yuan must seem incredibly cheap for celebrities. As everyone chatted, Kelly began trying on attractive jewelry from the 2-yuan store. When she liked something, she immediately handed it over to Hurley, who held a basket behind her like a little brother. They swept through the place, grabbing useful and useless items alike. Initially, Hurley was disdainful, but the more they shopped, the more enjoyable it became. The pleasure of shopping was irresistible. Despite buying a lot, even with the basket included, the total cost was just around 200 yuan, nowhere near 10,000 yuan. With no more places left to shop in the mall, Hurley and Kelly had to leave. They squatted by the roadside, both looking helpless. What else could they do? Beautiful lady, handsome guy, how much are these things? A voice asked. They looked up to see a few young girls standing before them, eyeing the items in the basket. Hurley was about to say they weren't selling when Kelly quickly responded, what do you want? Milagros pointed to a star-shaped hair clip in the basket, this one. Kelly nodded, 5 yuan. So cheap, the girl exclaimed, pulling out a 5 yuan note and handing it to Kelly. Then, the girls left, with the one who bought the hair clip happily clipping it into her hair. Why are we selling our stuff when we have plenty of money? Hurley wondered aloud. Kelly's clear eyes were full of laughter, don't you think it's interesting? It turned out that flipping goods could be fun. Hurley didn't fully understand but felt there was some truth to what she said. After all, the influencer effect was too strong. Meanwhile, Kelly continued squatting by the roadside, attracting attention from others who thought they were selling items. Their attractive appearance drew in nearly every passerby, most of whom bought something. Back in the live stream, viewers couldn't stop laughing. So these two were supposed to spend money but ended up making money. How will they spend so much? Ha ha ha, the richer they are, the more money they make. It's the poor who struggle to earn anything. Yeah, I'm talking about the other group. This group is living lavishly, while the other group is struggling. The contrast is stark, I almost feel sorry for them. Chana, family, who understands? Why is earning money so hard? I'm about to cry. At that moment, the other group had been in the city for just 10 minutes. Despite their efforts to find jobs, no one wanted them. Especially Chana, who, despite her good looks, lost the chance to be a receptionist to another girl. If she hadn't hesitated, she could have earned money. Under the shade, everyone felt complex emotions. How long can this go on? We can't find any opportunities, Chana choked out, truly crying. As a celebrity, she had never endured such hardship, feeling utterly heartbroken. Ah, Nianyao is so distressed. Maybe we should give up, Innocent sighed, looking lovingly at Chana as if giving up was her idea and he couldn't resist. The other male guests quickly agreed. Yeah, let's give up. Look at how this has affected the poor girl. Ulrich's goals don't matter if we don't complete them. At worst, we'll face minor punishments. Nianyao, stop crying. With this intense sun, you might get sunburned. No one wanted to continue searching for jobs, but they needed a reason, or they'd be criticized by netizens. Chana realized she was being used as an excuse, her face turning sour as she pursed her lips and remained silent. And netizens had long seen through these cunning men. Though they are tired themselves, they insist on passing the buck to Chana. This behavior is really manly. So for men, admitting their uselessness will really lead to death? I don't know if it leads to death, but Chana should be furious now. If I were put in such a situation without any reason, would be angry too. There's still much we can do, like helping with cooking in hotels or something, Hassan suddenly said. His gentle eyes seemed to see through people's hearts as he looked coldly at those who wanted to give up. If you don't want to go, I'll go by myself. Hearing this, the male guests' faces turned extremely pale. It was as if Hassan had put them on hot coals. If they dared not to go, they would be laughed at by netizens. Of course, we'll go, but we're not sure if Yao Yao can hold on. Yes, the young lady has ridden with us for so long and must have run out of energy. The male guests cast their eyes back on Chana, hoping she would understand their hints. But she clenched her fists, I'll go. We are filming a variety show, signed contracts and got paid. We must work hard. Her words earned applause from the director. She was teachable. Unexpectedly, Chana showed such high awareness. She would definitely become a big star in the future. Upon hearing this, the male guests' faces darkened one by one, clenching their teeth in anger but couldn't say more, only forcing a hypocritical smile. Let's go and ask more stores, Hassan said. Everyone had to leave the shade and set off again to find jobs. Netizens were amused by the petty minds of these celebrities. Chana clearly didn't want to take the blame. Sister is truly pitiful. The men failed to pass the buck, their expressions are worse than ever. TSK. The live stream gets more interesting. Can the director try to invite Kelly and Hassan to be regular guests? Chapter 161, Hoping D is kind. Looking at the online comments suggesting Kelly and Hassan as regular guests, the director became thoughtful. If the price is reasonable, it might not be impossible. The main point is that both of them are popular, and they wouldn't lack attention or topics to discuss in the live stream. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Moreover, this time, they had only signed with Kelly. Hassan had come seeking participation at a lower profile. The reasons were obvious. Then, a mischievous idea sparked in the director's eyes. He narrowed his eyes, a cunning smile curling on his lips. He suddenly had a plan to freeload off the Film Emperor. Thank you, Kelly, she truly was the luckiest charm for this production. While the director plotted, Hassan's group had already found suitable work, washing dishes. They had no other choice because other jobs either required splitting up or needed specific skills. Only dishwashing allowed the whole team to stay together. In fact, the boss didn't originally intend to hire them but changed his mind upon seeing the cameras trailing behind. Our kitchen is absolutely clean and bright. After using dish soap, each bowl must be rinsed 3 times without exception, the boss emphasized. However, he directed this statement towards the camera, not the guests. The reason was clear. The audience couldn't help but laugh. Boss, you know how to do business. Your kitchen is indeed spotless. I'm really tempted by this, boss. Which store is this? The hygiene seems so good, and the food looks fresh. The boss would be delighted knowing how many people are watching live. Wow, isn't this the VIP restaurant downstairs from my place? I'll go eat there right now, maybe I'll use the bowls washed by celebrities. At the boss's command, the glamorous celebrities switched into uniforms and began washing dishes by the sink. Washing dishes is simple enough that even a child can do it, the difference lies only in speed. But compared to professional dishwashers, these celebrities were quite slow. The boss grew alarmed, sensing trouble. With crossed arms, he pragmatically said, "We'll charge you 1 cent per bowl washed." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp clinking sound followed. Fraser seemed startled, staring blankly at the broken pieces of the bowl on the ground, looking completely innocent. "Oh well, I was just about to say, if you break a bowl, it costs 2 yuan. The boss complained. He casually called someone over, watched them closely, ensure all bowls are clean for customers. With his hands behind his back and his large belly swinging, the boss left the scene. The guests worked hard, scrubbing dishes non-stop while ensuring cleanliness. After all, with the live stream watching, any laziness would invite harsh criticism from viewers. At this moment, netizens were enjoying the view. Look at Film Jeff's hands, slightly red from the cold water. His long fingers caressed the bowl. If we slowed down this motion and replaced the bowl with something else, huh? Upper floor, what kind of restricted content are you thinking about? Share it with us, don't keep it to yourself. How can anyone look so handsome while washing dishes? I can imagine Hoping D as a family house husband. With a man like him, I'd come home every evening after work to support him. Wow. Who wouldn't want Film Jeff? He seems so skilled at dishwashing. What a considerate man, which woman will end up marrying him? Hashtag Hoping D washing dishes Galenke porn film hashtag. Hashtag who is salivating over Hoping D's hands hashtag. Some people could become trending just by saying a sentence or making a gesture. At first, dishwashing felt routine, but as their hands wrinkled from prolonged soaking, discomfort set in. Innocent washed off the soap suds, frowning at his wrinkled skin. I never imagined dishwashing could be so impactful. Beside him, Galanu Zishuan sighed, it's tough. Chana also nodded, pitifully pulling her hands out of the sink. Her fingertips were wrinkled and red, showing signs of cold. Her lips were pale too. Today happened to be her period, and encountering this situation made her feel extremely unlucky. Fans felt very sympathetic towards their idols. After being soaked in water for so long, it must hurt. Our Xiao Zishuan plays instruments and holds microphones with those hands. Why let him wash dishes? It's such a waste of talent. My internet daughter Yao Yao, it breaks my heart. Can I pay for them? Please don't torment the kids. The show's punishment tasks this time were really too much. Maybe it's because Kelly is here. In the live stream chat, fans expressed outrage. Hassan kept an eye on the others, pursing his lips. Chana, you should take a rest. Huh? Chana widened her eyes, looking confused at him. Wasn't he with Kelly? Why would he help her? You don't have to force yourself if you're not feeling well. I'll cover your share, Hassan said indifferently. Stunned, Chana's heart raced wildly as she woodenly walked to the side and sat down. The other male guests were discontent. Why should women get to rest and be pampered while they also felt uncomfortable? But, in front of the live stream camera, this thought was impossible to voice. If Hassan had suggested splitting the cost among the whole team, they could have made sarcastic remarks, but he offered to bear the cost himself. Innocent's eyes twinkled as he smiled. I've always heard that Film Jeff is upright and gentle. It's true. He had to piggyback on this moment. The others followed suit with their praise. wishing to extol Hassan to the skies, yet he merely nodded politely, quickly washing the dishes. Chana's fans expressed gratitude. Film Jeff is indeed a good person. No wonder no one in the industry has a bad word to say about him. He deserves it. Yao Yao didn't look well shortly after touching the water. Her body must be uncomfortable, but she was holding back. I didn't expect Film Jeff to notice. Do you think these two are a great match? The double hope combination. Please don't ship everything. Film Jeff clearly has no such intentions. Obviously, he's just taking his role as captain seriously and looking after his teammates. Hassan's kindness was something everyone in the industry knew. Resting while sitting down did feel much better. Chana couldn't help but think. Miss, if you're not feeling well, have a bowl of ginger tea to warm up. A chef uncle held a bowl of ginger tea, smiling kindly. Chana said gratefully, thank you. Our family goes through the same during that special time. Women need to take care of themselves. Don't force yourselves to wash more dishes. It's not worth ruining your health for a few dollars, the chef uncle advised. Hearing this, the male guests realized it was Chana's special period, but none of them paid much attention. It wasn't their pain, so what did it matter? Chapter 162, Base Salary of 100. Holding the warm ginger red sugar tea, Chana felt warmth in her stomach and heart. The feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful. Her eyes involuntarily focused on Hassan. Watching his delicate profile and long lashes, her heart pounded like a drum. Chana's cheeks blushed with a hint of red, and unusual feelings began to grow. Which woman could resist a man who was gentle, handsome, and considerate? Even if she knew he was only kind and had no romantic intentions towards her, she couldn't help but feel her heart racing. But thinking about how important Kelly was to Hassan, Chana tightened her grip on the bowl, jealousy surging even more. How could there be such a lucky person in this world? After finishing the ginger tea, Chana returned the bowl and said to those washing dishes, I'll go out and see if there's anything I can do to earn some money. Hassan responded with a hum, don't push yourself too hard. Upon hearing that, Chana's heartbeat accelerated again. Afraid of being noticed, she hurriedly turned and left. The live stream divided into a small screen once more. Those who wanted to watch her could click to enlarge it. Inside the live stream, fans and non-fans alike praised her. Yao Yao is really great. She doesn't idle around but takes the initiative to share responsibilities. She's such a good girl. She's much better than those male guests who don't want to work at all. Thinking of those male guests shirking responsibility makes me feel sick. Who would like someone like that? Sorry, I'm Fraser's fan, but I also think what he did back then was pretty bad. Look, are those two people in front Kelly and Hurley? Coincidentally, the three of them ran into each other. Hurley froze like he was startled when he saw Chana, fearing that this woman would latch onto him for publicity again. Help. Why do I feel this couple is so shippable? I've never seen any woman make Hurley this scared before. Chana really made an impression on him. This impression is better left undesired, ha ha ha. These two really crack me up. Chana rolled her eyes at Hurley. She used to think that although this guy was sharp-tongued, he had his own charm and respected women. But comparing him to Hope Jinghui, he was like night and day. She decided that if she was going to do something bold, she might as well target a higher-level celebrity, a film emperor, rather than just a top-stream star. Maybe it would work. Just as Chana was about to pass by Kelly and others, she was suddenly called back. Do you want to earn money? The word money was indeed tempting. Forcing herself to stop, Chana looked at Kelly suspiciously. You're offering me money? Ulrich wouldn't agree to that, it's against the rules. Upon hearing this, Kelly's elegant face showed a faint smile as she shook her index finger. Your salary will be calculated separately, you don't need the money from the director. Chana frowned, still not understanding what she meant. Hurley pulled Kelly aside and whispered, why do we need her to earn money? Isn't it better to make money ourselves? We can earn more if she joins us, Kelly said. Seeing her calm demeanor, Hurley took a deep breath and released his grip on her sleeve. He knew his place well, just a little brother flying under the wing of a big shot. What else could he say? I actually saw Hurley compromising on his face. Are you still the cool guy you used to be? Hubby, why are you so afraid of this woman? Do you like her? Though reluctantly, I can accept her if she's going to be my sister-in-law. Are Hurley's fans crazy? Hassan and Kelly are the original pair, okay? Your idol doesn't match up. The live stream erupted into another round of sibling rivalry. Hashtag who does Kelly belong to hashtag. Hashtag Kelly being contested by two parties hashtag. Hashtag other entertainment families join the sister-in-law grab hashtag. Hashtag Kelly wanted by many hashtag. Hot topics became more outrageous one after another. In the live stream, Kelly told Chana, soon, you'll perform here, and we'll sell things. I'll rent you a microphone, sound system, and venue. After the performance, you'll get 1/10 of the income. Chana shook her head shrewdly, so you'd earn 100, while I only get 10. Kelly raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised to sense intelligence from her. Base salary of 100, she said generously. Deal, Chana nodded immediately, looking like she got a great deal. In the live stream, netizens laughed uncontrollably. Has Chana forgotten how much she earns from a commercial performance? Now she's so happy with 100. This is really amusing. What does Kelly have in mind? I didn't follow her live stream, but wasn't their group supposed to spend money? Indeed, they're spending money, and they've already spent quite a bit. It's getting exhausting. A netizen who had watched Kelly's live stream from beginning to end gave a detailed account of what had just happened. The two of them had cleared out all the items bought from the 2 yuan store, making a profit of 500 yuan from goods worth 200. Kelly, as if she had suddenly unlocked her potential, went straight to the nearby farmer's market and bought a large quantity of daily necessities, pots, bowls, ladles, spatulas, and several baskets for storage. Because they bought so much, the shop owner even lent them a minivan, a Wuling Hongguang, which wasn't prone to theft or damage. The money given by the director was long gone after all these purchases. Netizens could guess that she intended to sell things but couldn't figure out why she needed Chana to be there. So everyone thought she was being kind-hearted. After finalizing the deal, the three of them got into the Wuling Hongguang. Hurley sat in the Dayton seat, Kelly in the passenger seat, and Chana, pitifully, squeezed into the back seat, which only had one empty spot left. She gripped the handrail tightly, afraid that one wrong turn would send her falling onto the pile of goods. Because the Wuling Hongguang was old and poorly maintained, even on a flat road, it shook badly while driving. Chana has probably never ridden in such a run-down car before. She really looks helpless. I'm getting more curious about what Kelly is up to. Any smart netizens here to analyze? Anyway, they are going to sell things. It's interesting watching these three together, their conversations are amusing, and the silence is even more intriguing. Chana, pitifully scared to move. When Chana could barely hold on any longer, the car stopped. This place was some distance from the city center, resembling an urban village. Not far from the car was a large stage, surrounded by bustling people. Wait in the car first. I'll go negotiate for the use of the stage, Kelly said. She got out of the car to talk business while the cameraman stayed with the other two inside. Mainly because Chana had once harbored feelings for Hurley and always tried to get close to him. Without Kelly around, she was sure to make a move. Netizens shared this thought, eagerly anticipating what might happen. The atmosphere in the car gradually grew awkward. Hurley stared out the window, and Chana didn't look at him either. Chapter 163, Clearance Sale. Is this how Chana acts now? She isn't clinging to Hurley at all. Did she change her personality? Oh, it seems like she's indeed not into him. What happened? I feel like I've been watching a live broadcast the whole time but can't figure out what's going on. Women's changes are truly unpredictable. Netizens in the live streaming room teased, while Hurley let out a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to be bothered by a female celebrity. Of course, there was one exception. Someone knocked on the car window, and Kelly shouted, "Get down. Everything is settled." As soon as she finished speaking, intense music suddenly burst from the stage. Heart racing, love burning like fire. This recent popular DJ-produced song had everyone on site involuntarily moving along with its beat, all looking towards the stage. Even the cameraman couldn't help but wave his hands along for a moment before realizing he still held the camera and immediately controlled himself, tapping his toes to the rhythm instead. Netizens felt their DNA move along too. So exciting, my legs moved involuntarily. This song is really popular, but what does Kelly mean? Is she making Chana perform this? Haha, seeing a former idol dancing to square dance music would be fun and quite amusing. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. It would be interesting to see if she can bring a different flavor to square dancing. Looking at the discussion among netizens in the live stream, the director felt very regretful. If only he had instructed the cameraman to focus on Kelly just now instead of wasting time on those two. But regrets were no use. Hurley got out of the car quickly, and Chana looked ahead with hollow eyes, then turned to look at Kelly, her lips slightly parting, revealing shock on her pretty face. Are you asking me to perform that kind of song? She knew Kelly wouldn't do something nice without ulterior motives, she was just waiting for the right moment. What a wicked woman. She wanted to ruin her image. Yes, this melody is well known and can easily stir up excitement, Kelly admitted with a nod. Her clear eyes were full of sincerity, leaving Chana, who had been inwardly cursing, momentarily stunned. Her gaze grew increasingly unfocused, unsure of what to do next. Do you see these goods behind us? If they are all sold, we'll make 10,000 yuan in pure profit, and you'll get 1,000. Doesn't it sound tempting? Kelly coaxed her. Chana, who used to ignore any commercial performance offer less than 10,000 yuan, now found herself feeling shamefully tempted by the mere 1,000. She bit her lip tightly and clenched her fists as if preparing for a tough decision. I'll do it. Looking at her now, anyone would think she was about to head into battle. Kelly nodded with a smile. You've made the right choice. The more effort you put into your performance, the more people will buy, and the more money you'll earn. Flames of determination ignited in Chana's eyes. Okay. In just a few words, she went from being unwilling to being fully motivated. Netizens expressed their amazement. Something feels off. Was Chana emotionally manipulated? Kelly's words sound like an employer encouraging us to complete a project faster for the bonus. Wow. Now I realize we're all being manipulated at work. Looking at Kelly, I have to ask, isn't she the biggest winner here? Suddenly aware of how terrible our bosses are. Want to report them to the police. Hashtag Kelly exposes the secrets of all bosses. Hashtag Kelly manipulates Chana. Hashtag. Various strange trending topics lured in passersby, who then left with laughter after watching the video, searching for the live stream. The popularity in the back end kept rising, and even wrinkles appeared on the director's face from smiling. Kelly is indeed the show's lucky star. Inviting her was the best decision. The assistant director nodded in agreement beside him. The number of viewers today was 3 times that of previous days, unbelievable. Their live stream was already popular, but now it had truly exploded. If this continued, it might become a household name program to watch during meals. This goal, which the director and assistant director never dared dream of before, now seemed achievable. Kelly and Hully placed item after item on the stage, leaving plenty of space for Chana. Seeing them, passersby were all very surprised. What were they doing? All items are on clearance sale today, 5 yuan each. We really can't pay rent, so we're selling everything. You won't lose, only gain value. I promise this clearance sale is only for today. If you see me doing this tomorrow, come punch me. Kelly grabbed the microphone and shouted at the top of her lungs. With her exquisite, beautiful face, she brought out the most down-to-earth atmosphere possible. Chana was astonished. She thought she would be the only one to embarrass herself today, but she hadn't expected Kelly to include herself. Music. Let's start. Kelly shouted. Her powerful voice faded as the DJ dance music started playing again from the speakers. Chana moved to the rhythm. Unlike what everyone in the live stream expected, the square dance she performed really captured the essence of a public square dance. Her movements and expressions were both very authentic. What are you waiting for? Get up there too. Kelly gave Hully a push. He was watching them perform when he was suddenly dumbfounded. Me? To the outside world, his persona was that of a cool guy. If he danced today, that image would crumble. You don't want to work for free, do you? Kelly narrowed her eyes and scrutinized him from head to toe. Hully immediately retorted, of course not. To prove himself, he quickly walked over to Chana and began square dancing with her. Both having a dance background, they moved in perfect synchronization, which made for a great visual spectacle. Kelly would occasionally interject, everything must go. This is your only chance to grab a deal like this. I promise it will only last one day. Amused onlookers found themselves unknowingly walking up onto the stage, enthusiastically picking through the items. The number of viewers in the live stream surged again. Clicked in from trending search. What's going on with Chana, Hully, and Kelly? Do they remember their celebrities? All I see is them selling a lot of goods. Everyone who watched the show ended up buying something. It feels like even if they didn't become stars, they could still make a living. I'm stunned. Just got off work and saw my cool, sarcastic husband doing square dance in the live stream. It feels like the world has ended. But such genuine celebrities are far more entertaining than those who pretend to be something else. Love this. I followed all 3 of their Weibos. Through this grand clearance sale, the trio earned not just money but also fans. Each of their accounts gained nearly 100,000 followers, and they were all genuine fans. Chana's agent was bewildered. She had already prepared her words to properly scold this brainless client. But, looking at the influx of traffic in the back end, the agent paused thoughtfully. Could it be that Chana was actually smart and knew this would gain her fans, hence agreed? Chapter 164, The Ugly Side of the Male Guest. The square dance clearance sale ended, and apart from gaining followers on Weibo, Kelly and her 2 companions also earned real money. Everything that came in was sold out. As dusk fell and the streetlights came on, the 3 of them huddled under a streetlight to count the money. Besides the 18,000 renminbi received via WeChat, they had another 3,200 renminbi in loose cash. Net profit is 13,200 renminbi, Kelly said. Hully and Chana both sucked in a breath sharply, putting on an act as if they had never seen so much money before. Making this much money. Heavens. The netizens in the live stream laughed heartily. Do these 2 even remember they are celebrities? They can earn hundreds of thousands at a single commercial performance. But for us ordinary people, selling goods really is profitable. The premise is that you have to let go and have handsome men and beautiful women to assist. So being good-looking can indeed be a meal ticket. Kelly counted out 1,200 renminbi from the cash and handed it to Chana. Your pay, the extra 200 renminbi is a bonus. Taking the money, Chana felt complicated and muttered softly, thank you. The guests gather at the entrance of Govancheng Trade Center. Ulrich's voice came through their earphones. I'll go join up with our group first, Chana immediately said. She waved at Kelly and Hully and ran off quickly. After dancing the square dance for half a day, the 3 seemed to have formed an inexplicable friendship and were no longer as hostile as before. Kelly put the money into the tote bag she bought at the farmer's market and called out to Hully, let's go downtown. She took a few steps forward and noticed something was wrong. Turning back, she saw him standing there, looking at her reproachfully. What's wrong? Kelly frowned, her clear eyes filled with confusion. Why does Chana get paid and I don't? Hully asked jealously. He pointed at himself, I danced so earnestly and diligently just now, but you didn't even give me 100 renminbi. At the point where he felt heartbroken and wronged, Hully's face and eyes reddened slightly, his cool guy image completely collapsing. Fans screamed incessantly. Kelly, give him the money, give him the money. Never mind the money, give him your life. Wah, Kelly, how cruel-hearted can you be to ignore such a pitiful Cory? After a moment of silence, Kelly pulled out 100 yuan from her bag and sighed deeply. I originally planned to split it with you after we were done, but I didn't expect you to be so generous and only want 100 renminbi. She took a few steps forward and stuffed the money into his hand, her eyes filled with admiration. There are very few people like you who aren't materialistic. With that, Kelly turned and walked away briskly, leaving a bewildered Hully behind. What? What? What did she mean? Depression filled Hully's heart, and the image of Chairman Mao on the 100 yuan note stood out prominently. Hashtag Kelly, there are very few people like you who aren't materialistic. Hashtag. Hashtag boss, don't look at escape room. Hashtag. Hashtag Brook Yen Brook you. Hashtag. Hashtag Hully's image collapses. Hashtag. Hot searches shot up rapidly as everyone wondered what Hully had done to cause his image to collapse. Did he have any scandalous news? Netizens left Weibo with a desire to know more, laughing. A cool guy turning into a whining puppy, the contrast was perfect and worth following. So, tonight's confused managers increased by 1. In the live stream, netizens suddenly sent barrage comments. Heavens, look at Hassan's group quickly. How could this happen? I'm so numbed. At his age, he can't even hold things properly. Now all the efforts of the group are wasted. Netizens watching Hassan's group hurriedly switched the view to see more. Hassan's group, except for Chana, stood beside the pile of shards with poor expressions, facing a frowning boss who was lecturing loudly. I took you in and let you work daily wage jobs, and this is how you repay me? You broke so many plates and bowls without a second thought. How will the customers outside cope? Are you trying to ruin my little restaurant? The boss's eyes showed disappointment. Although his words were not pleasant, they weren't overly harsh. However, celebrities who were pampered and idolized by fans couldn't take such criticism. Jean flushed and retorted angrily, it wasn't intentional, compensating isn't enough? It's just some money. Just some money? The boss sneered, his face distorted with anger. Get out, all of you get out. He shouted roughly. Jean rolled his eyes and turned around, not caring about the boss at all. Oh, let's talk calmly, don't argue. Innocent tried to mediate, stepping forward as the good guy. But anyone could tell he didn't want to face this mess either, he just found an excuse. Otherwise, why wouldn't he try harder to stop Jean? I'll go check, Galina Zishuan said with an awkward smile. Only Fraser and Hassan were left on the scene. The former, seeing the shards on the ground, cleared his throat guiltily. Well, I'll go check too, he said. Everyone had left, leaving only Hassan facing off with the boss. Netizens were almost driven mad with anger. How dare those 4 guys run away like cowards, disgusting. When faced with problems, they all try to escape. Others can be excused, but how can Jean have the nerve? Please be mindful of your words, upper floor. My idol did break the bowls accidentally, but it wasn't intentional. Compensating should be enough. What right does the boss have to scold him? Fanatics, get out of this live stream. Celebrities like Jean are what you've made them into. I wanted to berate him too, he isn't anything special. Why does he act like a domineering president all day long? If being a domineering president is like this, unable to take responsibility for mistakes, I'll rethink my admiration. Hashtag Jean runs away. Hashtag. Hashtag male guests in escape room aren't men. Hashtag. Why don't you leave? The boss asked Hassan irritably. I am truly sorry for what has happened. Can you give me your contact information? After calculating the losses, I will send you the details. Besides the cost of the broken dishes, I will also compensate for the loss due to customer attrition, Hassan said gently. Hearing these words, the boss raised his eyes and looked at him in surprise. He originally thought all these celebrities were alike, but he hadn't expected an exception. After some consideration, the boss nodded, okay, give me your WeChat. They successfully added each other on WeChat. Hassan told the boss to send all the lost details to his phone before turning to find the group. Watching him leave, the boss clicked his tongue twice, so handsome, and good character too, I should introduce him to my daughter. He pushed the WeChat contact to his daughter. If she could have such a considerate son-in-law, she'd surely like this type. Chana didn't see Hassan when she arrived outside the restaurant. Instead, she encountered several male guests. Seeing her holding money, they quickly led her away, fearing that the money would go toward compensating the boss's losses. They didn't want to be punished. Netizens in the live stream had even more complaints about these men, repeatedly saying, what kind of men are they? Some even cut clips of today's male guests' performances into compilations, exposing their tendency to shift blame and their ugly faces. Chapter 165, Car Accident. As for Hassan, the audience couldn't stop praising him. Given his large fan base already, he didn't gain that many new fans as a result. However, his public image and popularity among passers-by hit new heights. At the entrance of Govancheng Commercial Trade, all guests had finally gathered. This episode everyone performed pretty well, said the director with satisfaction. The live stream viewers rolled their eyes. Kelly, Chana, Hassan, and Hully did indeed perform well, but for the others, I can only say, lol. Joa, you can't just make things up. I truly believe this show has no script now. Ulrich wasn't looking at the monitor at the moment, so naturally, he was unaware of the netizens' complaints. He continued, Team Hoping D completed their task, so there will be no punishment. Although Team Kelly took advantage of loopholes in the show's rules, they did indeed spend every last cent of the production's budget, thus completing the task. After the director finished speaking, the guests all clapped together, except Hassan, who looked puzzled. They had smashed the bowls so badly, the boss wouldn't possibly pay them. How were they deemed to have completed the task? Well, that concludes this episode. Let's say goodbye to the audience, the director said. The guests waved goodbye to the camera one by one. Jean, maintaining his aloof CEO persona, merely gave a slight nod. Gallantal did he know, he was being thoroughly bashed online. The live stream was turned off. The smiles on the guests' faces vanished as they wearily walked to their limos, preparing to rest. In the car. Only after scrolling through the trending topics did Hassan learn what had happened. His thin lips tightened, and his expression soured. To him, these male guests seemed to have problems in their heads. Knowing full well they were being monitored in real time, they still committed foolish acts. But, shutting off his phone, Hassan looked at Kelly in front of him with flickering eyes and asked in a low voice, Tyra, did you have fun today? Of course. A smile appeared on Kelly's cold little face as she listed the reasons why she was happy, had seafood lunch, made more than 10,000 yuan from buying and selling in the afternoon, and even watched my idol perform a square dance for free. TSK, it really was delightful. Seeing her bright smile, Hassan's jealousy completely vanished. It's good that you're happy. Kelly nodded heavily. Suddenly, her expression changed. She had noticed a faint golden glow surrounding Hassan's body lately, indicating someone behind the scenes hadn't interfered since then. But now, the golden glow had vanished, replaced by a thick layer of dark mist emitting ominous energy around him. Such dense ominous energy was unprecedented. Even when they first met, it wasn't like this. Hassan. She choked out, shocked. He gave her a puzzled look. Kelly's fingers moved rapidly in the air, but it was too late. Her heart raced wildly. The Dayton suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Next came a bang. The deafening sound reverberated inside the vehicle. Kelly felt her body spinning uncontrollably, with unbearable pain in her organs. Suddenly, she was pulled into a warm embrace. It was Hassan. He used his body to shield her from the pain caused by the car flipping over. Kelly heard his stifled groan. For the umpteenth time, she felt helpless. Human bodies were easily affected by external factors. Bang. Another powerful impact. Kelly lost consciousness, her vision going dark before she could even take one last look at Hassan. Hashtag Hassan and Kelly encounter car accident on return journey hashtag. Hashtag serious accident on Nanxiao Road, car deformed and crushed, Dayton dead at the scene hashtag. Hashtag Hassan hashtag. Hashtag Kelly hashtag. The trending topic exploded. Accidents always garnered attention, especially involving celebrities. Photos of Kelly and Hassan being taken away by ambulance were circulating online. Watching the bloodied images, netizens were heartbroken. I'll sacrifice 10 years of my ex-girlfriend's life praying they'll be okay. You're not ruthless enough, I'll trade my ex-girlfriend's lifelong bachelorhood. How could they get into a car accident just like that? While unavoidable, apparently when they were pulled out of the car, Jeff was tightly hugging Kelly. Even in such a situation, we get some sugar. Pain. Unbearable pain in every part of her body, her head feeling dazed and confused. Even with divine assistance, Kelly could only regain partial consciousness. Tyra, how could this happen? The patient's heartbeat is too slow. Family members, please don't touch, there might be danger. The Dayton was intoxicated. Various noisy voices flooded her ears, followed by the beeping of medical devices. Kelly fell back into unconsciousness. Great Mountain Deity? A timid and gentle female voice echoed in her ear. Kelly opened her eyes. In the pure white space, the original host looked at her cautiously, withdrawing the finger that had been poking her body. Great Mountain Deity, you are now in a coma, she said. Kelly raised her eyes to examine this space, recognizing it as her own sea of consciousness. She hummed an acknowledgement and with a wave of her hand, the surroundings transformed into the room prepared for her by the Flynn family. The original host's eyes instantly sparkled with admiration. Great Mountain Deity, you can change so many things, how amazing. Since this is my sea of consciousness, it naturally changes according to my will, Kelly explained. The original host nodded vigorously, carefully sitting at the desk and flipping through the books laid out on it. Wow, these books can actually be read, how great. She exclaimed in surprise. But just moments later, her bright eyes dimmed again. Unfortunately, I have no luck to enjoy these good things. What do you mean? Kelly frowned, asking. I am but a dead soul lingering within you, having survived for these few days, granted by heaven. Now time has come, I must go, the original host smiled. Kelly immediately replied, I can protect you. Upon hearing this, the original host shook her head, her timid and gentle eyes carrying a deep meaning. Great Mountain Deity, to me, life and death are the same. As long as you live in this world, I live too. One day, you will understand why I say these words. These mysterious words sent a strange tremor through Kelly's heart. The divine power just beginning to flow from her hands dissipated as she watched the original host slowly fade away before her eyes. Great mountain deity, it's laughable how weak I was all my life. I ask you to avenge me and protect my family. Remember, as long as you live, one day we will surely meet again. With these words, her soul completely vanished. Kelly stared blankly at the empty sea of consciousness, recalling her feelings when she first met the original host. At this moment, she felt a trace of regret in her heart and learned another human emotion. If only she had known, Kelly would have dealt with Helena and those who bullied the original host first, letting her have some satisfaction before leaving. But there's no medicine for regret in this world. Even Kelly, this deity, couldn't reverse time. Drip, the sound rang in her ears once more. Chapter 166, You're Just Too Understanding. Kelly was irritated by the sharp and shrill noise of the medical instruments, and she abruptly opened her heavy eyelids. Her senses returned at that moment. The pungent smell of disinfectant made her cough. Tyra, you're finally awake, Alea's pleasantly surprised voice sounded in her ears. Kelly wanted to shake her head but felt pain all over her body, as if not a single part could move. Seeing her stiff movements, Alea quickly explained, you've broken bones all over your body. The doctors have put on casts. Don't move around recklessly. Upon hearing this, Kelly helplessly hummed in acknowledgement and stared blankly at the ceiling while lying in bed. The feeling of being injured was really unbearable. Oh right, where is Hassan? Her mood became agitated once more, and with effort, she hoarsely said, Hope. She only managed to say one word, which already cost her a significant amount of strength. After being unconscious for several days without speaking, her throat was now very raspy. Alea hurriedly brought water to the bedside and said, Are you talking about Arden? He's more severely injured than you, now wrapped up like a mummy. But he woke up before you and visited you yesterday afternoon in his wheelchair. As she spoke, Alea felt moved. She had also seen the scene from the car accident. Hassan tightly hugged Kelly in his arms, protecting her with all his might. As a mother, seeing someone treat her daughter so sincerely, Alea felt delighted. If it weren't for the inappropriate timing, she would have wished for the two kids to go get married right away. Kelly frowned deeply. Fortunately, her fingers could still move, so she began calculating. As usual, she couldn't predict anything about Hassan. Thinking about the heavy aura of misfortune, Kelly added, Tamara, take me to see him. After drinking water, her voice, though still hoarse, no longer hindered her from speaking. You two have such a good relationship, Alea sighed admiringly. With a smile, she directly fetched a wheelchair and carefully helped her daughter sit into it before taking her to the neighboring ward. As Kelly entered the room, Hassan, entirely wrapped up like a mummy except for his eyes and lips, seemed to sense something and looked over. The two exchanged glances, and Alea left the young couple alone with a knowing smile similar to that of a shipper, quietly slipping out. However, she forgot to push the wheelchair next to the hospital bed when leaving. Thus, Hassan and Kelly remained quite far apart. Your sudden car accident was plotted, she rasped, increasing her volume. What puzzled Kelly was that there was not a trace of black chi on Hassan's body. How did the person behind all this manage it? Suddenly, an infuriating possibility struck her. It was possible that the car accident was intended to help someone else avoid disaster. Kelly's face twisted instantly. She detested the damned person behind it all, who kept plotting against her, which she would never forget. How are you feeling, Tyra? Hassan asked with concern. His voice remained pleasant and soothing, which would probably make many girls online call him husband if only heard. However, this melodious voice coming from a mummy-like figure was amusing. Even Kelly, who wasn't very familiar with modern culture, couldn't help but smirk. I'm okay. Thank you for protecting me back then, she tried to stay serious. It's nothing much, Hassan nodded. Both their bodies were currently in discomfort, and there wasn't much to talk about. Seeing that there was no black chi enveloping him anymore, Kelly felt relieved. However, she couldn't walk. Both of Kelly's elbows were dislocated and casted. Only her hands could move. But without using her elbows, how could she push the wheelchair? Awkwardness spread throughout the ward. Then take care and get well soon, Kelly said awkwardly to Hassan. You too, he politely replied. Silence filled the room once again as Kelly lowered her head, unsure of what to say. Finally, voices were heard outside the door. Tamara, Tyra just barely regained consciousness. You should have called the doctor to examine her instead of letting her see someone else. I know Hassan has done our family a favor, but Tyra's health should be more important. Gregor, with urgency and exasperation in his voice, rushed in, glanced briefly at Hassan on the bed, and immediately took Kelly away. Alea stood outside the ward door, looking somewhat guilty. While being quickly wheeled away by Gregor, Kelly didn't forget to softly say, Tamara, it's fine. Alea sighed with relief beside them. But before she could fully relax, she was shouted at by Gregor. What do you mean, it's fine? Do you know how badly injured you are? Doesn't it hurt? Kelly, I tell you, lie down properly in bed these few days and rest. Don't keep thinking of going out. And Tamara, don't listen to her. Within the realm of medicine, Gregor was always this serious. He was destined to be a doctor. Alea did not dare to contradict him, only nodding her head meekly in agreement, feeling quite remorseful for pushing Kelly in the wheelchair to see Hopihan today. She should have checked the second son's schedule beforehand and done things secretly when he was busy. One learns from mistakes. Alea already knew how to handle it next time. If Gregor could hear her thoughts, he would certainly be furious enough to roar again. However, his medical skills were not advanced enough to read minds. Kelly was hurriedly sent back to her ward, with various instruments deployed for examination. Once it was confirmed that she was fine, Gregor administered 2 bottles of intravenous fluid. To prevent you from running around, he said coldly, giving a pointed look at Alea nearby. Actually, this fluid was for nutritional supplementation. Daring not to argue, Alea could only watch her second son leave. How dare this little rascal shout at his mother? Truly outrageous, I must tell your father, Alea grumbled. The corners of Kelly's lips curled up into a smile, warmth filling her heart. Being cared for by her family felt indeed wonderful. Later, Farrell came back from fetching clothes. Seeing Kelly was awake, he immediately showered her with concern. After listening to Alea's complaint about the second son being rude, Farrell also declared seriously that under no circumstances should his daughter meet that Corey from the Hope family. Gratitude was necessary. The Flynn family could collaborate more with the Hope family but would never let their daughter personally express her thanks. Thus, Kelly began to be closely guarded by her father and second brother, as if they feared she might go out to meet a man at any moment without caution. Alea became another key subject of supervision, given her inclination towards outsiders. Within the same hospital, Todd peeled an apple for Nyla, his face filled with resentment. Those people only care about Kelly. She just had a car accident, yet they worry like crazy over her, never coming to check on you. In my opinion, they are biased. Nyla pursed her lips, her eyes revealing deeper envy and hatred, but she shook her head on the surface. Don't say that, big brother. Tamara, Beck, and second brother are all worried about Tyra. Her car accident is indeed much more severe than my condition. After saying that, she clutched her chest and coughed violently, her cheeks flushed red. Todd quickly moved forward, gently patting her back to help her breathe, scolding, "You are too understanding and obedient, that's why they don't value you." Chapter 167, Asking for Trouble. Tears fell from Nyla's eyes. I'm not Tamara and Beck's biological daughter, how can I be so disobedient? She cried silently, which was even more heart-wrenching. Don't worry, with Big Brother here, no one will bully you, Hugo said in a deep voice. At this moment, he seemed to have made some decisions. A trace of cold laughter flashed in Nyla's eyes as she nodded with visible emotion. Thank you, third brother. A shadow appeared, and Nyla's heart skipped a beat. She yawned and said, Third brother, I'm really sleepy. Alright, then you rest first. I'll go home and ask the nanny to make some nutritious soup for you, Hugo said. He helped Nyla lie down, tucking her under the blanket carefully, his eyes full of affection for his sister. The door to the ward closed. Nyla suddenly opened her eyes, her brow furrowed, filled with frustration. That damn Ishmael had been haunting her, wanting her dead. But lately, being in the hospital, she couldn't contact the master to handle it. All she could do when she saw Ishmael was pretend to faint or sleep. This Ishmael, for some unknown reason, would only act when Nyla's eyes were open. Another small shadow floated into the ward. Nyla immediately closed her eyes tightly, her breathing gradually becoming steady. Tamarani, I just saw you talking. Why don't you acknowledge me? Does Tamarani fear me? I'm very well behaved. If you just give yourself to me, I can help you drive away the bad people. Ishmael whispered these words by Nyla's ear, sounding both tempting and pitiful. However, it got no response. After muttering like chanting scriptures for a while, Ishmael finally grew annoyed and left the bedside to play elsewhere. Then, childish giggles echoed in the ward. Nyla, lying under the covers, clenched the quilt tightly, both afraid and hateful. It was all Kelly's fault. If it weren't for her, Ishmael wouldn't have become this ghostly figure. Back at the Flynn family residence, Hugo took a shower and changed into clean clothes. After the nanny knocked on the door, he went downstairs to pick up the soup. Looking at the 2 insulated boxes on the table, he raised an eyebrow. This is for Kelly. Yes, the one for Miss Galenksu is a health-preserving black chicken soup, and the one for Miss Sue is a calcium-enriched pork rib soup. Please don't mix them up, the nanny said. Hugo nodded and picked up the 2 insulated boxes before getting into the car. He suddenly remembered how Kelly had pushed him down the stairs, injuring his arm, and given his nutritional soup to someone else. Today would be a great opportunity for revenge. But, merely not drinking the soup seemed too lenient for her. An idea struck Hugo, and a mischievous smile crept onto his face. Stop by a pharmacy on the side of the road, I need to buy something, he said. The Dayton complied. After parking, Hugo clutched his stomach and entered the pharmacy. He emerged soon after, looking delighted. Getting back in the car, the Dayton glanced into the rearview mirror while reversing. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Hugo was pouring some powder into the soup. Serve her right, he muttered softly. Realizing he might have witnessed something inappropriate, the Dayton quickly looked away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Upon arriving at the hospital, Hugo uncharacteristically didn't head to Nyla first but sought out Kelly instead. He placed the drugged pork rib soup on the table and told his mother, Tamara, this is the pork rib soup the nanny cooked to supplement calcium. Alea nodded, opening the insulated box and retrieving the small bowl of pork rib soup inside. The soup, floating with oil, had green cilantro and fragrant pork ribs. The nanny's cooking skills were indeed impressive. Kelly's appetite surged, and she eagerly reached for the pork rib soup but froze. Several wisps of faint black smoke floated in the delicious-looking soup. Something might have been added to this soup. Go ahead, the nanny worked hard on it, Hugo urged. Hearing this, Kelly confirmed her suspicion. She shook her head at Alea, Tamara, I don't feel like drinking it right now. Okay, you can have it later. No rush, Alea said. But Hugo, eager for drama, clicked his tongue mockingly. Kelly, why are you so undisciplined? Mama personally served you the soup, and you say you won't drink it. It's clear you weren't raised in our Flynn family, you have no manners. Watch your mouth, Alea warned irritably. Sometimes she wished she could peek inside her third son's head to see what nonsense filled it. Kelly was already hospitalized, yet he still found trouble. Tamara, I'm speaking up for you, Hugo protested loudly. Kelly nodded. I truly have no appetite right now. But since you care so much about Mama, why don't you drink this bowl of soup? There's still plenty left in the insulated box, it won't matter if you take a sip. Upon hearing this, Hugo's face visibly stiffened. His previous teasing words had put him in a corner. For a moment, the scene became awkward. Why not drink? Kelly asked with a smile. However, anyone could tell that her smile did not reach her eyes. Only now did Alea realize something was amiss. She crossed her arms and looked at Hugo suspiciously. You don't drink it. Does this soup have poison in it? As soon as she said that, Hugo snorted. Feeling guilty, he picked up the bowl and gulped down all the pork rib soup in one go, drank it. Good intentions are treated like horse liver. After his fierce remark, Hugo turned and left, moving very fast. He had to ask the doctor for some anti-diarrhea medicine. What's going on? Alea looked at the back of Hugo leaving and then glanced at the pork rib soup, puzzled, asking Kelly. She knew her daughter wouldn't say such things without reason. There's something in the soup, I'm not sure what, but we'll know soon. Kelly replied. This damn third child of mine. Alea gritted her teeth, stars almost appearing in her eyes, regretting giving birth to him rather than a pineapple bun. It's fine, he has reaped what he sowed, don't be upset. Kelly smiled and consoled. But Alea's anger still lingered. She looked at the pork rib soup with a complicated expression. Could it be that these children she gave birth to would never become true siblings? As a mother, Alea felt very powerless. She sat in silence beside Kelly, her eyes full of pity. Thinking of Nyla, there was a trace of resentment in Alea's eyes. When she woke up from her coma that day, she overheard their conversation completely. For so many years, she had doted on her beloved daughter who actually wanted her dead. Alea asked herself, since Kelly came back home, she indeed showed more care, but she never neglected Nyla. She was still the Flynn family's princess, getting everything she wished for. Yet, she was still unsatisfied. The ward door was suddenly pushed open from outside. Gregor held a medical record book, coming in to check on the patient. A smirk of schadenfreude was on his face. I wonder what upset Hugo's stomach. He kept running to the bathroom, about once every half hour. Tisk, with the way he ran, even medicine wouldn't help much. Upon hearing this, Alea's face darkened, while Kelly only slightly curled her lips into a faint smile, not particularly interested in it. Deserved, was her verdict. Chapter 168, Hugo gets hit. Tamara, what's wrong? Gregor put down the medical record and quickly walked to his mother. Her body was trembling, with 2 streams of clear tears running down her cheeks, in deep pain. Kelly's heart tightened when she saw this. Unable to move much due to her condition, she could only ask with a concerned gaze. What sins have I committed to have children who fight each other? Tyra left home at such a young age. You elder brothers should have been more understanding and caring towards her. Why did he bully her? The more Isabeline spoke, the more she felt sorry for her daughter. Gregor was confused. Tamara? What do you mean? Siblings fighting sounded too severe. Isabeline couldn't stop crying, so Kelly had to speak up. Second brother, Hugo probably has diarrhea because of the pork bone soup, which he brought for me to drink, she said. Gregor's face froze as he looked at the pork bone soup on the table that had already cooled and whose oil had started to congeal. Thinking about how Hugo looked while suffering from diarrhea made him even more alarmed. If Kelly were having diarrhea now, given her physical condition, how could it be handled? Hugo's intentions were truly malicious. He is not human. Gregor cursed through clenched teeth. For the first time in his life, he wanted to hit his brother. He can't harm me, he will only hurt himself, Kelly said. She wanted to comfort her worried family members, but when Isabeline and Gregor exchanged glances, they felt even worse. Seeing that Kelly still forgave and spoke for Hugo, who had done such an inhumane act, only made him seem more despicable. I'll have this bowl of soup tested to see the concentration of the laxative. Then we'll go home and settle this, Gregor said coldly. Isabeline nodded in agreement, her expression furious. We must deal with him properly. This time, Hugo had gone too far. Watching Gregor take the pork bone soup away, Kelly looked helpless. She wanted to tell her family that they didn't need to especially target Hugo, as he would mess himself up. At first, Kelly thought the pork bone soup showed black gas on the surface because it had been drugged. But, she had calculated just now. Hugo had been closely associated with Adrian, and the spike doll she brought had become a small ghost, carrying a demonic aura. Interacting with the ghost, Hugo naturally picked up some of its negative energy, just as ancient people often said, one tends to pick up the habits of those around them. Recently, Hugo would suffer greatly, especially tomorrow morning. Then, without the Flynn family needing to intervene, he would likely be hospitalized for about 3 months. Kelly wasn't merciful. After all the scheming Hugo had done against her, she wouldn't care about him. Of course, given the lack of trust between them, even if she warned him, he wouldn't listen. 3 hours later, Gregor pushed open the door of the ward, his entire body radiating icy coldness. The laxative concentration was 60%. If Tyra had drunk the whole bowl, she wouldn't have survived, he said. Beast. Isabeline cursed bitterly. She turned to Kelly, eyes filled with hope. Tyra, do you think I swapped sons at the hospital back then? Isabeline couldn't believe that a child born from her could be so vicious and disgusting. Most importantly, both the eldest and second son were excellent, proving that the family education wasn't flawed. It's a pity, but no, Kelly replied helplessly. Hugo was indeed biologically related to father and Isabeline. However, compared to them, he was closer to Adrian. This closeness wasn't ordinary, not like brother and sister, but... Kelly didn't want to speculate further. Human emotions are always the hardest to predict. I'll tell your father now to come to the hospital and break this beast's legs. Isabeline took out her phone. No need to bother Beck, Tamara, Kelly stopped her. Though the words were cryptic, Isabeline understood some of their meaning and put away her phone, nodding, okay. Gregor had a complicated expression, clenching and unclenching his fists before walking out of the ward without saying anything. Kelly watched him leave thoughtfully. The ghostly aura surrounding second brother seemed to have vanished recently. Still, she needed to find a chance to remove it completely to avoid future troubles. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Estimating the time, Kelly listened intently to any sounds outside the ward. Finally. Not good, the patient was knocked unconscious by an advertisement board and may have brain injuries. An advertisement board? Yes, quickly find a neurologist to examine him first. Hearing the nurse's conversation outside, Isabeline chuckled cruelly. Sometimes, people's happiness is built on others' misfortunes. Whoever was hit by the advertisement board must have done plenty of bad deeds, Isabeline said. A smile also lingered on Kelly's lips. What a coincidence, it's someone we know. Upon hearing this, Isabeline suddenly widened her eyes looking outside. Is this your third brother? It dawned on her, recalling Kelly's words from yesterday, they didn't need to lift a finger. Tamara, will you blame me for not saving him? Kelly asked softly. Her eyes held hope, but beneath it was loneliness. At this moment, Kelly felt as the original host would have, like a pitiful child yearning for her family's forgiveness and attention. Of course not, everyone has their own fate, Isabeline immediately replied. She said resolutely, you did predict it, but there's no rule that predicting means you must save. Tyra, it's not just your third brother. For anyone else too, save if you want to, don't if you don't. You don't owe them anything, Isabeline added. At this moment, Kelly's face lit up with a bright smile, and she nodded vigorously. Okay. Outside the door. The incident of Hugo being hit by an advertisement board had become a laughing matter among the hospital crowd. Some couldn't hold back their laughter upon hearing about it. How could someone get so badly injured by an advertisement board? It seems he should do more good deeds in his life. Huh, such bad luck. Why does this person seem familiar? He looks like a celebrity or someone famous. Oh. This is Hugo who pushed the nurse. It was him who got hit by the ad board. Those who knew Hugo's reputation explained his actions to others in the hospital, making bystanders clench their fists tightly. If he weren't already in the emergency room, they might have given him a couple of punches. What a despicable person. What a scumbag. The news also spread online, where netizens were even more pointed in their comments. At first, I felt sorry for whoever got hit by the ad board, thinking how unfortunate they must be. But seeing Hugo, all I can think is, well deserved. Does anyone remember how ugly he looked when he pushed the nurse? I sure do. People like Hugo falling from grace due to their disgusting character is quite amusing. Even the ad board couldn't stand him. I'll send a banner to thank the ad board tomorrow. Well done, ha ha ha. Hugo's few remaining fans began to doubt him and unfollowed him with one click. Chapter 169, Have you considered being together? Halston was directly knocked unconscious and didn't wake up for 10 consecutive days. When Farrell learned about the laxative incident, he flew into a rage, ordering no one in the Flynn family to take care of him, only hiring a nurse. Within these 10 days, Kelly recovered very quickly, all the plaster casts on her body had been removed. With Divine Soul present, her physical recovery rate was naturally much faster than that of an ordinary person. Is she really all healed? Treatment for bone injuries usually takes 100 days, how could she recover so quickly? This physique is truly unheard of. Several doctors surrounded Kelly, examining her thoroughly with eyes so eager it made her uncomfortable. The blood sample is no different from an ordinary person's, but how did she achieve such rapid recovery? One doctor murmured. Kelly felt uneasy all over. She thought they were looking at her as if she were a rare treasure, wanting to study her in detail. Enough, this is my sister, do you want to slice her up for research? Gregor irritably pushed the crowd away. The doctors laughed awkwardly. Slicing for research is illegal, at most we just need some fingernails, hair, skin tissues, etc. Dr. Flynn, don't you find it strange? Why is your sister's recovery ability so strong while none of your family members are like that? Perhaps she has genes different from ours. As the doctors spoke more passionately, Gregor stood there with his hands in his pockets, watching them coldly. His expressionless face dampened the enthusiasm of the present doctors like a bucket of cold water. Even if Kelly was special, what could be done? With the backing of the Flynn family, these doctors really couldn't take her for research. Forget it, Dr. Flynn, you're just stingy. It looks like we can't conduct our research then, let's go back and get some sleep. What a pity, we might have solved the great challenges in human history. The doctors left shaking their heads, and Kelly watched their backs with confusion. After entering modern times, she hadn't paid too much attention to medical matters, thus she didn't understand why these doctors seemed so off. Tyra, can you tell me how you managed to recover so fast? Gregor asked tentatively. Kelly knew she couldn't reveal her identity. After a brief silence, she said, I am a practitioner of Taoism, so naturally, I differ from ordinary people. Hearing this, Gregor breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. China has 5,000 years of history, it's not surprising that practicing Taoism could enhance physical recovery. It would be better if her blood or genes weren't beneficial. Those people would definitely retest Kelly's blood, it would be best if they found nothing different from ordinary people. Otherwise, those madmen would really apply for permission to study her. Hospital was not a place to stay any longer. Gregor packed up the things, sighing helplessly, Tyra, it's best if you don't get sick again in the future. Don't worry, I rarely get sick, this time was just an exception, Kelly replied. Thinking of the mastermind behind this, she clenched her teeth with hatred. She would definitely find that person and give him a taste of her wrath. After returning home, Kelly finally retrieved her phone, which had been left at home. As soon as she turned it on, countless messages flooded in. Daniela, elder sister Brooke, I heard you were in a car accident and it was serious. I want to visit you, which hospital are you in? Hurley, Kelly, where are you? Hoover, Kelly, are you okay? Replying to everyone that she had been discharged, Kelly opened Weibo and read through the fans' worried comments before posting a reassuring update. She felt warmth in her heart, it was wonderful to know so many people were concerned about her. Ding dong, new messages arrived from her back end, all private messages from fans asking her to go live so they could see her. Just right, live streaming would gather faith power, better safe than sorry. Kelly propped her phone somewhere, opened the familiar live streaming app, and clicked to start. People who followed her received notifications, including Hurley. Surrounded by his parents who were coaching him on how to chat with girls, Hurley typed, deleted, and retyped until he finally crafted a message. Tyra, I will always be here for you. If you feel physical pain or emotional discomfort, you can talk to me. I'll always be your confidant. Every word reeked of age and a bit of oiliness. Hurley frowned. Sending this out, Kelly would definitely block him immediately. But the loving gazes of his parents were too intense. Just as he was about to send it, the live stream invitation popped up. It was such a coincidental and lucky moment. Hurley swiftly entered the live room and said before his parents blew up, Kelly is live streaming, let's watch first. Upon hearing this, the angry expressions on Mr. and Mrs. Dunk disappeared as they focused intently on the live stream. She's thinner and paler. After a car accident, it's bound to affect her spirit and energy. Mr. and Mrs. Dunk looked worried, feeling pained as if Kelly had already become their daughter-in-law. The corners of Hurley's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that he had also lost weight and become tanner in this period, but how could his parents selectively ignore it? Hello everyone, thank you all for your concern. My body has recovered now. Kelly's clear and special voice came from the phone, and Hurley immediately focused all his attention. Under everyone's gaze, she stood up and turned around to sincerely prove that she was indeed fine. This girl is so cute, Dunk's mother covered her mouth and giggled. Just by turning around? Hurley couldn't help but ask. Although, he also thought she was a bit cute. You don't understand anything, you straight man. Dunk's mother rolled her eyes, scolding her son without any hesitation. Hurley fell silent, deciding not to say a word while watching the live stream. The barrage comments were scrolling rapidly. Wow, you got better so fast. It seems Hope Yiming protected you well at that time. He himself became like a mummy, ha ha ha. Is the sugar addiction real? I feel like both parties are pushing us to root for them. During the accident, he tightly held you in his arms, just like in TV dramas. Yeah, I also think such a scene only appears in TV dramas. I didn't expect Hope Yiming to be so romantic. Kelly, can you tell us how you feel? Were you moved? Moved, of course, I was moved, Kelly replied to the last comment. The barrage collectively exclaimed, wow. Then have you considered being together with him? He seems to really like you. The fans of the Film Emperor hope you two will be together. It's best for him to find true love, and you're actually pretty good too. Kelly, if a man can protect you with his life when you're in danger, he's really someone you can entrust yourself to. We're not morally pressuring you, just suggesting. If someone is willing to protect me at a critical moment, forget a man, even a woman I would marry. The barrage gradually went off track, and Kelly's thoughts followed suit. A light blush appeared on her face. She couldn't answer what the netizens said because Hassan had never mentioned this to her. Chapter 170, Organizing the Dolores' Memories. Seeing the netizens' comments, Draper and Louisa Dunk became anxious. Your daughter-in-law is about to become someone else's, hurry up. Draper ordered roughly. Beck, I can't force matters of the heart, Hully muttered helplessly. For some reason, his mind wandered to the atmosphere between Kelly and Hassan, as if there was an invisible barrier separating them from others. TSK, thinking about it, it's quite irksome. How can you not force it? Even a virtuous woman fears a persistent suitor. Just stick with her, Louisa Dunk said in frustration. Draper nodded in agreement wholeheartedly. He really wanted this daughter-in-law. All right, I have my own plan. Don't interfere, Hully said irritably. Draper and Louisa Dunk exchanged glances. The latter raised an eyebrow and pulled the former away by the sleeve. I think our son isn't indifferent to Kelly, Louisa Dunk whispered. If he truly disliked her, he wouldn't have listened to them so patiently just now. But Kelly really isn't interested in him. Based on his show performance, there's no way she would fancy him, Draper remarked critically. His own son or not, he still spoke the truth. Impossible is impossible. AI, that's what I'm afraid of, Louisa Dunk sighed. Draper widened his eyes upon hearing her words. What do you mean, that? You're the one who insists on sleeping with the lights on every night. Neither gave in, both wagging their fingers at each other, criticizing endlessly, completely forgetting about Hully's matter. On the other side, Kelly, unaware of being remembered, connected with a few viewers before ending the live stream due to the late hour. Her index finger tapped rhythmically on the table. It was indeed difficult to trace the person behind everything. Mainly because Kelly couldn't calculate Hassan's life events, unsure if the person behind it had tampered with things or for other reasons. Also, her divine power and faith energy were insufficient. Acting rashly could harm herself. The most pressing issues right now were Esme following Gregor, avenging the original host, and observing Adrian. Where did that Chauncey come from? Kelly calculated quickly. Soon, Adrian would be discharged from the hospital. She calmed her mind and slowly laid out a plan. Decided, start by settling the score for the original host, gather some faith energy. Taking down a notebook from the bookshelf and finding a pen, Kelly began accessing the original host's memories. Subsequently, she documented one by one the injustices suffered by the original host. Whoa, looking at it this way, there are indeed many. Among those who mistreated the original host the most were Helena, followed by Adrian and her entertainment circle friends, and those executives who once coveted the original host. Can't just pick one to deal with, hence Helena was temporarily pushed aside by Kelly. Adrian was still in the hospital and untouchable. So, Kelly circled a name in black pen, Aaliyah. An obscure celebrity far below the B-list, similar to Adrian, she slapped the original host 3 times on set during filming, mocking her afterward. With Adrian backing her, how audacious. The pain from the slap seemed to reappear on her face. Kelly pressed her tongue against the roof of her mouth, her narrowed eyes full of danger. First, let's meet this biting dog. Kelly dialed Fitzroy on her phone. He answered quickly, with lively music blaring through the phone. Hello, what's up? Fitzroy's voice was loud, hurting Kelly's ears. She frowned. Find somewhere quiet first, she said. Fitzroy rolled his eyes on the other end. Other agents had absolute control over their artists, who wouldn't dare say a harsh word. His artists, though, were all more formidable. Reluctantly, Fitzroy signaled to the beauties around him and walked out of the bar to a quieter place. What's up, go ahead, he said. Kelly hummed, then asked, do you know Aaliyah? That famous B-list actress with big boobs and a tiny waist, rumored to be very open, just give her resources. He coughed, realizing he was saying too much. Why are you asking? Fitzroy promptly asked. Can you get me into her film set or variety show? Kelly said. Yeah, I can. She recently got a spot as a guest on a hot IP variety show. Should I put you in that episode? Fitzroy thought for a moment and asked. But he was also curious, you two don't know each other, right? Did she offend you? Considering Hassan's level of protecting his wife, it's hard to believe anyone dared to bully Kelly. It's about past grievances, Kelly admitted frankly. Fitzroy responded with an, oh, told her to wait for notification, then hung up to return to the nightclub to find the ladies. He was a renowned agent within the industry. Getting an artist on a show was a simple matter. Of course, largely due to the Chi family standing behind him. Though not as prominent as the Flynn and Hope families, it was still a well-known upper-class family. The next day, the official Weibo account of Gallantal Bridge Overflowing Stream released the guest list, with Kelly and Aaliyah clearly listed. Gallantal Bridge Overflowing Stream was a pastoral variety show with 4 permanent guests, all senior figures in the industry known for their good reputation. Each episode would feature 3 to 4 new guests joining the program, totaling 12 episodes for the entire season. This show took a lighthearted and cheerful approach, making it a favorite mealtime entertainment for everyone. Kelly had been quite popular recently, so her name drew many comments from fans under the program's official Weibo post. Wow, Tyra really focuses on her career. She joined a new show right after recovering. Is she worried we won't have anything to watch? I love such a dedicated celebrity sister. I'm hitting the follow button. Join the Tyra big family. You'll never be at a loss here. Too bad Hassan is still in the hospital. The Candy couple can't move forward. Aaliyah also received scattered support from a few fans cheering for her. Compared to Kelly, those few fans were negligible. Adrian naturally saw this news as well. Lying on the hospital bed, her face twisted in frustration. Why did Kelly get such great resources now? She kept appearing on variety shows. She must be trying to attract fans. Adrian wouldn't let her have her way. She called Aaliyah and said with a smile, "Yeah, you're going to appear on the same show with Kelly, who's very popular online. Be careful not to be overshadowed by her." On the other end of the phone, Aaliyah replied with a disdainful snort, "I know. She's been playing some mysterious young girl persona lately, attracting a lot of fans. I despise such tricks the most. If she dares to be on the same show as me, I'll tear off that layer of fox skin and show everyone what she really is." Aaliyah's memory was still stuck in the past, thinking Kelly was an easy target. "Well, I heard Kelly is good at grabbing the camera." "Just be careful yourself," Adrian laughed. After hanging up and getting the response she wanted, she felt thoroughly relieved. What good were great resources? With Aaliyah targeting her, Kelly wouldn't gain a single fan. Chapter 171, Gallantal Bridge, Flowing Water, and People's Homes. The program Gallantal Bridge, Flowing Water, and People's Homes takes 3 days to record for each episode, with the broadcast version edited after recording. Kelly had not rested long at home when Edison notified her to pack up as she needed to head to the show team. "Tyra, we have enough money that would last for many generations. You don't need to rush back to work." "You haven't rested properly," Tinsley said helplessly. She and the nanny stuffed Kelly's bag with all sorts of items forcefully. Expensive jewelry, luxury skincare products, top-grade bird's nest, among other things filled it up. Looking at the suitcase nearly bursting at the seams, Kelly was in a headache. She could barely imagine how heavy those items would be. "Tamara, I don't need these things," Kelly said helplessly. "Why not?" "You have to look your best when you participate in the program," Tinsley said seriously, narrowing her eyes. She usually respected Kelly, but when it came to grooming, she seemed like a completely different person. Every mother in the world wishes for their daughter to be beautifully dressed. Seeing Tinsley's insistence, Kelly closed her mouth and stopped arguing. These clothes and matching accessories were chosen by a stylist. You can just wear them directly, and eat one bird's nest every day, which is good for your health. Tinsley incessantly spoke about the benefits of each item. Although Kelly thought it unnecessary, she nodded along without stopping her. After packing everything, Tinsley reluctantly zipped up the suitcase, saying, "You should take some rest at home for a few days when you come back from this filming." "Sure, don't worry Mom," Kelly nodded in agreement. Tinsley's expression eased up as she walked her down to the door outside. Edison lowered the window of the black Cayenne sedan. "Tyra, it's time to go." He nodded slightly at Tinsley. "Tyra, remember what I told you, don't forget," Tinsley said anxiously. Kelly took the suitcase, nodding without showing any reaction to its weight. "Yes, I know." Tinsley stood there, watching the black Cayenne drive away with reluctance, sighing deeply. "Miss knows her own mind. You shouldn't worry so much," the nanny comforted. Tinsley shook her head, with tears seemingly shining in her eyes. "It was such hard-earned effort to find our daughter. I only wish for her to stay beside us longer." As a mother herself, the nanny naturally understood her sentiments, and could only sigh along without knowing what else to say. Inside the black Cayenne, Edison was flipping through Kelly's Weibo data. In the Super Topic forum, fans were boosting her presence, and quite a number of them were participating. "Recently you've gained quite a lot of public favor. Keep it up, and you'll definitely make it from second tier to first tier," he remarked. "After the drama Shindu airs, you'll gain more fans. At that point, you'll have to decide whether you want to be an actor or an entertainment star." Edison felt somewhat nostalgic. Among all the artists he had managed, Kelly made him feel most relaxed. He didn't have to do anything special, just by participating in the programs, she gathered numerous fans. If this continued, he, as her agent, might eventually have no choice but to slack off. No need to wait until then. "Right now, I choose to be an actor. That's my goal," Kelly stated. Edison nodded without surprise. "All right, then in the future, I will arrange fewer variety show invitations for you and see if there are suitable roles in various production teams, regardless of leading or supporting roles. If they agree, I will accept them for you. How does that sound?" Kelly's talent shouldn't be buried. She was born to be an actor. "Okay, I'll follow your arrangements," Kelly agreed. While she wasn't very familiar with these things, she knew Edison wouldn't let her down. "This episode is a recorded broadcast, and your recent performances on variety shows have been great. There's no particular requirement from me, just keep doing what you've been doing," Edison added. Kelly nodded. "All right. Meanwhile, backstage at the show studio. Joa, changing the recorded broadcast to a live broadcast without informing the guests may count as a breach of contract. The assistant director frowned, looking extremely troubled. He couldn't figure out what wind had blown into the director, who originally planned a well-executed recorded broadcast, insisted on going live. It's fine, I've already made plans for this, the director replied with a shrewd smile. He picked up the contract lying next to him, unfolded it, and pointed out a line of small print to the assistant director. It read, "The decision on whether to use a live or recorded broadcast mode rests with the program team." The assistant director's eyes widened in shock, giving a big thumbs up to the director. Awesome. He hadn't realized that the director was actually a forward-thinking person. Ulrich chuckled, stroking his chin. We must seize Kelly's popularity. Finally, our show will have its chance for prosperity. He made this move after noticing that every program Kelly participated in had been exceptionally popular, especially the live broadcasts. Great. 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 The assistant director clapped loudly. He could already picture the brilliant moment when the words, Gallantal Bridge, flowing water, and people's homes, would be trending on the hot search list. He clapped his hands. In the afternoon, guests arrived one after another. The first to arrive were the 4 regular guests, Triple Crown actress Tisha, her husband and veteran entertainment editor Zyler, popular childhood host Armin, and Goddess Ada's partner Galen Na. After settling down, they chatted while waiting for the new guests. Afraid that the new guests might find out the show was live-streamed while on their way, the director endured until all new guests arrived before starting the live broadcast. Since the program team did not promote in advance, very few people watched the live stream. The new guests included Kelly, Aaliyah, and renowned singer Arlen, as well as esports champion Hoover. All guests lined up neatly as the director smiled and said to everyone, "Hello everyone, welcome to the program Gallantal Bridge, flowing water, and people's homes." The guests applauded in response. This program is sponsored by a brand. Armin smoothly continued with the ad. After the advertisement ended, everyone applauded again. The format of this episode has been slightly revised. Please hand over your smart devices to me, don't try to hide them, we have professional detection equipment, the director chuckled. The guests were confused by this request. What's going on? Do we need to give up our phones? The program never had such rules before. Without smart devices, how can we stay in touch with the outside world? Yeah, director, forget about it. Ignoring the guests' pleas, the director gestured for the staff holding large baskets to come forward. Seeing there was no room for negotiation, the guests had no choice but to hand over their phones and other devices. Aaliyah looked unhappy but couldn't make an exception either and handed over her phone. Ulrich used a professional device to check and confirmed no one had hidden anything, nodding approvingly. You all did great. As a reward from the production team, you'll each get 100 yuan in cash. He pulled out a red bill from his red trousers pocket, which improved the guests' mood somewhat. Of course, the most senior guest, Armin, received the money. The variety show, Gallantal Bridge, flowing water, and people's homes, focused on rural life where guests farmed to earn money for meals, so cash was very precious to them. Chapter 172 Aaliyah's True Colors. In the live streaming room, netizens gradually came in and paused when they saw familiar faces. Hey, am I seeing things? Why is Kelly here in the live stream? Isn't she participating in a variety show? The live stream room is named, By the Bridge Over Water. Goodness gracious, are they also turning this program into a live stream format? It seems that live streaming variety shows are really hot recently, everyone wants to grab a piece of the pie. But I must admit, I do enjoy watching them. As the netizens continued sharing their thoughts, the number of people in the live stream rapidly increased. The official Weibo account of the production team also released the live stream link at this moment, explaining the new format of the show. Fans were both shocked and delighted by this. For a time, the live stream room was flooded with viewers. At this point, the guests were dragging their luggage into their rooms, with cameras openly following and filming them. However, no one would have thought that the program staff had started a live stream. Really, I told my assistant not to pack so much for me, but she insisted. Now I have to carry all this myself, what a hassle, complained Aaliyah. In front of the camera, her image was supposed to be that of a gentle and adorable young girl, yet the few sentences she just said, along with her mean and spiteful expression, made her persona completely collapse. In the live stream room, her few fans were heartbroken. Oh no, how can Aaliyah be like this? She was so nice to her assistant sister not long ago and was even boasting about their sisterly bond online. Look at how disdainful she looks now. She must have been unkind to her assistant all along. So-called personas on the internet aren't real, anyone who believes them is a fool. You tell me what's real and what isn't. Seeing the rapidly scrolling comments in the live stream room, the director and assistant director couldn't help but laugh. Of course, whether the celebrities' images collapsed or not wasn't something they considered. The reason By the Bridge Over Water could act so arrogantly was because it was backed by the Hope family. Yes, Hassan couldn't personally accompany Kelly on the show, so he chose to invest heavily. With the Hope family backing them solidly, these celebrities wouldn't dare say a word. Especially Aaliyah, an 18th tier star who relied on her looks for resources. By the Bridge Over Water had many rooms, so each guest had their own space, making crowding unnecessary. Entering her room, Kelly began unpacking her belongings. When viewers saw that her not-so-large suitcase was stuffed to the brim with expensive items, they were shocked. Are female celebrities this meticulous? Clothes are packed individually, even with matching accessories. Kelly is truly beautiful and knows how to dress herself. I love stars like her who know their beauty. Wear those gorgeous dresses. These cosmetics. Oh my, each one is more expensive than the last. I feel guilty just looking at them. And this bird's nest. Goodness, I don't understand the life of the rich. No wonder Kelly has such good skin. Everyone knows celebrities are wealthy, so after expressing envy and jealousy, the netizens didn't think much more about it. But, a trending topic quietly appeared. Hashtag Suwei showing off wealth hashtag. The person who posted on Weibo had carefully screenshot each item Kelly unpacked, labeling the prices. Many hardworking commoners were furious. Why do we work so hard yet earn so little, while celebrities can make millions daily and use such expensive items? Is there really such a huge difference between people? Sometimes I feel like compared to these stars, I'm not even human. I can't live up to being a person at all. Help. I used to think Kelly wasn't pretentious, but seeing so many expensive skincare products makes me feel complicated. Enraged people entered the live stream, spewing insults non-stop. These days, flaunting wealth openly is the biggest mistake. After finishing unpacking, the celebrities gathered in the main hall. The more people present, the more cameras around, and these celebrities were as shrewd as ever. It's almost lunchtime, and there's a patch of lettuce growing outside. How about you go pick some, Aaliyah? Galen Na asked with a smile. Going to pick lettuce meant gaining attention. Aaliyah frowned, showing disdain on her delicate face. She spread her fingers wide to display her freshly done manicure. Can you imagine, with hands like these, I probably can't pick any vegetables. This manicure cost nearly 10,000 at the time. Even losing a single gem would make me heartbroken. Spending 10,000 on a manicure, netizens and fellow guests alike were taken aback. Money doesn't need to be spent like this. Well. Galen Na chuckled awkwardly, not expecting such a lack of cooperation from the newcomer. I'll go, Kelly volunteered. Galen Na nodded approvingly, admiring Kelly's attitude. Aaliyah pouted, feeling quite smug. In her mind, Kelly was just a maid who should naturally handle such chores. As for her, she had no time for such trivial matters. If her exquisite and beautiful hands were to get dirty, the wealthy patrons would be displeased. Galen Na's fans made up a significant portion of the livestream viewers and immediately launched their attacks upon seeing this. Is Aaliyah sick or something? Galen Na was clearly doing her a favor, yet she acts as if she's too good for it. A manicure costing 10,000 is indeed expensive, but compared to Kelly's cosmetics earlier, those prices are justified since they last longer. Rich people can afford to pamper themselves with the best. The point is, Kelly is at least a second-tier star, so it's understandable for her to use such items. But Aaliyah is an unknown 18th-tier nobody. How can she afford all this? The entertainment industry is a dirty place, and her reputation isn't exactly stellar. Don't ask me how I know, just trust that I'm in the know. Hashtag Wangya manicure 10,000 hashtag. Hashtag Wangya refuses to work hashtag. These two trending topics quickly overshadowed the one about Kelly. In the hospital room, Nyla clenched her teeth in frustration at the trending topics. What an idiot Aaliyah is. She must have issues. Meanwhile, on set, Kelly had already returned with the picked lettuce and washed it clean. Her diligence earned appreciative nods from the regular guests. Kelly, we want to eat sweet potatoes for lunch today. Could you wash the ones in the corner while you're at it? Aaliyah said arrogantly. Seeing her disrespectful attitude, even the usually mild-mannered Armin couldn't help but frown slightly. Those sweet potatoes are our seeds. We plant them after they sprout, Galen Na patiently explained. Hearing this, Aaliyah pouted, feigning disappointment. She batted her eyes at Hoover beside her, gallant old phone, don't you want to eat sweet potatoes too? Then, she subtly moved her foot under the table to brush against his trouser leg. Everyone present understood the underlying meaning. In the past, Aaliyah had used similar tactics to hook many people. However, Hoover immediately stood up, glaring disdainfully at the spot on his trousers, bending down to try brushing it off without success. Chapter 173, Aaliyah, the Third Party. Seeing the sudden black mark on his gray pants, Hoover could no longer hold back his anger. He cast a sharp glance at Aaliyah and spat out cold words without any grace. Are you sick? If you want to clean shoes, use a cloth. Don't mess around all day. With that said, Hoover stormed back into his room, slamming the door shut. The atmosphere became awkwardly strange. Everyone present, being adults, could guess what had just happened. Aaliyah's face turned completely red, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Joa, don't broadcast this part. However, the live-streaming netizens were almost cursing furiously. So did Aaliyah secretly rub against Hoover with her foot just now? How shameless can she be? Did she upset him because she's inexperienced or something? Our young brother is still too young. Stop seducing him like this. Initially, I didn't believe people when they said she has a rich sponsor, thinking how could someone with her looks match such claims. Now I believe it. Flirting with men indeed has its tricks, but hers are so clumsy that it makes me want to vomit in front of her. I bet you can even smell the fishy odor off someone like her when passing by. You know what I mean. Hashtag Wang you're rubbing and ping hashtag. Hashtag Wang you're ejected hashtag. Hot search topics soared again, fueled by the live-streaming netizens' curses. And those who were not initially informed about the drama also joined in to watch the live stream. This episode's guests clearly didn't know the show was live. This was indeed interesting and must be watched. Spectating is an inherent nature for every Chinese person, unforgettable throughout one's life. In the program, everyone remained silent, even Armin, who was usually best at salvaging situations, had nothing to say. How desperate must one be to lose control in front of the production team? It's hard to judge. Well, let's just boil some sweet potatoes then, we have plenty of seeds anyway. Zyler smiled and tried to ease the tension. Tisha glanced at him, then withdrew her gaze, her lips curling into a mocking curve. Aaliyah wore her arrogant smile again, ordering imperiously, Kelly, did you hear me? Hurry up and wash the sweet potatoes for me. But Kelly crossed her arms and walked to her seat at the table. She looked at Aaliyah coldly and asked, even a child knows to do their own work. Are your hands broken? Immediately, the slightly eased atmosphere became awkward again. Aaliyah bit her lip and stared directly at Zyler across from her, looking quite wronged. He sighed helplessly, forget it, everyone should keep quiet. I'll go wash them. Zyler stood up as the peacemaker for this episode. As he got up, the vigilant netizens noticed something odd. Damn, look at his pant leg. Is there a smudge too? I suddenly have a bold idea. A little nauseating. Tisha married him when she was at the peak. He wouldn't mess around like that, right? Zyler looks very flirtatious with his upturned eyes. Didn't you see Tisha's expression when he said he'd boil sweet potatoes? Aaliyah definitely seems like a habitual third party. Hashtag Wangya third party hashtag. Hashtag Wangya luring flinja hashtag. Hashtag Wangya can't resist any man hashtag. Seeing the trending topics related to Kelly disappear, Flynn Ellingshu felt dizzy, nearly fainting. All the money she invested was wasted. Watching the influx of spectators pouring into the back end, the director of Gallantal Bridge, Flowing Water, couldn't stop smiling. Oh my god, never seen so much traffic. Their show is finally taking off. Hoover only emerged with a grim face during lunch, still clearly in a bad mood. Upon seeing him, Aaliyah rolled her eyes and stayed far away from him. Her attitude now made it seem as if he had deliberately stretched out his leg for her to rub against. Hoover ignored Aaliyah and sat beside Kelly. Sister Brooke, if you need any help, just tell me, he said. His attitude towards the two female celebrities was clearly different. Only 2 seats were left empty at the dining table, one next to Aaliyah, the other next to Kelly. Arlen, who came out last, hesitated, unsure which choice to make. Come over here, Aaliyah smiled and gave a flirtatious wink. Arlen's skin prickled with goosebumps. He coughed several times and hurriedly sat next to Kelly. Instantly, a sense of relief enveloped him. As a renowned singer, Arlen didn't want to get involved in any scandals with female celebrities. Especially someone like Aaliyah, who could be considered a socialite at best and promiscuous at worst. There might even be health risks. Arlen even spread his long legs, exposing both legs to the camera. Everyone understood why. Ha ha ha, Arlen is so adorable. He gives off this clumsy husband vibe. Right, I want him to be my husband. I'm now a fan, thank you Aaliyah, for letting me discover this treasure of a singer. One day, we'll really be laughed to death by today's netizens. No matter what happened, the resident guests maintained forced smiles in front of the camera. Teacher Tisha made today's meal. She did all these dishes by herself, which is truly impressive, Galen Na praised with a thumbs up. The acknowledged chef on Gallantal Bridge, Flowing Water, was always Tisha, who cooked every episode. With Galen Na opening this topic, other guests chimed in with praise. Tisha couldn't stop smiling and modestly said, not at all. In fact, Kelly helped me quite a bit. It would have been hard for me to prepare such a feast without her help. So, the guests started complimenting Kelly again. Since the show aimed for a relaxed and easy atmosphere, the guests slightly overpraised to give the director more footage. Aaliyah crossed her arms and refused to cooperate, scrutinizing the food on the table. It's just ordinary 6 dishes and 1 soup. And it doesn't even look too appetizing. There's no need to praise it so much, right? Her words caused another awkward silence. Galen Na didn't even glance at Aaliyah, speaking directly to the camera. Well, let's start eating then. The guests immediately echoed her, picking up their bowls and starting to eat. Teacher Chang's cooking is indeed amazing. The braised eggplant is always so delicious, the sweet flavor is YYDS, forever young, Armin commented. Arlen nodded vigorously. I joined this program just for Teacher Chang's cooking. Watching the show made me crave her food so badly. Now that I finally get to taste it, one wish has come true. As they ate and talked, the atmosphere was peaceful and serene. The simple rural yard paired with basic home-cooked meals created an idyllic slow-paced ambience loved by contemporary young people. Only Aaliyah clicked her tongue twice and picked up a piece of fatty stir-fried meat with her chopsticks, complaining, what is this? Teacher Chang, you don't need to take care of yourself anymore at your age, but I can't afford not to maintain my weight. Food like this with fatty parts shouldn't even be on the table. Just looking at it makes me feel sick. After saying that, Aaliyah tossed the slice of meat back into the dish as if it were trash. Chapter 174, Triple Golden Winning Actress's Marriage Trouble? Daring to speak so rudely in front of so many seniors, Aaliyah was outrageously arrogant. While the older senior members could not discipline her, Arlen would not indulge her. He directly threw Aaliyah's plastic bowl to the ground and said with displeasure, "Are you crazy? If you don't eat it yourself, don't pick it up, and then put it back. How are we supposed to eat it?" This sudden outburst made netizens exclaim 666 continuously. Feels great. I wanted to do that just now, but unfortunately, my hands can't reach into the show. From now on, I declare Arlen as my professional hand double, and also my mouth double. Fellow viewers, who can understand, this has truly made me feel very gratified. In the show, Aaliyah looked at the fallen plastic bowl in disbelief. The rice had rolled out a few times from the plastic bowl and scattered on the ground, making it too dirty to eat. Aaliyah's widened eyes turned red, tears welling up. "Is it necessary for you to bully me, a young girl?" These words, where the accuser cries out first, drew a sneer from Kelly. Her laughter was highly sarcastic, stirring everyone's emotions. "Let's not talk about being a young girl. Are you ashamed to say bullying?" Arlen asked rhetorically. No matter what hardships he could endure, except for slander. "While we were having our meal peacefully, you started talking rudely and even used your chopsticks to touch the food. Even if you don't find your saliva disgusting, I do," Arlen said angrily. At the height of his excitement, veins appeared on his neck. It showed how much Arlen loved eating the meals prepared by Tisha. Aaliyah's face was unsightly, tears streaming down as she thought about how to retort. "And another thing, your age on Baidu is 25, while your actual age is 30, teacher Tisha is 35 this year. You tell me, she is only 5 years older than you, so why does she become like an old woman in your mouth?" Arlen added. At this moment, he seemed like the embodiment of justice. Tisha didn't expect him to speak up for her and looked at him in surprise. Arlen's gaze met hers, and all his sharpness vanished. He hastily dodged and sat back in his seat, picking up his bowl to continue eating. "You'll regret it." Aaliyah left this phrase angrily before turning around and running back to her room. Kelly watched her retreating back with a faint smile. Even if Aaliyah was stupid, she wouldn't keep causing trouble in the production team one after another without someone pushing her from behind. And that person was Kelly. She merely cast a guiding spell on herself. For those who are inclined towards goodness, the effect naturally leads them toward goodness. However, Aaliyah was clearly a complete villain. Furthermore, Kelly saw the thick layer of dark energy in her lower abdomen, which contained many children's severed hands and feet, all resulting from abortions. Transmigration is difficult. Children have a hard time finding human mothers. Non-natural miscarriages would indeed make them harbor resentment. With accumulated resentment, it affects the mother. Even if Kelly doesn't confront Aaliyah, something will happen to her eventually. She had too many abortions. Self-inflicted calamity cannot be lived through. Feeling the faith power surging within her, Kelly's lips curved into a smile, and she sped up her eating pace. There's no other way. Arlen eats too quickly, almost enough to finish 6 dishes and 1 soup by himself. After Aaliyah left, the world feels so peaceful. It's really soothing when everyone talks, living up to its title as a comforting variety show. Am I the only one who noticed someone's age? It turns out Baidu reduces her age by 5 years, already 30 now. I always thought Aaliyah looked older than Tisha, possibly because she prefers heavy makeup. After lunch, Kelly and Tisha washed the dishes in the kitchen, guests swept the floor or tidied up the house. Only Aaliyah still hid in her room. Since she didn't eat, not coming out to clean didn't provoke any comments. Zyler walked in, rinsed the cloth in clear water, and casually mentioned, "We have a packet of instant noodles here. Shall we cook it for Aaliyah? At the end of the day, she is still our guest, and it won't look good if people knew we didn't give her food." Hearing this, Tisha paused washing the dishes, her eyes dimming for a moment. "Okay, you decide," she replied. Yet her tone carried a strong undercurrent of emotion. Zyler, seemingly unaware, kept his usual demeanor while using a small pot to boil water. Once the water boiled, he added the noodle cake and vegetable seasoning pack but did not add the sauce pack. Tisha occasionally glanced in his direction, her face worsening. How come I feel something is going on between this couple? Zyler looks visibly different. He didn't cook the sauce pack while cooking the instant noodles. This behavior is hard to interpret. Has anyone remembered that Aaliyah claimed she was losing weight? No way, there really is someone who would give up on a beautiful and virtuous 3-time Golden Winner actress for, you know. Most men like girls who are more open, so maybe. After cooking the noodles, Zyler carefully brought them to Aaliyah's room. Tisha's hands trembled slightly as she washed the dishes, her eyes rimmed with red. Kelly looked at her thoughtfully and said, "There's a popular saying on the internet, if you can't hold the sand, let it go. And your true beloved is yet to come." Hearing this, Tisha paused while washing the dishes, shockingly lifting her gaze to look at her. "Do you know? Has it spread in the industry?" she asked in a hoarse voice. "No, I can foresee it, but I can only say so much," Kelly replied. After speaking cryptically, she stopped paying attention to Tisha, finished washing her dishes, and left the kitchen. "True beloved, is yet to come," Tisha repeated silently to herself. The online audience was intrigued by the conversation between these two women, feeling extremely curious. Unfortunately, the cameras in the guests' rooms were not turned on, so they didn't know whether Xyler truly went to deliver the noodles or to do something he shouldn't. Thus, eager netizens flooded the screen with comments. Joa, can you turn on the camera in the guest's room? Since you're live streaming, why not do it thoroughly? If you open the live stream of the guest room, I'll get my third aunt and sixth cousins to watch, increasing your popularity. Are you afraid of being retaliated against by Aaliyah? Just open all the live streams of the guests, we'll protect you, don't worry. Joa, this is really necessary, I'm almost dying of anticipation. Scrolling through the comments, the assistant director turned to look at the director. Joa, what about this? Admittedly, he was also quite interested. Xyler and Tisha, if their marriage changes, the heat from this would boost our show, the director said. At this moment, his eyes were blinded by potential benefits. As for any possible retaliation, who could care that much? Open the live stream for me, the director declared confidently. The staff members clapped in agreement, happy with his shrewd decision. Then, the footage from the guests' rooms appeared in the live stream. Xyler placed the bowl beside Aaliyah's bedside table. She sat cross-armed, facing away from him, clearly furious. Coincidentally, netizens thanked the director profusely, praising him extravagantly, making the director nearly float with satisfaction. Chapter 175, Striking Herself. So, are you still mad at me? Xyler said with a touch of helplessness in his voice. He walked up to Aaliyah and pinched her cheek. His intimate attitude and skilled movements clearly indicated this wasn't the first time. You promised me you would clear things up with that woman in your family, but so much time has passed, and you're still not divorced. Then what am I to you? A concubine? Or just another mistress? Aaliyah asked angrily. The moment these words left her mouth, the number of people watching the live stream surged dramatically. So Aaliyah is striking herself here, she's really a mistress, one who's intruded into Tisha's marriage. This bitch, she told me she wanted to get married, only to turn around and look for someone else. Does she think my money grows on trees? Is the person upstairs Aaliyah's sugar daddy? The show is getting more interesting. Ulrich knows how to stir things up. Keep it coming, we love watching. Netizens fueled the drama, pushing various hashtags higher on trending searches. Hashtag Flinja cheating hashtag. Hashtag Flinjawanya adultery hashtag. Hashtag Flinja's love for his wife collapses hashtag. As the trending topic soared, the number of viewers reached an unprecedented and terrifyingly high figure. Look at this, it's really happening. There are over 10 million viewers. Ulrich couldn't believe it and shook the assistant director beside him. The assistant director counted carefully and finally nodded emphatically, filled with delight. We didn't miscount. We have 10 million viewers online in our live stream. The platform is really strong, it didn't crash under this load. Hearing this, the director fainted on the spot. Quick, give him heart-saving pills, the assistant director shouted. Staff members were in chaos, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, they didn't notice the increasingly bizarre developments in Aaliyah's room. Don't worry, I can't even stand to look at that woman at home. I only think about being intimate with you every day, Xyler said with a wicked smile. At the same time, his hand became restless and slipped inside Aaliyah's clothes. She let out a sound everyone understood all too well, and the chat exploded. So, what exactly is Xyler doing? Where is he touching? Is this something we should be seeing? Joa, you better stop them now before the live stream gets shut down. My eyes, can anyone lend me a pair of innocent eyes? They're tainted. So heartbreaking for Tisha. It seems like she loves her husband very much, yet she's treated this way. All lovers' brains meet bad ends. In the next room, Kelly furrowed her brow and immediately sensed something was wrong. If those two continued, the entire production team would be in trouble. She got up and knocked heavily on the adjacent door. Brother Flynn, what are you doing in there? You haven't come out in so long, Kelly called out loudly. Her voice naturally drew the attention of the other guests. Everyone gathered outside Aaliyah's door, and Tisha's expression was grim. Inside the room, Xyler hadn't realized how many people were outside. Furious, he pulled his hand out abruptly, cursing under his breath. Why did they have to interrupt now? Kelly, that bitch, always ruining my plans. Wait until we get out of here, and I'll make sure she pays for it, Aaliyah purred sweetly. Xyler bent down and kissed her lips. Relax, honey, I won't let you suffer in vain. Aaliyah smiled happily, nodding her head. Xyler then strode out of the room, startled by the group of guests standing there. Arlen glanced down and then wore an expression of exasperation. What were you doing in there? He asked sternly. Kelly looked at Arlen without saying a word, giving him space to act. He wasn't pushing Xyler because of justice but because he had ulterior motives. Kelly would support him for this reason. What could I possibly be doing? Xyler asked innocently. The live stream audience was thoroughly disgusted. A man who dares to do but doesn't dare to admit, it's really sickening. But we have to say, his acting skills aren't bad. At least in handling this situation, he's better than in TV dramas. Laugh out loud, so he's good at sneaking around. Look down at your pants, Hoover couldn't help but point out. Only then did Zyler slowly lower his gaze and inhale sharply, quickly looking back at Tisha. However, she only shook her head disappointedly and turned away. Sis Chang, are you okay? Arlen followed her, trying to comfort her. Kelly shot a cold glance at Zyler and walked off. It was inappropriate to show any emotion towards such a rotten person. Armin and Galen Na exchanged looks and left as well. This recording session was exhausting, especially with Aaliyah stirring up trouble and Zyler being no good either. With things having come to this, how were they supposed to continue recording the show? Hashtag Hoover, you take a good look yourself, hashtag. Hashtag the caught-in-the-act expression of Zyler who had cheated hashtag. Netizens took screenshots and recreated content, especially focusing on Hoover's expression of shock and anger when he was speaking, which was paired with various texts by netizens. Back in the room, Kelly used her hand to perform divination, noting Aaliyah's fortune was gradually declining. It was enough. She muttered a few words, and the spell she carried was thus removed. The reason Kelly did not directly confront Aaliyah, like how she had beaten Helena, was because the latter placed greater emphasis on her stardom. So, she would expose her, letting her reap what she sowed. In the afternoon, Zyler kept clinging to Tisha, but was always subtly separated by Arlen. He could only clench his teeth in frustration, furious yet powerless. Only Aaliyah and the entire production team was unaware of what had happened. She just felt that something was off about herself that morning. She had clearly planned to play along with these people, but ended up inadvertently revealing her true thoughts. Na Jijia, is there any task you need me to do? Aaliyah approached Galen Na, adopting an obedient demeanor. But now everyone knew what kind of person she was. Galen Na completely ignored Aaliyah and called out to Kelly. Tyra, you and Xiao Feng go pick some lotus pods from that patch later. How about we make some soup tonight, she said. Of course. Kelly nodded and grabbed the essentials before leaving. Her efficiency in doing actual work without delay or causing trouble endeared her greatly to Galen Na. Hoover also followed to get items from the corner of the yard, and the two left the small courtyard. Noticing her exclusion, a flash of anger passed over Aaliyah's delicate face. What a bunch of bitches. Sister Brooke, you can calculate things, right? What's really going on between Teacher Tisha and Zyler? Did he really cheat? Hoover asked curiously. Alone with Kelly, he lost his usual cool demeanor, resembling a naive and curious child. Kelly nodded, yes, he did indeed cheat. But how could he choose Aaliyah? Isn't there something wrong with his eyesight? Hoover frowned, voicing the same critique as the netizens. Chapter 176, Kelly's Harem. Zyler does indeed have an eye disease, Kelly replied calmly to Hoover. The latter exclaimed, a mix of bewilderment and schadenfreude on his face. If anyone else had said this, Hoover wouldn't have believed it. But the person in front of him was Kelly. It was well known that her predictions were always accurate. Zyler deserved his illness for cheating. Gallon Stream viewers agreed with him, typing quickly. Kelly looks very serious, so Zyler might really have an eye problem. We can discuss this in the live stream, but don't make it a trending topic. Give the scumbag no chance to broadcast and seek medical help after he goes off air. My anger suddenly vanished. Thank you, Kelly. People in the live stream are all like Andres, but I won't say anything either. Hashtag Suwei, Zyler has an eye disease hashtag. Even though the live stream viewers claimed they wouldn't talk about it, the news still appeared on the trending list, posted by a marketing account. Furious netizens commented under the Weibo post and forced the marketing account to delete the post. At this moment, Kelly and Hoover had already arrived at the pond side. Both wore tall rubber boots and stepped into the muddy pond, their hands clad in plastic gloves rummaging inside, pulling out lotus roots. Daphne, look what I found, Hoover said with a smile. As Kelly looked over, he immediately pulled his hand out of the mud. It held a fairly large loach. It wriggled and struggled in his hand, looking very slippery. Hoover intended to surprise Kelly, but she remained expressionless throughout. Nice, she replied indifferently. Hearing this, the smile on Hoover's face disappeared, and he silently threw the loach back into the field, continuing to dig for lotus roots. Viewers found it adorable. Trying to get Sis's attention but failing miserably, poor kid. Hoover is so cute. This is the first time I've thought he's adorable. Before, I only felt his mouth was venomous. How do these two make such a good couple? Do any of you remember when Kelly desperately tried to piggyback on his popularity? Yet you guys still ship them. All I can say is that you should eat something good. OP, during the Wilderness Survival show, Kelly already apologized. The main star and fans didn't mind. Why are you fussing here? Your comments are mostly likes from Nyla's fans. I can only say this is hard to judge. Quietly digging for lotus roots, Kelly suddenly spoke, Hoover. Hoover lifted his eyes and was startled to see her holding an eel, causing him to suck in a sharp breath. He backed away fearfully, falling directly into the muddy pond, thoroughly dirtying his clothes. Compared to the eel, the loach he just found seemed like nothing. Sis, you're my real sis, please take this thing away, Hoover said pale-faced. Really want to throw it? It could be a dish tonight, Kelly remarked. She had tasted dishes made from eels, which were tender and delicious, absolutely excellent. Well, then put it in the bamboo basket, just don't let me see it, Hoover swallowed, saying. This timid yet gluttonous expression would have been ridiculed if shown on someone else's face. Kelly stopped teasing Hoover and tossed the eel into the bucket. Amazing. He silently gave a thumbs up, commenting. Other girls would be terrified of such creatures. Kelly was tougher than he, a man, making him truly admire her. Netizens howled over their interaction. Why do I feel this pair is shippable? Is there a CP established by anyone? I'd definitely check in daily. Are you guys only now thinking they're shippable? I fell into this hole a long time ago when Kelly was still unknown. I remember on variety shows, only Hoover paid attention to her. But I'm conflicted. This pair feels great, but Hope Yiming and Kelly seem nice too. What if we ship both pairs? Can Beauty Kelly only match one man? Hashtag Suwei paired with two men hashtag. Hashtag Suwei is so shippable hashtag. Hashtag which is the legitimate pairing, Hope Yiming or Hoover hashtag. Hot search trends surged again, making netizens laugh. Holy's fans expressed dissatisfaction, joining the fray to prove that their brother is the legitimate one. Such a unprecedented CP party in the entertainment circle attracted many new followers for the four protagonists. Hospital. Ha ha ha, Hassan, how did you end up being one of Kelly's harem members? Edison ignored that Hassan was a patient in bed, slapping his thigh in gloating laughter. After knowing Hassan for so many years, he rarely saw this iron tree bloom, and who knew chasing a wife would be so tough, with other men even joining midway. Poor and pitiful indeed. With your current mummy-like state, you lack the competitiveness of those young heartthrobs, Edison added another jab. As a true frenemy, he genuinely enjoyed seeing Hassan losing his composure. A pillow came flying towards him, and Edison quickly caught it, placing it carefully on the bedside table. This belongs to the hospital, you'd have to pay if you dirty it, he said. Get out now, and I promise not to dirty anything, Hassan said, unable to tolerate any further. He was always mild-tempered, and few people could upset him this much. Edison gave a nervous laugh. I was just joking, don't be mad. Hassan glared at him again. I don't find that funny. Hearing this, Edison touched his nose. Damn, he had spoken without thinking in his excitement and said too much. Don't worry, as Kelly's agent, I will definitely make it clear to her very strictly that our studio artists can't fall in love, Edison hurriedly added. The anger on Hassan's face did not ease but rather intensified slightly. Stop causing trouble, he said coldly. Edison hissed, feeling a headache coming on. If he had known it would turn out like this, would he have indulged in that momentary satisfaction of speaking without thinking? Suddenly, a flash of sharpness crossed Edison's eyes. He spoke firmly. Actually, I think Kelly treats other men differently from how she treats you. I said all those things earlier to motivate you to seize the opportunity and not let her slip away, he added. After hearing this, Hassan's expression indeed softened somewhat. Edison praised himself silently in his heart for being so wise and articulate. I'm afraid that if I really confess, she might refuse me and we wouldn't even be friends afterward, Hassan said hoarsely. Even someone like him felt panic, uncertainty, and lack of confidence when facing such matters. The deeper the love, the greater the fear. Hey, you're Hassan, the top male artist fans want to marry, chosen by netizens. You're actually afraid she won't agree? Edison sounded as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Is this still the person he knows? No matter how many people want to marry me, if she doesn't want to, it's useless, Hassan whispered. At this point, Edison really couldn't stand it anymore. He rolled his eyes and abruptly stood up. Can't handle being around lovebirds for a second, he muttered. Then, he quickly walked out of the ward. Chapter 177, Master of Time Management. If loving someone obsessively was a crime, Edison thought Hassan would definitely be shot for his level of infatuation. It was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. What exactly did Kelly have that made him love her to this extent? Wasn't it just that she was pretty, had an interesting personality, a pleasant voice, and could tell fortunes? Thinking about this, Edison drew in a sharp breath. He realized he somewhat understood Hassan's infatuated mindset. In the hospital room. Hassan lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, scenes of moments with Kelly flashing through his mind. When exactly had he fallen in love with her? Was it when they faced hardships together and were locked in an old warehouse? Or when they were transported to ancient times by that female ghost and became husband and wife? Or perhaps even earlier, during their survival in the wilderness when she forcefully kissed him. If once Hassan's life was dark, Kelly was the light that shone into it. She told him she could help him. How could he not be moved? Holding his heart which raced uncontrollably, Hassan smiled wryly, admitting he indeed had a head full of love. But, so what? It was only because of her. Recalling netizens jesting about harems, Hassan's eyes turned somber. He would eliminate those competitors. In loving her, he would surpass everyone. During the live broadcast, after harvesting lotus roots, Kelly and Hoover returned to the rural cottage. You two are so fast, there are still a few eels and fish left. We can add more dishes tonight, Tisha said with a smile. She had a gentle appearance and her smile felt like a warm breeze, making people feel close to her. That's great, Arlen immediately responded. Seeing this, Kelly smiled slightly, nodding as she pulled up a stool to sit down, getting one for Hoover as well. You guys don't know what happened earlier, it almost scared me to death. The usually quiet Hoover, who always snapped back, was now talking non-stop, recounting funny incidents during the lotus root harvest. Kelly is really going too far, scaring you like that, Aaliyah interjected noisily. The guests, who had been chatting and teasing happily, suddenly showed a slight change in expression. It's nothing serious, scaring young people won't hurt them. Unlike us older folks, Armin laughed, trying to smooth things over. Everyone continued talking, completely ignoring Aaliyah. Compared to the guests' indifference, the netizens were launching fierce attacks. Isn't she sick or something? I was enjoying myself, and she suddenly comes out acting strange. I hate people like her. Can't we kick her out of the production team, or find someone to replace her? I'll pay for a pack of spicy sticks. She ruined such a good atmosphere. Really, these third wheels have no clue, can't she see how much everyone dislikes her? As a third wheel herself, Aaliyah naturally sensed the isolation from the guests. Her eyes reddened, and large teardrops fell. However, the guests, deep in conversation, didn't notice her crying. Suddenly, Aaliyah abruptly stood up, knocking over the stool she was sitting on, drawing attention from the guests. I don't understand what's wrong with all of you. Why gang up on me? What have I done wrong? Just because I'm the least famous here? I'll remember every bit of this bullying today, and I will get revenge in the future, Aaliyah said shrilly. After saying this, she kicked the stool away and ran back to her room. Following this, sounds of her loud sobbing came through. The guests exchanged glances while the netizens went wild with criticism. Don't mock the poor youth doesn't apply to third wheels, right? Aaliyah, can't you be aware of your position? Don't beautify yourself unnecessarily. How can she have such a distorted self-perception, challenging so many big names? That's because she has rich backers. Look at the trending topics, lots of backers revealed. Damn, Aaliyah's backers are ganging up against her. They didn't even know about each other's existence. She's truly a master of time management. Wealthy people hate betrayal the most. So, after Aaliyah's actions during the show were exposed, her backers couldn't stay quiet. One posted on Weibo exposing her, and the rest, upon learning they weren't the only ones, quickly coordinated privately. Then, they joined forces, consolidating the times when Aaliyah met with them. Wow, her schedule was tighter than theirs, busier than any of these busy people. Hashtag Wanya Master of Time Management hashtag. Once the backers exposed her, Aaliyah's name immediately skyrocketed to the top of trending searches, making her known to everyone. Previously, only male masters of time management were seen, never females. Netizens' comments were diverse and varied. Milagros in the photo is just average looking. How come so many patrons are into her? Is she really that good in bed? Upstairs, it goes without saying. She's so good at managing time. Can she help me plan my class schedule? Attending classes every day has numbed me. I feel like I have no time to play at all. These patrons of Aaliyah are all saying they want to take back the money and gifts they spent on her. I can't even imagine how much she has to pay back. Serves her right. Aaliyah's agent was completely distraught at this moment, making countless calls to his artist but none went through. He wanted to go to the variety show filming location himself, but the director did not provide a specific address, leaving him to wait helplessly as the situation worsened. The company also announced that it would abandon Aaliyah, and she would face an exorbitant breach of contract fee. As for the agent, his reputation within the industry plummeted. After all, with so many high-profile connections under his artist's belt, it was hard not to suspect that he had been pimping her out. But in reality, the agent had never done such things. Damn, having an artist like her is the unluckiest thing that could happen to me, the agent cursed fiercely. He had quite a lot of damaging information about Aaliyah. If she doesn't compensate him some money by then, he will absolutely spread these secrets and let everyone see what kind of person she really is. What's currently trending on social media is just the tip of the iceberg. Without their phones, the show guests couldn't get hold of these inside stories. They only felt that there was something wrong with Aaliyah. She must be crazy. Should I go in and check on her? Zyler stood up, unable to hide his concern. Tisha looked uncomfortable, clenching her hands tightly. Arlen scoffed, you're going to check on her? Are there no female guests here? Also, you are teacher Chang's husband, shouldn't you maintain some distance from other women and adhere to male ethics? The words male ethics hit Zyler heavily, leaving him speechless. Forget it, I'm just worried about any accidents happening, he muttered gloomily. Arlen rolled his eyes and made a clear sound of disdain. Chapter 178, Aaliyah causes trouble. Arlen's deliberate targeting made Zyler's face look very unpleasant. However, with cameras present, he did not dare to lose his temper. After crying for a few more minutes and realizing no one was going to comfort her, Aaliyah's sobs gradually diminished. The guests started chatting and joking again, providing material for the show. That evening, Aaliyah still did not come out for dinner. Zyler wanted to serve her some food separately but was sarcastically stopped by Arlen again. The next day. After skipping 2 meals, Aaliyah finally came out for breakfast. Everyone, while giving her a portion of food, ignored her as if she were invisible. Zyler also dared not speak to her rashly, primarily because of Arlen's sharp tongue, always spilling the truth. There's not much left at home, firewood, rice, oil, salt, and vinegar are all running low. Let's go to town and buy some supplies, Armin suggested. Sure, we can buy a bag of rice as well, Tisha said. They really seemed like parents in a big family, making plans for the household. After checking, they found they needed to buy too many things, so they decided everyone would go to town to purchase supplies. I won't go. I haven't eaten since yesterday and my stomach isn't feeling well. Can I stay here and watch the house? Aaliyah asked. Of course, no problem, Armin agreed very quickly. If she followed, it would be problematic. If she suddenly went crazy on the street, it would be really difficult to handle. I have a bad feeling about what Aaliyah might do. She suddenly wants to stay here to watch the house. She won't destroy everything inside, will she? Just when we're watching this healing program, we still have to deal with intrigues. I'm truly impressed. After breakfast, the guests set off, and Aaliyah stood at the door, watching them leave with a malicious smile on her face. She closed the door amidst the netizens' roaring comments. Then, Aaliyah walked to Kelly's room and gently pushed open the door. Her face twisted with malice. Bitch, you must have been spreading lies about me behind my back. That's why they isolated me. This grotesque behavior made netizens shiver, rubbing their goosebumps. Holy crap, director, should we turn off the camera in the room? The assistant director asked anxiously. He was afraid that something bad would happen. Aaliyah looked like she wasn't planning to do anything good. Of course not. We shouldn't waste all this traffic, the director said with a crazed smile. At that moment, he seemed like a machine driven by traffic, fearless. Looking at such a director, the assistant director swallowed hard and silently refocused on the monitor. Actually, he was quite curious what Aaliyah was going to do. On the monitor, Aaliyah walked to Kelly's desk. There were cosmetics and skincare products prepared by Tinsley on the table. A face like yours doesn't deserve these nice things, Aaliyah said sharply and jealously. With a deranged smile, she unscrewed the lids and poured out the contents. Soon, the table was covered with filth. Next, Aaliyah glanced around the room and walked to the wardrobe, opening it. She grabbed a pair of scissors and began cutting up the clothes, reducing them to shreds. Throughout the process, Aaliyah laughed maniacally. Is she crazy? Why is she doing this? Isn't she afraid Kelly will be angry when she returns? Her mind must be damaged. Watching her laugh makes me feel scared. I want to find Tamara. If you know it's a live variety show, if you don't, you'd think we're watching a horror film. This behavior is truly terrible. When I was bullied before, someone did this to me too. Aaliyah seems experienced in this. She must have been a bully herself. Amidst the astonished exclamations from netizens, Aaliyah successfully finished destroying the items, returning to her room with a smile on her face. She looked very pleased, even humming a tune. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Aaliyah hurried out to open it. Everyone who had gone shopping returned, carrying plenty of supplies. Aaliyah smiled and helped everyone put away the items, causing Armin and others to glance at her several times, utterly shocked. What's wrong with her? Is she possessed? Kelly, your face looks dry. You should go back and hydrate, Aaliyah said suddenly. Everyone's eyes followed her words. It's not dry at all. Her skin is so soft, it could squeeze out water. Xiao Wei is young and looks beautiful without makeup, Tisha commented. I also don't think it's dry. Her skin condition is excellent, Galen Na echoed. Kelly thanked the two teachers for their compliments and ignored Aaliyah as if she weren't there. So despicable, really despicable. Aaliyah is probably showing Kelly what she did and can't wait for her to see it. I really wish I could slap her. How can anyone be so disgusting? Still that line, DD substitute play, now I'll pay for a breakfast. Netizens who knew the truth kept cursing, and the back-end heat continued to rise. Ulrich couldn't stop smiling. After tidying up, Kelly washed her hands and returned to her room. She had accidentally dirted her clothes while carrying things and needed to change. As soon as she opened the door to her room, chaos greeted her eyes. Kelly was immediately stunned, her cold expression slowly cracking, confusion lurking in her eyes. She walked to the table, gazing intently at the pile of filth, then moved to the wardrobe to look at the torn clothes. Anger began to gather inside her. If these items belonged to Kelly, she wouldn't be too upset. But these were all prepared by Tinsley with care. Aaliyah shouldn't have ruined such heartfelt intentions. Kelly left the room with a cold face. As soon as she stepped out, she met Aaliyah's triumphant gaze. Her eyes turned icy, and she advanced a few steps before raising her hand high. Slap. The slap landed, and Aaliyah, in disbelief, covered her face. You dared to hit me? You deliberately messed up my room just for this slap, didn't you? Kelly asked coldly. After saying this, she slapped Aaliyah on the left cheek again, ensuring fairness. Kelly, what did I do to offend you? If I change, why would you hit me? Wah, you used to bully me, and now on a variety show, you're still bullying me. Aaliyah's voice mixed with crying was very loud. The guests gathered around, staring at the two red marks on her face in shock. They turned to look at Kelly, who responded calmly, I did slap her, and she deserved it. Hearing this, Aaliyah's body trembled slightly, but she maintained an appearance of being wronged. Yes, I deserved it. I don't deserve to appear in the same variety show as Kelly. But I didn't know this show had you. If I had known earlier, how could I dare join with you? Sorry, Aaliyah sobbed helplessly. Implicitly, she was accusing Kelly of bullying and harming her. That's going too far, isn't it? Zyler suddenly stood up. He supported Aaliyah, frowning and giving Kelly a cold look. Chapter 179, Major Conflict Erupts. Seeing Zyler targeting Kelly, Hoover immediately stepped forward to protect her. Are you a bear saving an ugly dog? A cheating man with a foul smell and an ugly bitch woman, the two of you are truly a match made in hell. And don't lie about Kelly bullying you before. Bullshit. You didn't even know each other until after filming. Ever since then, you've been badmouthing her every day. Don't think we fans don't know that. Hoover's words were as vicious as always, but the last sentence inadvertently revealed too much about himself. Realizing this, his face burned red. Glancing guiltily at Kelly, he lowered his head and said no more. Netizens were excited. He said us fans, meaning he still supports Kelly. Ah, these two are really forcing me to stand them. How cute is Hoover? I've never thought a man could be charming with such sharp words. Who would have thought? When he said our fans, it felt like fireworks exploded in my brain. I'm forever moved by this perfect love story. On the scene, the atmosphere was very awkward. All guests knew that Zyler and Aaliyah had something inappropriate going on, but they shouldn't reveal too much during the show. Moreover, Tisha was standing there. How must she feel? For a moment, no one dared to speak. What do you mean by cheating man? Zyler's face turned beet red as he roared angrily. His voice was deafening. I stand on the side of justice, all right. Aaliyah sobbed louder. Hoover, I know you like Kelly, but that doesn't mean you can defame me for her. My relationship with Brother Flynn is completely innocent. He was just protecting me, a little girl, from being bullied. If not for countless netizens witnessing their intimate moments, everyone might have believed they were nothing. Aaliyah should put that acting talent into real acting. She could have been a Triple Crown actress by now. TCH, all she cares about is ingratiating herself with men. How would she think of improving herself? I'm really disgusted. Except for Hoover, none of the guests believe Kelly, right? Why did I hit her? Come with me into the room, and you'll understand, Kelly said. After saying that, she walked into the room ahead of everyone else. The guests exchanged looks, unsure what to do. I believe in Tyra. She's a sensible and obedient girl who wouldn't bully others without reason, Tisha said. As one of the parties involved, her public support made the guests naturally follow suit. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by the fresh scent of various skincare products mixed together. Then, they saw the mess on the table and the shredded clothes in the wardrobe. My God, how could it be such a mess? Galen Na exclaimed. Her eyes were full of sympathy. As a woman who loved taking care of herself, she knew these skincare products were priceless. A hint of triumph flashed across Aaliyah's face when she arrived last, but she quickly looked pitiful again. Kelly, you won't defame me and say I did this, will you? She bowed her head and sobbed, her shoulders trembling, causing Zyler's concern and affection to grow. I believe Aaliyah, she's not capable of this, he said quickly. Zyler aligned with her again. Galen Na rolled her eyes, Armin pursed her lips, Hoover crossed his arms with a scoff, while Arlen went to Tisha's side. Sis, are you okay? He asked anxiously. Tisha's face was pale, but she shook her head bravely. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Hearing this, Arlen blushed slightly, visibly embarrassed. The tense atmosphere on-site left the guests unaware of his expression. But the netizens saw it clearly. I feel something's off with this kid. Wow, the floor above just noticed. I figured out Arlen's feelings for Tisha when he protected her food from Aaliyah. Age gap romance is so thrilling to watch. The most important thing is that Arlen never overstepped. His love is very cautious, and only because of the live broadcast are we able to notice it. Hashtag Arlen suspected to have crush on Tisha hashtag. Kelly watched Aaliyah coldly, anger evident on her clear and flawless face. Fine, if you didn't do it, I'll call the police then, she said. Upon hearing, call the police, the guests' expressions changed dramatically. Aaliyah clenched her fists tightly. What a petty bitch Kelly was. Just spilling some skincare products and cutting a few clothes, worth calling the police? Seemingly knowing her thoughts, Kelly squatted down and picked up a necklace. This emerald diamond necklace belonged to the Countess of Charlie in England, auctioned for 30 million. The matching dress is from a top luxury brand, priced at 560,000. None of the other items are cheap either. By the way, the pile of skincare products on the table adds up to about 100,000. With all these unexplained losses, of course I need to call the police, Kelly concluded. Aaliyah didn't believe it at all, and with a sneer, her eyes were full of mockery. You? Can you even afford such expensive things? Moreover, valuable items are usually kept at the bottom of one's chest. How could they be brought out so easily? Kelly must have been intentionally trying to trick her. I'll report it to the police for appraisal. Then you will know whether they are real or fake, Kelly said coldly. Aaliyah, what is that on your dress? Tisha suddenly asked. Following her finger, everyone looked in the direction, and their expressions became indescribably complicated in an instant. At the lower right corner of Aaliyah's dress was precisely the mixture of colors from the mess on the table. Now, all guests understood what had happened. I don't know either. Maybe I accidentally got it just now, Aaliyah stammered in her defense. You stood there as soon as you entered the room. How did you get close to the table? Hoover exposed her lie in one sentence. Aaliyah was speechless this time. She lowered her head, tears dripping down, and she piteously moved closer to Xyler. Alright, don't bully the girl anymore. Calculate how much these items cost, and I'll compensate for her, he said helplessly. In his tone, there was indulgence he hadn't even noticed himself. Clearly, Xyler also thought Kelly was exaggerating, believing these items wouldn't cost much. You'll pay for her? Tisha shrieked. She was always good-tempered, but now her expression was quite fierce. Yet, no one found it frightening, rather, they felt sorry for her. What relation are you to her, and why should you pay for her? Tisha questioned Xyler. A flash of triumph appeared in Aaliyah's eyes, and she gently shook her head. It's fine. I can pay for these myself. Brother Flynn, don't let me cause problems in your marriage. If any other guest in the show acted pitiful like this, no one would truly feel sorry for them. After all, Aaliyah's picky and sharp-tongued manner still lingered in their minds. But Xyler grabbed her wrist and shielded her behind him. He glared at Tisha coldly. Are you done? I just think it's hard for a young girl, and compensating a bit for her. What's wrong with that? Chapter 180. What does Kelly want to do? Tisha looked at the person beside her with an utterly unfamiliar gaze, and at this very moment, her heart completely died. Divorce, she said in a solemn voice. Xyler was stunned upon hearing this, seemingly not expecting it. He watched as Tisha wiped away her tears and ran out. His expression was troubled with a hint of speechlessness. Perhaps he only thought she was saying harsh words and wasn't truly seeking a divorce. In contrast, Arlen couldn't help but reveal a delighted smile on his face and hurriedly went after Tisha. Xyler was busy appeasing Aaliyah and didn't notice the movements of those two people at all. As for Kelly, her fingertips subtly turned. Aaliyah seemed to sense something and suddenly lifted her head to look at her. Just now, Kelly had channeled the sinister aura from her body to her abdomen, feeding it to those pitiful infant spirits. Soon, they would be able to meet their mother. These infant spirits were still insignificant and could not take Aaliyah's life, but they were enough to give her a hard time. Kelly felt very happy that she could kick someone when they were down while she was in dire straits. From this day forward, Xyler would never have the means to repay debts for other women. At this moment, his marital bond with Tisha was completely severed. After living such a good life for so many years, Xyler probably forgot how difficult it had been to win Tisha's heart back then. Without this wife, Xyler was nothing. Those who betrayed genuine feelings would pay the price, and no one was an exception. Despite the huge mess caused by the program, it did not stop airing. The guests felt puzzled but did not delve deeper into it. Anyway, the director would edit it in the end, cutting out all the segments that couldn't be broadcast. At that moment, netizens were celebrating. Tisha finally mentioned divorce. It feels better than my own divorce. Who can understand this feeling? Hasn't she realized that ever since being with Xyler, she has changed? She used to be optimistic and positive, but now she seems gloomy, even smiling less. I've watched her grow from a minor actress to where she is now. While most people think Tisha is gentle, she was actually very lively in the past. Marriage is really a grave. Just get a divorce. Hashtag Tisha and Xyler divorcing hashtag. Hashtag the past of 3-time Golden Horse Award winner hashtag. Hashtag shock, Tisha has changed so much hashtag. Marketing accounts and media outlets are adept at catching hot topics, working fast and successfully satisfying the curiosity of gossip enthusiasts. That night, with a bad mood, Tisha didn't prepare dinner. Galen Na cooked some noodles casually. Surprisingly, the taste wasn't bad at all. The atmosphere among the guests was heavy, except for Aaliyah and Xyler, who were chatting and laughing happily. After dinner, each guest returned to their room. Kelly brought out a reclining chair from the room and sat in the courtyard, admiring the moon. The reclining chair creaked gently, and she held a bamboo fan in her hand, evoking a peaceful and idyllic scene. So beautiful, I took a screenshot. She really looks like a fairy under the moon, delicately exquisite. I'm afraid she might float up and fly into the sky. Kelly's aura is really unique, indescribable, cold yet tender, quite contradictory. That's exactly why we love her. Admiring the moon alone, what could be cooler? Amidst the netizens' discussions, Kelly closed her eyes and fell asleep on the reclining chair. Everyone expressed shock and confusion. Why not return to the comfortable house and sleep? Why choose to sleep outside on the chair? Wouldn't you be sore all over after a whole night? The next day, Tisha, who got up the earliest and was preparing breakfast for everyone, discovered Kelly and exclaimed, Tyra, why did you sleep here? Kelly slowly opened her eyes and was momentarily stunned seeing the person in front of her. Nothing else, because Tisha's face and eyes were swollen as if she had eaten baking powder. Big sister, your face? Kelly asked. Tisha touched her face awkwardly. I just have a habit of waking up with a puffy face if I stay up late. I originally wanted to wash my face with cold water before anyone noticed, but I didn't expect you to be sleeping in the courtyard. You scared me, am I that ugly? She smiled. After saying this, a trace of sadness flashed in Tisha's eyes. In the past, I wasn't considered a powerhouse actor either. Back then, they called me a flower vase. I stayed up all night reading negative comments and woke up the next day with a face swollen like a pig's head, ready for an event. The haters criticized me fiercely, calling me a snake-like plastic surgery face and telling me to leave the entertainment industry. At that time, there was a netizen named Someday Pirate King, who strongly supported me. He sent me private messages every day and even argued with my haters. Speaking of this, Tisha chuckled. Even with her puffy face, her smile remained gentle and beautiful, her eyes twinkling. Later, driven by curiosity, I met him. He confessed to me then, and I accepted him. Then we got married. But the happiness on Tisha's face faded, replaced by pain. I didn't expect that the person who said he would always love and support me would also change his heart. Tears quietly fell from her eyes, reflecting sorrow. In the live streaming room, early rising fans felt their hearts ache upon hearing these words. So deep love in youth can ultimately end in mutual disdain. I remember that, someday Pirate King. When he argued with the haters, all he knew was to say you're a big fool or you're just a small cookie. It made us laugh so hard back then. Never thought Zyler, Ismail, also had his cute moments. Who would disagree? Things have changed so much. Kelly looked at Tisha seriously, noticing a change in her facial expression compared to yesterday. But it wasn't for the better. She frowned, pinching her fingers into a flower shape and then forming the Inuan spell with swift movements. After investigating, Kelly felt a mix of emotions. Tisha and Zyler were predestined lovers from a past life, deeply in love, living and dying together, vowing to reunite as lovers in this life. But the start of this life was a mistake. Kelly hesitated between speaking and staying silent. She should not interfere in human affairs. Romance was managed by heaven. Tyra, I can't let go of him, Tisha suddenly said. Her voice was hoarse and helpless. It was more about not letting go of the memory of the someday Pirate King, who once loved him wholeheartedly. Kelly took a deep breath. Sis, listen to me. After this matter is resolved, can you set up an altar for the dear forest mountain god at home and pray daily? Talking about one thing, she suddenly shifted to another, leaving Tisha bewildered. Seeing Kelly's serious expression, she nodded heavily. Yes, what do you want to say? Sigh, all things in this world are bound by fate. Kelly came on the show to punish Aaliyah but didn't expect to encounter this. Perhaps it could be tried. Anyway, she already had a causal connection with Tisha, and even if heaven wanted to punish her, it would only be minor. Sis, call Zyler and Arlen here, Kelly said. Confused, Tisha frowned but still knocked on their doors upon seeing her seriousness. Netizens watching the live stream were puzzled. What does Kelly want to do? Aren't those two men invisible rivals? I feel like she's about to do something big. Chapter 181, Zyler, Flynn's A. Is Kelly going to help Arlen confess his feelings today? No way, that couple hasn't even divorced yet. Doing this now would make her the third party. Yeah. Kelly's actions are quite irritating. Honestly, it makes me feel sick. Not really, she hasn't done anything yet. Why are you guys jumping to conclusions? Netizens started arguing with each other, neither side willing to back down. Before long, the two parties involved, Zyler and Arlen, emerged. Facing Tisha, whose face was swollen, the former revealed a look of disgust and aversion while the latter immediately showed concern. Galen G., did you not sleep last night? Why don't you wash your face with cold water or brew a cup of honey water to drink? Hearing these words, Tisha looked at him in surprise. She had never told Arlen before that drinking honey water after staying up all night could reduce swelling on her face. How did he know? Alright, what did you call me here for? Zyler said impatiently. Tisha's expression turned sour as she walked up to Kelly. Tyra, I've brought them out. Kelly stood up, her eyes scanning the two men. One man had murky eyes while the others were crystal clear. It was obvious which one was better just by a glance. Zyler, Flynn's A, Kelly said. Upon hearing the familiar name mentioned afterward, Zyler's eyes widened dramatically as he stared at her in disbelief. Do you want to know who I am and why I know your original name before you changed it? Kelly said coldly. Bullshit, I have no idea what you're talking about. Zyler rebutted immediately. Kelly sneered. Flynn's A, how can you not cherish an identity you stole? How despicable can you be? Caught off guard, Zyler pointed at her and shouted, this woman is talking nonsense. Does the production team have security? Get her away. The commotion startled the guests, who opened their doors and hurried outside. What happened? What are the four of you doing? So early in the morning, what are you guys up to again? Brother Flynn, what's wrong? Aaliyah asked gently. Seeing her, the panic in Zyler's eyes subsided somewhat, seemingly realizing who he truly loved. It's nothing, Xiaoya, go back to sleep. With those heavy dark circles, you must not have slept well last night. He said worriedly. Netizens cursed vehemently. This guy is crazy. He doesn't care about his wife at all but cares about a fake, melodramatic mistress. Zyler is really scum. The person Tisha mentioned earlier, I couldn't believe it was him. Did you notice that when Kelly talked about stolen fate, Zyler got so angry? I think there's something more to this. Embarrassed, Zyler tried to explain everything away to everyone, saying nothing happened. It was just another spat between him and Tisha, trying to brush the matter aside. But how could Kelly let him get away with that? Nothing happened, she repeated with a smile. Everyone looked at her, confused. Today's Kelly was indeed very strange. Arlen, do you remember your first Weibo username, the one that got hacked? Kelly suddenly asked. Zyler's body trembled, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on his arms, while Aaliyah looked at him in puzzlement. Yes, what's up with it? Arlen asked innocently. Kelly nodded slightly, say it out loud. Not knowing what she was up to, Arlen turned to look at Tisha, who nodded at him. One day I'll be Pirate King, he said. Tisha's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him, while Zyler scoffed. Nowadays, there are many people with the same name online, he remarked. Zyler and Tisha had been together for so many years, he knew she loved him. They indeed met because of Weibo, but years of relationship weren't built on just that platform. It's you, Tisha said in a trembling voice. No wonder you knew I use honey water to reduce swelling. It was always you, not him. She cried, but this time it wasn't tears of grievance, but joy. Arlen was puzzled but deeply touched. The guests on the scene didn't understand what Tisha meant either. Arlen, your Weibo account wasn't lost but stolen by your classmate Flynn Dung. Do you remember him? Kelly asked. Without waiting for his reply, she continued, you two were very close friends in high school. You only told him about contacting Tisha, and probably only gave the password to him. Zyler used to be named Flynn Zay. He changed his name to take your place. Flynn Dung is his brother. Arlen had never mentioned his real name to Tisha before, only saying to call him Xiaojia. Fuck your mother. Enraged, Arlen lunged at Zyler, punching him repeatedly in the face. The scene instantly descended into chaos, with the guests pretending to intervene, but every punch seemed to find its way to Zyler, successfully adding a few more wounds. Wails echoed through the courtyard, but Kelly felt no fluctuation of divine power within her, letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed that she would not be punished for this matter. Perhaps even the will of heaven despised Zyler, the relationship he had worked so hard to obtain, yet ended up treating Tisha so poorly, it was unjustifiable. Kelly stopped examining the props and went backstage. Phone, I need to report a crime, she said succinctly to the director. What? Ulrich frowned. They were mutually assaulting each other. Reporting it won't make much difference, at most they'll apologize and receive some education. Of course, he did not want the show to get involved in legal issues. If that happened, whether the edited content could be aired would be uncertain. So much had happened in the past 2 days, more interesting than shooting 10 episodes before. Every frame was precious, and the director didn't want to miss out on anything. Not for them, but for myself. The items in my room add up to nearly 50 million. Kelly replied calmly. Flynn's mother knew she would appear on screen, so she had picked valuable items from their home. Ulrich was dumbfounded, swallowing hard. Galantal Sue, you can't lie. If you have 50 million, why become a celebrity? Go back home and spend your money already. I'm not lying. If these aren't covered by someone who caused damage, then the production crew must cover it. You choose whether to call the police or not. Kelly said. Her calm demeanor made her very believable, and the director did not dare to take this lightly anymore. He nodded gloomily. All right, I'll help you call the police. We'll finish recording this morning's last segment first, and then I'll give you the phone. Kelly responded with a hum and left. Ulrich wiped sweat off his face after she left. Goodness, just a female celebrity, how could she be so intimidating? Almost scared him to death. Joa, are you really going to call the police? The assistant director asked with a frown. Ulrich rolled his eyes. Of course. Not calling means you have to compensate for the loss? The assistant director chuckled awkwardly, but what Kelly said might not be true. She only got famous recently. Even if she makes good money, it's unlikely she could earn so much in such a short time. Ulrich ignored the assistant and called the police to explain the situation. He wanted to gamble for some traffic. The appearance of the police would certainly push this incident to its climax. Chapter 182, A Mutual Beating. In the small courtyard of a farmhouse, the mutual beating between the two had come to an end. Zyler's entire body bore the marks of being kicked and trampled by shoes, his face bruised and swollen. Aaliyah comforted him by his side. In contrast, Arlen was only breathing heavily with a slight injury on his lip, otherwise unharmed. Tisha stood aside, not tending to either. Today's events were too surreal for her. Seeing Kelly return, her eyes lit up, and she hurried forward. Tyra, where were you just now? Tisha asked affectionately. I went to report it to the police, Kelly replied. She spoke softly, and with all the noise in the yard, Tisha couldn't hear clearly, responding vaguely. What should I do now? She asked, troubled. At that moment, Tisha completely trusted Kelly and wanted to follow her lead. Kelly looked at her seriously, her clear and beautiful face making Tisha blush. Why is my heart pounding so fast? Galveston to your heart, Kelly said. Galveston, to your heart. Tisha lowered her eyes in deep thought. In fact, during all the years she had been with Zyler, she had never been truly happy. He had only been good to her when they first got married. As time passed, after entering the entertainment industry and meeting more beautiful actresses, he had completely changed. He stayed out all night, appeared in various gossip news, and even once Tisha found a used umbrella in his trouser pocket. She had repeatedly checked Weibo chat records to get through those painful days. Tisha had also wondered how two people who loved each other so much could end up like this. Was there something she did wrong? Now, all the mysteries were unraveled. He wasn't the same person anymore. And the one Tisha had always loved was the Corey who had accompanied her through hard times, praised her, and told her she was the best. That Corey was Arlen. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tisha walked towards him, step by step, firmly. Arlen knew what this meant, his eyes involuntarily turning red. Are you okay? Tisha asked softly. I'm fine, just a bit sore in the hand. The scum has pretty tough bones, Arlen said, rubbing his head awkwardly and smiling. Tisha chuckled, blushing as she gazed at his foolish smile. The audience in the live stream shed tears profusely. Why did these two really fall in love end up missing each other for so many years? All because of the despicable Zyler. No, we should call him Flinze. What a piece of trash. Luckily, from now on, they can walk together without missing out on the future years. Kelly has truly made a wonderful match. Thank you, she's my god. As a fan of actress Chong, I also thank Kelly. It's clear the little puppy loves her genuinely. Our elder sister is nothing like Zyler, the cheating bastard. On the screen, the comments flooded with messages about lovers finally becoming a couple. But, faced with this happy scene, someone was unhappy, or rather furious. Bitch, I'm still here, and you dare cheat on me. Zyler roared in anger, interrupting the tender moment. The atmosphere turned tense again. Tisha rarely showed a cold expression, scoffing, my lawyer will handle the divorce agreement. You won't get a single cent of my property. Under Zyler's increasingly furious gaze, she slowly added, Arlen and I just met today and have never done anything inappropriate. But you, just the evidence the private investigator gave me would be enough to bury you. Upon hearing this, Zyler was speechless, his body trembling with rage and eyes filled with hate. Only now did he realize that without Tisha, he would become penniless again. Fine, if I lose everything, then so be it. After all, Brother Flynn is a rich second generation, Aaliyah said angrily with arms crossed. Exactly, after their divorce, she could marry Zyler. Rich second generation. Kelly's cool voice rang out. Zyler took a sharp breath, realizing it was not good, trying to stop her from saying more. But before he could take a few steps, Hoover grabbed him tightly, immobilizing him. He grew up in poor conditions. As Tisha's appendage in the entertainment industry, he didn't earn much money, Kelly said. The more she spoke, the worse Zyler's expression became. Kelly counted on her fingers. Up to now, he probably still owes $30,000 on his credit card. What? Aaliyah gasped, exclaiming sharply. She stared at Zyler in disbelief. Didn't you tell me you're a rich second generation, from a coal mine family? What's going on? Tisha sneered. When he first met me, he couldn't even afford meals in the school cafeteria. Rich second generation. That's a laughable joke. A person often pretends to have what they lack the most. It seems Zyler really lacked money. Are you really a rich second generation or not? Aaliyah's eyes stared intently at Zyler, not missing any expression on his face. He clenched his fists tightly but remained silent, turning his head away without answering. Now, how could Aaliyah not understand? Her face instantly twisted, her originally just pretty features becoming even more repulsive with such an ugly expression, making her look disgusting. If you're not a rich second generation, don't play games with me. What are you? I look down on people like you who pretend to be rich while being poor the most. Being trash, yet pretending to be gold. Knowing you has been my misfortune for 8 lifetimes. Aaliyah's abusive words spewed out non-stop, and Zyler felt increasingly humiliated. Enough, do you think you're something great? Who knows how many hands have played with you? Do you really think I like you? He bellowed. Aaliyah screamed, rushing forward to scratch his face, and Zyler didn't back down either, retaliating by striking her. This time, none of the guests tried to intervene. Seeing Aaliyah acting as if she were insane, they were afraid she might ruin their faces too. After all, in the entertainment industry, one's face is crucial. I didn't expect this drama to end with mutual insults between a scumbag and a cheap girl, elevating the entire show. I'm thoroughly entertained. How could it be so coincidental? I suspect this variety show has a script. I don't believe it's this coincidental. How could there be a script? Both Aaliyah and Zyler's reputations are ruined now. Maybe the production crew paid them well enough. With the current heat, they must have made a huge profit. Hashtag script for rural tranquility, hashtag. Seeing this smear trending topic, the assistant director was stunned. Joa, netizens are saying we have a script. What should we do? No worries. Kelly has already reported it to the police. Once the police come, they will know whether there is a script or not, the director replied indifferently. He checked the live stream's back-end revenue. During the fight between Aaliyah and Zyler, the netizens had sent quite a few gifts. That came to nearly 50,000 yuan. It showed the benefits of having a high viewership. Ulrich was reaping the profits. Chapter 183, you call this a script? Just as Aaliyah and Zyler finally stopped, and the live stream script theory was getting increasingly popular, the small courtyard gate was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The guests stared dumbfoundedly at the police who appeared, all in a daze. Could it be that they fought too much, so the director team called the police? But there wasn't any need for that, was there? Netizens erupted in chaos. OMG, how far will this show go? Never thought we'd see real cops on a reality show. Maybe I just don't know enough, but you call this a script? Which production team would dare to do this? So what are the police here for? Are they going to take Aaliyah and Zyler away? Help, I feel scared seeing the cops for some reason. Why don't you PM me, upper floor, I'm curious what bad things you've done. Who is Aaliyah? One of the policemen asked. Kelly pointed at Aaliyah, her. The destroyed items are in the room. I won't accept reconciliation or compensation. Now everyone understood what was going on. Kelly, are you insane? Just some clothes and jewelry, can't I compensate you? Why did you have to call the police? Aaliyah said arrogantly. Since Zyler was a fake rich second generation, there was no need for her to continue pretending in front of him. She exposed her true nature. Aaliyah twisted logic further. Do you know doing this wastes social resources? Police are very busy. The time you waste could mean saving several lives. I don't think a 50 million loss is wasting resources. My money is also valuable, Kelly replied coldly. She barely spared a glance at Aaliyah and directly led the police into the house. Tisha finally understood why Kelly had slept in the yard. It was to protect the crime scene from being tampered with. How bold, how cool. Aaliyah crossed her arms and rolled her eyes, frustration and disdain evident on her face. She still couldn't believe that Kelly's stuff was actually worth money. After the police carefully collected the items, they took Aaliyah away. The number of viewers reached a new high as they watched the police lead away the suspect intently. Quite thrilling indeed. Seeing the numbers in the upper right corner of the live stream, the director sighed with regret but shut off all cameras. Netizens were dumbfounded. What are you doing? It was getting exciting, why did you suddenly turn it off? I want to know if Kelly's items were really that valuable. I studied appraisals a bit. From the live stream's camera view, that necklace she claimed was auctioned seems genuine, the color and appearance are top-notch. Will Aaliyah be in deep trouble then? Maybe it's good for her to spend some time in jail. After she gets out, those sugar daddies might want her dead. Ha ha ha, Aaliyah got what she deserved. For the guests, the director announced the shoot was over. Galen Na and others returned to their rooms to pack up and prepare to leave. They went through too much during this episode, leaving their minds overwhelmed, desperately needing rest. Though it was only 2 days, it felt like 2 months to them. Kelly had nothing to pack. She collected her phone and called Edison, preparing to wait for his car to pick her up. Someone knocked on the door. Turning around, she saw Hoover standing there, his face slightly flushed. Sister Brooke, would you like to leave with me? My car has extra seats, I can give you a ride. Then, seemingly remembering something, he added, of course, I have no other intentions. Please don't misunderstand. My admiration for you is purely professional. Right, I made a mistake earlier. Actually, I'm not your fan now. Even when I was, it was always career-related, never career-friend level. The assistant behind the door covered his face, wanting to escape. Hoover's explanation was like denying the obvious. He always thought his artist was smart, but now he chuckled. I've already notified my agent, he's on his way, Kelly replied. As for Hoover's rambling, she didn't ponder deeply, finding it irrelevant. Alright, I'll leave first then. Hoover lowered his head, sounding disappointed, but Kelly didn't notice his mood, simply nodding. The assistant frowned, thinking to himself, are you really a career fan? You don't look like one. Huh, mind your own business, Hoover sneered. The assistant rubbed his nose, silently criticizing in his heart. People like his brother, who dared not speak the truth, were typical passionate male second leads from dramas and novels. If you like someone, you must boldly pursue. A man shouldn't be a coward. A video call popped up. It was from Aaliyah. Kelly answered. Tamara watched the live stream. How dare that Aaliyah bully you? Tamara will definitely get justice for you. Humph, based on the price of those items, she'll be in jail for 5 to 10 years. We won't accept any reconciliation. Look at you, you haven't used any skincare products, and your face has become even, whiter, and so smooth. Aaliyah exclaimed in surprise. She looked deeply at Kelly, unable to figure out what had happened. Tamara, the scenery here is quite pleasant, the water is soft, it's normal to get whiter living here, Kelly explained. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and a faint smile appeared on her face. The filming location for Tranquil Waters and Bridge, a village, was in a small town in Jiangnan, with mountains, rivers, and bridges, offering beautiful scenery. This place wasn't overly developed, making it perfect for recuperating and relaxing. Most importantly, it was rich in chi energy. So good, I should go there for a few days too, Aaliyah said. Farrell suddenly leaned into the camera. Tyra, do you think we could open a tourist area there? It can be done, but remember not to commercialize it. It must maintain its natural original charm, Kelly replied earnestly. Farrell nodded, already plotting in his mind. Edison's message popped up, and Kelly said, Tamara, my agent is here to pick me up, gotta go. Be safe on the way. Tamara will have the chef prepare some delicious dishes for you tonight, Aaliyah hurriedly replied. Kelly nodded, her smile widening, okay. After hanging up, Aaliyah smiled gently at Farrell. Our Tyra's food-loving nature is just like yours. Heh, this is father and daughter bonding, couldn't be better, Farrell laughed heartily, feeling cheerful. Nyla and Todd were at the hospital, Gregor had surgery tonight, and Adonis was still on a business trip out of town. Tonight, only they would accompany Tyra, and they could talk more with her, which made Farrell very satisfied and happy. Look at you, deal with that Aaliyah properly. Don't let her off easily, Alea said. Farrell nodded, rest assured, no one who dares to bully our precious daughters will get away easily. The Flynn family still held a prominent position in high society. Chapter 184, Tyra, what about you? Fitzroy arrived, and Kelly put the phone charger in her pocket and went out to find him. The car was parked not far from the cabin. Kelly had just opened the door when she was startled by who was sitting in the car. Fitzroy chuckled, Hassan insisted on picking you up. No matter how much we tried to talk him out of it. The doctors were worried sick, afraid something might happen to him on the way, but he still insisted. TSK. At least I have a mouth, Hassan said coldly. Fitzroy raised an eyebrow and smiled indifferently. Who else but a friend would speak up for him if he didn't have a voice? Kelly got in the car and slammed the door shut. There was anger in her eyes as she looked at Hassan. I wouldn't have gotten into any trouble on my way here. Why did you rush to pick me up, she said firmly. Anyone could tell that Kelly was upset. She was mostly angry with Hassan for insisting on coming despite being wrapped in bandages all over except his face. He averted his gaze, his voice tinged with sadness. I'm sorry. I just wanted to see you. Seeing Hassan act so shy, Fitzroy casually mentioned while starting the car, Tyra, lately there have been a lot of posts online pairing you up. The fans are all competing to make their brother the main character. When I saw the trending topic, Hassan was extremely anxious. In modern times, polygamy is no longer promoted, Kelly said frowning. For a long time, women's status was high, then came patriarchal society. Modern society has finally abandoned such outdated customs, they shouldn't be revived. It's just netizens joking around, Fitzroy laughed. A mischievous light shone in his eyes as he asked, Tyra, if you had to choose between Hassan, Hurley, and Hoover, which one would you pick? When he finished speaking, Hassan showed no visible reaction but his breathing became heavier. Kelly frowned, she wasn't sure what connection these people had, but if she had to choose. Hassan, she answered without hesitation. Fitzroy glanced at the two in the back seat through the rearview mirror, a smile playing on his lips as he focused on driving. As a friend, he had done all he could. Whether Hassan could seize this opportunity now depended on himself. Why did you choose me, Tyra? Hassan asked softly. His voice was hoarse and deep yet very pleasing to the ear, as if bewitched. For some reason, Kelly felt her face flushing. Realizing they might have something private to discuss, Fitzroy immediately lowered the privacy screen and turned on the music, signaling that he wouldn't overhear anything he shouldn't. Hassan glanced at the screen, surprised by how reliable Fitzroy was this time. Unbeknownst to them, Fitzroy had just finished reading a CEO romance novel yesterday and learned about the usefulness of the privacy screen. Looking at the puzzled Kelly, Hassan's voice became more intense. Tyra, huh? Maybe it's because we're closer. Or, because you saved me during the accident. As Kelly spoke, she felt inexplicably nervous. Indeed, why did she choose Hassan when faced with a choice? At that moment, Kelly was questioning her heart. Is there no other reason you chose me, Tyra? Hassan asked, sounding slightly disappointed. Other reasons. Kelly took a deep breath, recalling past events. Watching her earnestly think, Hassan felt a wave of surprise and knew she wasn't indifferent to him. Encouraged, he pressed further, Tyra, I like you. Not the way a friend likes another, but truly like you. At that moment, it felt like fireworks were blooming in Kelly's mind. Her lips parted slightly, looking lost as she pondered the meaning of like. Did she like him? Past events couldn't lie, and neither could the joy in her heart at this moment. Kelly nodded vigorously, I like you too. Hassan smiled broadly, can I kiss you? Kelly nodded, moving closer to place a light kiss on his lips. From now on, you belong to me. This is a mark, she declared. While kissing him, Kelly bestowed him with a thread of divine power. If he were ever in danger, she would know instantly and rush to his side. All right, I belong to Tyra, forever, Hassan whispered softly. His gentle eyes gazed at her, seemingly unable to look away, filled with overwhelming love. Before, Hassan hadn't dared to express himself so openly, but now he felt confident. He was sure Kelly wouldn't have any other man, only him. No one else could even dream of it. Tyra, can we go public? Hassan asked again. Kelly frowned, not now. Upon hearing this, Hassan's expression turned pitiful, why not? I haven't found the person who altered your destiny yet. The danger still exists, Kelly explained. Most importantly, if that person knew she and Hassan were together, what if he decided to completely replace the rest of Hassan's life essence in one go? The enemy was in the dark while they were in the open, hence, they had to be extremely careful. All right, I'll listen to you. Hassan drooped his head like a wronged puppy, sighing deeply. Kelly inevitably softened, reaching out to caress his cheek gently. She spoke seriously, I don't pretend when it comes to relationships. If I'm with you, I won't look at anyone else. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Hassan smiled and nodded, okay, I believe Tyra. If Fitzroy could see this scene now, he would probably be astonished. Why had the man and woman switched roles? Tyra, why don't you come home with me today? I'll have our chef prepare some delicious food for you, Hassan suggested. He knew Kelly was always powerless against good food. But this time she shook her head. I need to go home. My mom called earlier, probably already having the chef prepare something. Hearing this, Hassan sighed, his familiar aggrieved look returning. But I don't want to be apart from Tyra. We haven't seen each other for so long, don't you miss me? Kelly pursed her lips, too embarrassed to admit that recent events had been too overwhelming for her to think about him much. How about you come home with me for dinner, she offered. She couldn't eat at his place, but she could treat him. Okay, Hassan agreed. Though pretending was somewhat shameful, it worked wonders on Kelly. During their time together, Hassan had learned exactly how to handle her. The car stopped in front of the Flynn family villa. Seeing Hassan getting ready to get out with them, Fitzroy's jaw dropped in surprise. No way, you two moved this fast, meeting the parents already? Was he going to have to chip in soon? It's just for dinner, Hassan explained. The smile at the corner of his mouth told Fitzroy he was in an exceptionally good mood. Fitzroy's eyes darted between them, wondering if things had really happened just now. Just as he thought that, Hassan took Kelly's hand, intertwining their fingers tightly. You better give me a matchmaker's gift when you two get married, Fitzroy teased with a grin. Chapter 185, Farrell's Dislike. They had just gotten together when talk of marriage came up. Anyone else would have blushed, but Hassan was different. He nodded freely, okay. It was Kelly who blushed, feeling inexplicably parched and her ears burning. A strange yet not unpleasant emotion surfaced in her heart. She named this feeling love. Her heart told her that she truly loved Hassan. What did it matter if he were divine or mortal? She would accompany him through this life. Edison waved to them and then got into the car to leave. Come on, let's go inside, Kelly said to Hassan. As she finished speaking, she felt his hand gripping hers more tightly. Tyra, I'm nervous, Hassan said. Why? Kelly didn't understand. This wasn't his first time visiting the Flynn family. The Hope and Flynn families were close, always gathering for meals during New Year's. As if sensing what Kelly was thinking, Hassan smiled warmly. Tyra, this is the first time I'm coming as your fiancé. Kelly raised an eyebrow, so you don't want to go? At this, Hassan immediately shook his head. Go, of course we should go. Seeing his indecision, Kelly felt helpless. Human emotions were unpredictable, and she needed some time to get used to it. Thus, hand in hand, they rang the villa's doorbell. No sooner had they pressed the button than the door opened from within, revealing Farrell with a smiling face. Tyra, you're back so soon. I thought you'd be back a bit later. The nanny maid. Farrell's words stopped abruptly when he saw their intertwined hands. What's going on? He asked coldly, anger surging around him. Having spent half his life commanding respect in the business world, Farrell exuded an imposing presence. Uncle Flynn, hello. I'm Tyra's career-friend, Hassan introduced himself with a smile, his eyes filled with affection and joy. In stark contrast, Farrell remained stern. He took a deep breath and coldly examined their joined hands, becoming increasingly displeased until he separated them himself. Tyra, we'll be eating soon. You can't have too many germs on your hands, Farrell explained. Hassan lowered his gaze and sighed. Tyra, does Uncle not like me? Should I just go home? While speaking, he cleared his throat and slightly pulled down his collar, revealing the bandages wrapped around his body. At that moment, Hassan looked both delicate and handsome. Kelly swallowed hard, her heart full of sympathy. That won't do. Don't make things difficult. Let's eat here, she firmly decided. Farrell clenched his teeth in frustration. He couldn't believe he was encountering a gold digger at his age. That damned Hope Corey. How he wished he could wring his neck and play with his head like a soccer ball. How can you stand at the door for so long without coming in? Alea's voice interrupted. Farrell's expression instantly stiffened further, knowing now he couldn't chase them away. Sure enough, upon seeing Hassan, Alea's eyes lit up. Oh, gallant Hope, how are you? Are you feeling better? Sorry, Aunt, I came unprepared and brought no gifts. I'll bring some next time, Hassan smiled. Don't mention it. Our families are so close, why would we need gifts? Have you been distancing yourself from me? Alea asked, feigning a serious expression. Hassan shook his head with a smile. Aunt, it's different this time. Before, I came as a junior, but now I'm Tyra's career-friend. The word career-friend made Farrell grit his teeth, while Alea's smile grew wider. Well, you certainly need to make it up to us. Come inside and let's eat, we can chat while we dine, she urged eagerly. Thus, under Farrell's pained expression, Hassan successfully entered the house. If looks could kill, he would have died countless times over by now. That damned Hope Corey, finding his daughter after all these years and barely spending a few days alone with her before being taken away by this guy. How unfair. Despite his reluctance, Farrell followed them to the dining room and sat down. Gallant Hope, how is your health now? Have you recovered fully? Alea asked, placing a piece of pork rib on Hassan's plate. Hassan nodded slightly. Thank you for your concern. I'm almost completely recovered. Alea smiled contentedly at him, growing more satisfied. She had watched this child grow up under her watchful eye. His character was beyond reproach, and he was handsome and healthy, a perfect match for their Tyra. Moreover, it was destiny for the two children to fall in love. At the table, Farrell sat there sullenly, silent, thinking someone would notice his mood. But Alea and Kelly were busy caring for the Hope Corey. He, as a member of the Flynn family, had no say whatsoever. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if the Hope Corey became their son-in-law. After dinner, Isabeline insisted that Hassan stay overnight, but Allah refused in a stern and harsh tone. In the end, they had to call a Dayton to take him away. For this reason, Isabeline was unhappy for a while. After taking a shower, Isabeline sat in front of her dressing mirror, applying expensive cosmetics on her face. She glanced at Allah sitting on the bed through the mirror and pursed her lips. Why did you make Xiao Hope leave? He is still injured. What if something happens to the car at night? Do you not trust our Dayton after all these years? Allah asked irritably. It's not about trust. Xiao Hope and Tyra are together now. You need to give the two kids some space, Isabeline said. At this, Allah felt infuriated. He directly lay down and covered his head with the blanket, refusing to communicate. Isabeline rolled her eyes. I'll sleep with Tyra tonight. Saying that, she got up and left swiftly, leaving Allah there at a loss. What did this mean? He was just expressing his dislike for that Corey from the Hope family, and now even his wife was leaving him. Allah felt more aggrieved and disliked Hassan even more. Not only did he snatch his daughter, but he was also trying to snatch his wife. This was unforgivable. Night fell. Gregor came home tiredly. He didn't turn on the living room light but went upstairs straight to his room. Seeing Kelly's slippers outside her door, he smiled faintly. Tomorrow, he could see Tyra again. How wonderful. Suddenly, the hallway lights flickered, making Gregor's heart jump. A foreboding sense arose. The lights flickered again, and a sinister female voice echoed. Gregor, did you miss me during my absence? That bitch Kelly was too cruel. But don't worry, my powers are stronger now, and she can't beat me. From now on, we can live happily together, you are finally mine. A cold hand touched his face from behind, causing Gregor's body to shiver in fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't dare to look back because he knew who the ghost behind him was, Esme. He thought she had disappeared, but unexpectedly, she was still here. Gregor wanted to scream but found his mouth sealed as if by tape, unable to open. Chapter 186, Her Face? Despair completely permeated his heart. Gregor felt that today he was going to die here. Rather than being defiled by Esme, he would rather commit suicide. With this thought, Gregor bit his tongue, preparing to bite down hard, but then he saw the female ghost floating in front of him. She seemed to have changed her face again, beautiful and graceful, one that he knew very well. In that moment, Gregor's eyes were filled with surprise, followed by shock and anger. A surge of unexplainable fire rose within him, making him no longer afraid of Esme. Instead, he questioned her fiercely. What's going on with this face? What did you do to her? Esme froze for a moment, then revealed a crazed look of jealousy on that familiar face, her voice becoming increasingly sharp. You really like her. Why does this bitch deserve your love? Ha ha ha, Gregor, because you like her, I peeled her face off alive. Esme stroked the face that didn't belong to her, her eyes filled with obsession. This face is indeed beautiful, I love it very much. From now on, I will be her. Will you be willing to be with me? She murmured. After speaking, Esme gradually smiled, then burst into a shrill and piercing laughter. It was clear that she was satisfied with her actions. Gregor stood still, hate filling his eyes. It's impossible. She called me yesterday. There's no way she's dead. You're lying to me. All of this is fake. He muttered. Esme tooted, revealing a mocking sneer on that face. Of course she didn't die yesterday. I just peeled her face off. There will be news of a headless female corpse tomorrow. They'll never find her. I hid her head somewhere. Gregor, she was very happy when she found out you liked her before she died, but what a pity. As Esme spoke, Gregor was almost driven to the brink of madness. He grabbed his hair wildly, roaring aloud. But no matter how loud the sound was, none of the Flynn family heard it. The surroundings were deathly quiet. If you like this face, then I took it for myself, so you must like me now, Esme said with a laugh. She herself had an ordinary appearance, and that was why she believed Gregor didn't like her due to her looks, hence her obsession with appearances. No, you're not her. You may have the same face, but our hearts are vastly different. I will never like you. Not even if I die, Gregor declared heavily. He wasn't afraid of angering Esme anymore. Perhaps, he didn't want to live anymore. At this moment, knowing that someone had been brutally killed because of him, how could he continue living? Esme suddenly widened her eyes, screaming in rage. Ah. Bitches. You're all bitches. Why don't you like me? I did so much for you, even became a ghost for you. Gregor, since you don't like me, don't blame me for being merciless. With that, Esme curled her fingers into claws, grabbing at his chest with all her might, intending to kill him in one strike. But as her hand neared his chest, it was suddenly repelled by a sudden burst of golden light. The pure and warm divine power was terrifying to the vengeful ghost, much like sunlight. Esme screamed, clutching her claws in pain, while Gregor, who was prepared to die, looked shocked. Suddenly, Kelly's door opened. She wore the dolly sheep onesie prepared by Flynn's mother, but her expression was icy and filled with killing intent. Foolishness, you actually killed so many people. Kelly scolded sternly. Esme continued to kneel on the ground, wailing in pain from such pure divine power which absolutely suppressed ghosts. No matter how much a ghost practiced, they couldn't compare to the slightest touch of a deity. Today's Kelly was not the same as before. She could make Esme vanish into thin air if she wanted to. This was also why she had dealt with Aaliyah first. During those 2 days on the variety show, she gained much faith power. Slightly recovering, Esme shed 2 streams of blood tears, unable to bear the pain. I'm already so powerful, yet it's still not enough. Why does everyone bully me? I hate it, I truly hate it. Hate. Kelly interrupted her abruptly. The reason your life is miserable is entirely due to your own actions, she said coldly. With A. But you still couldn't be satisfied. Under the of someone with ill intentions, you took inappropriate photos and successfully borrowed money through campus loans. As Kelly spoke these words, Esme's body was enveloped in an exponentially increasing aura of darkness. However, she didn't seem to care about this at all and continued speaking. You used the loan to buy designer bags, outshining the rich kids in your class and becoming the admired rich lady. Yet, you couldn't repay the campus loans, which rolled over into a massive sum of 900,000 yuan. You had no choice but to ask your parents for help. Their assets were already depleted. How could they possibly come up with that much money? You came up with a despicable idea, having them fake accidents on the road. And you succeeded. The death of your parents finally earned you 1 million yuan. After paying off the loans, your grandparents considered you a disaster, and you had to live in fear and silence. Is that right? Kelly's words ruthlessly tore away Esme's pretense. She shook her head in agony. No, it wasn't like that. It's their fault for being incapable. Why did they have a child if they weren't rich? They made me live such a hard life. It's not my fault. Even now, Esme blamed everyone else for her problems. People like her naturally wouldn't have a good life. Esme, who guided you to suicide and refined you into a malevolent spirit? Kelly asked coldly. Her voice lost its divine power, making Esme less afraid than before. You want to know? She asked fiercely. Kelly remained silent and Esme continued on her own. If you want to know, sacrifice Gregor to me, and I'll tell you everything you want to hear. You guessed right, the person who created me is indeed associated with Hassan. You've ruined his plans one after another, and he is furious. Kelly, that 1,000-year-old female corpse at Lei Galing Temple was his prized possession, carefully cultivated. You easily destroyed it. He is very angry, and you're in big trouble. To prove how powerful the person behind her was, Esme revealed much information. What she didn't know was that this was exactly what Kelly wanted to know. Previously, Kelly only had suspicions, but now they were confirmed. Kelly curled her lips into a cold smile. Sorry, you've already told me everything I wanted to know. Chapter 187, No Spirit Body? In Esme's shocked gaze, Kelly snapped her fingers, and her body gradually dissipated in the air, turning into ashes. This was what people often referred to as vanishing into thin air. She deserved this outcome. The surrounding restrictions were lifted, and Gregor regained control over his body. He sat on the ground with a thud, his face full of pain. Tyra, did she really die? He asked, his voice trembling. Kelly looked at him, thinking about how to respond. People often use kind lies to comfort others, but facts were facts. A trace of sorrow appeared on her cold little face, and she nodded. Yes, she's dead. Gods cannot foresee the fate of those they have not encountered. All rules in the world are determined by the will of heaven. Therefore, Kelly couldn't save Moxie Gregor cared about. It's all my fault. It was me who killed her. Tyra, should I die too and apologize to her in the afterlife? Gregor wept helplessly, not knowing what to do. She was so afraid of pain, so prone to tears. How much agony must she have suffered when her cheeks were stripped off? Kelly placed her hand on Gregor's shoulder, trying to give him some strength. The one truly deserving death is the person behind this, not you, not me, she said seriously. As she spoke, a strand of divine power entered Gregor's body, alleviating his pent-up anguish. But she's dead, what can I do? He muttered in pain, as if asking Kelly, or himself. Find the person behind this, and avenge her, Kelly said. Gregor nodded painfully in agreement. Esme just said that her body was dismembered. Can you find her head? Kelly nodded. Leave this to me. Back in the room, she lay down beside Tinsley, staring at the ceiling but unable to sleep. The woman killed by Esme was Zelda, a somewhat popular traditional Chinese cultural influencer and classmate of Gregor during his university days. She was very beautiful and gentle. Although neither had confessed to the other, there was an unspoken affection between them. Prior to this, Kelly had divined for Gregor but hadn't predicted anything about her. She made a lotus gesture with her fingers and tried to divine again. Beyond Zelda's known identity and appearance, nothing else could be discerned. This was abnormal, very abnormal. Everything would need to be confirmed after seeing the body. Kelly took a deep breath, unable to sleep, waiting for dawn. The next day, as dawn was breaking, a phone call came in. Tinsley was startled awake. Kelly gave her an apologetic look and got up to answer the phone. Kelly, I saw your WeChat message. I've just sent people to investigate, and there indeed is a decapitated female corpse at the location you mentioned. Cliff's voice came through, sounding serious. I'll go there now. Don't touch anything at the scene, Kelly said. Cliff responded affirmatively and hung up. Tyra, where are you going? Tinsley yawned, asking in confusion. You'll know when you ask Gregor later. I need to leave now, Kelly replied. Seeing her urgency, Tinsley became even more puzzled but nodded without saying more. Kelly hailed a taxi and hurriedly headed to the Baihua residential complex. Just arriving at the building, she noticed it was cordoned off with police tape, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. People in the lobby were clearly upset. I still have to go to work. What does a dead person have to do with me? I didn't kill anyone. If I skip work, I'll lose wages, and I might even lose my job. Who will support my family if I lose my job? What's wrong with these police officers? They're just bullying us ordinary citizens. My son has an exam today. Can you let him through? He's so young, he definitely didn't kill anyone. Amidst the noisy complaints, the policeman holding the tape looked utterly miserable. They wanted to escape but dared not. Just let them go, this has nothing to do with them, Kelly said. At this, everyone turned to look at her. The residents felt grateful, but the policemen were troubled. Miss Sue, Cliff instructed us to detain everyone first. Have you communicated with him about releasing them? One policeman asked. Kelly shook her head, pulled out her phone, called Cliff, and after speaking a few words, handed the phone to the policeman. Let them through, the policeman immediately ordered. The tape was removed, and the crowd in the lobby rushed out. Thank you, young lady. You're a great person. I need to get to work quickly. You're pretty, and also kind. Why do you seem familiar, like I've seen you somewhere before? Kelly ignored their comments and went upstairs expressionlessly. Zelda lived on the 3rd floor. She was very filial and lived with her parents. Upon entering the floor, she heard the heart-wrenching cries of 2 elderly people. How could anything happen to my daughter? She's always been so popular, never had any enemies, and she was home all day yesterday. Nobody came into our house yesterday, and the windows were tightly closed. My poor daughter, even her head is gone. Who could have done this? I will fight whoever did this to the death. Kelly also felt a surge of sadness. If only she could have predicted Zelda's fate, perhaps she could have saved her life. But, life is unpredictable. Taking a deep breath, Kelly entered the room. The first thing that caught her eye was the elderly couple sitting on the sofa, holding each other and sobbing, as well as Cliff, who looked grim. Kelly, you're finally here, he said with relief. Cliff walked up to her and lowered his voice. Is there something wrong in this room? Seeing the swirling black mist in the air, Kelly nodded and then waved her hand. Cliff couldn't see the black mist but could feel the oppressive atmosphere in the room vanish instantly. Please help us figure out what happened. Can you find her head? He asked. Kelly and Cliff entered Zelda's room. A large pool of blood greeted their eyes, with a pale foot sticking out, resembling a scene straight out of a horror movie. If you're scared, you can go outside first, Cliff said. Kelly nodded and walked to the bed, pulling back the blanket. Her pupils constricted sharply, and then she quickly covered the blanket again. Cliff watched in amazement. Even experienced veteran officers would be afraid or might even vomit at such a sight, but Kelly remained expressionless, calm, and composed, clearly a good material for being a police officer. Alas, it's a pity she became a celebrity instead. It's truly a waste. The wound has an aura of malevolence covering it, which isn't something humans can do. But there's not even a trace of spirit left in her body. Strange, Kelly remarked. After someone dies, the spirit slowly leaves the body, a very gradual process. Logically, Zelda hadn't been dead long enough for her spirit to dissipate so quickly. Kelly tried to calculate using her fingers but found that Zelda's past was obscured as if by a fog, making it impossible to glimpse. This feeling was very similar to Hassan. Cliff was getting a headache, worrying about dealing with the repercussions from evil spirits again and how much effort it would take to suppress the news. Chapter 188, Where are the Ghosts? Dispersed. Watching Kelly in deep thought, Cliff patted his forehead and said, Right, I'll make a call to the Hopian department first, and have them send someone over. After speaking, he hastily added, Don't get the wrong idea. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that you aren't officially on our roster, which makes it difficult to explain to the higher-ups. Understanding the interpersonal dynamics, Kelly nodded in agreement. She knew her own capabilities well and wasn't bothered by such formalities. After making the call, they waited for the Hopian department personnel to arrive. Kelly and Cliff went into the living room where the elderly couple was still sobbing painfully. The loss of their daughter was too much of a blow to them. Did Zelda come into contact with any strangers or newly acquainted people before she died? Kelly asked the couple. Although Esme confessed to the murder, Kelly felt something was off. Zhao didn't seem capable enough. Thus, there must have been someone else involved, lurking in the shadows. Immersed in their grief, the couple ignored Kelly's question. Let them grieve for a bit more, we don't need to rush, Cliff whispered gently. But Kelly shook her head and spoke again, infusing her voice with a thread of divine power. Uncle, Aunt, now is the time to cooperate. The criminal might not have run far yet. We still have a chance to catch him. I know you're grieving, but crying won't solve anything. We should focus on seeking justice for Zelda, she said. If anyone else had spoken those words, it would sound like armchair advice, but Kelly was different. Her divine power was soothing and calming, easing sorrow and pain. Galen Lee mostly chatted with netizens online. She was quite a homebody and rarely went out. Recently, I haven't seen her interact with friends, Dustin spoke up first. Yes, but Galen Lee did have a crush on a Corey named Gregor. They occasionally kept in touch, Leora added, wiping her tears. Kelly hummed, stroking her chin thoughtfully, eyebrows knitted in worry. A homebody who only maintained close contact with Gregor, something didn't add up. That person behind the scenes was human, not a ghost, unable to hide his presence or pass through walls, so if he acted, he would leave traces. Do you want us to bring in this Gregor for questioning? Cliff tentatively asked. Kelly pressed her lips together and replied, he's my brother. Cliff froze, eyes wide in shock. You mean that renowned doctor, the second son of the Flynn family, is your brother? This revelation caught the attention of Mr. and Leora as well. That's right. Is there a problem? Kelly answered calmly. No problem, absolutely no problem, Cliff chuckled awkwardly. He couldn't have imagined Kelly's background was so impressive. Compared to her, he felt like a junior. At this moment, Cliff was even more worried about his son, Hurley, who clearly didn't match up to Kelly in terms of family background, character, intelligence, or ability. It looked like the marriage plan was off. While Cliff was lost in his thoughts, footsteps approached from the doorway. His face lit up as he saw the newcomer and exclaimed happily, Old Galanu, this time the top brass has finally sent me a reliable team. Old Galanu, a name Kelly recalled Cliff mentioning earlier as someone he planned to introduce her to. Entering the room was a 5-person squad, 1 woman and 4 men, all carrying some level of virtue, indicating they were blessed individuals. Moreover, the aura around them was exceptionally pure, a quality Kelly appreciated. While observing Truman, he was also discreetly sizing her up. When their eyes met, Kelly greeted him gracefully with a nod, leaving Truman slightly surprised. Oh yes, Cliff clapped his thigh as if remembering something. This is the Kelly I mentioned to you. Remember? He asked with a smile. Yes, I watched Miss Sue's live stream. Impressive work, though we never got connected, Truman replied with a smile. Though he appeared stern, he actually came across as quite affable. Kelly truly possesses genuine skills. Since you're handling this, I'll step outside for a smoke, Cliff said, leaving the room. After he left, an awkward silence fell. Truman walked to the bed and lifted the blanket, momentarily tightening his gaze at the sight of the headless female corpse, even with his extensive experience. His teammates wore varied expressions, clearly trying to suppress nausea. Only Kelly remained expressionless. Having witnessed countless forms of death over her years as a deity, she had developed a steel-hard heart. Covering the body once more, Truman took a deep breath. Noticing Kelly's composed demeanor, he asked curiously, Miss Sue, Cliff mentioned over the phone that you confirmed this incident involved supernatural beings. Could you tell me what led you to that conclusion? His tone was gentle, a stark contrast to the arrogance of the previous team, easily putting others at ease. Kelly nodded, certainly. With a slight flick of her finger in the air, a few of the young squad members let out exclamations of surprise. Because right before their eyes, a thick layer of black mist covered Zelda's bed, and everywhere they could see was filled with sinister energy, extremely terrifying. Kelly lifted the blanket, revealing the broken neck area emitting spreading malevolent energy, which was quite alarming. I've never seen so much sinister energy. Milagros wearing headphones murmured, her eyes full of fear and dread. Kelly covered the body again and snapped her fingers, causing the sinister energy to dissipate from everyone's sight. This time, it was completely eliminated. Feeling the surrounding temperature gradually warming up, Truman and his team members had complicated and shocked expressions on their faces. The sinister energy that they would need to spend great effort chanting scriptures or burning paper money to send away, she had dispelled with just a snap of her fingers. Such power, truly terrifying. This is my evidence, Kelly said calmly. With thoughtful gazes from Truman and his team, she continued, moreover, I know which ghost did this. It's just that the details aren't clear yet, and I suspect there might be human involvement. At that moment, Kelly suddenly regretted acting too quickly. If she had known Esme could still be useful, she wouldn't have let her disintegrate directly. Keeping her around for a while longer would have been better. So where is the ghost? Truman asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming. A guilty look flashed across Kelly's face, ahem, scattered it directly. Upon hearing this, the room was filled with sharp intakes of breath. Truman and his team were dumbfounded. That dense and even tangible sinister energy, Kelly just killed it? Was her strength really that terrifying? But, if the ghost was killed, how would they proceed with the case? Truman sighed, suddenly unsure what to do next. Gallant Cliff, he chose to believe Kelly. Primarily because of her formidable power, if she wanted to kill someone, she could probably just snap her fingers. There was no need to dance around them. Additionally, Truman and Cliff had discussed Kelly privately and knew about her character. Let's find the head first, Truman said helplessly. Kelly touched her nose, I'll try my best. She felt very guilty now. The admiration in the eyes of Truman's team members made her uncomfortable. If not for their leader being present, they would have knelt down to ask for her tutelage immediately. Chapter 189, The Courier. With nothing found on Zelda's body, they could only turn their attention to her parents. Walking out of the room and back into the living room, the elderly couple's mood had eased considerably due to the divine power that appeared earlier. Truman and the others all looked at Kelly curiously, wondering what other shocking abilities she might still have up her sleeve. This woman was formidable beyond compare. Uncle, Chelsea, to ensure accuracy, I will unravel your memories. Is that okay? Kelly asked. Mr. and Leora exchanged glances. They knew this was for their daughter. Despite being scared of what would happen next, they nodded firmly. All right. Kelly had the elderly couple sit across from her and then took a stool herself, settling down casually. Truman and his team formed a circle around the three, observing them closely. The pressure on Mr. and Leora intensified, but Kelly wasn't bothered by the scrutiny, given her acting experience. She extended 2 fingers to her lips and began murmuring with her red lips moving incessantly, a faint yellow glow enveloping her body. Those around seemed bathed in sacred light, their hearts feeling relaxed and gentle. Meanwhile, Kelly started extracting Mr. and Leora's memories of their daughter. Zelda was indeed filial and seldom socialized with others except for Gregor, as they had mentioned. She had been busy streaming lately, leaving her little time to interact with outsiders. Wait, Kelly felt a jolt. She locked onto a memory of a courier from Mr. and Leora's minds. As a makeup influencer, Zelda often received deliveries, sometimes requiring couriers to bring larger items into the house. Such a situation occurred yesterday afternoon. Other than Mr. and Leora, the courier was the only person Zelda had contact with, making him a prime suspect. After withdrawing from their minds, Kelly immediately said, let's find the courier. It has to be quick. If he were involved, he might try to escape if given time. His employee ID is 36981. Kelly added. Without hesitation, Truman notified Draper, instructing him to dispatch officers to apprehend the man. His team gaped in shock. Truman, known for his caution, usually triple-checked before arresting anyone. However, this time, he didn't ask any questions, which was quite strange. The courier isn't suspicious. He left after delivering the package, and my daughter was fine, Leora remarked. This case is special. Everyone who had contact with your daughter could potentially be a suspect, Truman explained. Though Mr. and Leora didn't fully understand, they nodded, tears brimming in their red-rimmed eyes as they looked towards Zelda's room. Why did my sweet, filial, and intelligent daughter have to suffer like this? Does heaven really have it out for us? After we finally raised our daughter, now we have to bury her. How are we supposed to live on? The mournful words of Mr. and Leora moved everyone present to the brink of tears. When something happens to a child, the pain hits the parents the hardest. Excessive grief isn't good for the fetus, Kelly suddenly interjected. Her words cut through the heavy atmosphere, causing everyone to stare at her in disbelief. Mr. and Leora blushed deeply. What fetus? I've already been sterilized, Dustin retorted. Kelly focused on Leora's abdomen. Through her perception, she saw a baby, approximately 2 months along, though its gender couldn't yet be determined. It was very active. There is a chance you can still conceive. You should get a checkup. It's roughly 2 months old, she stated seriously. Kelly's expression was sincere, leaving no room for jest, leaving Mr. and Leora speechless, even forgetting their sorrow for a moment. Losing one daughter, could there really be another life growing inside? Leora touched her belly, finding it strange yet sensing a bond similar to when she carried Zelda. Could there truly be a new life here? If it's real, let's give birth to this child, Dustin decided, his sadness visibly fading. It's real, Kelly confirmed earnestly. Leora covered her stomach and stood up from the sofa. No, I need to check. Dustin nodded, gently helping her up as if handling something precious. They seemed to have momentarily forgotten about their heartbroken elder daughter. Zelda's body still lay cold on the bed, headless. In reality, it wasn't that they didn't love Zelda, but their immense love forced them to focus on the uncertain pregnancy to cope. Human emotions were complex, something Kelly had yet to fully comprehend, realizing how much more there was to learn. She sighed deeply and turned to see everyone looking at her. Subconsciously touching her cheek, Kelly blinked, puzzled. Why are you all looking at me? Is there something on my body? Hearing this, the group tacitly shook their heads. Even Truman, who was always steady and stern, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. Kelly, where did you learn your skills? You're so powerful at such a young age, simply outclassing us old hands, Truman marveled. Having spoken, the team members quickly followed suit. Even being able to tell what's in a pregnant woman's belly, that's truly amazing. Why don't I have this ability? I have to say, I'd love to have this skill too. Then I could go to the gynecology department at the hospital and check on them every day. Wouldn't I be hailed as a medical saint then? Gallensteining to these playful words without a trace of malice, Kelly smiled gently with her lips pursed. Taught by the dear spirit mountain deity. But these abilities depend on fate and chance. If you genuinely offer your worship, you might also receive some secret methods, she said. Indeed, she was trying to attract more worshippers. But what she said wasn't wrong, her abilities were indeed learned from herself. Dear Spirit Mountain Deity, you seem to often appear in your live stream. So she's your master. No wonder you mention her repeatedly. Can we just set up an altar at home? Can we worship Dear Spirit Mountain Deity alongside other ancestral masters? Typically, once you worshipped one deity, you couldn't worship another. But Kelly was generous. As long as there were worshippers, it didn't matter which deity it was. Yes, you can, she confirmed firmly. Truman and the others pondered over this. I'll make an altar when I get home today. Offer 3 meals a day. Sincerity moves even the hardest stone. The Dear Spirit Mountain Deity will surely see me. With such powerful skills, I must learn. I need to learn. Dear Spirit Mountain Deity, here I come. Seeing the enthusiastic team members, Kelly's eyes twinkled with deeper amusement. Compared to the team of the lollipop girl and the gold-rimmed glasses from last time, she preferred these people before her. If invited by them, she would agree. Just as she thought this, Truman suddenly asked, Kelly, have you considered joining me? Note, doesn't have a direct English equivalent, so it should be kept as is. Chapter 190, Joining the Hopian Department, Team Tien. Surprise flickered in Kelly's eyes as she scrutinized Truman. Can you read minds? If that was true, she would have to be careful with her thoughts. Confused by her words, Truman shook his head, his usually stern face showing a puzzled expression, even appearing a bit simple-minded. Seeing this, Kelly let out a small breath of relief and completely relaxed. She said, I can join the Hopian Department, but on the condition that you respect my terms. First, my time is limited, so don't come to me for ordinary cases. Only consult me when it's an unsolvable major case. Second, considering my identity as an entertainer, joining the Hopian Department must remain confidential. Third, I hope that when I need help in the future, you will assist me as well. Truman nodded without hesitation. Agreed. Kelly was a formidable asset, he naturally couldn't misuse her. Moreover, mutual assistance was only right. I'll formally invite you to join our team and recommend your inclusion to the higher-ups, Truman said earnestly. He then introduced himself and his team members one by one. My name is Galano. I'm the captain of the Hopian Department's Team Tien. You can call me boss or captain. Kelly nodded. Alright, captain. Truman pointed to the only female in the team. Before he could speak, she stepped forward. With bright, round eyes filled with admiration and shyness, she greeted, Hello, Kelly. I'm Audrey, a die-hard fan since your days as a child star. I never imagined I'd get to meet you in person one day. You are truly beautiful, even more so than on TV. Standing here before you, I feel like I can't breathe properly. Audrey sincerely praised. She then took out her phone and opened a super topic, proving she was a high-level fan. Soft Elspeth was a name Kelly recognized from the original host's memories. During the period when the original host was being vilified online, Audrey had posted many comforting and supportive messages, choosing to believe in the original host. At that time, Audrey and other fans who believed in the original host were like a ray of light in her heart. Thank you, Kelly smiled warmly. Audrey immediately covered her face and retreated, letting out a suppressed squeal. She felt like she was going to burst with excitement. So happy, she'd never been happier in her life. Hello, Kelly. I'm Carter. After meeting everyone, Kelly deeply memorized their names, Galana, Audrey, Carter, Lowell, Joe Dunk. Seeing that the team members had acquainted themselves, Truman continued, the Hopian Department has 9 divisions, divided into 2 factions. One faction is composed of Heaven, Earth, Hopian, and Yellow, with Team Tien leading. The other faction consists of Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth, led by Team Jean. 2 factions within the Hopian Department. Kelly asked in confusion. These people weren't very strong, and in her view, unity would be the best choice. Where there are people, there are disputes. The higher-ups enjoy seeing us compete, Truman said with a bitter smile. Those people only cared about interests, competition spurred progress. So, which faction do those people belong to? There's a very strange team with a girl who can control paper dolls and loves lollipops, and a man wearing glasses who seems to be their captain, Kelly mentioned. Before Truman could respond, Audrey answered. I know them, they're Team Earth, the weakest of the 5 elements. They usually resort to underhanded methods and disappear when real work needs to be done. You should stay away from those people. They're not good individuals, bullying the weak just because they're slightly stronger than ordinary people. Every time I see them, I want to fight them. Saying this, Audrey raised her small pink fist, her face filled with righteous indignation. Kelly nodded in agreement. They indeed don't seem like good people. Just then, Truman's phone rang. It was Cliff calling. After hanging up, he said, We've caught him. Team Tien immediately set off for the police station. Upon entering the police station and meeting Cliff, he grumbled with a cold face, Good thing you reported promptly. A few minutes later, and this punk might have escaped. Take me to see the suspect, Kelly requested. She hoped to catch the mastermind behind this all at once, but she also knew that this person wouldn't easily put themselves in danger. The members of Team Tien arrived at the interrogation room. 2 policemen were watching a Merrill dressed in a black top and dark blue pants with cold eyes. Why did you run? Were you feeling guilty for killing Zelda? The policeman questioned coldly. The Merrill shrugged. I've been working outside for a long time. Can't I go home to visit my family? Who did I offend? And you think I killed someone just because I delivered a package? That's ridiculous. I deliver packages every day. Does that mean I kill someone each time? The Merrill was arrogant and refused to cooperate. What do you think? Is he the one? Cliff asked Kelly. She stared intently at the Merrill on the surveillance screen, not missing a single detail of his facial features. The dimness in his filial and familial palaces indicated severed ties with family and friends. Where could any family come from? Furthermore, the ominous aura on him matched that found in Zelda's home. This man was certainly not one to be trifled with. There's definitely something wrong with him, Kelly said heavily. Cliff took a deep breath and picked up the walkie-talkie. Increase the intensity of the interrogation. As he finished speaking, a policeman slammed the table. Watch your attitude. Zelda died under mysterious circumstances, and you are the only outsider to have contact with her besides her parents. You're a major suspect. Fine, I'm a suspect, alright. If you can gather evidence, lock me up. If not, let me go. I'm just a delivery guy, and now you're dragging me into a murder case. You guys are really something, the Merrill commented indifferently again. Kelly watched him and suddenly asked, can I go in? A flicker of hesitation crossed Cliff's face. According to regulations, it wasn't allowed, but since the person asking was her, there might be some leeway. Alright, you can go in, he said. Kelly nodded and followed the policeman towards the interrogation room. The door was open for her, and she walked inside. Oh, so you've brought in a pretty young lady to interrogate me? Trying to make me lose my head over beauty, the Merrill squinted his eyes, practically drooling. Audrey clenched her fists in the monitoring room, wanting to hit someone. Brett. Kelly calmly uttered 3 words. The Merrill's expression shifted from nonchalant to shocked. You know me? Who are you? The cold gaze from Kelly's eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness in his heart. Who I am is not important. What matters is what you did, she said slowly. Brett swallowed hard, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. He realized this woman before him was no ordinary person. Just sitting there with an unchanging expression, she made him feel as if he were facing a natural predator. I didn't do anything, and I have an alibi. This has nothing to do with me, Brett immediately declared. Chapter 191, Brett is dead. It seems you're very confident in the person behind you. How can you be sure that there's no trace of you left at the scene? Kelly said to Brett. Her fingertips, resting on the iron table, tapped lightly, producing faint sounds in the silent interrogation room, making the man opposite feel even more heavy-hearted. Brett swallowed hard, trying to calm his emotions. What he didn't know was that Kelly was guiding the Sha-Chi around him from the shadows, surrounding him. She indeed couldn't explore Brett's past or future, but there were countless ways to make him talk. The temperature in the interrogation room dropped significantly, even a police officer with a righteous aura shivered, looking around confusedly. It had been fine just moments ago, why did the temperature drop so suddenly? Brett shook his head. Impossible, I just delivered a package. Despite his words, his expression was visibly uneasy and doubtful. How is it impossible? Kelly's voice was laced with ridicule, cold and piercing. She hadn't directly told Brett that she had evidence, only hinting ambiguously, which wasn't against the rules. The Sha-Chi influenced his mind, making him start to doubt what he once believed firmly. Someone must take responsibility for Zelda's death. Who do you think it will be? Kelly asked again. This time, Brett finally lost control, roaring in anger. F***CK. He dared to scheme against me. I worked so hard for him, and this is how he repays me? If he doesn't act righteously, don't blame me for not being righteous either. These words proved that he had something to confess. The policeman beside him looked at Kelly in shock, never expecting her to break through the suspect's psychological defenses with just a few sentences. Impressive, she was born to be a cop. He didn't realize that Kelly had a special ability. Zelda's death does have something to do with me, but I'm not entirely responsible. There's also... Brett was about to say more when he suddenly widened his eyes, clutching his neck tightly as if unable to breathe. Kelly realized something was wrong and quickly wove her divine power into a net covering the entire interrogation room. But it was too late. Brett fell to the ground, eyes wide open, lifeless. His gaze was fixed on one direction, as if trying to tell Kelly something. Cliff rushed into the interrogation room, crouching down to check Brett's pulse, shocked. Dead? A living person had seemingly choked themselves to death, a truly unsettling sight. Another policeman in the room was also scared, remembering the sudden coldness earlier. He felt something was different about the interrogation room. However, being a firm materialist, he tightened his clothes without further thought. Kelly withdrew her divine power, her already cold face now frozen like ice. Damn it, how could the person behind this appear so brazenly in front of her without her noticing? Kelly had thought that no matter how much someone practiced, they couldn't walk through walls or become invisible. Now it seemed she had underestimated them. But something still felt off, it shouldn't be like this. Members of the heavenly team rushed into the interrogation room. Audrey grabbed something from the air, opening her hand to reveal gray powder. Daphne, look at this, she said, extending her hand. Kelly glanced down, her pupils contracting sharply as certain clues clicked together in her mind. So that's it, she murmured. Everyone in the interrogation room looked at Kelly, puzzled by her words. She walked up to Brett's body, probing inside with her divine power, confirming her suspicions. His body was just an empty shell, like a doll whose stuffing had been removed. It maintained its human form only because of the presence of chi. Kelly, do you have any leads? Cliff asked softly. Kelly nodded. Do you have a knife? Go get one, Cliff instructed a police officer. Shortly after, a knife was brought in, which Kelly took. Everyone watched her curiously, unsure what she intended to do. Kelly squatted down, swiftly raising the knife and plunging it into Brett's body, shocking everyone. Audrey, fearing the bloody scene, covered her eyes. But nothing horrific happened. When the knife pierced through, no blood came out. Instead, it was as if a balloon had been punctured, and air instantly escaped. They watched in disbelief as he transformed from a human into a mere skin. What's happening? The police officer who brought the knife asked, disbelieving. He rubbed his eyes, but the bizarre scene remained unchanged, leaving him stunned. Kelly frowned, placing the knife on Brett's skin, slightly disgusted. Let's go out first. The foul-smelling gas that had just floated out of his body was indeed hard to bear. Everyone left the interrogation room and went to Cliff's office. Kelly, what was that thing just now? Team leader Galanu asked eagerly. He had handled countless strange cases but had never encountered anything like this before. Puppet, Kelly said coldly. Puppet? Aren't puppets usually made by mysterious objects? How can humans be turned into puppets? Team leader Galanu asked in confusion. Hearing this, Kelly's expression turned even colder. She spoke again with a hint of clenched teeth. Proper esoteric sex would never teach anyone how to make human puppets. Those who know such things are all evil cultivators. The members of Heavenly Team changed their expressions dramatically. Those evil cultivators were inhumane and had always been thorns in the side of the country. The Mysteries Department had also tried to eliminate them, but their techniques were vicious, and they had all kinds of dirty tricks up their sleeves, making it difficult to get rid of them. Kelly continued, the Brett we saw earlier had been refined into a humanoid puppet. This dark art has been passed down since ancient times and requires extremely high standards for both the refiner and the one being refined. The person being refined must be born on a Een year, Een month, Een day, or during the Ghost Festival in July. Cliff, who had read Brett's file, nodded. This guy was indeed born during the Ghost Festival. Due to this date, he happened to remember it. Besides, the refiner needs to prepare the king of 100 insects first, which is an extremely arduous process. Then, place the king of insects inside the human puppet. The insects will devour all internal organs and the brain completely. During this process, the person being refined will not feel any pain, but because of the king of insects inside, they will lose consciousness and follow any command once the refiner calls. After Kelly finished speaking, everyone present looked grim because her words were too brutal. Those evil cultivators were hardly human. Brett fell to the ground just now because the king of insects left his body. What Audrey grabbed in her hand is evidence that the king of insects vanished after coming into contact with air, Kelly explained. Audrey's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly rubbed her hand against her pants, feeling quite disgusted. Had she known it was such a filthy thing, she would have put a piece of paper under her hand before grabbing it. Chapter 192, Tamara killed her. Can you find out who's behind it? Cliff asked Kelly with a worried look on his face. With the Bureau experiencing one death after another, he was the unlucky one. Not yet, Kelly replied. She had thought she was already quite powerful, but hadn't expected that the person behind all this was even stronger. That person was much more formidable than she had imagined, with abundant resources. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to refine the human, Huangui method. Could it be an evil cult passed down from generation to generation? Cliff sighed and covered his face. He really didn't know what to do anymore. Don't worry. I'll explain the situation to our superiors, and our team will continue to follow up on this case, Truman said. Upon hearing this, Cliff clasped Truman's hands. You're like my savior. I will never forget your kindness. The corners of Truman's mouth twitched as he silently withdrew his hand. He couldn't understand why Cliff, who usually seemed quite normal, suddenly started acting so bizarrely. But no matter what, we must find Zelda's head. Otherwise, if it turns up somewhere unexpectedly and scares passersby, that would be terrible, Cliff added. Kelly nodded. I'll find it. She had already promised Gregor that she would return Zelda's body intact. However, where the head was, Kelly had no clue. After all, Zelda's soul had mysteriously disappeared, and her life history was hidden by the person behind it, making it impossible for her to calculate anything useful. Truman and the others looked solemn. They also wanted to help, but what Kelly couldn't solve, how could they manage? Everyone secretly resolved to immediately set up a Deer Spirit Mountain deity plaque when they returned and learn as much as possible. Kelly was so strong now because she learned much from the Deer Spirit Mountain religion. They were truly envious. Within 5 days, I will definitely find the head, Kelly told Cliff seriously. Don't worry, if I can't find it, no one else can. Cliff naturally believed her. He nodded vigorously. All right, then it's all up to you. After parting ways with the rest of Team Tion, Kelly returned home. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Halston and Nyla sitting on the sofa, with their parents facing them. In the far corner of the hall stood Adelita, now a ghost, staring eerily at the Flynn family. Seeing him, it immediately vanished on the spot. A hint of confusion flickered in Kelly's eyes. Logically, once Adelita became a full-fledged ghost, it should have targeted its owner first. Yet, Nyla was still fine. While changing her shoes, Kelly calculated with her fingers. Strange, there was nothing amiss. What exactly happened? Oh, the busy bee is finally home, Halston said sarcastically. Kelly completely ignored him and sat next to Alea, speaking affectionately. Tamara, how is second brother now? Mentioning Gregor, Alea's smile faded, filled with worry. I don't know what happened to this child. Suddenly, he developed a high fever, lying in bed talking nonsense. Who knows whom he wronged? It better not be because he bullied some girl and didn't take responsibility. When I fed him earlier, he wouldn't say anything. Kelly nodded and sighed. Don't worry, Tamara. Second brother isn't the type to shirk responsibility. It's just that something happened. Seeing that Kelly understood, Alea didn't think too much about it. Zelda's death had undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Gregor. It would take some time before he could get over this. I'll go check on second brother, Kelly said. Alea smiled gratefully and exchanged glances with Farrell. Finally, there was a scene of filial piety in their home. On the second floor, Kelly saw Adelita again. This time, it didn't run away but grinned at her, revealing its jagged teeth, which induced fear. Standing still, Kelly carefully observed Adelita. It seemed significantly stronger, with abundant ghost energy inside its body. However, it lacked murderous intent, proving it hadn't harmed anyone yet. Therefore, she couldn't just kill it without reason. This didn't make sense. How could such a powerful Adelita have never consumed human essence or souls? Apart from Halston, everyone else in the Flynn family was protected by Kelly's divine power, so she wasn't worried about Adelita harming them. After a brief glance, she entered Gregor's room. After she left, Adelita still stood in place, glaring darkly at the door. It licked its lips hungrily. That woman was really powerful. If it could consume her, it would surely become the strongest ghost. But this wouldn't be easy. It would need someone else to kill her first. Adelita's eyes rolled as it went downstairs to find Nyla. Invisible to everyone, it climbed onto the sofa and kicked her skirt with its foot. Dark marks were left where it kicked, all carrying negative energy. The Flynn family couldn't see these marks, but Nyla couldn't tolerate it any longer. Her smile froze, and she told the others that she had a stomachache before heading upstairs to her room. As soon as she closed the door, Nyla glared coldly at Adelita. I've already gotten you everything you wanted. Why are you still tormenting me? Don't forget, our agreement is 1 per month, she said impatiently. Tamarami, I want that woman next month. You feed her to me. Adelita pointed at Kelly's room, its voice filled with anticipation and pleading. I can't deal with her. If you want to eat her, do it yourself, Nyla replied. I can't handle her either, but you surely can, Tamarami. Don't you also hate that woman? She has a natural suppression over us ghosts but not over humans. You can find someone to kill her. Once she's dead, I can devour her and become a much more powerful ghost, helping Tamarami turn things around. Tamarami, don't you want to be the biggest star in the entertainment industry? Adelita's voice was enticing. As a little ghost connected to Nyla, it naturally knew what she desired most. I've been feeding you for so long, and all I get is bad luck after bad luck. You talk big, but when have you ever helped me turn my luck around? Nyla crossed her arms and rolled her eyes, clearly disbelieving. A sinister light flashed in Adelita's pitch-black eyes. It chuckled, he who doesn't take risks won't reap rewards. I'll show Tamarami just how powerful I can be. As it spoke, a layer of black mist condensed around it, filling Nyla with a glimmer of hope. If this thing could really help her, she would agree to kill Kelly. Alright, Tamarami, prepare for the surprise I'm about to give you. Adelita giggled. As it finished speaking, Nyla's phone rang. It was her agent calling. A light flashed in her mind, and she quickly answered the call. What? Okay, this is fantastic news. Rest assured, I will do my best to retain fans. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. After hanging up, Nyla beamed with joy. The popular program, Small Bridge Flowing Water, had actually invited her. Chapter 193, Lost a Soul Fragment. Tamara, now you can believe me, right? Kill that woman. Our fates are intertwined, my rise will also elevate you. Gumantong climbed onto Nyla's shoulder, pressing its cold cheek against her neck. It deliberately acted affectionate to lower her guard. You're right. We either thrive or suffer together, Nyla muttered, her eyes gleaming strangely. She pulled out her phone and made a call. I have 5 million now, enough to buy someone's life. After it's done, go abroad immediately. 5 million will ensure you live comfortably for the rest of your life. Don't forget, your current plight is all because of Kelly. Whatever was said on the other end caused Nyla's face to light up with joy. After hanging up, the smile on her lips grew wider, and she looked at Gumantong more favorably. Nyla held it in her arms, gently stroking its head, her eyes showing genuine maternal affection. As long as you treat me wholeheartedly and help me, I'll give you whatever you want. Once I become a top actress, earning vast sums of money will be effortless. Buying a few lives will just be a matter of speaking. Gumantong listened to these words intently, unknowingly being influenced again. It and Nyla were both manipulating each other. Tamara, don't worry. As long as I'm well fed, you'll live even better, Gumantong said. Nyla responded with a pleased hum, but there was no emotion in her eyes. She still remembered how much Gumantong hated her during their time in the hospital, even refusing to eat to let her die painfully after it woke up. Complete trust was impossible, but she could exploit it. At this moment, Kelly had no idea she was being targeted again. She watched Gregor worriedly. Initially thinking he only had a fever, she didn't expect his condition to be so severe. One of his soul fragments was missing, what people commonly referred to as losing one's soul. Moreover, his physical condition was very poor, even with N4 and fever medicine, it couldn't be fully treated. Just as one problem subsided, another arose. Kelly sighed, forming hand seals to stabilize his remaining 6 soul fragments. If they all fled, who knew how long it would take to find them? Wei, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, Gregor said painfully. He lost the soul fragment responsible for perception, affecting his ability to sense others' emotions but not his intelligence or memory. Knowing that trying to console him in his current state would be futile, Kelly merely hummed in acknowledgement. Leaving Gregor's room, she closed her eyes, weaving divine energy into a net that spread throughout the entire Flynn family villa, but found no trace of the missing soul fragment. It seemed it had been out of his body for too long and had gone outside. Kelly sighed and went downstairs to find Mr. and Verity. The two were sitting on the sofa, snuggled together watching TV, looking very sweet. Seeing Kelly come down, they quickly separated, looking slightly embarrassed. Beck, Tamara, do you know where second brother often goes? Kelly asked calmly. To be honest, I don't know. Your second brother mostly goes to the hospital. Other than that, I haven't seen him play outside, Verity replied. Hakeem scratched his cheek. Actually, I know. He often goes to Star River Bay in the eastern part of the city to relax, setting up a tent for camping. Yes, you're right. I remember now, Verity agreed. Being a doctor can be stressful. Witnessing patients die when powerless to help is incredibly painful, regardless of how many years one has practiced. Therefore, Gregor frequently needed to unwind. Alright, I'm going out. You probably don't need to wait for me for dinner, Kelly said. Mr. and Verity looked puzzled but knew their daughter had her own intentions, so they merely nodded without saying more. Leaving home, Kelly took a taxi straight to the eastern part of the city. The Zachariah grinned widely. It would take several hours to drive from here to the east, and most people would choose the cheaper high-speed train instead. He couldn't believe his luck finding such a big spender. This was a major windfall. Her phone rang, and Kelly answered a video call from Hassan. He was lying on the sofa in his loungewear, looking very casual, yet somehow regal despite the relaxed attire. Tyra, where are you going? Hassan asked curiously. To Star River Bay to look for my second brother, Kelly replied. Finding Gregor's missing soul fragment wasn't much different from finding him personally. Hassan didn't know about her other intentions. Sitting up from the sofa, he smiled. In that case, I'm already at Star River Bay. Let me know when you arrive, and I'll come find you, he said. Kelly nodded. Okay. After hanging up, she patted her cheeks. She didn't know why, but when they weren't together, talking to him or calling him never stirred any special emotions in her heart. But ever since that layer of ambiguity had been removed, she actually felt shy when talking to him on the phone. What a fickle thing human emotions were. Kelly thought to herself silently. 3 hours later, Kelly arrived at Star River Bay. After paying the cab fare, Kelly messaged Hassan and headed towards the camping area. She wore a mask, so no one could recognize her. The camping area was bustling with people, very lively. The soul fragment wouldn't be among the crowd, so Kelly walked toward a quieter corner. Is that you, Sister Brooke? A familiar voice sounded beside her. Kelly turned around to see Audrey looking at her with a flushed face, as if she had rushed over. They had parted only a few hours ago, and she hadn't expected to run into her again so soon. Even Kelly felt they were destined to meet. She nodded. What are you doing here? I came to play with my friends. I didn't expect to see you. Is this where Zelda's head is? Audrey asked in a low voice. Her big, round eyes darted around cautiously, which Kelly found both adorable and amusing. Feel free to enjoy yourself here, it's safe. I'm looking for a missing soul fragment from my family, she explained. Upon hearing this, Audrey blinked her eyes. What? Kelly raised an eyebrow and watched as Audrey reached into her pocket, pulling out a small glowing bead. Then, Audrey opened the bead, revealing a white dot inside. Sister Brooke, does this look like the soul fragment you're looking for? My friends and I found it while camping and caught it by chance, she said. Recognizing its familiarity, Kelly's eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. Ordinary people would have to put in a lot of effort to catch a soul fragment, but you just stretched out your hand. Your hand must be quite extraordinary. Could it be the Absolute Heaven Hand? The Absolute Heaven Hand could bypass the 5 elements, a natural talent that, when used properly, was incredibly powerful. Audrey nodded. That's right, it's called that, but my hand is actually useless. Usually, I just tag along in the team. Only when it's time to catch unclean things does the captain call me. Chapter 194, It's him. The ultimate heaven hand being useless was the biggest joke Kelly had ever heard. The ultimate heaven hand, if used properly, is a powerful weapon. It has nothing to do with being useless. You should set up a shrine for the spirit of Dear Spirit Mountain at home and worship it. She will guide you when the time comes, Kelly said. Upon hearing this, Audrey's eyes lit up with surprise. She thought she was just an ordinary person with special abilities but never expected that it could be useful. Thank you, Sister Brooke. I'll set up the shrine as soon as I get home, Audrey said eagerly. Kelly nodded and carefully placed Gregor's soul fragment again, then seemed lost in thought. People often repay even a drop of kindness with a gushing spring. Audrey helped her save time and also helped her second brother. After some consideration, Kelly opened her lips and asked seriously, "Can you come back to my place?" Startled by the sudden words, Audrey blinked twice, her little face flushing instantly red, speaking haltingly. Cough, Sister Brooke, are you bringing me to meet your parents? We only met today. Isn't it too fast? Or should I change into formal clothes to prepare? Audrey's words made Kelly feel puzzled. She frowned and explained, "The soul fragment you saved belongs to my second brother. Once the soul is returned to his body and he regains consciousness, he will thank you personally." Hearing this, the surprise in Audrey's eyes vanished, replaced with a slight disappointment as she murmured. Getting into the car for the return journey, Kelly felt she had forgotten something but couldn't quite remember what. Until her WeChat call rang, and she saw Hassan's name. Suddenly, she remembered what she had forgotten, swallowing hard and feeling rather guilty. She had actually forgotten about Hassan. Picking up the call, she heard the man's voice, gentle and magnetic. "Tyra, I'm here. Where are you?" Kelly fell silent for a few seconds, her breathing heavy as she said sheepishly, "I'm on my way home." There was a growing silence from the other end. She reached out to touch her petite nose. She felt pretty guilty. "Sorry, something came up today. Can we reschedule for next time?" Kelly asked softly. Hassan sighed, his tone filled with resignation. "Tyra, don't stand me up next time." "Of course." Kelly responded immediately. Ending the call, she let out a sigh of relief, slightly annoyed at herself for not being mindful earlier. Beside her, Audrey was deep in thought, having caught a bit of Hassan's voice. Why did it sound so familiar? Sis Brooke wouldn't have found a career friend already, would she? That can't be. She was Sis Brooke's career fan. Carrying her thoughts, they arrived at the gates of the villa. Audrey was still pondering over the ultimate heaven hand. "We're here, get out of the car," Kelly reminded her. Audrey quickly got out, looking at the prime real estate, the grand gateway. She fell silent momentarily. Her legs started trembling a little. "Sis Brooke, do you live here?" Audrey asked tremulously. "Yes." Kelly nodded and went to the guard post to request a golf cart to take them both inside. The guards were familiar, their attitude friendly as always. Audrey was thoroughly confused. As a longtime fan of Kelly, she remembered that Brooke's sister grew up in less than ideal conditions, hence her adoptive mother letting her enter the entertainment industry as a child star. Right, she mentioned that soul fragment belonged to her second brother, but Helena clearly didn't have any other children. Suppressing her doubts, Audrey felt like she was about to uncover something significant. Arriving at the entrance of the Flynn family villa, the two got out of the car. "Why does this place feel familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before?" Audrey muttered to herself. But where exactly she had seen it, she couldn't remember. Kelly walked up to the front door and pressed the doorbell. After a few rings, the nanny immediately opened the door. Seeing the familiar nanny, Audrey's eyes lit up, she finally remembered. Isn't this Nyla's house? Nyla had once filmed a wealth-flaunting variety show right here. Kelly, Nyla's well-known rival in the industry, lived together? Unaware of Audrey's thoughts, Kelly led her into the living room where Flynn's parents were still watching TV. This time, they were watching the variety show, Streamside Village Galanth. "Our Tyra is just beautiful, inheriting every feature of mine." The netizens praised her too, Alea said proudly. "Your honor is mine," Farrell added. "Tyra inherited my demeanor. Look at how graceful yet commanding she looks, it's like she was carved from the same mold as me." Alea agreed and they began complimenting each other commercially. Behind them, Audrey's eyes widened in shock, her cute and innocent face full of astonishment. She remembered these parents were Nyla's, so why did they call Kelly their daughter? Oh no, her brain couldn't keep up. At this moment, Kelly truly felt embarrassed, almost ashamed. She cleared her throat and reminded, "Beck, Tamara." At the sound of Kelly's voice, Alea and Farrell immediately sat up straight as if scalded, looking back guiltily. Seeing that Kelly was accompanied by a young girl, Alea beamed with delight. "Tyra, you brought a friend home to play?" "Uncle, Aunt, I'm Brooke's sister's little fan Audrey." "You can call me Elspeth," Audrey introduced herself with a sweet smile. No adult could resist a cute, obedient little girl like her. Alea was no exception. Her mouth couldn't close from smiling as she agreed repeatedly. "Tyra, I'll go to the kitchen and ask the nanny to prepare some good dishes. You two play for a while." With that, she hurried into the kitchen, leaving no room for refusal. "Stay for dinner tonight," Kelly said to Audrey. Still in a daze, Audrey nodded vigorously in agreement. They went upstairs directly to Gregor's room, where he continued mumbling. Zelda, it's all my fault. Why wasn't the one who died me? I'm sorry, I've hurt you. The moment Audrey saw Gregor's face, she exclaimed, it's him. Do you know my second brother? Kelly asked, raising an eyebrow. Audrey nodded with a complicated expression. My mom's illness was cured by Dr. Flynn. At that time, everyone said she wouldn't make it and should be given up on, but only Dr. Flynn was willing to try. He's truly a great doctor, and I thank him forever. Kelly hadn't expected this connection between them. She nodded and pushed the soul fragment into Gregor's body. He stopped mumbling, his dull eyes regaining their light as they stared at the ceiling. Gregor stiffly turned his head. Tyra? Audrey? Upon hearing this, Audrey's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. Dr. Flynn, you remember me? Gregor, just awakened, nodded. Of course I remember. You were crying so terribly then, it was hard to forget. Audrey coughed lightly, blushing as she averted her gaze, but her lips couldn't help curling into a smile, sweetness bubbling up inside her. It turned out Dr. Flynn still remembered her. Second brother, your soul was lost just now, and Elspeth helped find it. Remember to repay her, Kelly said succinctly. Chapter 195, Getting to Know the Flynn Family. Gregor was taken aback, disbelief flashing in his eyes as he looked at Audrey. However, he trusted his sister. Miss Galen, thank you for saving my life. If there's anything you need, please tell me. I will do everything within my power. Dr. Flynn, you flatter me. You are the savior of my mother. How could I possibly ask for a reward? Audrey waved her hands repeatedly, her slightly flushed face showing an unusual stubbornness. She had been a huge fan of Kelly and, upon hearing that Kelly called Gregor's second brother, she decided not to accept any reward. Moreover, she discovered that the person she saved was her mother's savior. How could she possibly accept a reward? Miss Galen, let's be clear. Gregor had just regained his composure, still looking pale but with a warm smile in his eyes. The hospital charged for my mother's surgery. I didn't provide free labor, but you saving me is a different matter. Audrey blinked, her face turning even redder. Dr. Flynn was not only handsome but also had a deep, gentle voice. He was so attractive. Elspeth? Second brother isn't one to forget favors. Don't refuse. Seeing her lost in thought over her second brother, Kelly nudged her playfully with her elbow. Audrey lowered her head shyly, her voice barely audible. Then I'll think about what I need and tell Dr. Flynn later. While she said this, she knew she would never accept a reward, but if she insisted too much, Daphne and Dr. Flynn might feel uncomfortable. To avoid seeming too distant, she agreed. Gregor nodded, smiling warmly. That's right. Since you're friends with Tyra, you're my friend too. If you ever need help, come to me. Okay, Dr. Flynn, thank you in advance. Audrey smiled modestly, her eyes sparkling. Becoming such close friends with Daphne already made her feel honored, and now she was friends with Dr. Flynn too. What a lucky day. Second brother, Tamara and Beck are worried about you. Go talk to them. I'll take Elspeth to rest in my room for a while. Whether or not Audrey wanted a reward was her decision. Kelly was touched but wouldn't try to change her mind. Alright, have fun. Gregor nodded at Audrey and left. Audrey reluctantly tore her gaze away from his tall figure. Daphne, I never expected that you and Dr. Flynn are siblings. There's more you don't know. Kelly chuckled slightly but didn't explain further. Turning, she was about to lead Audrey back to her room when she bumped into Adrian opening the door. Audrey. Kelly kept her expression unchanged, pulling Audrey inside without a word. She wasn't surprised to see Adrian at home, but to her, Adrian was insignificant and not worth bothering about. But Audrey clearly thought otherwise. As soon as they were inside, she asked curiously, Daphne, what's going on? There have always been rumors that you and Adrian are mortal enemies. Wasn't it curious enough that they lived in the same villa and their rooms were so close? Could it be, their agency deliberately created this rivalry for publicity? There's nothing much to it. We were switched as babies. Kelly shrugged indifferently, as if it wasn't about her. What? How did you find out you were switched? Switched? What kind of dark person would do that? However, what intrigued Audrey more was how her Daphne found out. Not much. My adoptive mother favored Adrian and constantly belittled and oppressed me. Over time, I grew suspicious. A bit of investigation cleared things up. It wasn't difficult to uncover, it was just that the original owner of Kelly's body never doubted her adoptive mother until it was too late. Thinking of the original owner, Kelly's eyes dimmed slightly. She hadn't thought of that poor child in a long time. Now that she had awakened, she needed to get justice for that child. Kelly spoke casually, but Audrey felt heartache. She couldn't imagine what her Daphne must have gone through. Fortunately, everything was back on track now, and her Daphne's reputation in the industry was getting better. Remembering something, Audrey frowned slightly. Daphne, when we came in, I noticed Adrian seemed to have some negative aura around her. What's that about? She had noticed it as soon as she entered. The Flynn residence was spotlessly clean everywhere, except for a faint layer of black mist that seemed to envelop Adrian when they passed each other just now. It was as if something unclean followed her. Audrey knew Kelly's capabilities well. She couldn't believe that Kelly hadn't noticed the strangeness surrounding Adrian. What surprised her was that Kelly didn't seem to care. Kelly curled her lips into a casual smile. Don't worry about her. What goes around comes around, this is her own doing. Just as Kelly was considering whether to explain in detail, there came a knock on the door. Miss Sue, dinner is ready. You can come downstairs and eat. Let's go. We'll talk about it after dinner. Kelly led Audrey out of the room and down the stairs. As soon as they reached the bottom, Alea waved at them with a joyful expression. Elspeth, I didn't know your preferences, so I asked the kitchen to prepare a few home-style dishes. If anything doesn't suit your taste, please let me know. Don't suffer in silence. Thank you, Chelsea. Audrey gratefully held Alea's hand, feeling warmth flood over her. But when she inadvertently turned her head, she saw Adrian glaring at her coldly and giving Kelly a hidden dirty look. Adrian's actions were subtle, and the Flynn family clearly didn't notice, but Audrey couldn't stand seeing her Daphne being wronged. She quickly lost her patience. Her eyes twinkling, she asked innocently, Uncle, Chelsea, now that you found the true heiress of the Flynn family, why don't you announce Sister Tyra's identity to the public and clear her name? Alea sighed, casting a slightly reproachful glance at Kelly before explaining with regret, it's not that we don't want to announce Tyra's identity. This naughty girl says the timing isn't right and asks us to keep it a secret for now. There was no resentment in Alea's tone, only deep concern. Tyra was their biological daughter, yet she still couldn't appear publicly as the Flynn family heiress. No one was more pained by this than she and old Flynn. Chapter 196, Eldest Brother Won't Go Send Them Off. Audrey naturally did not understand Kelly's intentions, but she believed that her Brooke sister knew what she was doing. Therefore, she could only nod along, and at the same time, intentionally raised her little face to challenge Adrian. You see, Uncle and Aunt have sharp eyes. Not only do they approve of Brooke's sister, but they also know how good she is. Adrian clenched her fists, resentment filling her meticulously made-up little face. However, she knew that in front of the Flynn family, she couldn't overstep her bounds. Biting her lips, Adrian turned and left the restaurant. Seeing this, Audrey playfully stuck out her tongue at Kelly. Kelly was both laughing and crying inside, but it felt good to see Adrian being put down. Even though Audrey was a wrongly adopted child, she had been personally raised by Lady Flynn over these years. Therefore, Lady Flynn still cared for her in some way. However, Audrey's abrupt departure without even greeting them caused Lady Flynn to frown slightly. This child seems to be becoming more and more unlike herself recently. Perhaps Galen Snow has something else to deal with. Elspeth, don't mind. Yes, let's start our meal. Hakeem's expression also carried an undercurrent of dissatisfaction, but with outsiders present, he didn't say anything. With Audrey livening up the atmosphere, they managed to finish the meal without too much awkwardness. After the meal, Audrey proposed taking her leave. Kelly pulled on Gregor's sleeve, gently reminding him, Eldest brother, Elspeth is a girl, and she's your savior, shouldn't you go send her off? Her eldest brother was great in every way, but he simply didn't understand how to cherish women properly. However, Kelly's intention wasn't just to have him escort her but hoped that he could use this time to clear his mind, rather than always shutting himself in his room and letting his thoughts wander. Even if Kelly hadn't spoken, Gregor would have taken the initiative to send her off. After that incident, he really didn't have the courage to stay alone in his room. Audrey shyly lowered her head, wanting to refuse but not wanting to miss this chance for a private moment, so she remained silent, waiting obediently for Gregor to fetch the car keys. In the car, Gregor drove attentively, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Audrey wrung her hands, her gaze darting around aimlessly. Finally, unable to bear the awkwardness, she mustered the courage to bring up a topic. So, Dr. Flynn, is work at the hospital busy? Not too bad, just regular daily work. When my mother was hospitalized, I saw you spend most of your time in the operating room. Is it still like that now? Not really. The number of hospitalized patients has decreased recently, so it's not as hectic. Oh. Gregor kept his eyes straight ahead, politely responding. It wasn't that he was being aloof, strictly speaking, he and Audrey weren't very familiar, and he simply didn't know what to talk about. Well, one sentence and it's dead again. Audrey pouted her lips. To alleviate the awkwardness, she opened her phone and started scrolling through videos. As she scrolled, a gentle singing voice came through. Audrey immediately furrowed her brows. On the screen was none other than Zelda, who had recently encountered an accident. This video was her last recorded competition before she passed away. She appeared radiant on screen, and no one could have predicted that this would be her final appearance. Ah, what a pity for this female internet celebrity. I heard she was dismembered, and her head hasn't been found yet. Looking at the lively young girl on the screen, Audrey couldn't help but sigh under her breath. The next second, Gregor abruptly slammed on the brakes. With a screech, the car halted in the middle of the road. What's happening? Startled, Audrey's small face turned pale as she nervously asked. I'm sorry. Realizing his loss of composure, Gregor tightened his grip on the steering wheel, then pressed the gas pedal again and pulled the car over to the side of the road. Just as Audrey, full of confusion, was about to ask if something was wrong, he suddenly choked up. Dr. Flynn, are you not feeling well? Audrey had never seen such a scene before. Witnessing a man sobbing over the steering wheel, she immediately felt helpless. How about I call a Dayton for you? Taking out her phone to dial, Audrey stopped when Gregor's voice, thick with nasal congestion, broke through. I'm sorry, I lost control. Zelda was my former classmate. I was just startled to hear about what happened to her. It's hard to accept. Audrey paused, unsure of how to offer comfort. Moreover, seeing him cry uncontrollably, Audrey sensed there might be something she didn't know. However, she wasn't one to pry into others' affairs. As it wasn't related to her, she didn't ask further but patiently waited for him to release his emotions, occasionally offering words of comfort. After a long while, Gregor finally calmed down. He accepted the wet wipes offered by Audrey, wiped his face, thanked her, and then restarted the car. Neither of them spoke again after that. After dropping Audrey off at home, Gregor stepped on the gas and left. However, he was in no mood to return due to the heaviness in his heart. On a whim, he drove straight to the lakeside. Gregor did not get out of the car but rolled down the window, took out a cigarette he had bought en route, lit it, and started smoking. He seldom smoked, usually only when he was in a particularly bad mood. But at this moment, he couldn't stop, one after another. The night breeze blew through, dispersing the swirling smoke, but it could not dispel the seriousness and self-reproach on his brow. Yes, he blamed himself for Zelda's death. If not for him, she wouldn't have been killed by that female ghost, nor would she have suffered dismemberment. All this was his fault. The more Gregor thought about it, the more unbearable it became, and tears slid down his face uncontrollably once again. What troubled him most was that he still didn't know who was behind all this. Even if he wanted justice for Zelda, he didn't know who to seek it from. Feeling oppressed, he threw away the cigarette butt and stamped it out, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes. He would not let the person behind this go unpunished, nor would he allow Zelda's death to be in vain. At the Flynn residence, Adrian was extremely angry with Audrey and locked herself in her bedroom right after leaving the restaurant. It wasn't until she heard Audrey leave that she dialed a phone call with a sullen face. As soon as the call connected, she lowered her voice to warn, "How much longer are you going to delay what you promised me? I'm warning you, don't push it any further. I don't have that much patience. Kelly must die." Scarcely had she finished speaking when there was a sudden knock at the door. Adrian looked nervous, hurriedly ended the call, and asked in a drowsy voice, "Who is it?" "Galen Snow, it's me." "Open the door." Outside the door, Lady Flynn held a cup of freshly warmed milk. She wanted to have a serious talk with this daughter. After all, rectifying Tyra's reputation was inevitable, and as a mother, she couldn't let her always be at odds with Tyra. Adrian's eyes darkened. She forced a smile before going to open the door. Chapter 197, Sign Up as a Broker? Tamara. When Nyla saw her mother, she hid the guilt in her eyes and stepped aside to let her mother into the room. "I heated you a cup of milk in case you got hungry this evening after you stormed off." Tinsley had intended to give her a lesson, as it was extremely impolite to leave abruptly while there were guests. But she could not bear to see Nyla go hungry all night. So under the resigned gaze of Flynn's father, she warmed up a cup of milk for her. Besides, she wanted to seize this moment to talk with her, hoping that she could get along better with Tyra. Nyla took the cup with lowered eyes, yet a surge of hatred flashed in her eyes. "Thanks, Tamara. You're always the best." "Galen Ksu, there's something I want to." "Tamara, I was on the phone just now, so my tone was a bit harsh. Did I scare you?" Nyla interrupted her words impulsively, wanting to confirm whether her mother had heard anything earlier. She asked with a fake smile. Tinsley frowned, revealing her dissatisfaction. It seemed that she had indeed neglected the discipline of her adoptive daughter these days. Not only was she disrespectful in front of people, but also rude enough to interrupt her like this. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her anger and tried to make her voice as gentle as possible. "Our house has good sound insulation. I didn't hear your phone call." Nyla heaved a sigh of relief. The smile on her face became much more relaxed. "But Galen Ksu, don't think Tamara is nagging. I want to talk about your behavior today." "Tamara, I know I was wrong." Nyla put the milk cup aside, then held Alea's hand and coaxed, with an apologetic look in her eyes. "I wasn't feeling well at that time. Seeing you talking to the guest, I didn't say hello and went back to the room first. Please forgive me this time, okay?" "Not feeling well? What happened? Should we call the family doctor over?" The moment she heard that Nyla wasn't feeling well, her worries instantly overshadowed her original purpose. She anxiously withdrew her hand and touched Nyla's forehead. "Thankfully, no fever." "No need, Tamara. I just haven't been resting well due to attending programs recently. Now, I just want a good sleep." Tinsley sighed in relief, gently stroking her head with a tender heart. "All right then. Drink the milk and rest early. I will tell the nanny to keep breakfast for you tomorrow. You can eat whenever you wake up naturally." "Okay, I'll drink it later." "Thanks, Tamara." Nyla glanced at the steaming hot milk, mocking thoughts flashing across her mind. Drink? Now all she could think of was that bitch Kelly. Who knew if Kelly had put poison in the milk to harm her? She wouldn't dare drink. Alea gave 2 more instructions before leaving her bedroom, still feeling uneasy. However, what she didn't know was that her heartfelt concern had not only been rejected by Nyla but even suspected. What she did not realize was that right after she left, Nyla immediately locked the door and poured out the milk through the window. On the other side, the show crew of Bridges and Streams sent Kelly an invitation letter. It turned out that the last episode where Kelly joined as a guest had received great feedback, leading to skyrocketing ratings. Therefore, the director decided after discussion that they should invite Kelly to join as a regular cast member. Edison looked at the formal invitation letter in his hand and passed it to Kelly with a chuckle. The show crew offered a handsome remuneration. How do you feel? Interested in joining? Is Nyla going to be there? Kelly didn't mind, but thought if she could make Nyla uncomfortable, it might be worth considering. Yes, as a popular actress, Nyla would never miss such a good opportunity for exposure. Edison laughed heartlessly, though he secretly guessed Kelly's thoughts. Then coordinate with the show team. I agree to join. Kelly smiled mischievously. Edison turned around and communicated with the production team, confirming the start date and joining date. Then he turned back to tell Hassan about this matter. Well, Kelly didn't know she had such a traitor hidden right beside her. Kelly has confirmed to join. On the phone, Hassan sounded somewhat incredulous. Yep, the production team has finalized everything. They will send the guest list soon. Want to sneakily sign yourself up? No need. Just help me tell them that I want to join as a broker. Broker? Edison couldn't believe what he just heard, almost dropping his phone. Yeah, when Kelly joins, she needs a broker by her side. Hassan curled his lips, with an inexplicable anticipation in his eyes. Edison was speechless, yet he dared not disobey. Ultimately, Kelly and Hassan confirmed they would participate in the subsequent filming. However, Hassan's identity would be kept secret, making him a surprise arrival, so his name would not appear on the show's guest list. At the same time, Nyla's agent gave her a worrisome call. In the conversation, he clearly warned her not to cause any trouble. I don't understand what you're talking about. Nyla scratched her ear, refusing to admit to such baseless accusations. Nyla, don't blame me for not warning you. This program will be live-streamed throughout. If you do anything sneaky again, even the Flynn family might not be able to protect you. Nyla's eyes darkened. After angrily hanging up, she started smashing things within sight without mercy. She couldn't believe that her own agent would dare to threaten her. Clearly, all of this was caused by that bitch Kelly. It was she who stole her man, made her lose face in public, and cost her several endorsement opportunities. All because of that bitch. Soon after, Nyla's agent sent over the guest list for this filming session. When she saw Kelly's name, the calm she had regained was once again filled with hatred. She clutched her phone tightly, her eyes turning red. An idea struck her, and her expression changed as she dialed another number with a cold laugh. Kelly, you insist on opposing me and challenging me, huh? Fine, I'll make sure you never come back from this. The day before the recording, everyone received notice to join the team, including Kelly. Since matters concerning agents were always handled for her, she didn't think much of it and directly got into the car prepared by Edison. The journey was long, so she brought along an eye mask and drifted off to sleep. After an unknown period of time, the car suddenly stopped. She pulled off her eye mask and saw an old, battered minivan blocking her path. Her eyebrows raised slightly, and a glimmer of interest flashed in her eyes. It seems Nyla can't control herself. Several masked men got out of the minivan, which startled the Dayton. He trembled, locking the doors and picking up his phone to call the police, but Kelly stopped him. Unlock the doors, they won't harm you. But what about you? Chapter 198, Kidnapped. I'm fine. Wait until you leave before calling the police. Kelly calmly instructed, but the car door was already being pounded on loudly. The Dayton hesitated for a moment but unlocked the car as she wished. Without the car's protection, Kelly was quickly invited out by the kidnappers. Are you Kelly? You've obstructed someone's way of making money. Come with us. I warn you, if you want to suffer less, be compliant and don't even think about resisting. The kidnappers, fearing her resistance, warned her in a low voice. Kelly curled her lips, her amusement not fading. These few people could be handled with just a flick of her fingers. The reason she didn't resist was simply to see if there were others besides Nyla involved. Landon, blindfold her. As soon as she was pushed into the car, a burly man cursed and then reminded coldly. They couldn't let this woman know where they were going. Without a blindfold, she might remember the route, which wouldn't be beneficial for them. Landon roughly blindfolded Kelly before settling into his seat. Their boss had said that after this, they would each get 1 million yuan. 1 million. Each of them would receive 200,000 yuan. With this money, he could build a house and get married. The car sped off, and soon a phone rang. Kelly leaned back in her seat leisurely, her ears perked up. Got her? Good, bring her over. The voice from the other end of the phone made Kelly raise an eyebrow, wanting to laugh. It was Egon, the scumbag. Well, besides him, who else would risk so much to kidnap her? The car continued driving, and after some time, the bumpy ride intensified. Kelly knew they were either on a mountain road or in a remote county, as only these roads would cause such jolts. After about 10 minutes, the car finally stopped. She was rudely shoved out of the car, stumbling slightly when she tried to stand. Kelly, we meet again. Someone quickly tore off the blindfold from Kelly's face, and the first thing she saw was Egon's disgusting face. Indeed, it was Egon who had kidnapped her. Bitch, did you ever think you'd end up in my hands? Egon looked at her coldly, as if she were a dead person. If not for her, how would he have been driven to such a desperate situation? This bitch deserved to pay the price. Kelly tilted her head, looking at him indifferently, her disdain and mockery piercing Egon's eyes. To Egon's surprise, she remained indifferent throughout, as if she didn't care to acknowledge him. This realization infuriated him. He raised his hand to slap her but, regaining control, pulled it back with a darkened expression. Humph, Kelly, I won't hit you. I can't afford to damage your looks, otherwise, you won't fetch a good price. Kelly laughed mockingly. Egon knew she was trying to provoke him. Taking a deep breath, he glared at her and then took out his phone. Afraid? That's because she hasn't seen real hell yet. The call connected, and the voice on the other end spoke in broken Mandarin. Kelly's eyes darkened, and her expression changed. She knew scumbags like him wouldn't easily give up, but she hadn't expected them to collude with people from Myanmar to traffic humans. Such behavior had crossed her line, and she wouldn't let them off. I've got a premium piece here. I guarantee you'll make a lot from her. Give me more money, this isn't enough to cover the risk I'm taking. Fine, deal at this price. Send people over to pick her up as soon as possible. I can't deliver her myself. Okay. Egon was convinced that Kelly wouldn't return alive. Thus, he negotiated openly in front of her, unaware that while he was deciding her fate, she had also sealed his doom. Elsewhere. On the set of A Tranquil River Flows By. Almost all the invited guests for the live broadcast were present. To boost ratings, the director immediately arranged for live coverage after a brief discussion with everyone. When the camera zoomed in, the audience online realized that the mystery guest was none other than Hassan, the renowned actor. Everyone was stunned, with some even commenting that the production team was truly willing to invest heavily for higher ratings. I think Actor Hope came for Sister Brooke. Yeah, manager. Actor Hope really has his ways. Wah. My brother and Sister Brooke are just too sweet together. Hope they lock it down. Seeing these comments, Hassan just smiled calmly and didn't bother to explain. He had indeed signed up for the show because of Kelly, but he wondered what expression Kelly would have when she saw him. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, with comments flooding the screen. Ulrich couldn't stop smiling, but soon everyone sensed something was off. All the other guests, including Hassan, were present, yet the subject of the comments, Kelly, hadn't shown up at all. What was going on? Don't worry, Kelly wouldn't make the whole production team wait for her. She must have left home early, probably stuck in traffic. Brother Arden, if Kelly knew you were also on the show, she would definitely arrive early. She wouldn't intentionally stand you up. Nyla flicked her hair, and in front of the camera, her beautiful eyes were full of care and kindness as she explained for Kelly. But in the unseen corners, her eyes were filled with malice. She hadn't expected Hassan to participate in this shoot, even less that he had signed up as Kelly's agent. At that moment, jealousy drove her mad. If not for the lingering rationality telling her that everything would soon be over, she would have gone insane. Nyla's words immediately reversed the situation, and the comments flooded faster. This time, many more people criticized. Only my sweetie is beautiful and kind-hearted. Most importantly, she would never stand anyone up. Indeed. The dates for entering the set are arranged in advance. Everyone else can arrive early, but Kelly has to be special. Talking about possible traffic jams, I think she's just putting on airs, making everyone wait for her. Seeing this, a calculating glint passed through Nyla's eyes. In the barrage of comments were her brainless fans and the trolls she had arranged early on. With their incitement, Kelly would soon taste the bitter fruit of offending her. However, none of this mattered. What mattered was that after today, that bitch would never appear in front of her again. Thinking that Egon had succeeded, Nyla couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for the ongoing live broadcast, she would excitedly call Egon and celebrate with him properly. Chapter 199, Start Filming. Hassan understood Kelly, and he knew she would never leave everyone hanging without a reason. Worried that something might have happened to her, his heart instantly sank. Joa, please return my phone temporarily. I need to call Kelly and ask about the situation. Before joining the crew, they signed a confidentiality agreement, and their phones were confiscated upon entry, so now, Hassan could only ask the director for help. Although the director felt that Kelly's actions were indeed inappropriate, having worked with her once before, he also believed she wasn't someone who would easily leave others hanging. Worried that something might really have happened, he hurriedly instructed the assistant director to fetch the box where the phones were stored. Seeing this, Nyla's face turned pale, a flash of panic in her eyes. Aren't you all being too anxious? With the special car picking her up, Kelly definitely won't be in any trouble. It's probably just traffic or something. She couldn't let him make that call. Nyla knew that once the call went through, they would soon realize something was off. If Egon had already dealt with it quickly, then it would be fine, but if the person was still in the country. She didn't dare imagine the consequences. Thinking of this, she broke out in cold sweat. Her agent noticed her pale complexion and beads of cold sweat on her forehead and immediately approached her worriedly. What's wrong, Galen Engsub? Are you feeling unwell? The show hadn't officially started filming yet, if she fell ill at this moment, even if not entirely her fault, she would likely have to bear a portion of the breach of contract penalty, causing her agent considerable concern. I'm not feeling well, Brother Arden, could you take me aside to rest for a bit? Nyla looked at Hassan with pleading eyes, a request no one could refuse. She knew that among those present, only he truly cared about Kelly's well-being. So as long as she clung to him, even for another half an hour, everything would be settled. Hassan frowned slightly, not even looking at her. Have your agent contact the medical team on set, they will know better how to help you. As he spoke, he urged the assistant director with a glance. To Hassan, Kelly was more important than Nyla. Not daring to delay, the assistant director hurried to fetch the box containing the phones. Nyla's expression darkened, an unconscious trace of resentment flashing in her eyes. But she disguised it well, looking tearfully at Hassan like a lovesick young woman. The next moment, Nyla's fans in front of the screen started accusing irrationally. What's going on? Clearly Kelly deliberately delayed. Ulrich doesn't terminate her contract and now our fairy feels so uncomfortable, yet nobody cares about her. What a lousy production team. There must be some inside story. I'm a fan of actor Hope, but his behavior is really disappointing. Bye-bye. Under Nyla's and her brainwashed fans and trolls' influence, the comments quickly spiraled out of control. Some even threatened to boycott the production team, putting the director in a dilemma. Unable to do anything else, he could only consult with Hassan, arranging for the production team to contact Kelly while rushing the shooting schedule. Hassan's face darkened, but he knew he couldn't confront the netizens. He wasn't worried about his own career, but he was concerned about Kelly. Taking a deep breath, he nodded to the director's request, repeatedly urging the director to ensure someone contacted Kelly. Only after receiving the director's assurance did he settle down and join the filming. At this sight, Nyla was the happiest. Lowering her head slightly, her smile was unmistakable. What does it matter if Kelly is favored by Brother Arden? She can't match me. Thinking this, she moved closer to Hassan subtly and initiated her clingy mode. Brother Arden, it seems filming has started. This production team has done an excellent job keeping things confidential. Where are we heading next? They don't give us any heads up. You'd better ask the director directly. As an agent, I don't have more information than you. Hassan stepped back, his eyes filled with distance. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Kelly, constantly glancing towards the director. Brother Arden, my zipper at the back seems to have come undone. Could you help me zip it? Don't you have an agent or an assistant? Though Hassan had been squeezed out of frame, he still didn't give Nyla a chance to get close. This scene was captured by the cameras, and Nyla's fans went wild, shipping them fiercely. See that? This is what true compatibility looks like. What is Kelly? She's just a third party who likes to meddle in other people's relationships. Does the person upstairs know how to speak properly? Are you blind or deaf? Didn't you see that our Jeff has always been cold towards Nyla? Didn't you hear Jeff refuse her several times? Yes, exactly, Nyla should keep her distance. Anyone with eyes can see that Nyla is relentlessly pursuing him, right? Speaking of which, this note is a Chinese internet slang term that doesn't have a direct English equivalent, but it refers to someone who fawns over someone they like in an excessive and unreciprocated way, really disgraces us girls. Nyla's agent's face turned dark upon seeing these comments. However, looking at Nyla's performance, he could only helplessly hold his forehead. Meanwhile, Egon was bored waiting for the people from Myanmar. Knowing that Nyla was to join the production today, he simply turned on his phone to watch the live stream. When he saw Nyla clinging to Hassan like a meek bird, his face darkened. Then, as if thinking of something, he suddenly sneered and turned to Kelly with eyes full of ridicule. TSK, look at your popularity. You've been kidnapped to this desolate place by me, yet they continue broadcasting their program without caring about whether you're dead or alive. Kelly glanced at him indifferently, not saying a word, clearly showing no interest in talking to such a scumbag. If it were an ordinary person, feeling embarrassed after making a fool of themselves, they might feel uncomfortable. However, Egon deliberately continued to taunt. Hassan and Nyla on the screen are such a perfect match, do you want to take a look? Kelly raised an eyebrow, showing a completely indifferent attitude. However, there was a menacing aura around Nyla. If she kept clinging to Jeff like this, Jeff probably wouldn't have it easy going forward, truly pitiful. Egon felt embarrassed once again and his face turned completely grim. He really didn't understand what this trash was thinking. Facing death, she neither made a fuss nor tried to escape, she looked fearless. She truly deserved a beating. Just as he was frowning in contemplation, there came a series of knocks on the door of the small wooden house, neither too light nor too heavy. Egon, guilty and nervous, pressed himself against the door, lowering his voice to ask, "Who is it?" "It's me, here to collect the goods." This was something they had agreed upon beforehand. Even if someone was following, they would only think the two were trading mountain goods here. Chapter 200, Reversal. Here they come. Egon felt a surge of joy and quickly placed the iron rod behind the door. He then raised his hand to open the door. The buyer had finally arrived. No one knew how much inner torment he had endured in just over an hour. This was his first time trafficking people. If he were caught, his life would be ruined. But just as Egon's hand touched the doorknob, Kelly calmly withdrew her hands from the tightly bound ropes and snapped her fingers lightly. With a thud, Egon didn't even have time to react before he completely fell into unconsciousness and collapsed on the ground. Kelly gave a cold snort, kicked him forcefully twice with disdain, and then pulled the door open as if venting her anger. As soon as the wooden door opened, the people outside immediately rushed in. However, when they saw the situation clearly, they froze on the spot. "Who are you?" The newcomer asked warily, his face visibly darkening when he saw the unconscious Egon. "You don't need to know who I am. You're here for money, aren't you? A deal's a deal, regardless of who it's with." Kelly smiled faintly, her chestnut-colored eyes reflecting the changing expressions of the newcomers. "How about it? How much longer do you need to decide? My time is very valuable." Seeing that they hesitated to speak, Kelly pretended to be impatient, urging them along while inwardly laughing. "At least we need to know who's being sold." The man realized that although the girl before him looked slender, she was not someone to be trifled with. On the other hand, the man lying unconscious on the ground was easier to handle. He's your partner. Don't worry, I'm not as heartless as he is. What I ask for is far less than what he wanted." Hearing this, the newcomer's eyes brightened and finally relaxed. "How much do you want? Name your price." Though women could fetch more than men, any living person could create significant value to them. Therefore, given the unequal pricing, they preferred the cheaper option. 500,000 yuan. 500,000, and you can take him away now. Kelly counted on her fingers as if seriously considering it, then laughed cheerfully. She remembered that Egon had sold her to these people for 800,000 yuan. 500,000 was significantly less. "Miss, men aren't worth as much as women. We're willing to buy him, but the price should be lower." The newcomer, seeing that Kelly had no accomplices, stood up straighter and adopted a non-negotiable attitude. Kelly's watery eyes flickered, her smile growing wider. A scumbag like him wasn't worth bargaining over, what mattered was sending him where he belonged. Thinking of this, Kelly agreed readily. 400,000 to take him away. Any lower, and there's no deal. Deal. Seeing that Kelly had readily reduced the price by 100,000, the newcomer didn't want to press too low. After some hesitation, he agreed. He ordered his men to carry Egon out and was about to transfer money to Kelly without blinking an eye. But just as he pulled out his phone, one of his subordinates had a devious thought. "Boss, she's alone. Her frail appearance makes it clear she can't match us. Why don't we?" He left his sentence unfinished, only locking onto Kelly with a malicious gaze filled with lecherous intent. The newcomer paused, thinking this idea was not bad. This way, he could save 400,000 and gain additional income indirectly. Why not? Thinking of this, his eyes turned cold, adding a hint of cruelty to his face. "I've changed my mind. Gallant old girl, you'll come with us. TSK, I knew I shouldn't deal with scum like you." Muttering under her breath, Kelly casually picked up the iron rod Egon had placed beside the door. She twisted it effortlessly in front of them, turning the thick rod into a tangled mess. The group was shocked, never expecting this frail-looking girl to be incredibly strong. If they really got into a fight, they wouldn't stand a chance. Realizing this, the newcomer swallowed hard, feeling uneasy. "Sorry, I didn't recognize you earlier. I'll transfer the money right now. Hope we can work together again." As he spoke, Kelly heard the notification sound of the money transfer from her phone. After transferring the money, the group fled in panic, disappearing within minutes. After sensing through her divine sense that they were truly gone, Kelly called Cliff with a cold expression. Kelly intended to give a brief account, but upon hearing about the human trafficking, Cliff was immediately alarmed. "What? Human trafficking? Miss Sue, when did this happen, and where are you now?" "Cliff, they've already taken the person away. I noticed something was amiss while on my way to participate in the show, so I came over to check. I didn't expect them to dare engage in human trafficking in broad daylight. Don't let them off." Kelly's words were sharp as she revealed without any reservation the escape route of the traffickers to Cliff. As for what kind of outcome Egon would face, it depended on his own karma. "I'll gather people immediately to intercept them. Thank you, Miss Sue, for providing this information." Cliff hung up and promptly mobilized all his colleagues at the police station. He issued a strict order that the human traffickers must be brought to justice no matter what. After finishing these matters, Kelly calmly brushed off non-existent dust from her clothes and walked down the mountain. She hadn't appeared for so long, surely the production team was already in chaos. Thinking of Nyla, she couldn't help but curl her lips into an amused smile. She genuinely looked forward to seeing the expression on Nyla's face when she saw her. At this moment, inside the studio. Under the director's arrangement, the guests had become familiar with each other and even started discussing how to form teams after receiving their tasks. Only Hassan kept looking at the director's team with an unhappy expression. He had asked multiple times, but the director's team kept giving excuses, always saying the same thing. The call didn't get through, and they were still trying to contact her. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Taking advantage of others being in front of the camera, he directly walked into the studio. These people didn't care at all about Kelly. After not getting in touch with her for so long, they should have at least called the police for help. Just as Hassan was about to lose his temper, a clear female voice abruptly sounded. The person who arrived was none other than Kelly. "Sorry, there was a small delay on the way. I'm late." She smiled warmly at everyone, glossing over what had happened to her. Nyla could hardly believe what she was seeing. She stared in shock at Kelly greeting everyone, completely ignoring her. None of that mattered. What mattered was that her appearance here meant that Egon had failed. Thinking that Kelly might suspect her, Nyla's face lost its color once again. Chapter 201, Three Men Make a Play. Hassan hurriedly walked out of the studio, his handsome face showing worry and urgency. Tyra, are you okay? Hearing his voice, Kelly turned around in surprise, her eyes meeting his gentle, jade-like gaze. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she nodded. I'm fine. The little hitch has already been resolved. Upon hearing the word resolved, Adrian's legs went weak, nearly causing her to sit down on the floor. She couldn't wait to ask Kelly what exactly she had done to Egon and if he was still safe. But asking that question would mean admitting her partnership with Egon, so she had to hold back. Why are you here? Kelly asked curiously. Hassan swung his employee badge, smiling. I'm your manager. Kelly raised an eyebrow and glanced at the badge. Good, then you should take good care of me during the show. Hearing this, Hassan chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Of course. Online fans were shouting excitedly. The sugary CP is so sweet, this is what being close looks like. Hassan seemed to want nothing to do with Adrian earlier, clearly showing how much he despised her. Now, aren't her fans getting their comeuppance? Do they really think our little fairy likes them? Please. Besides, isn't the show a bit over the top? Why are they filming managers? Is this show supposed to be about managers? Adrian's fans are so sour. They say they don't care, but they're practically lemons. As a passerby, it's clear how jealous the fairy fans are. Adrian's fans became the laughing stock of the live stream. The show officially started filming. Due to arriving last, Kelly could only pick the task that no one else chose, feeding geese. The production team originally didn't have these fancy segments, but after last week's live stream update, netizens left messages for the director asking for a big overhaul. Various games and competitions were duly arranged. The show's regular guests remained the same, except for Zyler. New regular guests included Kelly, Adrian, and Hassan, who could also be considered part of the regulars, although he wasn't required to complete tasks. After all, whenever he was present, the director always made sure the camera focused on him. Now, let's welcome our guest performers, the director announced loudly. To upbeat music, the guest performers slowly emerged, greeting the cameras and the production crew. The first to appear were Hurley and Hoover. As soon as they showed up, the live stream erupted. Is the director deliberately having them enter together? Hahaha, Sister Brooke's harem is all on this show. Joa, what are you trying to do? Heavy crabs, anyone see that? Hassan's face was so dark just now. He rarely shows such disapproval. Joa, you really understand us. Can we have more of this next time? Hashtag Kelly's three harems gathered together hashtag. Hashtag Hassan's black face hashtag. Hashtag three men boldly pursue love hashtag. These hashtags flooded the trending search, drawing even those who hadn't watched the live stream, all shouting, what the heck? No one expected the director to play this well. This show is a must-watch. It's common to have 3 women and 1 man, but seeing 3 men and 1 woman is rare and exciting. Boosted by the trending topics, a crowd poured into the set, all there for the spectacle. Trending topic visitors. This is interesting. Truly fascinating. I'm a sports student, 185 centimeters tall, and somewhat handsome. Can I join to be the 4th man for my elder sister? What are you thinking? Look at the quality of the other guys before you speak. Exactly. If there's going to be a 4th, it has to be the currently popular fantasy drama star Chi-Che. Hashtag Chi-Che preparing for the 4th place in the harem hashtag. Unrelated people were brought together by netizens. On the scene. All the guests kept glancing at Kelly, who seemed completely oblivious, her expression normal and her gaze steady, as if ready to join a party. Clearly, these men can't tempt her. Netizens burst into laughter again. Next to appear were the flying guests, members of the Sweet Idol group, Daniela, Rochelle, and Minnie. They were from the same group and had a new song to promote, appearing on various variety shows. Daniela immediately smiled and pushed past Hassan to hug Kelly's arm. Sister Brooke, finally got to meet you. She said excitedly. Since the survival show ended, both had occasionally chatted, but due to busy schedules, they hadn't managed to meet up. Looking at Daniela, Kelly smiled affectionately and nodded. You've lost weight. I've been practicing dancing non-stop and haven't had time to eat properly. Losing a few pounds is normal, Daniela explained helplessly. Her fans were heartbroken. Princess Lila works so hard. She and Kelly make such a great couple. Upstairs, I'm also shipping it. Kelly is so resolute with men that she's ready to join the party, and with Lila, she can't help but show her affection all over her face. This is like forcing us to ship them. Who understands? I really like such love. All the guest performers had now arrived. Ulrich watched as the audience numbers in the backstage continued to rise and couldn't stop smiling. He cleared his throat and then opened the microphone. All right, all guest performers have arrived. Please let the veterans lead the newcomers. That means the guest performers will decide their own partners and complete the drawn tasks together. The first to finish will get 50 points, and so on, 40 for second place, 30 for third place, and so on. This time, what the production team provides are all unfinished houses. Points can be used to buy items and upgrade rooms. Hearing the words, unfinished houses, the guests' expressions changed more or less. Armin and Galen exchanged glances, both looking quite helpless. Had we known this, after the director revamped the show, the two of us should have left. We're old bones and not suited for young people's activities, Armin joked. Galen playfully rubbed her waist, making everyone laugh. How could I treat my old partners unfairly? All the points you accumulated before are still valid and can be used freely, the director laughed. Upon hearing this, the original cast members beamed with joy and praised the director's good character. The guest performers began forming their own teams. Sister Brooke, can I pair up with you? Daniela blinked her eyes and coaxed. With such a charming little sister, Kelly naturally couldn't refuse. Sure. She immediately agreed. Thus, their partnership was formed. The production crew quickly provided the two with badges. The other guest performers who were about to walk towards Kelly stopped and found others instead. Armin and Hoover successfully paired up, with the task of helping locals carry 100 pounds of corn. Adrian and Rochelle formed a group, tasked with helping locals tidy up their rooms until they were satisfied. Galen and Minnie teamed up, assigned to herd sheep. Tisha and Hurley formed a group, tasked with learning how to card cotton. Among the 5 groups, the easiest task visually appeared to belong to Adrian's group, while the heaviest task fell to Kelly's group. Chapter 202, She is a Tease. The GE's, the goose, reputation was fearsome, and almost everyone treated it with respect from a distance. Adrian wanted to laugh inside but showed concern on her face as she stepped forward and asked, Tyra, do you need me to switch tasks with you? Feeding the ghoul is really hard work. You can't endure hardship at all, even for the action scenes, you let your stunt double do it. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Daniela clenched her back teeth in anger at these seemingly innocent yet calculating words from Adrian. Women understood women best, and she saw right through Adrian's ill intentions at once. At this moment, the comments were all criticizing Kelly. The use of a body double in fight scenes is really disgusting. Can't you show some respect for us, the audience? Celebrities sure earn their money easily, delivering half-hearted lines and acting casually can net them 2.08 million yuan. I used to think Kelly was quite good, but now, I remember when filming Shindu, the director praised her as very talented. Now it seems he must have been paid off. In reality, Kelly could hear the malice in Adrian's voice, but she smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you very much. With that, she held up the task card in front of Adrian and handed it to her. This sudden move left the other guests and netizens dumbfounded. Seriously, she's really switching? Seeing the bewildered look on Adrian's face, Kelly gently pushed the task card forward, feigning confusion. Didn't you want to switch? Weren't you just joking with me earlier? These words placed Adrian on the hot seat. Switch, how can I not? She gritted out through clenched teeth. Kelly swiftly handed over the hot potato-like task card to her, then took hers, carefully checked the address, and went with Daniela to complete the task. Adrian's face had turned green with anger, her hand trembling as she clutched the task card. Feed the geese? Won't we be pecked by them? Rochelle complained bitterly, her usually sweet and beautiful face showing frustration. She joined Adrian because she thought her task was simple, only to end up in this situation. Netizens finally reacted. Oh my god, Kelly actually dared to switch tasks. Never seen such a shameless one, even our Alice has lost face. Does anyone upstairs have a brain? It was clearly your Alice who suggested the task switch. Not taking advantage of it would be silly. How can Adrian play both sides and drag Rochelle into it? Shouldn't she have consulted her teammates first? Is she insane? I'm done, why does she act so kind-hearted? Is she the only one who cares? Rochelle, being adorably sweet, had a huge fan base, especially among female fans, who are known to be fiercely protective. So, before long. Hashtag Flynn Galen's no playing both sides and dragging Wang Minli hashtag. Hot search topics quickly filled up with Alice fans getting savagely criticized, while photos capturing Adrian's micro-expressions became viral content. The contrast between her smirk when learning Kelly's task and her shock upon hearing Kelly agree to switch tasks revealed her true motives. But her agent was quite pleased. Adrian finally learned to genuinely help her teammates instead of causing trouble. It was indeed wise to please Kelly. Now that she was gaining popularity, she shouldn't miss such an opportunity. Kelly and Daniela headed to the most remote house in the village, located at the foot of a mountain. The household details mentioned that the mayor there had lost his daughter and was a pitiable recipient of social welfare. Even though the road to the village was mostly uphill, Daniela, who usually had good stamina, was already panting. It's really far. I don't mind it, Hassan interjected immediately. To show how easygoing he found it, he took large strides ahead of everyone else, then looked back at Kelly. Maybe it's because I've been hitting the gym recently and my stamina is pretty good, he said. Hassan didn't realize that at that moment, he resembled a peacock displaying its feathers. However, paired with his devilishly handsome face, it was rather amusing. That's good, Kelly replied with a smile. His lips curled into a satisfied grin. Daniela watched their interaction, then hugged Kelly's arm tighter, pouting pitifully, "Sis, I'm so tired. Can you hold my hand?" Kelly turned to look at her, her smile full of affectionate exasperation, "Sure." Thus, Daniela felt content being led along, passing the momentarily petrified Hassan, a smug and bright smile spreading across her face. Netizens couldn't help but laugh. "Hassan, what a tease, she's a real, open your eyes, Kelly. What nonsense, she's my adorable little sister whom I cherish. Can't you tell if she's a tease?" "Ha ha ha, modern netizens sure know how to talk, Hassan looks like he's lost it. Have to guard against men and women alike, what a tragic life. Hashtag hope Lila tease hashtag." As the topic trended, Daniela's haters saw an opportunity and rushed into attack. After unleashing their fury, they were stunned when they watched the video, wanting to delete their comments but it was too late, facing a torrent of mockery from others. Previously, there were fans shipping Daniela and Hassan as a couple, but now not even half remained, given that their visible rivalry as love interests was clear to all. In the show, the three guests along with the cameraman had already arrived at the door of the elderly man they were there to assist. The gate was very dilapidated, visibly desolate. Kelly knocked on the door, and after a long while, someone responded. "I'm coming." Shortly after the voice spoke, the gate opened, revealing an emaciated old man with tattered clothes standing before the camera. Compared to the dazzling guests, he appeared even more pitiful. "You're the celebrities here to help me tidy up my room." "There isn't much to clean, I've already done some preliminary work," the old man hunched over and walked inside, saying. The guests stepped into the courtyard, and upon seeing its decrepit state, even the netizens were moved to tears. Nowadays everyone should be lifted out of poverty, but I didn't expect someone still lives like this. The info card just showed this elderly man doesn't even have children. Sniffle, can we help him? I really want to donate. I'll donate too. I was going to top up money for a game to buy a skin I like, but now I don't want to. It's better to do something meaningful. Joa, can you speak up and share the address? Seeing the comments from netizens, the director was deeply moved. However, he would only release the address after the show ended. Doing so now wouldn't be convenient. In the show, Kelly stared at the old man's face, her lips slightly downturned, her expression slightly cold. She walked silently into the yard, took the broom, and started sweeping, with Daniela closely following. The old man looked at the cameraman with his equipment and sighed. I didn't expect celebrities would come to such a small place, and I didn't think an old man like me would be chosen. This program is full of good people. I must offer incense to thank those who run the show. Thank you all. His grateful demeanor won even more favor from the netizens. Chapter 203, Bullying the Elderly. Wow, he is so polite, nothing like those old men and old ladies in the news who act shamelessly, Daniela whispered in praise. Kelly let out a cold laugh and quickened her pace. Her reaction made even the carefree Daniela feel uneasy, with a puzzled expression on her face. Hassan stood to the side, watching the elderly man thoughtfully. The netizens were growing increasingly anxious. What does Kelly mean? Why does it feel like she's disrespecting this elderly person? Does being a celebrity make her so special? This girl is really unpredictable. Just when I'm about to like her, she starts acting strangely again. I really hate people like her because my grandfather is also getting old. Every time I see an elder, I think of him. Kelly is just taking advantage of the fact that this old man has no children or anyone to take care of him. It's disgusting. Faced with such a pitiful elder, Kelly's attitude indeed seemed excessive, leaving her fans speechless. As the crowd continued to discuss, Kelly and Daniela had already finished tidying up the room. Vaughn's home was indeed very clean, requiring almost no effort to tidy up. Kelly handed the task card to him. Can you please stamp it for us? Sure thing, the elderly man readily agreed. However, instead of directly going to stamp it, he first patted his lower back several times. These days, I'm getting old, and it's cold. I haven't even bought myself decent clothes. No one comes to sell things in the village anymore, everyone likes buying things via mobile phone now. I don't know how much longer these old bones will last. I can't even use a mobile phone, I'm truly outdated. This pitiful appearance moved the netizens once again, and a look of sympathy appeared on Daniela's face as well. Just as she was about to offer some financial help to the elderly man, Kelly suddenly said, All right, can you please stamp it for us first? If you find it inconvenient, just tell me where the stamp is, and I'll get it. The atmosphere instantly turned tense, and the elderly man's face turned ashen, seemingly taken aback by her words. Daniela widened her eyes at Kelly, looking thoroughly puzzled. What's wrong? How has Brooke's sister changed so much since we last met? Hassan understood Kelly and knew that she wouldn't treat the elderly man this way without reason. Having worked in the entertainment industry for many years, he could guess how netizens would ridicule and curse her for her current attitude. So, Hassan stepped forward and asked softly, Tyra, is there something wrong with him? Kelly merely hummed in response, not wanting to elaborate, but her expression remained cold. Vaughn looked baffled, asking cautiously, Daughter, what did I do to offend you? Am I not giving you the stamp? After saying this, he awkwardly took a few steps forward but stumbled after just a few steps, landing heavily on the ground with a sharp intake of breath from the pain. Seeing this, Daniela hurriedly went to support him. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Vaughn sighed sorrowfully, nodding slightly and gently patting her small hand. "I'm fine, don't worry, daughter." His rough old hand unintentionally rubbed against Daniela's tender white hand. She instinctively felt something was off but, seeing how pitiful the elderly man looked, didn't pull her hand away. Kelly then rushed forward, forcibly separating Daniela from the elderly man. He staggered backward, nearly falling to the ground again. At this point, the live stream chat was flooded with criticisms. "Hey, why did Kelly push him like that? That's going too far. If you don't like him, that's your business, but pushing someone isn't necessary. Is this how celebrities behave? Ugh, I really want to vomit. How could I have ever liked her? I should dig out my eyes and wash them. Kelly really went too far this time. You can never mistreat the elderly, regardless of anything else. Won't you grow old someday too?" In reality, Kelly pulled out a tissue from her pocket and wiped the spot where the elderly man had touched Hope Wanwan. "Brooke sister? What's wrong?" Hope Wanwan blinked twice, confused. Kelly looked at the elderly man, her gaze clear and piercing, as if she could see through him. "Julius, your calculations aren't bad, but unfortunately for you, today's guest is me," she said coldly. Hearing this name, the elderly man's eyes widened in shock as he looked at her in disbelief. "Who are you? How do you know who I am?" he asked with a cold expression. At this moment, the elderly man lost all semblance of kindness and amiability. His cloudy eyes flashed with sharp, chilling light, making people shudder upon seeing him. Hassan instinctively stepped in front of Kelly to shield her from the frightening gaze. "Haven't you heard the saying that if you want others not to know, you shouldn't have done it in the first place? 30 years have passed. Have you forgotten about that incident?" Kelly retorted to Julius. "So what if I haven't forgotten? The police said it had nothing to do with me. Don't go spouting nonsense and ruining my reputation, little girl. I was wondering why your production team gave me so much money out of nowhere. I thought rich people had kind hearts, but it seems you want to get some big scoop from me. I'm telling you, I know nothing and will say nothing. Get lost." Julius's eyes were filled with malice as he pushed Kelly and Daniela, as if eager to prevent some shocking secret from being exposed. But, he couldn't push them. "Stamp it," Kelly raised the task card in her hand. Julius looked at her suspiciously, muttered something about mental illness, and resignedly went back into the house to get the stamp. At this moment, he no longer moved slowly, instead, he practically sprinted, his old legs moving incredibly fast. In just a few moments, Julius took out the stamp and vigorously stamped the task card twice. "Get lost, my home doesn't welcome you," he barked, slamming the door shut right after speaking. "Brooke sister, what's going on?" Daniela blinked her large, round eyes, confused and puzzled. After all, the pitiful old man who needed help just moments ago had suddenly become unreasonable, leaving everyone dumbfounded. "He carries sin, which can't be explained in a word or two, but he doesn't deserve your help," Kelly explained. Daniela nodded, recalling the old man's behavior just now, and found this explanation very credible. The netizens felt the same way. "Family, do you remember when Kelly was revealed to have a mystic livestream room? She can really predict things, and she must have figured something out. In fact, I always felt that old man was pretending. From the first look, he seemed extremely hypocritical. Now it looks like my judgment was quite sharp. So, what exactly did this old man do wrong? I'm really curious but don't know." When Kelly speaks, she should finish her sentences. Leaving things half-said, you're really good at holding people in suspense. After this interlude, Kelly and Daniela's team became the first to complete the task, earning 50 points. Ulrich was also very curious about what was wrong with the old man they found but didn't ask in front of everyone. The other teams struggled greatly with their tasks, especially Nyla. Chapter 204, Embarrassed by being chased by a goose. The terror of geese is well known to all. When they're not happy, they will flap their wings and come forward, pecking people with their deadly beaks, causing the victims unbearable pain. Adrian's group had very bad luck, encountering free-range geese on the farm, whose combat power was impressive. To welcome the celebrities, the farmer specially penned up the geese that were usually free-range, resulting in constant cackling at the gate. Adrian and Rochelle, two delicate female stars, took the feed prepared by the farmer and carefully approached the pen. The closer they got, the more frenzied the geese became, flapping their wings more frequently. Netizens were all worried. "My family raises geese, so I can see the signs. These geese are angry and may fly over the fence. Damn, Adrian and Rochelle are doomed. These geese are truly terrifying. Just watching them makes me scared. I'd rather be miles away than feed them. Look, one goose seems to be flying out." As netizens filled the screen with comments, a goose raised its head high and cackled loudly, startling Adrian and Rochelle. Then, like a victorious general, the goose flapped its wings and charged towards the outside of the pen. Under everyone's gaze, it flew out. The moment it landed, the geese inside the pen cackled in admiration and followed suit, flying out as well. Seeing this scene, Adrian and Rochelle stood there stunned, their faces blank with shock. "Hey, you two girls, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. The farmer shouted in despair. The geese turned their heads towards the source of the sound. The farmer shrank his neck and immediately fled home. Humanitarianism, huh? Not when his life is at stake. With no one to target, the geese's shiny, round eyes locked onto Adrian and Rochelle again. The first goose that flew out cackled, and soon many geese rushed forward. Under the watchful eyes of the netizens, Adrian and Rochelle were pecked into running helter-skelter, their hair disheveled, losing their glamorous star personas, looking more like harridans. Ah, Buddha forgive me, I can't help laughing at this. I've already taken screenshots of Adrian's messy state. Great job, goose. Maybe I'll have iron pot stewed goose tonight to show my support. Top comment, your way of supporting the goose might not be needed and could even make people dislike you. Do you people have any morals? Laughing at others' misfortune. How would you feel if it happened to you? That's right. Feeding the geese was Kelly's task. Our little fairy suffered for her. It's all Kelly's fault. Hashtag Adrian loses grace due to goose pecks. Culprit turns out to be Kelly. Hashtag. Driven by a desire to take revenge for their little fairy, her fans spent money to get this incident trending while editing together the entire situation. But they never expected that the trending post would be full of laughter. Do you think Kelly did anything wrong? Adrian herself asked for a swap. If it were me, I'd choose the same. Alice fans are known for being unable to take losses in the entertainment industry. Their idol having such fans is unlucky. I'm a fan of Rochelle. Isn't Adrian disgusting? Because of her, Mingli was implicated. Shouldn't she have consulted her teammates before swapping tasks? Adrian's fans couldn't find anyone sympathetic to their idol, instead drawing more attention to Rochelle, turning this whole situation into a loss. As the guests gathered to collect points, the group that fed the geese was announced to be in first place, last place. Seeing Adrian and Rochelle in their disheveled state, Daniela's eyes darted up and down, avoiding looking at them. Struggling to suppress a laugh, she thought of all the painful events in her life to keep from bursting out. While suppressing her laughter, Daniela glanced at Kelly, only to find her completely expressionless, showing no sign of wanting to laugh. Daphne is really terrifying, always so calm, what great mental fortitude. Daniela marveled internally, looking around and catching sight of Hoover. Both were desperately trying not to laugh, their faces turning red. One glance at each other and they couldn't hold it in anymore, bursting out laughing. Their laughter seemed contagious, leading the other guests to erupt in laughter one after another. Realizing how bad she must look, Adrian's eyes widened and she angrily questioned, Daniela, what are you laughing about? Nothing, I just suddenly remembered something happy from the past. Minnie, do you remember? Daniela asked through tears of laughter. Minnie's face also showed a bright smile, nodding immediately. Of course I remember, it's pretty nostalgic, ha ha ha. The two women were laughing heartily, shoulders leaning on each other, completely devoid of the usual restraint of female celebrities. They even laughed with their mouths wide open. But they explained their reason. Since it was now live streaming, Adrian couldn't bring herself to embarrass them and could only look at Kelly. Her eyes welled up with tears, ready to make a complaint, but she didn't expect that Kelly's lips didn't even hint a smile. All her anger had to be forcibly suppressed. Adrian rolled her eyes upward, almost fainting. Alright, next you can freely use your points to decorate your rooms, or wander around the village to trigger hidden tasks, the director said with a smile. The more points you accumulate, the more comfortable your stay will be. With that, he turned and headed back to the production room, eager to see the netizens' comments. Netizens are all talented, their words sound good and hit the mark, definitely having an insightful opinion about what just happened. Is Kelly professional? Could she be a hidden special ops member in the entertainment industry? She can't even laugh at this scene, she's not normal. Ha ha ha, even my 80-year-old grandmother would have stomach aches from laughing so hard. Kelly really holds it in. The geese were terrifying, bringing back memories of being pecked when I was a kid. But watching others get pecked now is so satisfying. Adrian, alright, your happiness comes from my pain, got it? After the director outlined the tasks, the guests resumed free activities. Adrian and Rochelle naturally couldn't continue enduring the messy situation and chose to return to their room to tidy up. Though sparsely furnished, the room had items they brought, and there was a bathroom for changing clothes without any issues. As for Kelly, she watched Adrian's departing back, lost in thought. She hadn't laughed because she genuinely couldn't find humor in the situation, it had been truly unsettling. In others' eyes, Adrian might have been funny, but to Kelly, dark energy seemed to emanate from her entire body. And Rochelle, the pendant she wore around her neck seemed to contain something. That dark energy appeared to come from the pendant and moved onto Adrian's body. Furthermore, it felt familiar, just like the curse on Hassan. Strange, how did that person have so many connections with stars in the entertainment industry? Chapter 205, Galantal Carp Rochelle. The pendant was used for borrowing luck. Nyla would never have thought that the luck she obtained with great difficulty through raising her spike and even a little ghost had been completely stolen by Rochelle. This was what they called, there's always someone worse off than you. But to successfully borrow luck, besides the pendant, other media were also required. One must find them to break the borrowing. Also, when did Rochelle start borrowing luck? Kelly felt inexplicably dizzy. Being human seemed busier than being a deity. She hadn't even found Zelda, and now there was this luck-borrowing pendant. The best way was still to find the person behind it all, catch him all at once, so he couldn't create more trouble. Miss Brooke, what do you think of my suggestion? Coming back to her senses, Kelly felt Daniela gently shaking her shoulder. Turning around, she saw her pouting cutely. Beside her, Hassan's lips were tightly pressed, his eyes deep and somewhat displeased. Tyra, the most important thing now is to save our points. Apart from necessities, we also need to exchange for dinner ingredients, he said gravely. Daniela hummed, her bright eyes full of grievance, but I really want that bed. If Miss Brooke and I sleep on a big, wide bed tonight, we'll be so happy. Don't you think so, Miss Brooke, good sister? Being sweetly shaken by the lovely girl and called sister affectionately, Kelly felt a soft spot in her heart. Actually, it wasn't impossible. Tyra. Hassan's tone grew slightly heavier, containing a bit of warning. These two suddenly came into confrontation. Netizens were exclaiming in surprise. Wow, didn't expect to see a real drama in this variety show. Is she not obviously a homewrecker? What are you being jealous about? She's clearly my good younger sister. What bad intentions could a younger sister have? Just wants to sleep in the same bed as me, how can I refuse her? Dog man, don't provoke my cute sister. As netizens played with their memes, Kelly had already made up her mind. With quick actions, she grabbed the double bedroom valued at 35 points from the staff member, along with other necessary living items, totaling exactly 50 points. Now, Kelly didn't have any points left. Seeing Hassan's face growing colder, she smiled charmingly and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Didn't the director just say there's a hidden task? I can earn more points. And solving dinner is easy. I brought some instant noodles. If nothing else, we can just boil some water. As a permanent guest, I should take care of the newcomers, right? Kelly said. It was hard to stay mad at someone smiling so brightly. Even if Hassan was holding in some frustration, he didn't want to argue with her. Beside him, Daniela was grinning broadly, looking very pleased that her scheme had worked. In front of Hassan, she wrapped her arms around Kelly, clinging closely and sweetly saying, Miss Brooke, you're so nice. This act of hers was so typical that netizens were roaring for heaven to bless them with such a homewrecker. No, this wasn't a homewrecker, but a cute and sweet girl. As for Hassan's condition, no one cared. Feeling satisfied, Kelly took Daniela on another quest for points. Hassan, possibly angered by the two, did not accompany them but went into the studio to watch the monitors with everyone else. The staff members groaned in misery. Because after Mr. Hope arrived, the air temperature dropped to freezing, making them shiver. On the way, Kelly casually mentioned, Lila, your group's Rochelle looks quite cute, right? She has many fans. Hearing this, Daniela's expression tightened, cautiously looking at her. Miss Brooke, do you prefer her? It's not about liking or not. I just think she's quite cute, Kelly laughed. Daniela sighed in relief. Rochelle does have high popularity. It seems Miss Brooke doesn't surf the web much. She was crowned the Galantal Carp recently, and everyone was sharing wishes like crazy. At the time, every time I scrolled through Weibo, I'd see her, almost getting tired of it. Saying this, Daniela playfully stuck out her tongue. A faint cold light flashed in Kelly's phoenix-like eyes, murmuring, Galantal Carp, very lucky, huh? Daniela stopped suddenly, nodding vigorously. Not just lucky, extremely lucky. In all my life, I've never seen anyone as lucky as her. Do you know, Miss Brooke, she can win prizes simply buying water at a convenience store. Her talent is average, but during auditions, she always advances smoothly. And yes, she ended up first place. Isn't that amazing? Staying with such a lucky teammate every day makes me feel like I'm absorbing her luck too. Daniela was innocent and lively, only expressing amazement and envy at Rochelle's luck without any malice, which was endearing. Princess Lila is so cute. I never got her before, finding her noisy, but now with Kelly's calm presence, there's an unexpected beauty in their contrast. She has always been this adorable. During the audition, even my mom couldn't resist spending money to vote for her. Now that I think about it, Daniela should have been first place during the audition. It's strange how Rochelle ended up on top. Please don't stir up trouble between teammates. Daniela hasn't said anything, and as a non-fan, you shouldn't talk nonsense. Rochelle worked hard too back then. In the show, Kelly nodded thoughtfully after hearing Daniela's words. Has she always been this lucky? She asked. Daniela blinked her eyes in recollection. It seems like her luck suddenly skyrocketed halfway through the program. This must be what they call good fortune nourishing a person. Kelly smiled and nodded, but her eyes grew darker. It looks like I need to find a chance to probe into Rochelle's background. Galantal Miss Daniela must have also had her luck borrowed at some point. Ouch, my leg hurts so much. Is there anyone kind enough to help me? It hurts terribly. The elderly woman's voice, filled with age and tears, caught Kelly and Daniela's attention. Not far away, an old lady was sitting in the grass, her face grimy, hugging her leg and crying. Seeing this scene, the online audience couldn't help but react emotionally. Damn, are there scam artists even in rural areas? The two beauties better not go over. Even being celebrities, you can't afford to pay if it's a scam. What are you afraid of? There are cameras now. Isn't it possible that this is a task arranged by the director? Amidst the mixed comments, Kelly and Daniela were already helping the elderly woman up, one on each side. During this process, both of their clothes got dirty, but they paid no attention, only worrying about the old lady. Are you alright? Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Daniela asked anxiously. Kelly gently brushed the dust off the old lady's clothes, closely watching her from head to toe with concern. Chapter 206, You Want It Too? The old lady no longer looked pitiful as she pulled out a 10-point card from her bosom. It's fine, you two are good girls, and good people will be rewarded. Her dust-smudged face was filled with kindness. Kelly took the card, looking at the elderly woman earnestly. You too, may good deeds be rewarded. The old lady was slightly taken aback but then smiled, gently waving her hand, a soft, soothing light seemingly radiating from her entire being. After walking for some distance, Daniela sighed, what a kind grandma. She is a benevolent person who has lived 5 lifetimes. In this life, she used her life savings earned from decades of work to establish a school, helping countless children leave the mountains. She's someone with great karma, Kelly explained. Daniela gasped, her red lips forming an O shape, her eyes sparkling with admiration. How impressive. Some netizens recognized the old lady from earlier and left comments. Kelly, she's truly something. Alicia is the light in my life. After confirming that I wanted to continue studying, she visited my home countless times, even lending money herself to convince my parents not to sell me off as a child bride. She only had 1,000 yuan at the time, all of which she spent on me. To the commenter above, we're from the same village. I never expected the internet to be so small. Alicia is really great and has also helped me, I can never forget her. Giving away all her fortune to help numerous students, such a person is truly virtuous. I wondered if everyone remembers Julius. I want to know what he did. Check it out, Adrian's team also met Alicia. Quick-witted netizens immediately switched screens to watch Adrian's team. Alicia, who had just risen, was now sprawled on the ground again, holding her thigh and groaning in pain. Adrian and Rochelle stood nearby watching her, their faces full of wariness and disdain. Netizens were confused since these two were renowned for their kindness online. Online says we absolutely mustn't help, otherwise, we'll be the ones suffering, Rochelle whispered softly, her eyes fixed on the dirt on Alicia's body. Adrian nodded hastily. Indeed, let's go. They hurried away like they were avoiding a virus, afraid that Alicia would see them and ask for help. At this moment, their images started to crumble. Why do I feel like Rochelle is different from before? In my mind, she was a pure and innocent little princess. Now she seems like a wicked stepmother. I'm saved, I thought I was the only one who felt this way. Her expression makes me feel strange, she definitely wasn't like this before. How disgusting Adrian looks, it makes me feel like vomiting. If Kelly could see the netizens' comments at this moment, she would surely laugh. Adrian didn't have much luck originally, and even if Rochelle tried to steal it, she couldn't take much. Previously, that bit of luck protected her like beauty filters, making her appear perfect in the audience's eyes. But now that the filter is gone, the audience naturally sees the real Rochelle. Kelly and Daniela spent the whole afternoon outside and successfully earned nearly 100 points. Rochelle, always known for her luck, ended up only completing a small task worth 5 points due to her disdain for everything around her. Their team's total score barely sufficed to buy a single bed. Netizens were dumbfounded. Is the lucky charm I've been sharing really Rochelle? She doesn't seem like herself anymore. It's Kelly instead. Earning only a few points after an entire afternoon, impressive. It's special in its own right, others might not even achieve that. These two women look down on everything and everyone. Hurley is known for his cleanliness obsession but doesn't disdain helping others. Not earning points is their own fault. Rochelle, I don't intend to follow you anymore. When the filter is removed, the difference isn't huge, and fans naturally can't accept it. That night, Kelly and Daniela had enough points to buy hot pot ingredients and utensils, enjoying a hearty meal. The other teams also ate well, living comfortably except for Adrian and Rochelle. Sitting on the single bed, they began questioning their existence. Some mean-spirited netizens recorded and dubbed over this scene, uploading it to personal social media accounts with the background music, Plum Blossoms Bloom Again, very fitting. You shouldn't have given away that task today. If we completed it first, we could at least have 2 single beds. Now we only have 1 bed, how are we going to sleep? Rochelle complained with a hint of frustration in her tone. Even during auditions, she had never experienced such hardship and naturally couldn't endure it. Adrian thought about the various embarrassing situations of the day and felt irked. Anger flashed across her delicate face. Why didn't you stop me then? Now you're just saying sarcastic things. Rochelle rolled her eyes at this, turning around to ignore her. With their situation already poor and now having conflicts, it was evident that tomorrow would not be good either. As night fell, everyone drifted off to sleep deeply, the cameras were turned off, leaving some happy and others worried. Hassan tossed and turned in the private room prepared for him by the director, thinking about Daniela's attitude towards Kelly. This little girl doesn't seem like she has no interest. TSK, Hassan had thought it would be fine if he stayed with Kelly, but he didn't expect there would be so many obstacles on the road ahead. Besides Daniela, Hoover and Holy didn't look innocent either. It seemed he would have his hands full in the coming days. On the other side, Daniela, who Hassan was wary of, quietly approached Kelly, placing her hand on Kelly's firm waist, sniffing happily at the scent of Daphne. Sleeping close to a beautiful older sister at night was what she deserved. Daphne, you actually have abs, Daniela exclaimed in surprise. Kelly turned around and met her shocked and envious gaze, a smile curling at the corner of her lips. She was already beautiful, and with that radiant smile, she instantly bewitched Daniela. Daphne, smiling like that is really unfair, I might get a nosebleed, she pretended, covering her nose in protest. Do you want abs? Kelly raised an eyebrow, lifting her shirt slightly. Her white abdominal muscles were firm, with several graceful lines, and the oblique lines on both sides made her curves even better. Daniela couldn't help but exclaim, wow. She wasn't unfamiliar with beauties, everyone in the group danced and more or less had oblique lines. But, she had never seen anyone like Kelly. I want them, Daniela nodded vigorously. Kelly nodded and put down her shirt. Then I'll take you jogging tomorrow morning. The change in topic was too sudden. Daniela let out an ah sound, looking puzzled and somewhat lost. She actually wanted to keep watching, but she felt embarrassed to say so. Kelly patted her head gently, smiling softly. Go to sleep. Daniela grinned sweetly and snuggled up next to her, falling asleep. What they didn't know was that although the cameras were indeed turned off, the director had forgotten to turn off the microphones. Chapter 207 Poisonous Snake in the Cornfield. Kelly, Daniela, I can't believe you too. Oh my god. Is this something I should hear? I didn't want to bow either. They held my head down and made me do it. Late at night, enthusiastic netizens pushed their topics to the trending list. Hashtag Suwe Lullaby everywhere hashtag. The next day, when all the guests gathered, everyone saw Hassan's huge dark circles under his eyes. Meeting his accusing gaze, Kelly raised her eyebrows and widened her eyes, not understanding what was going on. Ulrich timely appeared and said, today, the guests will form a large team to help the villagers pick corn in the fields, 1 point for every 10 pounds of corn. Hiss, that's a lot of corn to get just 1 point. Minnie's little face showed signs of distress. Ulrich smiled but did not speak, only arranging for local villagers to lead the stars to the cornfield. Netizens had strong opinions about Minnie's performance. 1 ear of corn weighs half a pound, picking 10 pounds shouldn't be hard, right? These celebrities are really delicate flowers who don't know hard work. Thinking about my grandfather who works so hard farming and earns only tens of thousands a year, while these celebrities make 208 renminbi a day, my smile fades away. I hope there are more physical challenges in variety shows to show how hard they have to work, otherwise, I will really be jealous. Entertainment trends are like this, every move is magnified by the camera. A casual remark can ruin public goodwill. When the guests arrived at the cornfield, looking at the vast expanse of farmland, everyone exclaimed in unison, as if they were frogs at the bottom of a well, astonished. The old farmer waiting to teach them how to pick corn smiled and spoke broken Mandarin, look at my hands. He placed his hand on the corn and easily snapped it off. Wearing specialized gloves, the stars entered the field and began learning how to pick corn. Their movements were clumsy and much slower than the old farmer, but despite being slow, they were all making an effort. In the live stream, viewers thought of a famous singer's song, Rice Fragrance, accompanied by its soothing melody, the endless sea of green corn stalks, creating a healing scene. Soon enough, each guest had a pile of corn behind them, becoming increasingly proficient from their initial clumsiness. Among them, Hoover moved the fastest and worked the hardest, seemingly enjoying the task very much. There was even a glimmer in his eyes. Fans laughed, the usually sharp-tongued Hoover looked quite endearing at this moment. Goodness, after filming this show, will my brother really become a professional corn picker? Others might not, but he probably will. I remember he once said he loves corn, so is this love transferred? Really makes me laugh, ha ha ha, Hoover is really interesting. Didn't understand him before, now I truly love him. So, live variety shows are necessary for these normal and interesting stars. Hassan stayed close to the staff, looking worriedly at Kelly. If possible, he wanted to pick corn for her. Though wearing gloves, excessive arm movement could cause pain the next day. But if he really went to pick for her, netizens would certainly dislike Kelly. Hassan had no choice but to suppress the thought. As the sun rose higher, the piles of corn behind the guests grew larger, and everyone became increasingly exhausted. Especially Tisha, Armin, and Galen Na, who were older. Although around 40, their energy couldn't match that of the younger guests. Breathless, their movements became slower. Nearby, Adrian's eyes brightened slightly. She approached the 3 seniors with concern, reminding them, don't overdo it. Take a break if you're tired. You don't need too many points, just enough is fine. The 3 nodded, gratitude in their eyes as they looked at her. Just as they were about to leave, Kelly suddenly shouted, wait. The 3 turned back, puzzled, while Adrian's expression changed. With a rather biting tone, she asked, what do you mean, Kelly? Is accumulating points more important than everyone's health? Upon hearing this, netizens also began criticizing harshly. Kelly is really disgusting. Can someone ban her from entertainment? My mom asked why I vomited at the computer screen. How can there be such a person? Collective benefits are important, but health comes first. Our fairy is kind-hearted, she's so much better than some people. Amidst the abuse, Kelly extended her hand and gently reminded everyone. Don't move. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Kelly took small steps forward, moving very lightly, as if afraid to disturb something. The lighter she moved, the more fearful Armin and the others became. On the contrary, Adrian frowned deeply, filled with disdain. She slightly turned her body, following the direction Kelly had gone, and her eyes met the venomous snake's gaze. Seeing its flickering tongue and vertical pupils, she sucked in a breath of cold air, almost screaming. Adrian's face turned deathly pale, and she covered her lips tightly with her hand, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. As she moved her rigid gaze to Kelly, a sudden idea flashed in her mind, gradually forming into a thought. Seeing Adrian's reaction, netizens began speculating. What scared little fairy like that? This is the wild, it's very possible for wildlife like snakes to appear in the cornfield. I feel like what the person above said is true. Scary. Hope nothing happens to the guests. So Kelly asked everyone to stop for good reason. I misunderstood her. I apologize. Watching the netizens' guesses, the director's heart sank to the bottom. He had clearly ordered a large-scale cleanup of the surrounding area yesterday to ensure there were no dangerous species. If anything happened to these celebrities, he couldn't bear the responsibility. At this moment, Kelly casually picked up a stick. Her clear, cold eyes were fierce, and her voice was extremely low. Start slowly retreating now, and absolutely do not look left. After saying this, Kelly waved the stick, drawing the snake's attention entirely onto herself. Hassan's handsome face turned ashen with tension as he watched her, fearing the worst. Why was she so foolish? Armin and the others slowly retreated as Kelly instructed, and the snake indeed didn't notice them. Once they left the vicinity of the snake, their legs felt weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, but fortunately, Hoover and the others came over to support them. While they were moving, Adrian remained dazed on the spot, seemingly scared stiff. Kelly ignored her, cautiously stepping forward, slowly approaching the venomous snake, ready to deal with it. Hassan clenched his fists tightly, his heart pounding wildly, and his face turning slightly pale. Netizens love drama. What is Kelly planning? One-on-one with a venomous snake? Is she out of her mind? She must be desperate for fame if she thinks she can fight a venomous snake. What nonsense. Chapter 208, Two Female Celebrities Clash. Kelly can seek her own death, but don't drag our little fairy into this. She's still standing in the same spot. Alice fans are truly creepy. Nyla was the one who froze there, so why is she blaming others now? I just want to say that Kelly shouldn't overexert herself. I love her looks, I have to see her every day. She mustn't suffer any harm on this show. #SueViper hashtag. The hashtag started climbing slowly, with comments beneath it all criticizing her for overestimating herself. It's a snake, and it's highly venomous. Ulrich was trying to contact Kelly through the intercom, his voice coming through urgently and filled with fear. The most important thing now is to get away completely. There will be professionals to handle the snake. Kelly, your safety comes first. Don't get close to it. Ah. Hearing the increasingly agitated voice in her earpiece, Kelly furrowed her brows and pulled it off, then stuffed it into her pocket. Ulrich, watching the monitor without taking his eyes off it, was stunned. What is she doing? Was she rejecting him? Joa, what should we do? Will our show be shut down? Will we become the first live stream to result in a death? The assistant director muttered with a deathly pale face. Almost everyone believed that Kelly wouldn't be able to handle the snake and didn't understand her intentions. Is it really just for attention? When Kelly raised her stick, aiming at the viper's vital point, Nyla, who had been silent, suddenly screamed, covering her head with both hands and crouching on the ground in terror. Stimulated, the snake began to attack proactively, dashing forward at high speed, wrapping itself around the stick. All this happened in an instant. Despite the snake getting closer, Kelly remained calm. She swung the stick slightly, flinging the snake to the ground. Taking advantage of its momentary shock, she lifted the stick high and struck it again. The snake twisted violently from pain before lying motionless on the ground. Kelly moved so quickly that no one could react. Everyone thought she was done for when Nyla screamed. They were dealing with a venomous snake. Ulrich let out a long sigh of relief. It was fine. This show and his life could be saved. But the situation wasn't over yet. Kelly walked up and yanked Nyla up from the ground, catching her just as she was about to retract her disappointed gaze. What a pity I wasn't bitten by the snake. Isn't that right? Kelly said coldly. A look of desperation flashed across Nyla's eyes, but she shook her head pitifully. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you referring to my scream just now, Tyra? You know I'm terrified of soft-bodied animals. I lost control out of fear. How could I possibly harm you under so many cameras? As she spoke, Nyla sniffled, tears falling silently, looking weak and pitiful. Kelly sneered, then raised her hand and slapped Nyla across the face. Slap, the entire scene was stunned. Nyla couldn't believe it either. She forgot to act frail, showing only anger and viciousness on her face. At this moment, she was far removed from her usual image. Letting go of Nyla, Kelly smiled wryly, her frosty eyes gleaming with coldness. You stayed quiet until I was near the snake. How convenient. Nyla, I ignored you before, but if you keep causing me trouble, I won't hesitate to deal with you. With that, Kelly turned sharply and left, pulling the earpiece from her pocket and putting it back on. Sorry, the director's voice was too distracting earlier, so I took off the earpiece. Besides our area, I saw someone in the farmland to the left, so we couldn't let the snake escape. After explaining, she resumed breaking corn, almost like a reclusive expert deeply hiding her skills. But the live stream had already exploded, and so did the trending topics. Hashtag #SueAnflinGalenXaClashanshow hashtag. So she did it for others. We misunderstood her. She's really. I've never seen such a good celebrity. Even ordinary farmers concern her. I nearly cried. And she looked so cool handling the snake. I've always been afraid of snakes and need a friend like her. She's making things up. That bitch just tried to bully our little fairy. She's probably jealous that our little fairy has more fans and is more popular. To actually dare hit her, how outrageous. I rewound the timeline and watched it again. Nyla's scream indeed seems intentional. Marketing accounts sensitive to hot topics had already preserved the clip from earlier, analyzing Nyla's expressions and movements. In short, she is quite suspicious. After the incident, the director didn't dare let the guests continue harvesting corn, citing their shock, and compensated each guest with 10 points. The total collected by the guests today from breaking corn was 98, which could be exchanged for quite a few things. Armin took charge and exchanged another single bed for Nyla's group. Then, he used all the remaining to exchange for various ingredients, even a bottle of red wine, planning a grand feast for tonight. The purpose was to celebrate their narrow escape from danger. Surviving such a catastrophe must bring future blessings. Everyone started bustling around, except for Nyla, who remained in her room crying slowly. In her imagination, this behavior would win sympathy from fans, making everyone feel heartbroken for her. But, after being edited by marketing accounts and analyzed by psychologists, it was clear that her scream at that moment was intentional. Faced with a woman more wicked than a venomous snake, how could anyone still feel sympathy? Even her fans were silent. They did not want to believe that their beloved idol could be like this, but the reality slapped them in the face. The aroma wafted over from the front yard, and Nyla's shoulders twitched slightly, her stomach rumbled, she was hungry. After breaking corn for half a day, she had expended considerable energy and was bound to be hungry. But Nyla stayed seated, waiting for someone to call her to dinner. The smell of food kept entering her nostrils, but no one came to fetch her, leaving her feeling as if sitting on pins and needles. In the front yard. Today we owe much to Kelly. If not for you, someone would have definitely gotten hurt, Armin said with emotion. He raised his glass, all my thanks are in this drink, cheers. The guests also lifted their glasses, clinking them together before drinking in one gulp. As people who moved in circles, they all had some alcohol tolerance, so this amount was nothing to them. Actually, I should be the most grateful to Tyra. You saved me again, just like last time. Thank you very much, Tisha said, her voice choked with emotion. Kelly nodded. It was just a small effort. Daphne, your skill in handling snakes is really cool. Can you teach me? Daniela asked with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling like stars. Kelly nodded, sure, I can teach you if you're willing to learn, but the prerequisite is using live snakes for practice. Hearing this, Daniela coughed twice and slowly turned her gaze away, maybe not. Chapter 209 What was stolen should be returned. In the front courtyard, everyone chatted enthusiastically and was very happy. In the back courtyard, Adrian had already started to become impatient with waiting. Why wasn't anyone calling her? Adrian's fragile-hearted fans were wildly shouting in the live streaming room. Those people are having a meal without our little fairy? What does that mean? Workplace bullying, right? Really over the top, everyone is praising Kelly while no one calls our little fairy for dinner. Rochelle is on the same team as our little fairy but didn't even notify her. So disgusting. Alice fans are indeed the crazies of domestic entertainment. The main performer did harm and still wants to eat with everyone else. Dream on. The fairy fans were all quite angry, but they were helpless. Voices gradually quieted down in the front courtyard as everyone finished their meals and competed to wash dishes, sweep the floor, and tidy up. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Not a single person noticed that Adrian was still in the room, not coming out to eat. Of course, even if someone noticed, they wouldn't care. Her disgusting face made people want to vomit. Kelly washed dishes in the kitchen while Daniela went outside to take out the trash. At this moment, Rochelle walked in. With her hands clasped together in front of her chest, her round bright deer eyes full of admiration, elder sister Brooke, you were really cool just now, completely like my ideal tough and fierce big sister. Upon seeing this, a trace of meaning flashed through Kelly's eyes. It seemed that she didn't need to actively look for trouble, Rochelle was already eyeing her. Thank you. She smiled faintly. Rochelle, as if getting some sort of permission, drew closer to Kelly, her smile growing more radiant. Elder sister Brooke, I also felt that Adrian was a bit too much just now. I saw her suddenly shout out, who knows what bad intentions she had. Be careful in the future, don't let her bully you again, Rochelle rambled on. At the same time, Kelly felt a cold current creeping up from her feet, slightly tearing at her divine power. She curled her lips, silently reciting a spell to stabilize her divine power. Rochelle, who had originally been smiling, suddenly gasped, subconsciously stepping back several steps with a pained expression. What's wrong? Kelly turned to ask her. Meeting the evident pain and fear in Rochelle's eyes, the corners of her mouth curved into a deeper smile. Nothing, I just accidentally stepped on something. Elder Sister Brooke, you carry on with your work, I remember I have something else to do. Galenk, there was a wolf chasing her from behind. Rochelle quickly ran off. Originally, the netizens who had a slight fondness for her felt confused. Gallant variety shows truly are a mirror of truth. The Rochelle we saw in audition shows was cute and polite, but she seems like a different person here. Did she just try to falsely accuse Kelly like Adrian did just now? It feels like this possibility is pretty high. Just that she didn't succeed. Is this still the little carp I like? How can it look like she's changed into someone else? Amidst the netizens' complaints, Kelly quickened her dishwashing, preparing to go find Rochelle herself after finishing, asking her where these things on her body came from. From the confrontation just now, she should have sensed something. Ah! Just as Kelly finished washing the last dish, a scream suddenly sounded. Her forehead twitched twice, giving her an ominous premonition. As a deity, Kelly's sixth sense was always very accurate. She followed the other guests into the room where the scream originated. There they saw Hurley lying on the ground, life unknown, and Rochelle standing not far away, covering her lips. Seeing Kelly, a guilty look flashed across her eyes. I just came in and found him lying there. This has nothing to do with me. What happened? Could he be too tired or suffering from heatstroke? Armin asked solicitously. He was about to squat down to touch Hurley when Kelly stopped him. Don't touch him, be careful not to lose your fortune, she said. When the word fortune left her mouth, everyone present changed their expressions, and Rochelle showed the biggest change. Elder Sister Brooke, how could this be related to fortune? Are you joking? She awkwardly laughed. Meanwhile, Rochelle walked toward Kelly, putting on a look of innocent naivety. Your petty tricks won't work on me. Kelly raised her hand, between her two fingers was a scorpion. Then she applied force, crushing the scorpion, causing Rochelle to choke in pain, her face turning deathly pale. If you don't want the live stream to be banned, close the camera first temporarily, Kelly said to the director through the lens. Her words sent a chill up the spine of the director, who was preparing to watch the show, so he hurriedly closed the camera. Darkness instantly descended on the live stream, even the audio equipment was turned off. Damn, what's going on? What did she say? Hurley's condition is still unknown, why shut down the camera? And shouldn't the program staff call 120 first? This seems to involve some mystical elements. Has everyone forgotten Kelly's other identity besides being a star, a master of mysticism? Folks, who understands? I really want to see what's happening. Give us a chance, Elder Sister Brooke. Kelly of course didn't know the buzz of the netizens. Her eyes slightly narrowed as she approached Rochelle, Hassan staying close by her side, fearful that another incident might occur. You are bold, but foolish. Coy, truly a laughingstock, Kelly mocked. The mention of coy immediately focused everyone's attention on Rochelle. Despite their minds racing, they couldn't figure out what was going on. How about calling an ambulance for Hurley first? Tisha suggested. Kelly shook her head, an ambulance would be useless for him. He's in a temporary coma from being drained of too much fortune. As long as the person who took his fortune returns it, everything will be fine. Upon hearing this, Rochelle's face turned pale, and she tried to flee. Hassan quickly grabbed her by the hood of her coat. Hoover also swiftly walked to the entrance, closing the door tightly, as if setting up a trap. What do you want? Rochelle glared at Kelly, clenching her teeth as if she wanted to kill her. Of course, to take back what doesn't belong to you. You've climbed to your current position by stealing others' fortune, you've had enough already. Rochelle, don't you know the law of cause and effect? What goes around comes around, Kelly said coldly. Her voice carried divine power, making those who heard it feel enlightened. Only Rochelle was filled with indignation, her gaze turning increasingly venomous. All these fortunes were collected by my own abilities. Why should I return them? Besides, they've already been used. If they weren't capable enough to protect their own power, they deserved it. As the words, deserved it, left her mouth, Kelly knew there was no saving her. Her fingers rose into the air, forming the shape of a lotus and moving rapidly. Everyone's gaze followed, feeling as if their hearts were being purified. At this moment, everyone felt extremely peaceful except for Rochelle and Adrian. One stole something that didn't belong to her, while the other raised a command, Gum and Tong, both wicked individuals who could not withstand the light of divine power. Chapter 210, Edison is affected. Adrian panted heavily, hiding behind the crowd in a disheveled state. Her little face was filled with shock and fear. She knew how capable Kelly was to some extent, but she didn't expect her to be this powerful. If Kelly had targeted her this time, she would not have been able to withstand it. Why should someone have such high status, beautiful looks, and formidable strength? Jealousy, frustration, and anger flooded Adrian's mind, making her blood rush to her head. I'm wrong, I'm sorry. I'll give back all the fortune I took from them. Kelly, stop. Don't go any further. I'm wrong. Isn't an apology enough? Rochelle wailed as she dodged, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead, struggling even to breathe, as if enduring immense pain. But Kelly did not stop. In her eyes, strands of golden light appeared on Rochelle's body. Under divine power's guidance, these golden lights flew toward their rightful owners. The golden light on the ground entered Hully's body. He slowly opened his eyes, looking bewildered. What happened to me? Why am I lying on the ground? He muttered. Armin, fearing he might disturb Kelly, quickly pulled him up. Hully became even more confused, staring blankly at the scene before him. Rochelle collapsed softly on the ground, clutching something that had shattered. Kelly stood in front of her, her cold face exuding an imposing aura. From now on, if you want to continue living in the entertainment industry, you can only do so honestly. No more underhanded tricks. If I catch you doing this again, I won't hesitate to strip away the rest of your fortune and compensate those who have been harmed by you, Kelly warned. Rochelle clutched the medium that had been absorbing her fortune, tears streaming down her cheeks, utterly devastated. She regretted participating in this show and bumping into Kelly. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in a tea house. A man holding prayer beads was chatting animatedly with someone across from him when he suddenly turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood, shocking the other person who hurried to check on him. Master, are you okay? Should I take you to the hospital? No need. Leave first, we'll discuss your family's matters another day, the master rasped. After the person left, he sat cross-legged, his face livid. A moment later, he clenched his teeth in anger. Damn it, wasn't Zelda's warning enough? You dare to interfere in my affairs again. Since that's the case, I'll target the people around you this time. With that, the master rapidly rotated the prayer beads in his hand, muttering incantations under his breath. The farce with Rochelle ended with bridging water flows through the village. Until the end, the director had no idea what had transpired among the guests. However, he could tell that everyone looked uneasy, as if something significant had happened. Ulrich felt anxious, and so did the netizens watching the live broadcast of Bridging Water Flows Through the Village. What are we not allowed to see? Wouldn't paying for membership help? Kelly looked so cool and aloof when she spoke. I wish she'd grab me by the collar and call me an idiot. Your imagination runs wild, but mine does too, ha ha ha. Is Hully alright now? I'm really worried about him. After retrieving his phone, Hully went on Weibo and saw that netizens were concerned about him. To reassure everyone, he took a photo and posted it online. He seemed thoughtful, remembering that Armin had told him Kelly had saved him as they parted ways. Such a life-saving grace, cough, cough. Elsewhere, Edison drove to pick up Kelly and Hassan. As soon as the two got in the car, he couldn't wait to ask, Tyra, what happened with Rochelle? Why did you suddenly ask the director to shut off the cameras? Hassan held Kelly's small hand in his and glanced at her. She raised an eyebrow and replied, she has dark magic, which can steal people's fortunes. Edison nodded emphatically. I see. Are we going home today, Tyra? Hassan asked softly. Kelly's eyes gleamed slightly, feeling a craving emanate from within her. She wanted to eat the food he made. Can we go to your place? Upon hearing this, Hassan's eyes brightened, and he smiled warmly. Sure, let's go buy ingredients at the supermarket first. Kelly nodded and smiled back, though her smile was for the food. Watching the young couple through the rearview mirror, Edison pursed his lips. As a single dog suffering from their love, he felt like buying some eye drops. After dropping them off near the supermarket close to Hassan's house, he sped off to a bar, intending to cozy up to some pretty girls. Mainly because of envy, Edison felt it was time for him to get a partner. Unfortunately, the one he truly liked didn't return his feelings. As he was thinking, the scene before him suddenly darkened. The bright sky was gradually consumed by blackness, as if the world were coming to an end. What the hell? What's happening? Edison exclaimed. But, with only him in the car, no one could respond. The scene around him darkened rapidly, engulfing him entirely. Edison's car stopped by the roadside, and he vanished. Elsewhere, Kelly and Hassan picked out a lot of ingredients. The 15th day of August was coming up, making it the perfect time for crab. So tonight, they were planning a crab feast. While checking out, Kelly suddenly changed expression, muttering, wait, something feels off. Her fingers quickly calculated, confirming her suspicion. Someone near her was in trouble. It was Edison. We won't be having the crab feast today, Kelly said abruptly. Hassan, who was about to pay, frowned. What's wrong? Kelly's expression turned serious. There's a situation with Edison. We need to get there right now. She emphasized the word situation. Hassan instantly understood her meaning and immediately nodded, pulling out his membership card from his pocket. He told the cashier, could you please deliver these items to my house tonight? You can return the card then. The cashier nodded. Sure, Mr. Hope. After they left, the previously professional cashier burst into excited screams. Fortunately, this high-end supermarket usually had only a few patrons, mostly in the morning and evening, so she didn't scare anyone else. Covering her flushed face, she exclaimed, I can't believe my CP actually came true. Why don't they just come out publicly? OTP is forever a god. She quickly pulled out her phone to share the good news with her CP group chat. She had to let the whole world know that her CP was real. As for those online haters who said she made it up, she wouldn't bother with them, considering their reactions as mere defenses. Hassan and Kelly had already arrived at where the car was parked. Strange, Edison's car is here, but where is he? Seeing the keys still hanging in the car, Hassan's expression grew increasingly grim. Tyra, was he kidnapped? Kelly shook her head. My calculations show he's still here. Chapter 2:11 Entering the Netherworld. The coordinates Kelly calculated would never be wrong. But clearly, there was no one here, and she was momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Kelly clicked her tongue and said, so that's how it is. Hassan looked at her curiously. She squatted down carelessly, picked up a broken twig, and drew in the air with it. Wherever she drew, faint golden light flickered. After completing the talisman, Kelly threw the small branch back to its original position without any deviation. She murmured, body follows form unseen, illusions vanish from all directions, divide into two, merge illusion and reality, enter. With the last word enter, pronounced emphatically, the scene before Hassan suddenly underwent a dramatic change. Darkness enveloped the world, more terrifying than any special effects blockbuster. Because everything before his eyes was real. I didn't expect this person to refine it to such an extent. I suppose Rochelle must have returned quite a bit of the stolen fortune to him. What a cunning mind, using these celebrities for personal gain. Kelly said coldly. Feeling the gradually dropping temperature around them, Hassan took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, concern evident in his eyes. The coldness around Kelly instantly disappeared, and she gripped his hand tightly. Divine power flowed from her fingertips into his body, causing his body temperature to rise sharply, dispelling the chilling cold completely. What place is this? He asked curiously. Kelly scanned the surroundings and understood. The netherworld, but not the true netherworld. This place is artificially created, modeled after the underworld. Upon hearing this, Hassan's eyes lit up. He had indeed learned about Yanwang, king of hell, and the netherworld in ancient Chinese culture before, but he had always thought they were just figments of imagination, never expecting them to actually exist. Seeing what he was thinking, Kelly's expression carried a hint of nostalgia. Unfortunately, Yanwang only existed in the past. Nowadays, there are no judges in the world, which is why so many wicked people can act without restraint. Why? Hassan frowned. Kelly shook her head lightly, apparently not wanting to continue this topic. Since she didn't want to talk about it, Hassan naturally wouldn't press further. He smoothly changed the subject, so where is Fitzroy? Inside, Kelly replied. She pulled Hassan along and they walked towards the palace of King Yen together. On the way, they encountered quite a few little ghosts. The detailed depiction of the palace of King Yen testified to the formidable skills of the person behind it. This behavior probably served as a warning to her not to meddle anymore. If it were anyone else, they might really be frightened by such tactics, but Kelly wouldn't. The netherworld she had seen before was even more terrifying. Moreover, the netherworld is a place that houses the spirits of deceased people, not some filthy evil place. Why should anyone be afraid? Don't throw me into the oil pot, I haven't done anything bad, I just like looking at beautiful women. What? Castrate me? Fitzroy's voice reached their ears. Kelly and Hassan exchanged glances, amusement visible in their eyes, and they slowly walked towards the source of the voice. Inside the palace of King Yen, the judge wearing a beaded veil emanated sinister energy. Fitzroy trembled and knelt beneath the table, too scared to lift his head. How could someone just disappear while driving safely? How could I be so unlucky? I was about to chat with several beauties earlier. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone to pick up those two people first, I'd go find the beauties instead. Death under peonies, being a ghost can still be glamorous. Gallensteining to Fitzroy's rambling, Hassan's face turned pale with anger, wishing he could cover Fitzroy's mouth with his hand. At this point, you're still thinking about women. You sure have a lot of lust in your heart. Let's tease him a bit, let's not go in yet. Kelly's eyes sparkled mischievously. Hassan nodded and watched Fitzroy's performance with rapt attention. How dare you talk so much on official premises? Black Face rebuked angrily. Fitzroy's body shook, his face twisting into a smile worse than crying. Lords, please either finish me off directly or don't bother me, okay? At that moment, he was as humble as could be. However, upon hearing this, Bullhead's expression became even more ferocious and furious, seemingly eager to kill him. Nonsense, he should be beheaded. If he wants to die, then execute him. The Yen King sitting high up waved his hand indifferently. Bullhead and Black Face immediately approached with grim expressions, grinning menacingly, causing Fitzroy to shiver uncontrollably and close his eyes tightly. All he could think of at that moment was, Tamara. Just as Bullhead raised his large cleaver, Kelly shouted, "Stay your hand." Hearing the familiar voice, Fitzroy turned around. When he saw the two of them, tears welled up in his eyes, his expression overwhelmed with gratitude. I didn't think you two would be so loyal, willing to come here to keep me company. Alright, let's die together in this life and be triplets in the next. If I have a meal, you two will have some soup. Hearing this guy start to babble nonsense, Hassan sighed deeply and pulled him up from the ground. You die if you want to, Tyra and I still plan to live on, he teased. Fitzroy blinked a couple of times, not expecting Hassan to be so bold in front of the judge. Kelly snapped her fingers, and the judges and Andres vanished instantly, leaving only an empty hall. Where are they? Fitzroy scratched his head and asked innocently. Kelly chuckled lightly, they're all fake. Don't believe me? Try checking if you're still breathing. Fitzroy hurriedly put his hand under his nose and felt the breath tickling his fingertips. He breathed a deep sigh of relief. I'm alive. I'm still alive. Ha ha ha. The phrase, overjoyed, aptly described Fitzroy's current state. Should we leave the netherworld or take a look around first? Kelly ignored Fitzroy and asked Hassan. Upon hearing this, Fitzroy immediately took out his phone. It's so rare to have a chance to come here, of course, I should document it properly. But as soon as he pressed the photo button, snow appeared on the screen, and all he got were some pixelated images. What's going on? Fitzroy flipped through the photos, completely baffled. Kelly rolled her eyes, and Hassan ignored him too, both of them holding hands and walking forward. Fitzroy felt a cold wind pass by him, making his skin prickle with goosebumps. He hurriedly caught up with the two. Wait for me. As for the phone, he stuffed it casually into his pocket. It didn't matter if the photos couldn't be taken. After touring the netherworld, Kelly snapped her fingers again, and the surroundings rapidly changed, the darkness receding into normal daylight. And the three of them appeared beside the car. Finally, we're out. Damn, I can't believe there are still these things in modern society. My worldview is really shaken, Fitzroy couldn't help but complain. He, a staunch materialist, was dumbfounded. Hearing this, Kelly's lips curled into a smile. Next, you still have one more tribulation. Chapter 212, Take Precautions. Edison's face changed drastically as he hastily asked, What? What more tribulations do I have? How can it be resolved? Just as he finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, Edison's lips quivered twice. How could I forget about this? He quickly answered the call, and an enraged female voice erupted from the other end. Edison, are you out of your mind? You set up a meeting with me but showed up late. I called you so many times, and you didn't pick up any of them. Are you intentionally messing with me? I want you to know, there are plenty of people willing to play around with me. I don't need someone like you. From now on, we're through, not even acquaintances. No, please. I accidentally entered the netherworld just now. It wasn't intentional that I didn't answer your calls. My phone really didn't show any notifications. Edison hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. The other side was silent for a few seconds, then burst into even more furious screams. Now you're saying everything to lie. Do you take me for a fool? Get lost. The call was disconnected, leaving Edison looking at his phone with tears in his eyes. The beautiful girl he had finally managed to get a date with was now gone. What a pain. This is your tribulation, Kelly added salt to the wound. Edison sighed deeply, muttering, meeting both of you must be my bad luck. As true as his words were, Kelly nodded in agreement. Indeed, because of her, Edison had been implicated and missed the opportunity to spend time with a beautiful woman. It seemed she needed to research how to use divine power to make an amulet. At least, when those around her were in danger, it could alert her timely. However, the person behind should also have received her retaliation. Turning his own tricks against him, it remained unknown whether he could come out of the illusion soon. Well, I'll go to the bar and see if I can mend things. You two head home yourselves, Edison waved his hand dejectedly. Saying that, he got into his car and started the engine, pursuing his love. But no matter what he did, it would be futile because just then, the beautiful girl had already encountered her destined match. Fate was a wonderful thing. The ingredients will be delivered later. Why don't we take a walk around here? Hassan suggested. Sure, Kelly nodded. The villa area was beautifully landscaped with excellent greenery, resembling a tourist attraction. Taking a stroll inside was quite pleasant. I wonder how the spirits at Deer Spirit Mountain are doing, Kelly murmured softly. She recently sensed that the creatures at Deer Spirit Mountain were living happily. But those creatures were like children to Kelly, and she wanted to return and see them with her own eyes. Why don't we visit Deer Spirit Mountain sometime? Hassan said. Kelly's eyes lit up. Really? Can we? Of course, I'll arrange it, Hassan smiled. Okay. Kelly nodded heavily, becoming even happier. After wandering around outside for a while, they returned home. As soon as they arrived, the ingredients were delivered. Hassan put on an apron and went to the kitchen to cook, while Kelly curiously followed behind him, watching him clean the crabs and tie their legs before steaming them. This method seemed rather cruel. Being a god, Kelly should have forbidden such cruelty, but the unique sweetness of seafood in the air made her unable to resist. She really wanted to eat. And she understood the principle of natural selection and survival of the fittest. After finishing the steamed crabs, Hassan cleaned another type of crab, cut it in half, coated it with starch, and fried it. The sizzling sound accompanied by the aroma filled the air. Kelly swallowed her saliva, her curiosity was entirely taken over by the dish. It smelled so good. The fried crabs were then stir-fried with chili, scallions, and ginger threads, further enhancing the aroma. Hassan was truly a skilled cook. Watching him cook diligently, Kelly's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection. She felt she had found the right career friend. Before long, the full crab feast was served on the dining table. Each dish was garnished with black sesame seeds, greatly stimulating one's appetite. "Smells amazing, and it looks delicious," Kelly sincerely complimented. Hassan handed her crab-eating tools. "Try and see if you like it." She obviously didn't know how to use them, so he patiently guided her, carefully breaking open the crab and placing the meat on the plate before pushing it towards Kelly. She picked up the chopsticks and carefully picked up a piece of crab meat with roe, and the fresh fragrance instantly burst in her mouth. The thought of being alive was blissful. At this moment, Kelly felt that being human was incredibly happy. "Delicious," she exclaimed in surprise. Then, she continued trying other dishes, each of which was equally delightful. By the end, Kelly's belly was already full, but she still wanted to eat. Unfortunately, her appetite couldn't keep up. "There are always crabs whenever you want, and I'll always be here too. If you crave some, just tell me, and I'll cook for you," Hassan smiled. Kelly nodded heavily. "Thank you." At this moment, she felt extremely guilty about the money she had previously received from him. Had she known their relationship would become so harmonious, she wouldn't have taken the money no matter what. But since the money was already in her pocket, there was no way she could give it back. Therefore, Kelly apologized silently in her heart and then cast the mental burden aside. The phone rang. It was a call from Alea. She suddenly realized she hadn't reported to her family. Kelly answered the call, and Alea's kind face appeared on the screen. "Tyra, has your variety show ended? Why haven't you come home yet?" "I'm at Hassan's place and won't be coming back tonight," Kelly said. "What? Where are you? What are you doing tonight?" Farrell's anxious voice came through the phone, followed by a dizzying spin of the screen, revealing his slightly flushed face, clearly shocked and angry. Kelly, who was not very sensitive to emotions, didn't notice anything amiss. She simply explained, "I'm at Hassan's place and won't be coming back tonight, Beck." Hassan, sitting at the dining table, held his forehead, sensing that getting along with his future father-in-law would only get harder. "No way. Tyra. You must come home immediately. A girl can never spend the night at a man's house. I won't allow it." Farrell roared. Alea rolled her eyes. "What does it have to do with you? Tyra isn't a little kid anymore. Give me the phone." The screen spun again as she forcibly grabbed the phone and smiled warmly at Kelly. "Tyra, don't listen to your dad. If you're not coming back, then don't. Have fun outside. Even though you're both adults but not married yet, you should take precautions. Your mom knows you have a good head on your shoulders." Before Kelly could react, Alea hung up quickly amid Farrell's roaring protests, leaving Kelly utterly puzzled. Hassan's cheeks turned faintly red, even his earlobes tinged with pink. What did Tamara mean? What precautions? Kelly asked, confused. As soon as she finished speaking, Hassan jumped up from his chair as if it were on fire and hurriedly started cleaning up the table. "I'll go wash the dishes," he muttered hastily. Chapter 213, Rochelle jumps off a building. Watching Hassan's flustered back view, Kelly pouted and shrugged, feeling inexplicable. That night, contrary to what Farrell and Louisa had expected, they each slept in separate rooms without any impropriety. For a newly established couple, things happening too quickly was natural, especially considering Kelly's special status. Hassan hadn't figured out how to explain things to her yet. Thinking about the misunderstanding of Farrell and Louisa, he tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. At 11:30 p.m., a scandal erupted that shook the entire Chinese entertainment industry. Rochelle knew she was the third party yet still took the spot. Audition data fraud hashtag. Rochelle abandoned by Sugar Bekti, recording leaked hashtag. Curious netizens flocked to read more about these trending topics, finding them thoroughly detailed and fully substantiated with evidence and pictures. Without her luck, Rochelle's past misdeeds were now exposed for everyone to see. Only then did people realize how outrageous Galantal Lucky Fish truly was, and that someone like her could become a celebrity. Under the trending topic, comments were overwhelmingly negative. "I used to really like Galantal Lucky Fish, thinking she was beautiful, kind, and especially lucky. I never imagined it was all fake, even her so-called natural beauty. The more I think about it, the scarier it gets. Now I don't know why I ever liked her. It's like someone blinded me. Same here, +1. Who's controlling my mind? My brain must be shrinking. I need to delete those posts worshipping Galantal Lucky Fish." Rochelle's reputation hit rock bottom this night, and she was directly banned by the Broadcasting Authority, becoming an infamous disgraced star. She was the first to be banned without tax evasion issues but due to severe misconduct. At that moment, Rochelle sat amidst the disarray in her room, looking utterly defeated, almost like a ghost. She was frantically dialing a number on her phone. "Why won't you pick up the phone? Didn't you say you loved me? Pick up, you have to pick up." The line kept showing, turned off, and Rochelle finally gave up, dropping her phone to the ground in despair. She laughed bitterly, her eyes filled with coldness and hatred. "You said I was your only one. Now you're trying to dump me after everything comes to light. Not possible. Her phone rang again. Expectantly, she checked. It was her agent calling. With a cold face, she answered. The agent's tone was urgent and threatening. Rochelle, don't respond to anything online, and give the Weibo password to the company as soon as possible. The broadcasting authority has issued the ban notice. You're finished. The word had banned left Rochelle dazed, disbelievingly murmuring. I was their favorite gallant lucky fish. How could they ban me? It's all fake, everything is fake. On the other end, the agent rolled his eyes and said coldly, it's all true. Anyway, send the Weibo password as soon as possible. We need to shut down the account, and the company will calculate the breach fees you owe. And because of you, the company's reputation is damaged. The boss has decided to sue you. After saying that, fearing Rochelle might go crazy, the agent hurriedly hung up. How can I be banned? I'm the company's top money-making female artist. Rochelle clutched her head in agony. She couldn't accept everything that happened tonight. Love and career, both shattered. Since she was going to be banned anyway, she might as well go all out one last time to ensure those who harmed her wouldn't get off easy. With this thought, Rochelle opened her still unblocked Weibo account and began posting photos, intimate ones with her sugar daddy, many quite explicit. Netizens who were still awake and browsing were stunned. Were they allowed to see this? Seriously, is this woman insane? Damn, didn't expect to see such things staying up late. How could she post this stuff herself? Isn't she afraid of retaliation? If Rochelle had been tricked into being a mistress, such behavior would be understandable. But the chat records clearly showed she knew she was a mistress and had even pressured her sugar daddy to divorce his wife. Netizens were bewildered. Meanwhile, Weibo staff members worked furiously to delete the posts but couldn't keep up with the rapid spread over the internet, and Rochelle was relentless in her postings. Soon, netizens gathered under her Weibo posts, eager to see what else she'd post for their entertainment. But Rochelle's Weibo account was soon blocked. However, she had already gone mad enough. In her madness, she not only posted intimate photos with her sugar daddy but also released chat records with various directors and colleagues, revealing many scandals. This night, countless stars suffered because of her actions, making Rochelle a one-woman wrecking machine. The biggest winners of the night were the curious netizens. Never thought Minnie would actually be a fan of Daniela, which is absurd. I always assumed they were in competition. This is the funniest part from the chat records Wang Mei exposed in her fit of madness. How could Zhou Zhang act like that? His words suggest he was guiding Rochelle to think about sleeping with him. It's hard not to speculate about the female stars who have acted in his films. The Chinese entertainment industry is even more disgusting than I imagined. Amidst the myriad comments from netizens, Rochelle watched the endless stream of incoming calls on her phone. There were calls from the exposed celebrities, their agents, and companies, as well as from the man she most wanted to contact just moments ago. But she had no intention of answering any of them. Rochelle hummed a tune and went to the wardrobe to find a red dress for herself, then sat in front of the vanity mirror and painted her lips bright red. Looking at herself in the mirror, she smiled. Her lips were too vividly red, making her smile look eerily like a blood-red mouth. Kelly, don't think you've won just by exposing me and taking away that luck. I still have ways to deal with you, Rochelle said, rising and walking to the window, where she pulled it open. A gentle cool breeze blew from outside. She lowered her gaze to the ground below, then suddenly leaped out. Her red dress fluttered gracefully in the air, curving beautifully as if a top-tier dancer was moving her body. Bang! Ah! Someone's jumping. The scattered pedestrians downstairs screamed in horror. Rochelle lay in a pool of blood, her face cracked from hitting the ground. Her eyes stared blankly beyond the sockets, and a hint of a smile seemed to linger at the corners of her lips. In her hand, she held a strangely shaped doll. Surrounded by onlookers and video recordings, Rochelle finally closed her eyes. However, for her, this wasn't an end but a beginning. Hashtag Rochelle committed suicide by jumping off a building hashtag. The news once again topped the trending charts, leaving netizens shocked and bewildered. For everyone, too many unbelievable things had happened this night. Those who frantically tried to reach Rochelle were also dumbfounded. So, she chose to die, leaving so much mess behind for the living to clean up. She did it on purpose. Damn it. Chapter 214 Kelly, just wait. In the darkness, feeling the coolness seeping through her skin, Kelly suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up from the bed and quickly cast a divination spell in her hand. The events of tonight surfaced in her mind, pinpointing the origin of the threat. Rochelle had actually used her soul as bait. She was really insane. Kelly turned on her phone and saw the netizens' comments under the trending topic. Her brows couldn't help but furrow tightly. This sister jumped off the building out of nowhere, but if I were her, exposing so many people's privacy like that, I wouldn't dare to live either. I think she deserves it. She got what she asked for. The one above is right. Seeing these comments, Kelly frowned because everyone's malice would nourish the ghostly body feeding off her. With such intense malice watering it, it wouldn't take long before it grew strong. With evil in her heart, she would surely cause innocent deaths. But this method was supposed to be lost. How did Rochelle learn about it? Could it still be the person behind her? Kelly couldn't sleep anymore. She got up, dressed properly, quietly left the house, and took a taxi to the scene. The taxi stopped near Rochelle's home. The Dayton, pale-faced, explained, "Miss, I heard someone died over there. I can't go further at this hour. Maybe you could walk from here?" "Fine." Kelly paid the fare decisively. It wasn't easy for the Zachariah to work this late. The Dayton thanked her repeatedly, watching her leave with gratitude. Where Rochelle jumped, a police cordon surrounded the area. The body had been removed, leaving only fresh bloodstains indicating what had happened. Kelly looked up, toward where Rochelle stood on the upper floor. For a moment, she saw Rochelle. Her eyes had only pupils, no whites, making her look particularly eerie. A few brave bystanders were gossiping around. "This floor isn't very high. Logically, falling should break bones, not kill someone. Maybe there's something fishy. I've heard celebrities are all messed up. Who knows? Anyway, this girl wasn't good. I've seen her bringing men home every now and then." Hearing these remarks, Kelly sighed and walked upstairs to Rochelle's apartment. For Kelly, the door was merely symbolic. A twist of divine power unlocked it. After entering, seeing the mess inside and Rochelle standing in the center, Kelly closed the door calmly, avoiding disturbing others. "You can see me, so you do have some skill. But in your current state, you can't harm me. Kelly, just wait, I'll take my revenge on you." Rochelle's voice was sharp and grating, unique to ghosts. She even laughed maniacally. Clearly, she was satisfied with her new form. "One day, I'll make you watch as I rip you apart and kill you mercilessly," Rochelle threatened. These words only made Kelly laugh inwardly. However, she indeed couldn't deal with Rochelle now. Due to using forbidden magic, she hadn't fully transformed into a true ghost, existing between worlds in a half-human, half-ghost state, unable to be harmed or attack. "Who taught you this secret technique, and do you know the consequences?" Kelly asked coldly. Rochelle's expression faltered, clearly unaware of much. "After 99 days, you will never reincarnate. Your soul will be trapped in alternating ice and fire, never truly dying. To a tormented ghost, death would be a release." Previously, Kelly had seen countless ghosts willingly dissipate their souls. Rochelle's face was complex and uncertain. She stared at Kelly in disbelief. "You're lying. It's impossible." Her voice was so shrill it seemed to pierce Kelly's eardrums, yet Kelly remained expressionless, her deep eyes indifferent. "I won't be the one suffering, and it's too late for regrets. But you can tell me who's behind this, so I can lessen your torment," Kelly said. As she finished speaking, Rochelle suddenly burst into laughter. "Trying to scare me to get information? Not happening. I won't tell you. Even if I'm tortured in ice and fire, I won't reveal anything about that person." With that, Rochelle vanished into thin air. Kelly pursed her lips, puzzled. She had only returned the people's fortunes, not done anything else. Why so much resentment? With Rochelle gone, there was no reason to stay. Kelly checked her phone, ready to call a cab to Hassan's villa. But then she realized she didn't have the key and would need him to open the door for her. It was quite late, and he presumed Hassan had already gone to sleep. So, Kelly switched her finger to the Flynn family's place. Inside the Flynn family villa at this moment, Farrell sat dejectedly on the sofa. He detested Gregor, who was in charge of the two of them, and he just sighed without saying anything. What troubled them, of course, was Hassan. "I never thought that the brat from the Hope family would move so quickly. Even Tyra fell for his tricks." "I don't think he has good intentions," Farrell said with a heavy voice. Gregor's eyes were full of resentment. "Beck, we absolutely can't let Hassan step into our Flynn family's door." Farrell nodded vigorously, gnashing his teeth in anger. Could it be that his beloved daughter he just acknowledged might really be taken away? Strangely, he imagined Kelly's wedding scene in his mind, which made him even angrier. If there were an assassination list, Hassan would definitely be number one for both father and son. "What are you two doing? It's so late and you're still not asleep?" Todd asked curiously. Farrell and Gregor turned to look at him, their similar handsome faces as cold as ice made him puzzled. "What's up?" Todd sat down on the sofa. "It's all because of the third brother. If he hadn't bullied Tyra all the time, making her feel like she didn't belong in this family, she wouldn't have been with Hassan," Gregor replied with a sigh. Feeling like a huge pot had been placed over him, Todd exclaimed, his expression even more baffled, unable to react for a long time. Farrell gritted his teeth even tighter. You rascal, you're my bane. I wish I could punch you back to your mother's womb." "No, what does Kelly being with Hassan have to do with me?" "I'm angry too," Todd defended himself. This man was originally Xiao Hopi's, but she shamelessly went and snatched him away and actually succeeded. "I think there's something wrong with Hassan's head. He doesn't want a pearl but prefers a fish eye. I have to talk to him about Kelly's character properly in a few days." Todd seemed to find a vent for his frustration, completely unaware of the even colder gazes from the opposite side. Gregor and Farrell looked at each other, as if they had come to a decision. Chapter 215, Trading with Adelita Again. Hakeem's hand suddenly reached for his waist, and Todd's relentless tirade came to an abrupt halt as he stared at him in shock. Damn, he was ready to use the 7 wolves again. Todd immediately tried to get up and run but was forcefully held still by Gregor, trembling in fear as he faced Hakeem and the 7 wolves. Under the bright overhead light, the belt reflected a piercing cold light. Todd trembled and wailed, "Hey, no matter what, we're still brothers, father and son. It doesn't have to be this way, right? From the moment you spoke ill of Tyra, we've already ceased being brothers." "We're enemies," Gregor said coldly. Hakeem snorted. "Brat, I need to educate you properly." As he raised the belt high, Todd closed his eyes in terror, thinking that his little life would end here tonight. If he had known this would happen, no matter what, he wouldn't have come out for a drink. "What are you doing?" A clear and melodious female voice sounded. Hakeem and Gregor turned their heads in surprise and delight. Kelly stood not far away, looking at them with a puzzled and confused gaze. Gregor released Todd and walked over to her in a few steps, inspecting her from head to toe. After confirming she was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Todd cursed inwardly and hurried upstairs to escape. Hakeem didn't bother with him and also walked over to Kelly, showing concern. "Tyra, why did you come back?" "I went out to do some errands earlier but couldn't remember the password for Arden's house, so I just came home," Kelly explained truthfully. Upon hearing this, the previously harmonious expressions of the two Flynn men turned grim again. "You brat, dating someone without giving the family password?" "I knew he wasn't a good guy," Hakeem remarked. Maybe he's fooling around outside and is afraid Tyra will find out, which is why he didn't give the password," Gregor added. While speaking, both men kept glancing at Kelly, but saw no suspicion or anger on her face. Their plan to sow discord failed, leaving them very upset. In places they couldn't see, had Tyra and Hassan become so close that there was no suspicion? What they didn't know was that after seeing his fortune, Kelly confirmed that Hassan wasn't a heartless person. She waved to the two men politely. "Beck, brother, I'm going to rest now. You should go to bed early too." Hakeem and Gregor nodded with smiles, watching her walk upstairs. After Kelly left, the two men's expressions changed abruptly. From the looks of it, Tyra and Hassan seemed quite close. "Beck, is it possible she might marry soon and leave home?" Gregor asked, frowning. Beside him, Hakeem also looked displeased. "No, I absolutely can't let such a tragedy happen." Cold fury flickered in his eyes, and the aura of a superior being emanated from him. Anyone who dared take his daughter would regret it. Upstairs. Todd didn't return directly to his room but knocked on Nyla's door and complained about the night's events. "Do you think they have a screw loose?" he raged. "Third brother, go back to rest." "I'm a bit tired," Nyla managed a forced smile, biting into her soft lip. Clearly, she didn't want to hear more. Her beloved father and brother had all turned against Kelly, and how could Nyla bear it? But Todd, being carefree, didn't notice any issue and laughed while nodding. "Okay, you sleep well. I'll go back." Even as he got up, he muttered to himself. "It seems like this Flynn family isn't suitable for us to stay in. Everyone favors Kelly. I wonder what spell she cast. But luckily she came back in time tonight, or else I would have tasted that belt stir-fried meat." After escorting Todd away, Nyla's expression darkened. Furious, she lay on the bed, pounding the soft surface with her hands. Damn it, why does Kelly deserve so much love from the family? Bitch. For the umpteenth time, Nyla regretted not urging Helena to kill her outright, sparing her the trouble of coming back to steal property and affection. "Tamara, what are you doing?" "I was playing outside, but you seemed so angry, and you called me back." The sinister voice of Adelita echoed. Stiffening in rage, Nyla slowly lifted her head to look at it. It hadn't appeared for a while, and she almost forgot about it. Adelita and its keeper were one. Sensing Nyla's emotional turmoil, it naturally rushed to assist. "Tamara, where is the human? Why haven't you brought it to me yet?" "Recently, I found something fun, but my abilities aren't enough. If only I could eat that human." "Tamara, you're so slow. I can't wait anymore." Adelita, in its cute attire, moved closer to Nyla, exuding an eerie sensation that sent a shiver down her spine. "Tamarami, don't you like me anymore? You used to praise me so much," Adelita said with feigned hurt. After regaining her composure, Nyla's face turned cold. "I agreed to help you deal with Kelly, on the condition that the resources you give me are useful. But look at it yourself, I barely appeared on the show, Bridges and Streams, and everyone was watching Kelly and those around her the whole time. You want me to work for you without giving me any benefits? There's no such thing." Upon hearing this, Adelita's expression grew complicated as if trying to digest the meaning behind these words. "Tamarami, you're not satisfied?" Nyla nodded vigorously. "Of course. Then what else do you want?" "I can help you," Adelita said. Nyla's eyes gleamed as she thought of Audrey who had mocked her and seemed to fancy Gregor. How could she let that happen? "Help me kill Audrey," Nyla said through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with malice. "Okay, if I help Mommy kill that person, Mommy will give me what I want, right? You won't go back on your word, or else I'll get angry." "When I get angry, I'm very scary." Adelita's voice sounded playful, and Nyla responded affirmatively. "Don't worry, if you satisfy me, I'll make sure you're satisfied too." If it didn't work out, she would stop all the indirect methods and personally take action to kill Kelly herself. With Adelita around, whatever she did would be concealed. Satisfied with the answer, Adelita giggled and scampered off. Nyla glared at where it had gone, full of disgust. If it weren't still useful to her, she would have gotten rid of it immediately. The news of Audrey's death shouldn't be far off. Her phone rang, and Nyla answered it. It was from the detective she hired after leaving the show to investigate the disappearance of Egon. She naturally had to find out what happened. Ideally, if Kelly had killed her, Nyla would directly send the murderer to the police, and surely the Flynn family wouldn't acknowledge her identity to clear their name. Chapter 216, Can this opportunity be given? Hearing the information obtained by the private detective, Adrian was incredulous. What? Egon had actually been sold to Myanmar. The situation there is truly chaotic. For the sake of my own health and safety, I can't continue investigating this matter, said the private detective. He hung up, leaving behind a shocked and furious Adrian. Kelly had really gone too far. She had sold Egon. Everyone knew that life in Myanmar was unbearable. One mistake could result in loss of limbs or even organs. If Egon ended up in such a place, how could he possibly survive? Driven by her anger, Adrian could no longer hold back. She stormed out, pounding forcefully on Kelly's door. The door opened, and she immediately squeezed inside, then slammed it shut. Kelly, did you sell Egon? Adrian asked coldly. Yes. Kelly nodded, calmly responding. Adrian hadn't expected this kind of response from her. She clenched her teeth, glaring at Kelly with fiery eyes. Why did you sell him? Don't you know what kind of place Myanmar is? That place is a man-eating abyss. What if he gets killed? But his goal was to sell me to Myanmar. Kelly sneered. As if realizing something, she shook her head slightly. Not just him, but all of you. Why should it be okay for you to sell us to Myanmar, but not okay for me to sell him? Adrian, isn't your current behavior exactly what people call hypocrisy online? Each word Kelly spoke hit home sharply. Adrian's lips trembled, unable to form words. She finally managed to say, but you're fine now, while he's the one who's suffering. I will report you to the police and let them handle you. And you have no evidence that both Egon and I conspired to sell you. The police won't believe you. With these words, she turned and walked away, leaving Kelly smirking. It seemed that Adrian had thought of a way to deal with her, but how could she know there was no evidence? TSK, some people were just so confident. Kelly was curious to see how hilarious Adrian's expression would be when they faced each other in court. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, the phone under the pillow started playing music. The caller ID showed Hassan's name. Kelly shook her head, shaking off her drowsiness before answering the call. Hello? Her voice was a bit muffled from just waking up. Tyra, I was planning to make breakfast for you, but your door was open, and you weren't home. Were you out jogging? Hassan's warm and pleasant voice made Kelly feel as if feathers were brushing against her heart, bringing a faint smile to her lips. I had to take care of something last night and went out, then came straight home, she explained. Okay, I was planning to make you crab roe porridge this morning. Hassan's voice carried a hint of regret. Hearing those 3 words, recalling the delicious meal from yesterday, Kelly couldn't help swallowing saliva. She really wanted to eat it again. But going back now wasn't appropriate. Last night, Alla, Gregor, and Todd had all seen her. So, Kelly sighed, sounding even more regretful than Hassan. I don't deserve this delicacy. A light laugh came from the other end. No problem, wait until you're free in a few days and come over, and I'll cook it for you. After hanging up, Kelly was fully awake and got out of bed to get ready. Alla and Isabeline had risen early and were already downstairs. Seeing her, Isabeline smiled and waved, her elegant face brimming with curiosity. Tyra, your father told me you came back last night and didn't stay with Arden. Yeah, Kelly nodded. Why didn't you stay there? Young people nowadays aren't as restricted as before. Whatever you want to do, Tamara supports you, Isabeline said with a smile. Beside her, Alla snorted and glared, but if it weren't his wife, he would have objected outright. How could a mother encourage her daughter to give herself to another man? It seemed she really liked that little rascal Hassan. Kelly didn't fully understand the implication, but she heard that Isabeline would support whatever she wanted to do. She earnestly said, thank you, Tamara. Isabeline was delighted, patting her hand with satisfaction. However, girls still need to learn self-respect and love. That's most important, Alla added. Isabeline didn't argue, she just wanted Tyra and Galantal Hope to be happy together and hoped they would have a healthy grandchild soon. She didn't want to instill any inappropriate notions. I understand, Kelly replied. After finishing this topic, the atmosphere became somewhat silent. Alla, thinking about Audrey's words from a few days ago, cautiously broached a new subject. Tyra, Beck wants to publicly announce your identity. Is it okay? You're a star, and being recognized as Miss Flynn will benefit you. Besides, we also want to officially become your parents. As he spoke those last words, even the big man that was feral felt a bit aggrieved, as if he had been bullied by his own daughter. Alea took Kelly's hand, tears welling up in her eyes before she even began to speak. Tyra, I know you have a right to be upset because we didn't sue Helena. We weren't good parents. But, we really want to openly love you as our daughter. Can you give us this opportunity? Staring at the expectant gazes of her parents, Kelly felt that if she said no, they would be heartbroken. Actually, after spending time with them, she liked Farrell and Alea very much and could see their sincerity. But, could she forgive them on behalf of the original host? In Kelly's mind appeared the image of that gentle, vulnerable girl, her eyes soft yet resolute, seeming to say it was okay. From beginning to end, the original host never resented her family, not even Helena, who ruined her life. That gentle and kind person was constantly pushed to the brink. If the Flynn family hosted a banquet, Adrian's expression upon learning of it would surely be unpleasant. Kelly's lashes fluttered slightly. All right. Hearing this, Chapter 217, Kelly and Human Trafficking. Hugo's words successfully brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. Third brother, I'm fine, Adrian forced a smile, her red eyes making her look like a pitiful little white rabbit. Her appearance only further fueled Hugo's heartache. He stood up from his chair abruptly and spoke sternly, what do you mean you don't need? Gallant old Snow, you're too kind-hearted, which is why people step on you. You must fight for what belongs to you. The young miss of the Flynn family can only be you, Gallant old Snow, not anyone else. Upon hearing Hugo describe Kelly as an object, Gregor's face turned completely ashen. He got up directly and punched him in the face. Alea let out a startled cry, visibly shaken. Farrell pulled her hand and shook his head, signaling that she should not intervene. This arrogant and misguided brother, always siding with outsiders, needed a proper lesson. Was I wrong? Second brother, in the name of our brotherhood, I will not hit back after taking this punch, but we cannot hold this party, Hugo said gravely. Speaking caused pain in his face, making him draw in a breath sharply. While brothers had scuffled before, this was the first time Gregor really went so far. It was simply too much. In the name of brotherhood? How dare I be brothers with someone who doesn't distinguish right from wrong, Gregor retorted sarcastically. Hearing this, Adrian bit down hard on her lower lip, the pain barely registering. Second brother truly hated her now. Previously, Dr. Gregor was more meticulous and attentive to Adrian's feelings, never uttering such hurtful words in front of her. The two brothers were grappling again. In fact, Hugo was just a hot-headed talker who wasn't actually good at fighting. To Gregor, he was all show and no substance. Before long, Hugo was sprawled helplessly on the sofa, unable to move. Why, second brother, are you crazy, hitting me this hard? My hands are for playing piano. If you damage them, won't you be afraid of getting sued? Hugo panted heavily, feeling absurd and furious. It seemed like to Gregor, Kelly was his sister while he wasn't even considered a brother. I can set your bones if they break. Gregor coldly replied. Hugo rolled his eyes in anger, almost fainting. Well then, since we're hosting this party, you have no objections? Alea asked at an opportune moment. She smiled as she looked at the sprawled-out Hugo. For some reason, seeing her third son beaten by her second son gave her satisfaction. This kind of troublemaker indeed needed a lesson to behave. Hugo didn't dare say more. He truly didn't want another brutal lesson from his elder brother. Since there are no issues, I'll find a master to pick an auspicious date, and then. Farrell's words were interrupted by Adrian's timid voice. I have something to say. Everyone looked at her. Adrian kept her head lowered, her ears flushed, looking restless and uneasy. Alea's expression turned slightly displeased. What is it? Kelly sensed something and crossed her arms, watching Adrian. Couldn't hold it in anymore. Beck, Tamara, Tyra is involved in human trafficking. The police will come to arrest her today. At first, I didn't believe she could do such a thing, but she confessed to me herself, Adrian said. As she spoke, she played a recording stored on her phone. Adrian's angry questioning voice was heard, followed by Kelly admitting to the trafficking. Instantly, the faces of the Flynn family at the dining table froze, and the sprawled-out Hugo jumped up from the sofa. Well, you're really a piece of work, trafficking humans to Myanmar. As I thought, coming back from outside isn't a good sign. Don't expect the Flynn family to bail you out, you reap what you sow. Hugo rambled incessantly, while Gregor angrily pounded the table and shouted, enough. He looked at Kelly, asking seriously, Tyra, did you sell those people? Gallensteining closely, even a tremble could be detected in Gregor's voice. He did not want to hear a certain answer. But, Kelly would disappoint him. With an earnest expression and clear eyes, she answered, yes. The Flynn family members drew a breath, only to hear her continue, but there's a reason. Rest assured, after the police understand, they will release me. Seeing Kelly's confident demeanor, Adrian felt a premonition of dread. Why was she so calm? Fine, I believe Tyra. She would never lie, Alea said. I also believe her. I'll go find a master to pick an auspicious date later, Farrell added. I happen to have no surgery today, Tyra, shall I accompany you to the police station? Gregor offered. These three clearly took Kelly's side, expressing their belief in her. The disappointment in Adrian's eyes deepened, and she was truly on the verge of tears. Their belief made her unbearably uncomfortable, as believing in Kelly equated to not believing in her. With the recording right here, why? That's not true. Kelly has already confessed to human trafficking. Why do you still believe her? Todd couldn't bear it anymore and asked. Clearly, he found this absurd. Fool, this matter has nothing to do with you, Gregor said coldly. Again, being called an idiot for no reason, Todd felt a lump in his throat, and his head buzzed with pain. How unlucky he was, just falling into this family of irrational people. Fine, believe her then. I'm not eating breakfast anymore, I'm filled with anger. Todd said in frustration. He turned around and went upstairs immediately, not caring how uncomfortable Adrian must feel at that moment. Third brother is overly indulged by us. He should go out and see the dangers of society, Farrell suddenly said. Right, how about we cut off his card first? Gregor immediately suggested. Todd was used to spending lavishly, so cutting off his card would be a severe punishment for him. After all, with his spending habits, the earnings from his concerts wouldn't even cover a few pieces of clothing. Because of the powerful background of the Flynn family, Todd participated in or hosted concerts based on his mood, not for money, and ticket prices were cheap. So, he never earned much each time. Farrell happily called the bank to handle Todd's account. You little brat, you'll regret it. Adrian couldn't stay another minute at this breakfast table. She quickly finished the food on her plate, ignoring the churning discomfort in her stomach, and stood up. Beck, Tamara, second brother, I'm going back. The three nodded slightly in response, and Adrian turned and walked upstairs, looking very disheveled. In this battle named family love, she had lost completely. But Adrian was confident that Kelly could never get away from the human trafficking case. She would use this reason to crush her completely. Those online trolls and marketers were already poised and ready to strike. Chapter 218, Chatting at the Police Station. In the morning, the police arrived at the Flynn family villa on time and took Kelly away. Under Gregor's strong insistence, he also got into the police car. As soon as the police car left the gates of the villa, it was blocked by reporters holding cameras, followed by a flurry of photographing. Gregor narrowed his eyes slightly. It was strange for reporters to appear outside this villa with such good security. It was obvious who had given the order. The police car was blocked and couldn't move, while the reporters spoke up one after another. Kelly, why are you being taken away by the police? Did you do something wrong? There are rumors online that you're involved in human trafficking. Can you respond to this now? Officer, can you tell us what's wrong with her? Facing the insatiable reporters, the policeman frowned and rebuked them, get out of the way quickly, or else you will be obstructing official duties and may spend 7 days in jail. Hearing this, the reporters didn't dare to block them anymore and moved faster than anyone else. The police car drove away smoothly, and they snapped many photos. For them, having these photos meant they could fabricate stories, regardless of what Kelly said. They came to the villa today because someone informed them through the internet that there was some big gossip here. They didn't expect it to involve a popular celebrity. Thus, the reporters started vying to release information. Netizens who saw this news were all baffled. Just yesterday, Rochelle caused quite a fuss. Now Kelly is starting too. Is she about to have a scandal? Why is there so much upheaval in the entertainment industry recently? After seeing the reports from the journalists, everyone thought it was outrageous that Kelly supposedly sold Daryl to Myanmar. Is this a dream crossover? Daryl's remaining fans went crazy. There were various opinions online about this matter, some believed it, some didn't. Kelly and Daryl quarreled so badly at the time, how could they possibly still be in touch? I feel like these reporters are making things up, and the photos might be staged. Why not? That woman might still hate our brother, trying to pull him off the pedestal and then seize the opportunity to harm him. I think the above post makes sense. Kelly has been acting strangely for a long time. Why is she so arrogant? Can the brainless fans of Kelly please leave? Do you have no shame? Meanwhile, at the police station. The police played related recordings and presented evidence of Daryl being taken away by a black car, looking very grim. Miss Sue, as a public figure, you actually did such a thing, he said in a heavy voice. It was hard to imagine how easily Kelly, with so many fans, could arrange the transfer of people through her connections. Perhaps, she already did it. Thinking of this, the police officer's expression became worse. He wished he could lock Kelly up immediately and torture her. Traffickers deserved death. At that moment, Cliff, drinking tea, walked by and widened his eyes in shock upon seeing a familiar face. Kelly, why are you here? After saying this, he spat out the tea leaves from his mouth and walked quickly to Kelly. How's it going, did you find him? Cliff asked impatiently. Seeing his familiar attitude and tone, both the policeman and Gregor were stunned, unable to understand what was happening. Kelly shook her head, not yet, there's another reason for my visit this time. Do you remember the call I made asking you to catch the traffickers? Cliff nodded, yes, what about it? It's nothing much, I just sold the person who was going to sell me, and the money has been donated to charity, with proof. And I have evidence that he planned to sell me, Kelly said calmly. Cliff hummed, showing no surprise. Actually, he helped sell Daryl at the time. It was immoral, but who let the kid be so despicable? He deserved it. Seeing how familiar Cliff was with Kelly and how kind he treated her, the police knew she could never be involved in human trafficking and felt relieved. Then Cliff, you can handle the interrogation. I'll go take care of other matters, the policeman said. Cliff nodded and sat down, narrowing his eyes to look at Gregor, the second son of the Flynn family. This young master personally following along showed how much he cared about his sister. It seemed Kelly was living well in the Flynn family. Show me the evidence first, Cliff said officially. Kelly nodded and opened the recording on her phone, it was the conversation between Daryl and herself. Daryl's arrogant and domineering tone in the recording made Cliff and Gregor frown severely, wishing they could punch him. What a jerk. Can this prove my innocence? Kelly asked. Cliff nodded, of course. I want to continue reporting. Daryl trafficked me, and his partner was Nyla. You can check his call records for details, Kelly added. Since Nyla wasn't kind, she wouldn't blame herself for not being kind either. Cliff immediately dispatched people to investigate the call records, while Gregor's face turned pale. Kelly wouldn't lie, so this must have been orchestrated by Nyla behind the scenes. Her ambitions were certainly not small. She was also a good actress. This morning at the dining table, she looked quite pitiful, as if she had been bullied by someone. As subordinates went to check, Cliff wiped off his stern expression used for interrogating criminals. When can we find that head? Hearing him mention the head again, Gregor seemed to think of something, and his face turned slightly pale. Are you talking about Zelda's head? He asked cautiously. Considering he was Kelly's brother, Cliff sighed and nodded. Yes, that girl was also a victim. Her head and body were separated, and we still haven't found it. Gregor clenched his fists on the table, his expression turning very sorrowful in an instant. Kelly pursed her lips and said, Don't talk about this in front of my second brother. Cliff murmured in response, suddenly remembering the clue provided by Zelda's parents, that she frequently contacted Todd, suggesting they had a special relationship. What he had just said was like stabbing a needle into their hearts. Let's discuss this privately, Kelly said. Cliff immediately nodded, understanding, feeling somewhat guilty. Fortunately, at this moment, one of his subordinates delivered the investigation report. The call recordings had confirmed that Nyla was also an accomplice. Her voice sounded. It's easy to contact people in Myanmar. There are many bloggers online. You just need to tell them directly that you want to sell someone, Daryl said. But Kelly is still our parents' daughter. I don't want to hurt her. I'm just telling you how difficult it is, Nyla said pitifully. There's no need to pretend in front of me, right? Nyla, I hate Kelly too. You also hate her, so working together would be best. Selling her to Myanmar will make you the only princess of the Flynn family from now on. You can live a life being pampered. Doesn't that sound appealing? After Daryl finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a single word. Okay. It was now very clear who wanted to sell whom. Summon Nyla immediately, Cliff ordered his subordinate. Chapter 219, The Police Station's Revelation. When Nyla was brought to the police station, her parents and Todd followed. The five met at the police station, in a rather awkward manner. Seeing Kelly, Todd immediately started shouting, It's you who keeps framing Gianna. How can you be so vicious? Tamara and Beck are already on your side. What more do you want? His voice was laced with intense anger, his face flushed, almost ready to start a fight in the police station. Nyla sobbed softly behind him, looking like an aggrieved innocent. Cliff frowned, tapping his fingers on the table with a serious expression, successfully drawing everyone's attention. Faced with him, Todd dared not speak up anymore. We have summoned Nyla because we have concrete evidence linking her to human trafficking, with Kelly as one of the victims, Cliff said solemnly. In fact, this information shouldn't have been disclosed in front of the Flynn family. But since he and Kelly had a good relationship, pointing it out now would vindicate her and prevent others from slandering her. How could that be? Todd immediately rebutted. He didn't notice the drastic change in Nyla's demeanor behind him, her face paled, and her body trembled slightly, betraying her guilt. Cliff started playing the recorded phone calls with a stern look. With solid evidence, all of Todd's anger seemed choked up, leaving him red-faced and embarrassed. He turned back to look at Nyla in disbelief. She was pale and tears were falling profusely. But after hearing her words to Egon on the phone, no one felt pity for her apparent misery and malicious intentions. Even Todd couldn't find any words. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he glanced at Kelly but found that she wasn't paying any attention to him at all, treating him even colder than a stranger. At that moment, Todd felt uneasy. Tinsley was deeply shocked, her eyes red as she looked at Nyla, filled with disappointment. Gianna, how could you do something like this? After Tyra came